In a world where people survive on bland, lifeless food, his cooking hits like a shockwave, flavors so rich they completely rewrite what people thought food could be. To perfect his craft, he travels far and wide, dealing with elves to secure rare plants, negotiating with dwarves for the finest spices, even crossing paths with dragons guarding treasure hoards, all just to elevate a single dish. Being a chef here isn't simple, it's a battle of its own, and this is where it all began. 15 years earlier, he was just Ellison, a regular culinary student chasing the dream of becoming a chef, until everything was cut short by a sudden accident, a truck ending his life before it could even begin. But death wasn't the end. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely different world, one already drowning in war. Confused and lost, he had no idea what to do until a stranger guided him into a group of evacuees. From there, he learned the truth. This land was the Rubern Empire, specifically the city of Greek, and it was locked in a brutal war against dragons. Instead of breaking down, he adapted fast, convincing himself that this second chance couldn't possibly be worse than his previous life. At least here, he wouldn't be forced into military service after graduation, or so he thought. That illusion shattered instantly. A knight appeared before the crowd and delivered the emperor's command. With mercenaries abandoning the battlefield and manpower running dry, conscription was now in effect. Everyone between 17 and 45, regardless of status, would be forced into the Knight Corps. Just like that, his new life was decided for him. Training was brutal, to the point where he found himself wishing he had simply died back then instead of enduring this. But during that time, a knight noticed something unusual. After his initial training, he was told he would be transferred to the Mage Corps. His potential was too high to ignore. Even so, reality hit him in the smallest moments. At lunch, staring down at nothing but boiled potatoes, he felt genuine despair. But what shocked him even more was the people around him. They actually thought this was good food. That realization flipped a switch in his mind. If this world had no idea what real food tasted like, then opening a restaurant here wouldn't just work, it would dominate. From that moment on, he trained with a new purpose. No matter what, he would survive, endure everything, and build his dream here. All he needed was to last 2 years until the war ended. What he didn't know was that the war would drag on far longer than that. By the time he would finally earn his freedom, 15 entire years would have passed since the day he arrived in this world. A span so long that even imagining it now feels suffocating. Back in the present, those years weigh heavily on him, tears quietly forming in his eyes, not from sadness, but from everything he endured finally catching up to him. A passing girl notices, stopping in her tracks before introducing herself as Rain. He introduces himself as the restaurant owner, and when she asks if he's running the place alone, he casually mentions he does have a family member, though she's probably still asleep and won't wake until evening. Rain's curiosity sparks immediately, and she offers something valuable, a connection to a meat supplier, her husband's butcher shop located near the entrance of town. He accepts without hesitation, promising to visit, though she gives a small warning. Her husband is exactly the easiest person to deal with. That warning doesn't faze him. After everything he's been through, a bad temper is nothing. But the moment he actually meets the butcher, that confidence wavers just a little. The man's expression alone is enough to make anyone tense. And when Ellison explains he needs meat for his restaurant, the response is cold, dismissive. The butcher immediately assumes he's just another greedy reseller looking to profit. Before things escalate further, Rain steps in, swinging a frying pan straight into her husband, forcing him to cooperate and fetch some Baloran meat. He protests loudly, blaming people like Ellison for his troubles, but she doesn't budge, pushing him to follow through before apologizing on his behalf. She then explains the reason behind his attitude. He was betrayed by a restaurant owner in the past, and since then trust hasn't come easily. In return, Ellison shares his own past, 15 years in the military, a detail that changes the atmosphere slightly. Eventually, the butcher returns, but not with the premium meat. Instead, he tosses over a cheaper cut, challenging Ellison to prove himself. If he can create a dish that satisfies him, then maybe, just maybe, he'll supply better meat in the future. His standards are made clear, extremely high. The pressure is obvious, and for a moment Ellison feels it until the butcher mocks him, questioning if he's already scared. Another hit from the frying pan shuts that down instantly. Ellison brushes it off, confidence returning as he invites them both to his restaurant for dinner that evening. Rain hesitates, clearly unsure about the quality of the meat he was given, but he reassures her this is more than enough. Once he leaves, her concern lingers, especially knowing the cut he received, yuba belly fat, something most people here wouldn't even consider using. But to Ellison, it's different. In this world, livestock goes by unfamiliar names, but what he's holding is unmistakable pork belly, and not just any pork, high quality at that. The reason it was given to him is simple: pork is the cheapest meat here, and the belly cut is considered the lowest of the low. What they see as worthless, he sees as opportunity. Without hesitation, he decides on the perfect dish, grilled pork belly, simple, powerful, and incredibly effective. As he begins preparing, a fire spell ignites beneath his tools, while elsewhere the couple argues, Rain calling out her husband's behavior while he insists it's all a test. Eventually, she realizes the truth. He's not rejecting Ellison, he's evaluating him. The memory suddenly shifts back to the battlefield. Soldiers struggle desperately against overwhelming monsters, forced into retreat. One man left behind with an injured leg, moments away from death, until Ellison steps in, unleashing a blade spell that cuts through the monster effortlessly, saving him. That same spell now returns in a completely different form. Back in the present, inside a quiet kitchen, he uses that very magic not for combat, but for cooking, slicing through the meat with precision so the seasoning seeps deep into every layer. Soon after, the couple arrives at the restaurant, greeted warmly. Rain is immediately impressed by how clean everything is, while her husband remains skeptical, only calming down after a silent threat from her frying pan. In the kitchen, Ellison moves with complete control, oiling the grill, adjusting heat, carefully turning the meat as it cooks, letting it crisp perfectly while locking in flavor. A light sprinkle of salt enhances everything, and once done, he slices it into bite-sized pieces, pairing it with a fresh salad. He considers adding more complexity, but knowing his audience, he keeps it simple. When the dish is finally served, the reaction is instant. Rain takes the first bite, and the shock hits immediately. It's unmistakably pork, yet it tastes completely different, rich, balanced, perfectly paired with the salad. At the same time, Ellison hears something even more important. The butcher declares he'll supply him. Looking over, Ellison notices his plate is already empty, despite the man still acting grumpy, claiming he's out of pork. When asked directly if he's satisfied, the answer comes out rough. He isn't, he wants more. Rain immediately forces him to give a proper response. And this time he does. He admits it, this was the best pork he has ever eaten. From that moment, the decision is made. He will supply Ellison with the finest pork in the entire empire. A deal is struck, though the butcher wastes no time asking for more food, something Ellison gladly provides. As the day wraps up, his first real business success settles in, just as his so-called family member finally wakes up, drawn in by the irresistible smell filling the air. From there, everything begins to take off. Within just a week, his restaurant gains steady momentum. Orders pouring in non-stop, especially for the pork belly, and every single customer leaves the same way, plates completely empty and expressions filled with satisfaction. By the end of the day, he starts wondering if maybe it's time to close the restaurant for now. But while checking his supplies, another problem jumps out at him. His spice stock is almost gone, and he's completely out of pepper. In a world this old, where trade is slow and unreliable, spices are valuable. And even then, the quality still can't compare to what he remembers from modern times. Then an idea hits him. He pulls a coin from his pocket and goes with the one solution that always feels a little absurd but works. He summons ingredients straight from the modern world. He first discovered this magic while desperately trying to find a way back home. And even though it came with limits on how much size and weight he could bring over, he still considers it a blessing. Out of guilt, he sends gold coins back each time, because taking things without permission, even across worlds, still doesn't sit right with him. As he refills his spice jars, he reflects on the biggest frustration of this magic. He can't summon proper fresh food, no meat, no eggs, nothing perishable, because every time he tries, it arrives spoiled. On top of that, the spell itself is exhausting to use. After that, he decides he's earned a drink, and goes to grab the beer he summoned earlier, only to open the fridge and find absolutely nothing left. That alone tells him exactly who the culprit is. He heads straight for the dragon girl and scolds her, not just for draining all his beer, but for leaving the mess behind too. She fires back without shame, calling it revenge for him not leaving her anything decent to eat, then proudly reminds him that she is the great black dragon. Lauren, and someone like her, is obviously not going to lower herself to cleaning. He lightly bonks her and tells her to peel vegetables and clean up properly, which earns a weak protest about how she is, in fact, a dragon. Looking at her, he can't help thinking back to how she was orphaned when her mother died during the Dragon War, and how she got swept into that chaos alone. That's why he chose to look after her after she took human form. Even if she's already 100 years old, by dragon standards she's still basically a kid, young, reckless, and immature. So to motivate her, he promises to make her Salisbury steak if she finishes the job, and just like that her mood flips. Not long after, Creston shows up asking for something to drink with his meal. Our chef checks the fridge that Lauren already emptied, then pulls out another bottle. To avoid raising questions, he transfers the drink into a different container before serving it. Creston eyes it curiously and assumes it might just be water, but Ellison explains that it's called soju and that it pairs perfectly with the food. The result is immediate. The butcher looks deeply satisfied as he eats and drinks, then openly praises him, impressed that a single drink could completely change the flavor of the meat. Soon enough, he asks for another and another is served. As the drinking continues, Ellison notices something is off. Creston's mood is clearly not normal today. He keeps throwing back glass after glass, until Ellison finally steps in and tries to stop him, warning that the drink is much stronger than it looks. But Creston pushes for more, so Ellison finally asks what happened. That's when Creston reveals the real issue. He suspects Rain is seeing another man. Every month, at a certain time, she dresses up and goes out, and one day he followed her, only to find her meeting an old mercenary comrade of his, someone who used to be close to him. He slams the table in frustration, furious that this man never comes to see him, yet somehow meets with his wife in secret. To make it worse, Rain is supposed to meet him again today. Ellison tries to calm him down, telling him that drowning himself in alcohol won't solve anything, but Creston, already emotional, asks what else he's supposed to do. He starts crying over Rain because despite all his anger, he loves her that much. Ellison then tells him he wants to help, because he simply doesn't believe Rain is the kind of woman who would betray her husband. With that, he heads over to Lauren with a plan already forming. He asks if she wants to come with him and adds that if she does, she can stop peeling vegetables. She agrees instantly, practically desperate to escape the task. Soon after, the two of them are crouched on a rooftop, secretly watching Rain. From there, Ellison spots her sitting inside a restaurant across from a man who could only be the old mercenary Creston mentioned. He immediately puts his plan into motion and asks Lauren to listen in on their conversation and tell him exactly what they're saying. Naturally, she refuses to do it for free and bargains for steak in exchange, plus freedom from onion paling. He agrees and she starts listening. Rain is telling the man that Creston has become suspicious, especially because the old comrade never comes around openly. The man admits he's worried Creston will be furious if he finds out what he once helped him with. That is enough for Ellison. He decides to step in and jump straight down from the roof. While Rain is still trying to explain the misunderstanding, he interrupts their conversation and asks to join them. Then he lays out the whole problem. Creston has misunderstood the nature of their relationship. Before long, both Rain and the old mercenary are standing in front of a completely drunk Creston, who takes one look at them and sarcastically comments on how good they look together. They try to explain, but Creston lunges at his former comrade before they can get the words out. His punch never lands though, because Ellison instantly throws up a shield in front of them. After that, he pushes them to clear everything up properly. The truth finally comes out. This man had helped Creston financially so he could start the butcher shop in the first place, which leaves Creston stunned. Holding a basket filled with meat and vegetables, Ellison moves past them while telling them to sort this mess out, because in the meantime, he's going to make dinner. Since Creston is drunk, he decides on something warm and easy on the stomach, a soup-based meal. Rain had brought him high-quality Balaran meat, so he chooses to make shabu-shabu. He prepares the soy sauce dipping sauce first. Then once the broth comes to a boil, he strains out the solids and pours the clear broth into the pot as the meal comes together. Outside, Rain finally explains everything. The truth is that the man had given her his life savings so she and Creston could open the butcher shop. Now that their income is stable, she has been repaying him little by little every month. Creston had assumed the money came from some lord as a reward for catching a thief. But Rain admits that story was a lie, because if he knew the truth, he would never have accepted money from another man. After hearing that, the old comrade apologizes too, for not attending the butcher shop's opening, and for letting such a painful misunderstanding happen in the first place. Creston, looking crushed and confused, asks why anyone would lend their life savings to someone like him, especially money that could have supported him after retirement from mercenary life. But before the mood sinks any further, Ellison returns with the pot, sets it down between them, and tells them to eat before the vegetables turn mushy. When Creston comments on how thin the meat slices are, Ellison explains that he cut them that way so they would cook quickly in the broth. Both men fill their bowls, and after just one sip, satisfaction spreads across their faces, especially Mint, who is tasting Ellison's cooking for the first time. As they eat, the meal pulls them straight into old memories from the war, back when Creston once took a sword in Mint's place. At that time, food supplies had run dry, and they were forced to survive on miserable rations just to keep going. During that same period, Mint had managed to hunt a Balaran and turned its foul-smelling meat into a soup that somehow became the best meal they had tasted in ages. Then Mint explains that he never really had any grand plan for retirement anyway, helping his friend mattered more than anything else. Hearing that, both men finally apologize to one another. Right after that emotional moment, Lauren points an accusing finger at Ellison and reminds him that he broke his promise to make her steak. He tries to dodge it by saying evening hasn't ended yet, so he still has time, but she grumpily fires back that it is already night. He ignores the complaint and instead asks Mint what he thought of the food. Mint praises the cooking, then asks if it would be possible for him and the rest of his mercenary group, who are about to leave on an escort mission, to come eat at the restaurant before they depart. Ellison goes quiet at that suggestion, because feeding an entire mercenary group is a very different level of problem. It seems he ultimately decides he needs chicken for the feast, but catching chicken in this world is somehow an exhausting nightmare. At one point, the struggle gets so ridiculous that he even considers burning down the forest just to catch one. Now he fully regrets confidently declaring that he would prepare chicken for the mercenary dinner. In a flashback, it's shown that he first demanded Creston supply him with chicken, only for Creston to tell him that getting one is nearly impossible because the livestock is so rare. When Ellison kept pressing, Creston finally mentioned hearing that some had been spotted in Lemon Forest. That is how Ellison ends up there, exhausted and annoyed, eventually asking Lauren to help. She agrees, but only if he does the dishes in her place afterward and he accepts the deal. Then in the very next moment she completely burns the chicken, which makes him jokingly praise her, saying she'd fit right in with them if she hadn't eaten dragon heart, something she is absurdly proud of. After the job is done, Lauren lounges around drinking beer like she worked herself to the bone. Ellison teases her, saying all she really did was glare at the chicken, but she insists that burning it with her eyes was serious work. Even so, he reminds her not to drink everything this time, because they need some of it for the guests later, and the beer is meant to pair with the dish he's preparing for the evening. By nightfall, the restaurant is packed with mercenaries. The place is loud, crowded, and full of hungry soldiers, but not everyone is convinced. One of them openly doubts the food will be worth anything, saying he doesn't exactly trust Mint's judgment. Mintz Jr. in the mercenary group quickly jumps in, backing his senior without hesitation, only to get clowned for it, with someone teasing that he'd probably call grass delicious if Mint recommended it. While the table is still going back and forth, Ellison arrives carrying the food himself. Mint apologizes for how loud the group has gotten, but Ellison brushes it off easily, saying a celebration was never going to be a quiet affair. Then Miltine politely greets him as he sets the dishes down in front of them. The moment he reveals that the main dish is made from chicken, the whole table freezes in disbelief, especially Milshin, who can't accept that something even skilled hunters struggle to catch ended up on their plates. But the second they taste it, the disbelief changes completely because the food is absurdly good. Even Mint's skeptical friend has no choice but to admit that Ellison's cooking is the real deal. After serving them, Ellison heads back toward the kitchen to take care of the other tables too. With the restaurant completely packed, he asks Lauren to help out, but she reacts like he just insulted her bloodline, asking if he seriously expects a dragon to serve ordinary humans, especially after she was the one who helped catch a legendary creature that even professional hunters couldn't handle. Ellison immediately realizes she must have heard everything from earlier with that absurd dragon hearing of hers. So instead of arguing, he plays the emotional card, reminding her that opening a restaurant after the war was supposed to be their shared plan from the beginning. Then he adds that if she really doesn't want to help, he'll somehow manage on his own. That line lands exactly where it needs to, and after some nervous resistance, she gives in. A while later, she's actually serving customers, running around the restaurant until the rush finally ends, and the moment it does, she collapses across the tables from pure exhaustion. Ellison then brings out a platter of fried chicken and the beer he had secretly saved for the two of them. They dig in with the kind of satisfaction that only comes after surviving chaos together. That's when Ellison notices something else. She didn't just help serve, she cleaned up too. He comments on how grown-up she's become, and in her worn-out state, she leans her head on his shoulder and says she only did it because this is their restaurant. He teases her, saying that in that case, maybe the dishwashing deal between them can just disappear now. Lauren instantly shuts that down, saying that is a completely separate issue. That quiet little moment doesn't last. It gets shattered by the arrival of the Black Dragon Elder Metadonna, who immediately sneers at how unpleasant human cities are. The moment Ellison says his name, the Elder scoffs, acting as if it's offensive that a human would even dare speak it. Ellison asks why he came, but instead of answering directly, the Elder casually remarks on how Ellison has been managing in such a cramped little place while keeping a dragon around. Lauren instinctively moves behind Ellison, trying to avoid him, and Ellison firmly points out that if the Elder came for Lauren, no one ever objected to her being entrusted to him in the first place. The Elder agrees without hesitation, admitting that yes, he did come for her. Lauren immediately says she wants to stay with Ellison, accusing the elder of abandoning her. He corrects her, insisting he didn't abandon her, he was simply late. But Ellison cuts in and reminds him of the promise Lauren was given to him, and dragons are not supposed to walk back on their word. The elder acknowledges that the promise exists, but says there are older rules that come before it. Seeing their confusion, he explains the rule plainly. Among black dragons, once one reaches 800 years old, adulthood begins. Any dragon who has no lair of their own by that point must become a ward and leave for the sacred land. Lauren had been using her mother's lair, but that lair was destroyed in the last war, leaving her with nothing. Which means next year, when she turns 800, she will be forced to leave for the sacred land. And if she refuses, the elder says it flatly, it could trigger a war. Ellison hears all of that and stays completely unfazed, saying the problem isn't nearly as impossible as it sounds. Without even flinching, he suggests building Lauren a dragon's lair. That answer stuns both dragons. Madamada erupts in anger, furious at the sheer audacity of a human speaking so casually about something this serious. To him, Ellison is underestimating the weight of black dragon power even after consuming Lord Heart. Sensing the tension rising fast, Lauren steps in and tries to stop things from getting worse. She assures Ellison that she's fine and keeps him from escalating the moment into open conflict. Ellison then calmly clarifies that he never meant anything reckless. He isn't talking about rebellion or some impossible fantasy. He literally means building her a lair. That explanation leaves both Lauren and Madamada stunned again, but Ellison keeps laying out the idea without hesitation. They still have a full year and they already have enough treasure to get started. Madamada remains deeply skeptical, but in the end, he gives Ellison exactly 1 year, then leaves the restaurant. And with that, Ellison begins the insane mission of building a dragon's lair. The problem is, building something like that needs a ridiculous amount of money and time. Then luck swings his way when rumors start spreading that his restaurant serves pale new meat. The place gets flooded with customers, packed to the point that he can barely move, let alone work on the lair. Even with help from the people around him, the workload becomes suffocating. Realizing this can't go on, he decides to fix the problem at its source. The next day he takes Creston into the forest where the pale new roam. Creston is confused from the start and asks what exactly Ellison is planning. Ellison explains it simply. Creston is about to become the only supplier of pale new meat in the Empire, which means his butcher business will attract endless customers. Creston immediately doubts the idea, saying even the best hunters can barely catch those things. But Ellison confidently tells him the hard part has already been handled. He reminds Creston that an entire mercenary group has already tasted the meat, then says he'll supply the pale new to him directly. Still, Ellison makes one thing very clear: this isn't charity, the profit gets split evenly between them. Creston is annoyed by the terms but reluctantly agrees. Then Ellison casts a massive barrier over the forest, a spell so huge and complex that it locks the pale new in place and keeps them from moving to another habitat. Creston can only stare in shock at the scale of it and finally asks the obvious question: who exactly is Ellison? Ellison gives him nothing but the same answer as always: he's just a restaurant owner. The plan works perfectly, and before long the restaurant becomes almost completely empty. Ellison feels relieved, but also weirdly let down that not a single customer remains. Lauren picks up on that contradiction immediately and asks if he's actually happy about this. Ellison admits that at the very least, now they finally have time to focus on the dragon's lair. Lauren then asks if that means he plans to live in the lair with her once it's finished. He rejects the idea instantly, saying his job is only to build the lair, not move into it. That answer triggers a full tantrum, and Lauren angrily declares that if that's the case, she doesn't even want the lair anymore. After going back and forth, Ellison finally calms her down by promising to build it nearby. They settle on a location in the hills below the restaurant, land that already belongs to him. The only issue is that the inside will need magical reinforcement or it could collapse. Lauren, suddenly fired up again, starts digging right away. Ellison, meanwhile, excuses himself by saying he can't leave the restaurant unattended for too long. Frustrated beyond belief, Lauren is left to keep digging while he heads back alone. At the restaurant, Ellison finally takes a brief moment to rest. But that peace gets interrupted when a young nobleman walks in and asks whether this is the place that once served the legendary pale new meat. Tired of hearing the rumor by now, Ellison tells him they no longer serve it and suggests he try the nearby butcher shop instead. But the nobleman insists that he doesn't care what it is, he just wants something to eat. So Ellison decides to make him a hamburger, using the best ingredients available, including yuba meat. He carefully puts the whole thing together, finishing it with a special demi-glace sauce and topping it with an egg he had collected earlier. When the burger is placed in front of the nobleman, he is visibly stunned by how good it looks. But just as he's about to take a bite, a man suddenly rushes into the restaurant calling for him. The newcomer is horrified to find the nobleman in a place like this, and immediately warns him about food poisoning, insisting he leave at once. Insulted by that, Ellison defends his restaurant on the spot, saying the nobleman is a paying customer and there is absolutely nothing wrong with the food. The man then reveals that the young customer is the Baron, heir to the barony of Greek. That revelation means nothing to Ellison, who keeps arguing anyway. In the end, the nobleman quietly leaves a gold coin on the table, apologizes for the trouble, and walks out without even touching the burger. Later, Lauren comes back to the restaurant completely covered in mud, complaining that she's been working herself to death. She demands that Ellison take over the digging because she can't keep doing it alone. But Ellison is already dressed and ready to head out, and calmly tells her he has somewhere else he needs to be. That somewhere turns out to be the barony, where he approaches the young baron carrying a paper bag. He explains that the nobleman left his food behind and offers him the reheated hamburger. Surprised by the gesture, the baron accepts it. But just as he is about to eat, a knock sounds at the door. Annoyed, Ellison mutters under his breath, wishing the guy could just enjoy one peaceful meal. The baron, however, completely crumbles the second he hears the knock. His hands start shaking, sweat gathers on his forehead, and when he turns toward Ellison, his voice is weak and panicked as he asks what he should do. Ellison looks at him with mild amusement and tells him exactly what to do: take control, speak firmly, and declare that nothing is wrong. He says the baron needs to act like the rightful heir to the barony. But the baron shakes his head, fear written all over his face, convinced that nobody listens to him anyway. He believes the person outside will ignore him and come in no matter what he says. The knocking grows harsher, and a voice from the other side warns that if no answer comes soon, the door will be opened by force. Watching all of this, Lauren rolls her eyes at the baron's complete lack of backbone and decides to step in herself. She perfectly copies his voice, then loudly speaks through the door with enough authority to make it completely believable, declaring that nothing is wrong and ordering the person outside to leave immediately. The baron stares at her in total shock. Then, just like that, the banging stops. The person outside apologizes, says they'll withdraw, and asks only to be called if anything happens. Ellison then remarks that this is exactly what he meant. The young baron suddenly drops to his knees and declares Ellison his master on the spot, leaving him completely stunned. Then the boy begins laying out the story of how he ended up like this. His mother died giving birth to him, and not long after his father remarried. His stepmother was strict, always pushing him to be careful, always reminding him to behave like the son of a lord, but even with that cold discipline he still loved her, because those days were somehow the happiest part of his life. Then everything started to fall apart when his father became bedridden from a serious illness. The baron admits that he always dreamed of growing into a great lord like his father, but under his stepmother's shadow, he feels completely powerless. The servants still treat him like a child, they restrict what he can do, ignore his authority, and never let him act on his own. With no one to confide in, he feels isolated, convinced that even if he inherits the title, nothing about his life will really change. But after what happened today, a tiny bit of hope finally sparks inside him, and he begs Ellison once again to guide him. Ellison listens, though he clearly finds the conclusion a little ridiculous. He points out that asking a restaurant owner to mentor a noble is definitely not normal. But he still recognizes the real issue right away. The boy has no confidence because he has been intentionally smothered for years. He tells the baron that he has been raised in a way that stops him from thinking and acting for himself, and from ever properly asserting who he is. So Ellison gives him simple advice, but the kind that actually matters. He tells him to look people in the eye when he speaks, and to stand by his own words and actions. He explains that being a good lord means listening carefully, thinking things through, and making the decision that feels right to him. If that choice works out well, then it was the right move, and if it fails, then he has to accept it, learn from it, and keep moving. Before he can keep going, Ellison suddenly gets up and casually remarks that his hamburger is getting cold. Left behind with those words, the baron sits in silence and thinks hard about everything he just heard. Then he takes a bite of the hamburger and something in him starts to shift. Meanwhile, Ellison and Lauren teleport outside the city. Curious, Lauren asks why he went that far just to help the baron. Ellison simply pulls out the gold coin and explains that this wasn't charity, it was business. The coin is worth 100,000 runes, way beyond the price of a hamburger. Lauren stares at it in complete disbelief, unable to process that anyone would pay that much. Ellison shrugs and says that for a price like that, proper service is only fair. He even says he hopes the baron becomes a regular customer, though Lauren immediately hates that idea, grumbling that it would just mean fewer hamburgers for her. Elsewhere, at a clinic on the outskirts of the city, the elf doctor Alina opens up to Rain, who listens like a close friend. Alina explains that she left her homeland because she genuinely wanted to help people, but instead of gratitude, she keeps running into prejudice and obsession. Many of the patients who come to her are less interested in treatment and more interested in staring at an elf. Some spread rumors and accuse her of seducing people, while others treat her like a curiosity instead of a doctor. Little by little, those experiences have made her feel like she doesn't belong, no matter how sincere her intentions are. Rain patiently hears her out and asks the important question, whether Alina still enjoys what she does. Alina admits that she does, even if the burden of everything around it keeps weighing on her. Rain then tells her to hold onto that part, the part she still loves, and suggests she visit the restaurant on the hillside. She says the place might give her a different perspective, maybe even remind her that there are still things in this life worth appreciating. At the same time, Ellison is working on the lair, and Creston has introduced him to his nephew while also telling him that Alina has arrived at the restaurant. When Ellison gets back, he walks into absolute chaos. Alina is on her knees in front of Lauren, and Lauren, wearing a smug little smile, is declaring that Alina must serve her like a subordinate if she wants forgiveness. Ellison freezes for a second, fist tightening from pure irritation, then immediately demands to know what Lauren thinks she's doing to a customer. A few minutes earlier, Lauren had been lying around on one of the restaurant tables when the door opened. Alina stepped inside carefully, looking around and asking if anyone was there. Lauren got up to greet her and mentioned that the owner wasn't around at the moment, but then her attention instantly locked onto something else. Alina was an elf. Lauren studied her openly and commented that elves really were beautiful, and that all the praise surrounding them wasn't exaggerated at all. Feeling awkward, Alina responded politely, saying Lauren was beautiful too, and that she looked much younger than Alina expected. The second those words landed, Lauren's expression turned dangerous. She smiled, but not in a friendly way, and asked whether Alina was implying she looked young. Then she coldly explained that while she might be considered young among dragons, she was still far older than Alina, and demanded to know who had given her permission to speak so casually. In an instant, the air in the room turned crushing and terrifying, so heavy that Alina couldn't withstand it. Overcome by that pressure, she collapsed to the ground. That is the exact scene Ellison walks back into. After dealing with Lauren, he opens the door properly for their guest, apologizes for the commotion, and welcomes Alina inside. Lauren, now sitting there with a bump on her head after being scolded, miserably sulks and cries, and Alina can barely process what she's seeing. To her, it makes no sense. Dragons are monsters of overwhelming power, living disasters that can wipe out villages without effort, so seeing one act like a pouting child is completely beyond her understanding. Still shaken, Alina cautiously asks Ellison if he is really human. He hesitates for a moment, then realizes Lauren must have already exposed too much. In a lower voice, he confirms that yes, he is human, and yes, the girl in front of her is truly a dragon. Then he asks her to keep that information secret, explaining that the situation is complicated. Alina quickly assures him that she has no intention of provoking a dragon because she values her life far too much. Ellison tries to reassure her that she won't be harmed here, but he can already tell the first impression has been a complete disaster. Trying to recover the mood, he asks whether she is the Elf Council member Rain recommended. Alina confirms it, and that only makes Ellison more uneasy, because now he can fully imagine how terrible this place must look from her point of view. If this were Earth, he thinks, the restaurant would have been destroyed by reviews for that level of hospitality. Sensing the awkwardness, Alina mentions that she had heard good things about the restaurant's vegetable dishes. Ellison immediately shifts into full professional mode and asks if she has any dietary restrictions. Alina explains that it's not for moral reasons, but her body simply can't digest meat. With that in mind, Ellison heads to the kitchen to make something that suits her. After thinking it over, he settles on pasta. He sautés onions, garlic, and mushrooms in hot oil, layering the flavor with salt, sugar, and spices. Then while the sauce thickens, he boils the spaghetti and saves some of the pasta water so everything can come together smoothly. Once the dish is finished, he serves it to Elena and makes sure to tell her clearly that there is no meat in it. The moment she takes the first bite, her entire expression changes. The flavor is so different from anything she has known that she is left stunned. Until now, most of what she ate was little more than raw vegetables, so this completely rewrites her expectations. The pasta is so good that she quickly finishes it, savoring each bite with zero hesitation. Ellison notices how into it she is and approaches with a light comment about how much she seems to be enjoying the meal. Embarrassed, Alina covers her face and admits that it's just too good, she genuinely couldn't stop herself. He hands her a napkin and tells her there is no need to apologize. saying he's simply glad she liked it. Alina then explains that she almost never goes to restaurants because her appearance attracts far too much attention in the city, and most places don't even bother offering proper vegetarian meals. Even when they do, the food is usually bland and lifeless. Her face brightens as she admits that eating here has changed the way she sees things. She thanks Rain for recommending the place and says this was one of the most delicious meals she has ever had. Hearing that, Ellison finally feels relieved because at least in her eyes, the restaurant has managed to redeem itself. That calm moment gets shattered when Creston suddenly shoots to his feet, his voice full of anger, demanding to know what Nellen just said. Nellen repeats it, revealing that he has learned he is not actually related to his mother by blood. The entire atmosphere tightens instantly as he explains how badly the news has shaken him. Creston tries to talk sense into him, reminding him that his mother worked tirelessly to raise him even after losing her husband, and that taking care of a child who was even her own was something deeply noble. Nellen's voice shakes as he admits how badly he messed up. Earlier, overwhelmed by anger and confusion, he refused to eat the lunch she prepared and lashed out at her with insults. The second Creston hears that, he explodes, grabbing Nellen by the collar and furiously scolding him, telling him there are lines that should never be crossed. The situation gets heated enough that Ellison has to step in just to keep it from spiraling further. And just as things are starting to settle, Rain bursts into the room, pale and panicked, and announces that the mine has collapsed, and Nellen's mother is trapped inside. Nellen immediately asks what happened to her. Rain, still clearly shaken, says she isn't fully sure, but she thinks Nellen's mother went into the mine looking for him. That is all it takes. Crushed by guilt and fear, Nellen snaps into motion and rushes toward the mine without another thought, desperate to save her. Ellison and Alina follow right behind him, hoping they can help, and when they arrive, the scene is complete chaos. People are holding Nellen back with everything they have, because the moment he breaks free, he's ready to throw himself straight into the collapsed mine to save his mother. Everyone around him is shouting for him to calm down, warning that the tunnel could cave in again at any second, but panic has already taken over. Right then, Ellison and Alina arrive, and Ellison immediately steps in, telling everyone to stop panicking because he and Alina are going inside to bring Nellen's mother back. The crowd instantly objects, insisting that going in now is suicide, that another collapse could happen without warning and bury even more people. Ellison doesn't budge. He makes it clear that this is an emergency, and that Alina is a healer, which means there could still be injured people inside who cannot move on their own and need treatment immediately. After a lot of resistance, the people outside finally give in and let the two of them enter. As they move deeper into the mine, Alina thanks Ellison for choosing to risk himself for people who are not even his responsibility. She openly acknowledges how dangerous this is and tells him he doesn't have to be here. Before he can respond properly, the mine suddenly trembles and rocks begin falling from above, but Ellison reacts without the slightest panic, instantly casting a barrier that shields them from the debris. While continuing forward, he casually explains that when he was younger he happened to be a rather successful magician, though those days are behind him now. Then, curious about her, he asks why she decided to walk into a collapsing mine and risk her own life, when she could have stayed safe back at her clinic in Greek City. Alina hesitates, clearly unsure how to answer, but before she can say much, they reach a split in the tunnel. Since there is no time to check both paths one by one, Ellison begins chanting, and a spell summons light spirits that brighten the darkness of the mine before dividing into two groups and drifting down both routes. Alina watches in amazement as the spirits guide them toward a group of injured workers. One of the workers catches sight of the glowing lights and immediately thinks he's hallucinating, until Ellison and Alina step into view and prove that the rescue is real. Their injuries are not as bad as feared, so Alina quickly treats them with healing magic, allowing them to move safely, while Ellison uses his own magic to clear blocked passages and shift heavy stone out of the way. One by one, the injured are saved and sent back outside, but Nellen's mother is still nowhere to be found. Refusing to stop there, Ellison and Alina keep going until they finally find her collapsed on the ground, unconscious and badly hurt. Alina examines her at once and realizes the injuries are serious, far worse than the others. Without hesitation, she uses a much stronger healing spell, pouring everything she has into saving her. Soft green light spreads through the area, wrapping around the injured woman as Alina pushes her healing magic to its limit. Outside the mine, Rain is barely holding herself together, crying as fear completely overwhelms her. Ken tries to calm her, telling her to trust Alina's healing because if anyone can save Nellen's mother, it's her. Ellison does the same for Nellen, who is frozen in helpless fear, assuring him that thanks to Alina, his mother is no longer in mortal danger. Exhausted but determined, Alina trembles as she explains that the head injury has been healed, and that the wound near the eye is not as terrible as it first looked. She even says that once the bandages come off, Nellen's mother should regain her sight. As Nellen looks at her lying there, guilt crashes down on him all at once. Then he sees the basket of breakfast she had lovingly prepared for him that morning, the same meal he cruelly rejected earlier, and the regret hits even harder. He starts blaming himself for everything, convinced that his own words led to this. Then, in the middle of all that pain, his mother stirs and weakly calls out, asking if Nellen is there. The second he hears her voice, he completely breaks. He drops beside her in tears, apologizing over and over, confessing that he was terrified his cruel words would be the last thing she ever heard from him. Tears stream from her eyes too as she answers, relieved beyond words to hear him call her mom again. She tells him that as long as he is safe, nothing else matters. Watching that reunion, Alina quietly reflects on everything that brought her here. She tells Ellison that she had been seriously considering leaving her clinic behind and returning to her hometown, worn down by too many bad experiences and too little trust from the people around her. But Rain encouraged her to look for reasons to love the place she had started to resent. Alina says that human lives may be short compared to those of elves, but they burn with a kind of emotion that is both inspiring and exhausting at the same time. Despite all her doubts, she has come to admire that sincerity, that passion. And she admits that those very qualities are the reason she opened her clinic and stayed in the first place. Then with a faint smile, she adds that she has recently discovered one more thing she likes about humans, their ability to make incredible food. But before she can say anything else, the strain finally catches up to her and she nearly collapses from exhaustion. Ellison catches her just in time. What follows turns a little awkward as he transfers magical energy into her to restore her strength. Alina feels that power moving through her and is instantly shocked, because the technique feels like the kind of magic normally associated with elves. When she asks about it, Ellison quickly brushes it off by saying he learned it from a friend named Bayon. The name alone stuns her, because Bayon is no ordinary elf, he is a legendary elven hero. She immediately asks how Ellison knows someone like that, but Ellison avoids the whole mess of explaining it and simply says that in his prime, he used to be a fairly famous magician. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Lauren is inside her lair, digging with pure frustration and complaining the entire time. She grumbles about how unfair it is that Ellison left her behind with all the dirty work, especially when she cannot openly use magic in front of other people. Just as her complaining reaches maximum volume, water suddenly bursts out and sprays all over her, soaking her completely. Later, Ellison returns to find the cave in total chaos, mud everywhere, the ground torn up like a battlefield, and Lauren standing right in the middle of the disaster, covered head to toe in dirt, but somehow looking proud of herself. When he asks what on earth happened, she explains that water suddenly started shooting up from the ground. So naturally, she dug even deeper to find where it was coming from. Ellison is furious looking at the mess, but forces himself not to snap, reminding himself that she did not do this out of spite. After looking around, he quickly realizes what happened. She must have struck an underground water vein while digging. He points out that even with magic, it is not easy to see where underground water is flowing, and that she somehow dug much deeper than he expected. He reminds her that they already talked about reinforcing the cave walls so the place would not collapse. Lauren, completely unbothered, says she remembers just fine, and proudly adds that the cave is still standing because she has already been using barriers. Even so, Ellison can tell the structure still needs stronger support, so he starts gathering his magic and casting a much larger stabilizing spell over the walls. Watching him, Lauren quickly tells him to hold back, warning that if he loses control, he could blow up the entire mountain. Ellison actually listens, carefully refining the spell so it strengthens the cave safely, while Lauren adds her own magic as well, layering extra support into the structure. Once the reinforcements are finished, a loud sound suddenly echoes through the cave, and the water erupts with even greater force than before. Ellison studies it closely and confirms what Lauren accidentally found. It really is an underground water vein, and more than that, it is a natural hot spring, with warmth rising up from deep below the earth. Before Ellison can stop her, Lauren immediately jumps into the water to warm herself up, only to start panicking and yelling that it is way too hot and that she is about to get boiled alive. Watching her flail around, Ellison scolds her for rushing headfirst into things without thinking. Then he decides to fix the problem properly. Pressing his hand to the ground, he uses magic to reshape the earth, forming a smooth basin where the hot spring water can gather naturally. Little by little, the pool takes shape and begins filling with clear, warm water. Once the spring stabilizes, he removes the upper part of the barrier so the water can flow more freely. Then, without giving Lauren any warning, he simply grabs her and throws her back into the pool. She lets out a furious shriek as she hits the water, but the moment she sinks into it, her reaction changes. The temperature is perfect now, warm and relaxing, not painfully hot at all. Ellison had already adjusted it. After taking off his outer coat, he calmly joins her in the spring himself. As they sit there in the warmth, Lauren gets curious and asks where he went earlier, mentioning that she noticed him disappear and wants to know what he was doing. Ellison explains that a mine collapsed and he had to go save people. Lauren, however, barely reacts to the disaster itself and instead zooms in on the important part in her mind, whether he was with that elf. Ellison admits that yes, he needed Alina's help because healing magic is not his specialty. That answer immediately puts Lauren into a sulk, and she turns her back to him, muttering under her breath. She complains that while he was off somewhere with someone else, she was stuck digging through the cave by herself. And she also admits that she dislikes elves, along with most other races that are not dragons. Ellison quickly realizes exactly what this is: plain old jealousy. So instead of confronting it directly, he tries a softer approach. Using magic, he makes a cup of hot cocoa and hands it to her. Even while sulking, Lauren cannot resist it, and the second she tastes it, her whole mood starts improving. Seeing that, Ellison makes one for himself too. As the two of them sit together in the warm water sipping cocoa, Ellison starts explaining where it comes from. He tells her that cocoa powder is made from cacao beans, and that producing something that's simple-looking actually takes a lot of work. Harvesting, drying, roasting, grinding, every step requiring time and care. He points out that behind even one cup of cocoa, there are many people working hard to create it. And from there, he continues reflecting on his own abilities. Even with enough raw power to wipe out an entire mine, Ellison admits there are things he simply cannot do. He can destroy, but he cannot heal the wounded. And even something as basic as stocking his kitchen becomes impossible without Creston helping him secure ingredients. Building something as massive as a dragon's lair is no different either. Because that kind of place cannot exist through magic alone, it also takes dwarves to shape the actual structure. So Ellison tells Lauren something important. Every person, no matter their race, status, or strength, has things they are good at and things they cannot handle alone. Dragons are no exception, and needing help does not make them lesser. Lauren listens in silence, still looking stubborn on the outside, but for once some of his words actually seem to land. After a pause, she answers in her own way, saying that even so, she sees him differently because to her, Ellison is special and nobody else can compare. Far away from that quiet moment, another problem is unfolding. A mercenary group on an escort mission is suddenly ambushed by bandits and the fight goes bad fast. They try to resist, but the pressure is too much and their leader, Mint, is ultimately defeated. One of the bandits drags him right over the edge of a cliff, sending him falling into the darkness below. Back at the restaurant, Ellison decides to close for the day so he can focus on other priorities. Lauren notices the sign immediately and asks why the place is not open. Ellison explains that when they had hot cocoa the other day, they had no milk to go with it. And that little detail made him realize something bigger. If he wants this restaurant to run properly, he needs a stable source of ingredients. That leads him to his next plan, building a farm and raising baronics, livestock that can provide milk. He explains that baronerics can be found downstream near the Barren River. The second he mentions teleporting there, Lauren gives him a look, because unlike him, she cannot teleport accurately to places she has never visited. She reminds him that the last time she pulled it off was only because she followed the smell of his cooking all the way to the Lord's castle. Ellison still insists that giving her the general location should be enough, and tells her to trust her instincts. Reluctantly, Lauren agrees and the two teleport to the lower reaches of the river. The teleport goes about as badly as possible. The moment they arrive, both of them are suddenly falling out of midair. And somehow, even while plummeting, they still find time to argue. Ellison yells at her, asking why a dragon is scared of falling, and telling her to use her wings already. Lauren clings to his neck in full panic, screaming that she refuses to transform into her dragon form even if it kills her. For reasons she does not explain, she absolutely refuses to use her dragon abilities. Ellison chooses not to push it any further and simply uses magic to land them safely. Once they hit the ground, Lauren stares in shock at the enormous stretch of water in front of them, and Ellison casually tells her that it's the sea. That instantly leaves her embarrassed, but Ellison has no time to indulge it because they still have work to do. They need to catch around 10 baronerics. Then he adds a little extra motivation: whoever catches fewer will be stuck washing dishes for the day. Lauren grumbles, but with her pride on the line, she agrees at once. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, 3 loyal customers are sitting outside the closed door looking like they are one missed meal away from collapse. Apparently, life without Ellison's cooking has become that serious for them. As they wait, the three start talking among themselves, sharing their misery and complaining about how long they have gone without food. Down by the shore, Ellison and Lauren find the Baronerics calmly grazing. Thanks to Lauren's dragon heritage, she uses mind manipulation to guide the animals into a temporary fence with surprising ease. Ellison comments that the fence is good enough for now, though he plans to build them a proper sleeping area later. Once the Baronerics are secured, he decides it is time to head back. But when they return to the restaurant, Ellison is shocked to find the three customers still waiting outside, now looking so hungry they might actually collapse. He gets there just in time to prevent that disaster, and quickly prepares their favorite dishes for them. While eating, Creston casually jokes that if Ellison had not come back that day, they probably would have dug 3 graves right next to the restaurant and written starvation as the cause of death. Ellison can only stare at him, halfway between disbelief and exhaustion. At the same time, Lauren, having lost their earlier bet, is stuck in the kitchen washing dishes. While she works, Creston notices Ellison's plans for raising the Baronerics and asks the obvious question: how exactly is he planning to manage them when he is already short on help? Ellison admits he has been thinking about the same thing and says the answer is to hire employees. Since the meadow and livestock will need proper care, he cannot just bring in anybody, so he decides to post a recruitment notice and hold interviews. Creston immediately finds that entertaining and mentions that elves are said to be able to sense people's true intentions. He adds that the young baron should also learn how to judge whether a person is honest on his own. Even so, Creston offers his help too, claiming that years of mercenary work have made him good at reading people. Alina and the baron also volunteer, saying they want to help Ellison choose the right person. The next day, interviews for the meadow caretaker position begin, and the recruitment notice draws in a crowd. Creston, Alina, and Dion enthusiastically take their places as judges. The first applicant barely gets started before being dismissed, because Creston decides his energy is not good enough. The second is a handsome young man who seems lively and confident, and Creston initially looks impressed. But Alina uses her ability to read deeper and immediately throws him out after discovering his thoughts are full of inappropriate nonsense about her. Then comes the third applicant, a middle-aged man proudly announcing 30 years of experience and promising to create the finest meadow in Greek City. This time Dion takes over the interview and goes absolutely overboard, firing question after question at him about how he would keep the Baronerics comfortable, what he would do if they got sick or injured, how he would handle feeding schedules, and then even handing him a scroll packed with complicated text and demanding precise answers. Completely overwhelmed, the poor man mutters that the whole thing is insane and leaves in frustration. Watching all this unfold, Ellison starts feeling deeply uneasy. The trio's excitement, combined with their ridiculous standards, turns the interview process into pure chaos. And as it goes on, the reasons for rejecting people become even more absurd, to the point that some applicants are turned away before they can even properly introduce themselves. Ellison watches this nightmare happen with tears nearly forming in his eyes, and by the time the day ends, there are no applicants left. Creston, somehow still oblivious, wonders aloud if maybe the salary in the job notice was too low, completely unaware that they themselves scared off every last candidate. With no other choice, Ellison steps in, thanks the trio for their help, and announces that he will handle the next round himself. Right then, Miltine walks into the restaurant. She says she saw the job notice and asks if she can work there. Creston immediately confronts her, surprised to see her back so soon, and asks why she is not out on her escort mission. Miltine explains that their group was attacked by bandits, and that Mint fell off a cliff while protecting her. Creston's mood instantly darkens, and he demands to know why Mint never told him any of this. Miltine then reveals the part that matters most: Mint survived. But one of his legs no longer works, and he has retired from mercenary life because of it. Her expression turns grim as she recalls how, even though Alina wanted to help, too much time had passed for healing magic to restore his mobility. All Alina can do now is continue checking on him from time to time. Hearing this, Lauren bluntly asks why Miltine is the one looking for work when Mint is the injured one. Ellison immediately scolds her, telling her to show some consideration, because Miltine is already carrying enough stress without being hit with that on top of it. Still, even Ellison cannot deny that Lauren voiced the same question he was quietly wondering himself. For a mercenary like Miltine to leave that life and come here looking for work feels unusual. Blushing awkwardly, Miltine explains that she is not only searching for work for herself, she is trying to find a job that would suit Mint as well. As she says it, her face turns even redder, and suddenly everyone in the room understands what is really going on. Creston stares at her in disbelief and asks how old she is. When she answers that she is 29, he nearly loses it and shouts that Mint is 13 years older than her. Miltine does not back down at all, saying age means nothing to her. Alina, confused by the reaction, wonders why that gap matters so much, especially when for elves, 13 years is almost nothing. Ellison steps in and explains that human lifespans are far shorter than elven ones, which makes age differences carry a different weight in human relationships. Even after hearing that, Miltine stays completely firm. She says she has already made up her mind. She has left the mercenary guild and she intends to find work here, even if the alternative is starving on the street. Lauren, rather than mocking her, seems strangely intrigued by how serious she is, and quietly declares that age really does not matter, a statement that carries a little extra weight coming from someone far older than she looks. Ellison acknowledges Miltine's resolve and genuinely appreciates that she is willing to work alongside Mint, but he also points out the obvious: they still have not heard what Mint himself thinks about any of this. Miltine blushes all over again and admits that she has not spoken to him yet. Her plan was to secure the job first, then tell him afterward. She explains that Mint was the one who taught her everything from the proper way to hold a sword to how to care for her weapons. And now she wants to prove that she can handle farm work too, that she can stand on her own and support him in this new stage of his life. Alina finds the whole story touching and openly admires Miltine's determination to stay at Mint's side, though she quietly wonders if the words being used are maybe not fully capturing what this really is. After thinking for a moment, Ellison speaks up and tells Miltine that once she manages to collect her first bucket of milk from the ranch, he already knows the perfect dish to celebrate it with Mint. Then he officially welcomes her aboard, clearly looking forward to working with her. The next morning, Miltine arrives early, ready for her first day. Her first assignment is simple on paper: take the baronerics out from the fence and let them graze. As she carefully approaches the first one, she is struck by how calm and gentle the animals seem. She has no idea what kind of magic or training keeps them this docile, but she assumes the task should be manageable. That confidence disappears almost instantly. One tiny shove from a baroneric is enough to send her tumbling straight to the ground. She tries again and again, testing different approaches, but the result does not improve. She gets knocked over repeatedly and spends the day struggling just to keep up. By evening, frustration is starting to eat at her. While preparing dry hay for them, the baronerics crowd around her instead of going where she directs them, completely ignoring the fresh grass she is pointing out. Exhausted, she finally sits down and complains to herself about how drained she feels, already worrying that she might get fired before she even has the chance to work with Mint. Then, just when she starts slipping into despair, one of the baronerics walks over and gently nudges her with its nose. To her surprise, it feels almost like the creature understands. And then, even more unexpectedly, it allows her to milk it. Overjoyed, Miltine fills her very first bucket and rushes straight to Ellison to announce her success. Ellison is pleasantly surprised, even admitting that he expected it would take her at least a week. Smiling, he praises her effort and tells her to go change into clean clothes because they have another task ahead. Confused, Miltine asks what they are making, and Ellison reveals the plan: they are going to use that milk to prepare something special for Mint, a cheesy pizza. Ellison walks her through the process from the beginning, starting with pasteurizing the milk, then curdling it with vinegar. As he works, he explains why the curds have to be kneaded in warm water, how that helps remove the whey and turns it into mozzarella. Watching the whole process, Miltine comments that what she is seeing does not resemble any cheese she knows. Ellison reassures her that it is simply a different type. Then, almost too casually, he tells her that a special dish like this is the perfect way to confess her feelings to Mint. That line hits hard enough to turn her bright red, and she immediately protests that she has not even thought about confessing yet, though the thought clearly plants itself in her mind anyway. Meanwhile, Ellison, busy with the dough, starts bragging about how popular he supposedly was in his younger days. Curious despite herself, Miltine asks whether he has a lot of dating experience, only for Ellison to admit that he has never been on a single date in his life. Somehow still undeterred, he hands her the finished pizza and gives her his grand advice anyway: honesty always works. He tells her to pour her heart into the dish, because Mint will definitely notice the sincerity behind it. Miltine rolls her eyes at his self-declared expertise but still takes the pizza, ready to go see where her feelings will lead. Once everything is prepared, the group heads over to check on Mint's condition. Miltine, meanwhile, lingers shyly outside with the pizza in her hands. After some time spent catching up, Ellison introduces Alina to Mint, explaining that she is an elf who runs a respected clinic and is widely known for her healing ability. Mint looks slightly surprised and maybe a little intimidated by that introduction. Then Miltine finally steps forward, face flushed red, and nervously asks how he is feeling. At that point, Mint seems to realize why everyone has really come to visit him. Alina calmly gets to work on his injured leg. Her magic cannot fully undo the damage, but it is enough to help with rehabilitation and ease some of the burden on him. Once the treatment is done, Mint turns his attention back to Miltine and reminds her that she seemed like she had something important to say. His tone makes it clear he is waiting for her to finally say what is on her mind. Miltine's heart starts racing, sweat building as everyone silently roots for her to go through with it. But at the last second, panic wins. She abruptly changes the subject and asks if he is hungry, suggesting that they eat first, hoping the food will give her the courage to speak afterward. She repeats Ellison's advice to herself: honesty will work as long as her sincerity reaches him. Then she presents the pizza she worked so hard to make, with the toppings carefully arranged into a heart. In a nervous voice, she explains that it is called pizza, that she made it herself with some help from Ellison, and that it is something special. Then she asks if he thinks it looks nice. Mint, however, completely misses the deeper meaning and simply suggests that they eat. Without hesitation, he reaches for a slice. Once everyone joins in, Mint takes a bite and is visibly surprised. He admits that he always thought cheese was just that smelly stuff sold in markets, but the cheese on this pizza is actually delicious. The flavor and texture win him over immediately. While the others enjoy the meal, Miltine eats quietly. Afterward, Mint compliments her cooking and says he had no idea she could make something this unique and good. Gathering her courage again, Miltine asks whether he has thought about what he wants to do with his future. The serious shift in her tone makes Mint pause. He admits that he has not really thought about it. That is when Miltine suggests he come work with her at Ellison's ranch. Mint is surprised and asks what ranch she is talking about. So Ellison steps in and explains that he recently acquired one and would be honored to have Mint work with them. Mint looks taken aback, and once he learns that Miltine is already working there, he asks what happened to her mercenary work. Embarrassed, Miltine looks away, then forces herself to say it plainly: she left the guild right after Mint did because she wants to stay by his side in the future. She blurts it out before she can stop herself, unable to keep her feelings hidden any longer. Mint smiles warmly and agrees to work at the ranch, and that answer fills Miltine with happiness. The others look pleased too. Then Mint casually says the one thing that destroys the whole mood for her. Since she is no longer with the mercenaries, he says, maybe now is a good time for her to start meeting some younger men in town. He even adds that she is old enough now to start thinking seriously about dating. Miltine freezes on the spot, completely speechless. Ellison, realizing instantly what just happened, scratches the back of his head and understands that Mint has completely missed the point. Meanwhile, Mint, utterly unaware of the emotional wreckage he just caused, keeps talking about when he will be able to start working at the ranch. Ellison gently tells him to focus on recovering first and not rush anything. As the group gets ready to leave, Ellison apologizes quietly to Miltine, admitting that he really thought her plan would work, that sincerity alone would be enough. On the way back, he tries to comfort her, but Miltine brushes it off and says that now that they will be working together, there will be plenty of chances for them to get closer. She forces a smile and says she is not upset, that she is looking forward to working with everyone. But once she drifts a little apart from the group, the mask slips and tears finally spill down her face. She cries softly, yet even in that hurt, she decides she is not giving up. The others watch her go, feeling bad for her but not knowing what to say. Back where he is, Mint sits alone in thought, and it feels very much like he understood everything from the beginning, but simply is not ready to face it. The very next day, Crown Prince Leon of the Loving Empire arrives in the area. He wears a polite smile, but the faint displeasure on his face makes it obvious that he is not exactly impressed by the rural surroundings. As he passes through, he notices two beautiful women standing near the roadside, and with zero hesitation he approaches them and invites them to the castle that evening. Nearby, Porgo watches the prince's behavior and asks Madrini what exactly is going on. His expression darkens further as he complains about the complete lack of a proper welcome from the Lord of Greek City. At the same time, Dion prepares himself to meet the prince alone, since his mother is unwell and unable to attend. Seeing how tense he is, the steward encourages him, reminding him that he now stands in place of his family and represents his people who still believe in him. Dion enters the room where both the prince and Porgo are waiting, takes a breath, and silently asks his father for strength and guidance. Once he reaches the table, the atmosphere is immediately stiff. Porgo asks about Count Greek's condition, and Dion's expression darkens at once. He explains that his father is still bedridden, and it is clear from his face alone how heavily that truth weighs on him. Prince Leon reacts with polished indifference, calling the situation unfortunate. Then he casually notes that Count Greek once stood under Duke Sarin, and Dion answers with extreme care, saying it has been a long time since there was any real contact between them. Leon adds that he has also heard rumors that Sarin's health is failing. Dion stays guarded, fully aware that one careless word here could turn into a disaster. Porgo, sensing the perfect opening, smoothly shifts the conversation and suggests that this might be the moment for Dion to rethink where his loyalty belongs. If Greek were to align with him, he says, the territory would gain powerful protection, and Dion's position as Baron would be secured. Dion hesitates because he understands exactly how heavy that choice is. He answers carefully, saying it is not a decision he can make on the spot. Porgo refuses to let go, bringing up the neighboring kingdom's civil war and the massive irrigation project now underway, explaining that both will inevitably mean heavier taxes for border territories like Greek. That shocks Dion enough to make him ask whether this is an official order from the central royal government. Porgo gives him a slippery smile and brushes aside the question, saying the real issue is that managing the territory is the Count's responsibility, then repeats that siding with him could make the burden lighter. Dion understands the threat hidden underneath it all. If he does nothing, his land will become a stage for disorder and political struggle. Frustrated and cornered, he suddenly blurts out that he will hold a grand banquet first, and only after that will he give his answer. Porgo looks unimpressed, clearly seeing it as pointless stalling, but then Prince Leon unexpectedly shows interest, saying he has grown tired of palace cuisine and would welcome the chance to try something different. Dion, uneasy but trapped, agrees and promises to prepare a meal worthy of them. Back at the restaurant, Ellison is busy making food for his staff, and the menu today is fried rice, the smell alone filling the room. Lauren complains that her appetite feels smaller lately even as she keeps eating, and Ellison casually tells her there is still plenty left if she wants a second or third round. Then the calm gets shattered when a group of knights storms into the restaurant. Their leader, Sword, immediately demands that the owner show himself. Ellison steps forward without panic and calmly tells them to lower their weapons, pointing out that barging into a place where people are in the middle of eating is wildly inappropriate. The knights are not impressed by how relaxed he is. One of them presses a blade against Ellison's neck and threatens him, telling him to kneel or face the consequences. That is where Ellison's patience starts running out. In a steady, unmistakably cold voice, he warns the knight to leave. The man is too dumb to realize how close he is to disappearing, and raises his sword as if he is actually about to strike. Before he can move, a sharper, commanding voice cuts straight through the tension and orders everyone to stop. It is Dariant, the vice-captain of the Knights, and someone Ellison knows well. Dariant immediately tears into his subordinates and orders them outside to kneel with their hands raised. Then he apologizes to Ellison, explaining that the Knights were assigned to keep watch over the area but clearly overstepped in the worst way possible. Ellison lets it slide, acknowledging their loyalty while telling Dariant to make sure this kind of nonsense never happens again. The moment softens into nostalgia as Dariant remembers the battle where Ellison saved his battalion in a hopeless situation. He recalls how Ellison alone broke through enemy lines and flipped the entire fight, turning certain defeat into survival. Even with all that praise, Ellison still downplays it, giving the credit to the battalion's discipline and to Dariant's leadership. Then Dariant's voice grows heavier as he shares something personal. How during the war he was so obsessed with honor that he left his wife struggling in poverty, a failure that still eats at him. He reveals that Ellison, without ever saying a word, sent the reward money Dariant had once refused straight to his wife. That kindness became a debt he feels he can never repay. So in his own extremely over-the-top way, he decides to return the favor with an idea so absurd it leaves Ellison staring blankly. Dariant proposes shutting down every other restaurant in Greek so Ellison's can dominate the city. Before Ellison can even begin to object, Dariant is already barking orders like he is launching a military campaign, which only makes Ellison's misery worse. Elsewhere in town, Porgo is growing more and more anxious about the Crown Prince choosing to eat at some random unfamiliar establishment, because if anything goes wrong, it will be a complete disaster. Leon, meanwhile, is not worried in the slightest. But while they travel, the mood flips instantly when a volley of arrows suddenly rains down toward the prince, only to be stopped in midair by a magical barrier. Madrina, the Grand Mage traveling with him, is the one who blocks it, protecting Leon without the slightest hesitation. The assassins reveal themselves right after, boldly announcing that they only intend to kill the prince and will spare the rest. Madrina does not waste even a heartbeat. She unleashes her magic, making the earth quake beneath them and trapping the attackers under overwhelming force. Her sheer power alone crushes the threat, perfectly showing why she was chosen to accompany the Crown Prince in the first place. The ground shakes violently, rocks come crashing down, and the assassins are buried before they can do anything meaningful. Leon stands there unharmed in the middle of the destruction, watching the Empire's 7th-rank Grand Mage erase the attack like it was nothing. Seeing that overwhelming display, he reflects on how her strength makes it almost impossible for any enemy to stand against them, and openly praises her as one of the Empire's greatest weapons. Madrina, however, remains composed and humble. Watching from a distance, Dion is left stunned because the rumors were not exaggerated at all. Madrina truly is the kind of mage who could wipe out armies by herself. Back at the restaurant, Dariant and Ellison continue talking. Ellison teases him for his usual habit of charging into situations before thinking them through, and Dariant awkwardly admits that the description is painfully accurate, promising he will start fixing that flaw from now on. Ellison laughs and brings up another time Dariant's recklessness caused trouble for everyone, and Dariant can only laugh awkwardly too and promise to do better. Then their conversation abruptly stops when Dariant notices someone approaching. His whole demeanor changes, and he immediately orders the knights outside not to move. He explains with urgency that the crown prince is coming. Ellison, by contrast, stays calm and finally understands why the First Night Order has been so active in Greek City lately. When Crown Prince Leon arrives, Ellison greets him respectfully, though he remains cautious, fully aware that this visit matters. Among the prince's entourage, Ellison's eyes are drawn to Madrina, specifically because she is wearing an old Royal Mage Corps uniform. Leon notices that too and immediately recognizes the connection, pointing out Ellison's ties to the Corps. Ellison casually replies that he still wears the uniform because it is comfortable, even though he was discharged long ago. Leon lights up at the discovery and excitedly introduces Madrina as a 7th-rank Grand Mage, assuming Ellison must have at least heard of her back in his service days, then calls her over with clear enthusiasm. Madrina freezes the moment this happens. Porgo, already impatient, calls her name again, snapping her out of it. She slowly gets off her horse, removes her helmet, and approaches, visibly tense. Leon proudly presents her to Ellison, completely unaware of how nervous she is. Madrina struggles to keep herself together, thinking about Ellison's overwhelming presence and how badly one wrong move could go for her. Then Ellison gives her a calm, almost pleasant smile, and she instantly recognizes it for what it really is, a warning. So she follows his lead and nervously claims that this is their first time meeting. Leon believes her, though with a hint of disappointment. Madrina, on the other hand, understands exactly what Ellison is doing, pretending not to know her so that unnecessary trouble does not explode right here. She immediately uses that opening to shift the conversation and announces that the group will be holding a banquet at the restaurant, formally asking Ellison to prepare a grand meal. Inside, the atmosphere changes the second Leon steps in. He looks around and comments on how clean the place is, and Ellison apologizes for the lack of grandeur, explaining that he had no way to prepare for guests of this rank. Leon dismisses that concern, saying that for any restaurant, taste matters more than decoration. Then he directly challenges Ellison to produce a dish worthy of impressing the crown prince. To make things even more ridiculous, he drags Dion into a bet on the spot, declaring that if the food fails to satisfy him, Dion will have to parade naked through the city. Dion is visibly shaken by that insane suggestion, but Leon keeps pushing it anyway. Ellison accepts the challenge because at this point his reputation is on the line. For the first course, he serves a delicate mushroom soup. Leon admits that the aroma is good and the flavor balanced, but dismisses it as not especially impressive given how many luxurious soups he has already tasted in his life. Porgo backs that up, calling it good but ordinary. Then Ellison turns to Madrina and asks for her opinion. She hesitates, opens the lid of her soup, and finds a message floating in the broth ordering her to give a passionate review. Her heart nearly jumps out of her chest, because she realizes instantly that she has to think fast. She takes a spoonful, then suddenly slams the table and rises dramatically, going all in with ridiculous enthusiasm. She declares the soup extraordinary, comparing its flavor to 9th-level magic itself. Her over-the-top performance leaves both the crown prince and Porgo stunned. It is absurd, shameless, and completely excessive, but it works, because it shifts the mood and takes some of the pressure off Ellison. Inside, Madrina is dying from embarrassment, desperately hoping that this level of drama is enough to satisfy him. Still trying to recover from what she just did, she hurriedly urges Leon to taste the soup again. She keeps insisting the soup is exceptional, and Leon, half impressed and half entertained by Madrina's absurdly intense reaction, finally agrees to taste it again. He remarks that if she is praising it with that much passion, then maybe it deserves a second chance, then adds with a teasing edge that her expressions are far more animated than he ever expected from her. Dion, trying to smooth over the strange atmosphere, admits that the soup is genuinely good too, and says that if this were not such an important occasion, he might have asked for another bowl himself. But even with those comments, everyone at the table can tell that Madrina's explosive performance has less to do with the soup and more to do with something else entirely. A royal mage of her standing has surely tasted dishes far beyond this, so her sudden theatrical devotion feels off. Leon notices it, Porgo notices it, and both silently question what could possibly make someone of Madrina's rank act like this over a bowl of soup. Dion glances toward Ellison, beginning to suspect that the restaurant owner himself may be the reason. Ellison, meanwhile, hides a laugh behind a mischievous smile, calmly promises that the next dish will follow soon, and walks away from the dining room like he knows exactly what he is doing. Leon still looks unconvinced, commenting that while the soup is decent, it does not feel all that different from what he has already eaten at the palace. Porgo agrees and jokingly says he had no idea Madrina loved mushroom soup this much, even promising to add it to her meals once they return to the palace. Embarrassed by the spotlight, Madrina hurriedly insists that the soup really is unique, then quickly finishes the rest to avoid more questions. But the moment the bowl is emptied, another message reveals itself at the bottom, telling her to meet Ellison behind the restaurant. Realizing she may have just made a mistake by drinking everything, she panics and spits out what little remains in her mouth, coughing hard enough to draw Leon's attention. He quietly leans toward Porgo and notes that Madrina is acting unusually unstable today. Desperate to escape the moment, she excuses herself and heads to the back of the restaurant. Ellison is already waiting there, leaning casually against the railing like he has all the time in the world. Madrina approaches carefully and nervously asks whether he was the one who called for her. Then, without warning, a rainbow-colored magical barrier forms around them. The moment she recognizes it as a soundproofing spell, she understands that whatever happens next will stay between them. Ellison turns to her wearing an innocent, almost pleasant smile, greets her warmly, and remarks that it has been a long time. He even compliments her earlier performance, though he says it came off more like comedy than genuine praise. The comment somehow feels like a compliment and a scolding at the same time, leaving her completely unsure how to respond. Before she can even try, Ellison reminds her that he once warned her never to cross paths with him again. His smile thins and the atmosphere around him shifts as a heavy, ominous magical aura begins pressing down on the space between them. He says he is glad to see her alive, but makes it clear that by being here, she has already broken their agreement. Panicking, Madrina blurts out that she had no idea he was in this city. Ellison is not remotely impressed by that excuse and immediately demands to know why she is accompanying Leon. She explains that she is only following orders from Duke Tamurin, who is expanding his influence across multiple territories, and that their visit is meant to strengthen his position in the royal court. Ellison cuts her off right there, saying he does not care about Tamurin's ambitions. What he wants is Leon's real purpose. Under the pressure of his gaze, Madrina starts visibly sweating. Ellison then lays out Leon's reputation himself, describing him as corrupt, indulgent, and morally rotten, someone who manipulates people through his status while pretending to have no interest in politics at all. His tone darkens further as he says Leon's behavior, including the way he is exploiting Dion, is part of something much bigger. Then he demands the one answer she clearly does not want to give. What is the Crown Prince ultimately trying to do? Trembling, Madrina insists that she cannot say. She pleads with him to believe that even under torture, she would not be able to reveal secrets like that. Ellison's expression goes cold as he tests whether she means it. In the end, all she can admit is that she just wants to leave. Some time later, Madrina returns to the banquet table looking pale and badly shaken. Leon and Porgo both notice it instantly, though neither comments on it directly. Trying to regain control of herself, Madrina places a hand over her chest and weakly claims she was simply savoring the aftertaste of the soup. Leon clearly does not buy it, but he lets it slide and instead remarks that it is surprising for an outskirt restaurant to serve something like that. The glance he throws toward Dion makes it obvious he suspects the young lord is hiding more than he lets on. Even so, Leon refuses to drop the wager. He reminds Duke Tamurin of the terms, and the Duke smirks as he repeats that the goal is still the same, to serve a dish truly capable of satisfying the prince. Leon's smile sharpens as he turns the knife a little deeper, mocking Dion by saying that even if his bedridden father somehow rose from his sickbed and personally presented the dish himself, it probably still would not meet his standards. Dion's fists tighten, but he answers with controlled calm, saying he is willing to endure any personal humiliation if it means protecting his people and securing their future. That resolve earns silent respect from everyone in the room, even Leon, though the prince hides it behind a mocking laugh. Then, as late afternoon sunlight pours gold across the room, Ellison returns carrying the main course. He lifts the lid with deliberate drama and reveals what at first glance looks like a smoky mound of dirt. Porgo, naturally skeptical, questions what kind of dish this is supposed to be, and Ellison casually explains that it is not dirt at all, but a chicken sealed in clay, based on an old recipe. Then, using a small hammer, he cracks the clay open, revealing a perfectly roasted chicken inside. The aroma that bursts out instantly captures everyone's attention. As he slices into it, Ellison explains the meaning behind the dish, comparing it to something precious hidden beneath an unremarkable shell, beauty concealed under an ugly surface. His words do not just describe the food, they carry a deeper edge, like he is quietly criticizing Leon's manipulative nature without ever saying it outright. For the first time all evening, the Crown Prince is left speechless. Ellison notices the reaction but remains composed, adding one final remark about how appearances can deceive for a while, but the truth eventually comes to light. Those words hang over the table long after he finishes speaking. From there, the conversation shifts into something far more dangerous. Holding a broken piece of clay in his hand like it is evidence in a trial, Ellison calmly suggests they talk about the current state of the Ruburn Empire. He says the empire has weakened badly after years of dragon war, and that the king's fading authority has given the counts room to expand their power unchecked. The room goes quiet as he speaks, because his observations are far too sharp, almost like he has been studying the empire from the shadows this entire time. With each sentence, Leon's unease grows. Ellison points out that royal authority is at its lowest point, leaving the crown prince in an extremely unstable position. Then he says something even harsher, that in such a fragile moment, the safest path might be to give up all claim to power entirely. Sweat starts forming on Leon's brow and his carefully relaxed image begins to crack. He notes how Leon has carefully lived as a man of indulgence, hiding behind the image of a useless fool. Porgo, clearly infuriated now, glares at Ellison and repeatedly warns him to stop, his voice growing harsher as he demands to know whether Ellison understands the consequences of speaking like this. Ellison stays perfectly calm and simply asks everyone to listen a little longer. Then he raises the stakes again, saying Leon's aimless appearance is not aimless at all, that it is a calculated mask, and that beneath it he is preparing to strike back at the nobles and reclaim the royal authority that slipped away from the king. That is the point where Porgo finally explodes. He slams his hand down on the table and calls for Deputy Commander Dariant. The whole room tightens instantly as Dariant enters, visibly tense and unsure what kind of disaster he is walking into. Porgo fixes Ellison with a murderous stare and warns him that he has gone too far. Ellison, on the other hand, looks almost amused. He lets out a quiet chuckle, completely untouched by the threat, and even taunts Porgo by implying that getting rid of him would not be nearly as easy as he seems to think. Porgo's face twists with rage, and he orders his men to execute Ellison immediately. But before the situation can erupt into violence, Leon suddenly moves. He picks up his fork, takes a bite of the roasted chicken, and the exaggerated sound of him chewing cuts through the room hard enough to steal everyone's attention. Then he laughs, slams his hand on the table, and tells everyone to sit down and eat. The sudden, almost theatrical shift leaves the room stunned. No one is quite sure how to react, but one by one they reluctantly follow his lead and begin eating, even though the tension never really leaves. Leon, however, now seems almost delighted. Between bites, Leon casually remarks that pretending to be a fool has taught him more than people realize. Then he turns his eyes toward Porgo, smiling wider, and makes it clear that a truly clever man knows exactly when to play along and when to keep his real hand hidden. That shift catches Porgo completely off guard. For the first time, he does not look angry, he looks uncertain. A moment later, Leon declares the matter settled and announces that Dion has won the bet, leaving the young lord genuinely stunned. Then the prince rises from his seat, settles his cloak over his shoulders, and thanks Ellison for the meal as if none of the tension from moments ago ever happened. With one careless wave, he orders his knights to prepare for the return to the capital. Only once the group finally leaves does the pressure in the room begin to fade. Ellison keeps his composure until the door shuts behind them, and only then does he exhale, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Dion, still trying to process the whole surreal dinner, asks how Ellison managed to steer things so cleanly. Ellison just smiles and tells him that not everything needs to be fully understood. Sometimes the real trick is knowing when to move, and when to let events unfold on their own. The return trip to the capital is strangely quiet. Porgo and Madrina walk in silence, heads lowered, each buried in thought, while Dariant, still unable to make sense of everything that happened at the banquet, stares ahead like his brain is still catching up. Eventually, Leon breaks the silence and asks Madrina about Ellison, reminding her that she had mentioned him before and wanting the full truth now. She hesitates, but eventually admits that yes, Ellison is the man she once warned them about. Porgo scoffs at the idea, unable to believe that a restaurant owner could truly be that dangerous. Leon, however, no longer shares that dismissive view. If anything, the prince seems impressed, even amused, because Ellison's refusal to bend only proves how strong he really is. Then Leon begins reflecting on the way he and his allies have built their power so far, through fear, pressure, and forcing nobles into obedience. But now, for the first time, he starts to wonder whether trust might actually be the stronger path. Back at the restaurant, Ellison is checking over a small barn he built himself outside. At first, he looks quietly satisfied with the work, but before he can enjoy the moment, one of the animals inside kicks the structure. The whole thing immediately collapses into a sad pile of wood. Ellison just stands there speechless for a second before admitting, with a little embarrassment, that trying to build it himself without proper knowledge was a terrible idea. Laughing at his own failure, he decides right then that construction should be left to professionals from now on. The scene then shifts to the Miller-wreck, where a tall, muscular woman with fiery red hair appears. This is Serena, the Scarlet Dragon Guardian, and she arrives with a dangerous grin, ready to confront whoever has entered her territory. At first, she carries herself like a proper threat, all heat, confidence, and menace. But then she accidentally kicks a golden crown lying on the ground, and the sharp edge slams straight into her shin. She yelps, grabs her leg, and starts hopping on one foot, instantly destroying the terrifying image she had just built up. Her confidence wobbles on the spot as she wonders how she is supposed to punish intruders while barely holding herself together from the pain. On the other side of the mountain, Lauren is grumbling about how much she hates mountains while Ellison walks beside her, trying to calm her down by reminding her that they are almost at their destination. She questions, not unfairly, why they did not simply hire human architects instead of putting themselves through all this trouble. Ellison explains that what he needs built has to meet very specific standards, and dwarves are unmatched when it comes to that kind of craftsmanship. Lauren starts imagining what the dwarf village must look like, expecting some incredible masterpiece of engineering. But when they finally get there, what they find is the complete opposite. The gate is enormous but cracked and smothered in moss, and the entire place feels abandoned. Beyond it, skeletons lie scattered across the ground, silent proof that something violent and terrible happened there. Lauren immediately shifts into a defensive stance and starts scanning for danger, asking who could possibly have done this. Then debris bursts upward, and from the shadows emerges a red dragon. Its voice drips with contempt as it looks down on them, clearly disappointed that it did not get a more satisfying audience. Not a fully grown dragon, just a young one and a human. The dragon mocks them openly, belittling both of them as intruders not even worth proper attention. Ellison, however, stays completely calm. He drops his bag to the ground, making it obvious that he is ready to fight if needed. That alone surprises the dragon because it is clearly not used to humans standing there without fear. Offended by his audacity, it prepares a scarlet dragon's roar, a destructive blaze capable of wiping things out in an instant. Flames burst from its mouth, but the moment the attack comes, Ellison responds with magic. Lightning arcs from his hands, and his spell crushes the inferno down to almost nothing. The dragon is left stunned, barely able to process that its attack just got erased that easily. Then Ellison fires back with a spell of his own, one that scorches the dragon's scales and leaves it reeling in pain. The creature stammers in disbelief, no longer sure whether the human standing in front of it is even human at all. That is when Serena's confidence finally shatters. The smug intimidation disappears, replaced by sudden panic, and she immediately starts begging for mercy. She insists that the destruction around them is not her doing, that the village was already in ruins when she arrived. Then she reveals something more useful. There is a massive underground door somewhere below the village, and she has never been able to get past it to see what lies beyond. Realizing she needs to survive this encounter, Serena abruptly changes tactics and slides closer to Ellison, wrapping an arm around his neck and trying to charm him instead. She suggests that traveling with her would obviously be much more enjoyable than sticking with Lauren. That flirtatious move immediately sets Lauren off. She steps forward in anger, declares her claim on Ellison without hesitation, and kicks Serena right in the shin. Once again, the red dragon folds in pain, clutching the exact same leg. Even through the tension, Serena finally gives up the location of the underground door. Ellison and Lauren head deeper into the mountain, driven now by curiosity as much as purpose. Eventually, they arrive at a massive door covered in intricate carvings and pulsing with faint magical energy. The moment they approach, a voice comes from the door itself, warning them to leave at once. Ellison studies it carefully and quickly realizes this is no ordinary entrance, but a sealed barrier designed to protect whatever is hidden inside. Lauren, impatient as always, decides to handle it the simple way and starts punching and kicking the door. It does absolutely nothing. The glowing orb at the center reacts to her aggression and responds with another warning, accusing dragons of being the ones who brought destruction to their cave in the first place. Lauren gets more irritated when Ellison warns her to stop and tells her the problem is more complicated than brute force. He points out that there are traces of dragon magic on the door itself, which means opening it will not be simple. Lauren, still hot-headed, immediately suggests finding another red dragon and crushing its head until that solves the problem. Ellison assures her that he has a more peaceful way to handle it, one that just needs patience. So instead of forcing the issue, Ellison starts asking questions. He asks the voice inside how long they have been sealed away, and the answer is about a year. Hearing that, he comments that it makes perfect sense there would be serious problems by now, like running out of food. The voice inside remains suspicious, asking why they should trust him at all and whether he might be a servant of the Red Dragon. That question instantly triggers Lauren, and she furiously protests that they are nothing like that dragon's servants. Ellison quickly covers her mouth and tells her to calm down, then speaks to the voice again with respect, saying he understands their caution and had only hoped to help. Since the door stays shut, he changes tactics entirely. He starts stacking stones and uses magic to make a fire. Lauren watches him with a mix of confusion and disbelief as he explains that if they are going to be stuck here a while, they might as well eat. The people behind the door, starved after a year, are immediately drawn in by the smell of the sausages cooking over the fire. They ask what he is doing, and Ellison casually says they are just preparing for the trip back. That only makes them protest harder, demanding to know why he would cook and eat right in front of starving people. Ellison answers with total shameless calm, saying it is too far to go all the way back for food, so eating here is simply more convenient. By now Lauren has caught on and pulls out a string of sausages herself. As the scent of sizzling meat spreads through the air, both she and Ellison grab sausages and crack open cans of beer. Toasting to their efforts like this is all perfectly normal. And that is the final straw. The door creaks open and the leader of the dwarves appears, lured out by the smell. Ellison smirks, fully aware that his strategy just worked. Then the door opens wider, revealing a group of thin, starving dwarves behind it. The dwarves who step out are painfully thin, clearly starved for far too long, and the moment they catch sight of the sausages, the entire group practically loses control. Ellison sees their condition immediately and tells them not to rush, to slow down and actually enjoy the food. One old dwarf with a white beard bites into a sausage and is so overwhelmed he tears up on the spot, while another shouts that the flavor is even better with beer. Ellison quietly notes to himself that giving alcohol to hungry people is usually a terrible idea. But in this case, dwarves can handle their drink, and they are not so far gone that one cup will drop them. Their leader, still wary even while starving, asks about the taste, and Ellison simply reassures him that it is something special. That finally earns a booming laugh from the chief, who admits that after a meal like this, they owe Ellison more than they can repay. Ellison, still perfectly polite, offers to share the rest of the sausages with the others, then casually asks about a dwarf named Geltzar. The chief visibly reacts and asks how he knows that name. Ellison explains that they have met before and that he needs to speak with him. Once the chief realizes Ellison is connected to people of real importance, he agrees to take him there. They head down into the underground mine, a dark, twisting place where what remains of the dwarf settlement is hidden. Only 20 or 30 survivors are left living down there, and as Ellison walks through it, he cannot help wondering how a clan that once flourished ended up reduced to this. Eventually they stop at a particular tent, and the chief calls out to announce Ellison's arrival. Inside, Geltzar, silver-haired and long-bearded, welcomes him warmly and recognizes him at once as an old acquaintance. Even in these miserable conditions, Geltzar carries himself like the true leader of the dwarves, wise and steady. He apologizes that they have to meet again under such grim circumstances, then turns his sharp eyes toward Lauren and immediately senses what she is. He asks whether she is the Almighty One, and Lauren, flattered, responds with her usual proud attitude. Ellison does not waste time with pleasantries. He asks directly what happened to the dwarves, how their once thriving mine ended up like this. Geltzar hesitates, clearly pained by the memory, but eventually tells the truth: it was the red dragons. The dwarves fought as hard as they could, but against dragons they never stood a chance. Only a handful survived, retreating underground to protect the last thing they had left. Ellison, feeling that there is more to the story, presses further and asks specifically how many dragons attacked. Geltzar reveals it was not one but a group. That confirms Ellison's suspicion immediately. The marks on the sealed door were the result of a coordinated assault, and that raises an even worse question. What kind of larger problem is forcing dragons to work together like that? As Ellison is processing that, Geltzar reaches beneath the table and presses a hidden switch. A bookshelf slides aside, revealing a secret passage, and he leads them into a concealed chamber. There he explains that the dwarves have survived dragon attacks for generations, not through luck, but because they always had a guardian protecting them. Then he takes out a gem glowing with a cold blue light, and the chamber brightens just enough to reveal something massive, the skeleton of a dragon. Geltzar introduces it as Killert, the noble golden dragon protector of the dwarves. The sight leaves Ellison speechless. Just from the scale of those remains, he can tell Kullert must have lived for at least 500 years, and the weight of that sacrifice hits hard. Geltzar quickly explains that the dwarves never worshipped him with offerings or tribute. Kullert protected them simply out of kindness, defending them, teaching them, helping them survive, but even a dragon like that could not escape time forever. Ellison and Lauren stand there in stunned silence. Then Geltzar reveals the real reason the red dragons keep coming: an ancient marble, a condensed essence of magic, a sacred gem capable of creating a dragon lord. The dwarves have guarded it for generations, and Kullert served as its protector. Geltzar explains that a dragon lord is a being who can command all dragons, and if dragons ever united under such a ruler, they would become a force no one in the world could resist. At that point, the world itself could be destroyed on that lord's command. He adds that only an extremely rare dragon can produce one of these ancient essences, which is why Kullert protected it from anyone who would use it for evil. What he still does not know, however, is how many essences are required to awaken a complete dragon lord. As Geltzar speaks, Lauren can barely stay still. His words drag her straight back into old memories from when she was just a little dragon, memories of her mother comforting her, and before long, tears start running down her face. The sight of her like that makes Ellison move immediately, pulling her into a hug to calm her. Through her crying, Lauren explains the missing piece. It takes 3 essences to awaken a full dragon lord capable of ruling the world. Hearing that, the dwarf chief apologizes to her for forcing such painful memories to the surface. He then adds that he once tried to destroy the essence together with Kullert, but no matter what they did, they found no way to break it. That is when Ellison gives the answer that completely stuns Geltzar. He tells him that since he and Lauren are already planning to build a lair near Greek City, the dwarves should come with them and build a new village there instead. He points out the obvious: Lauren clearly has no intention of creating a dragon lord, and if they remain here, the attacks will only keep coming. Geltzar is hesitant, but Ellison cuts off any sense of pressure by telling him he is not forcing anyone. The final choice belongs to the dwarves themselves. After a pause, Ellison asks Lauren if she is all right. She says she is, then wonders whether they should take the ancient essence with them too. Ellison replies that he has already left a magical trap in place in case anyone comes after it. Besides, he understands that the dwarves cannot abandon this place instantly, not when so much memory is tied to it. As they begin to leave, another dwarf approaches Geltzar, and the chief hands him the remaining food Ellison brought. He points out that the others have already started eating, because none of them could resist the smell. Watching his people finally enjoy a real meal after so long, Geltzar's eyes brighten, and that sight drags him into a memory. Back then, Kullert once called him over and asked if he did not find the place cramped and dark. Geltzar answered that it may have felt that way to a dragon, but not to dwarves like them. Kullert then told him he should leave one day, because the dwarves were bound to that place only because of the essence. Once he died, other dragons would eventually come seeking it, because Kullert himself had been the one concealing it with his own power. The chief protested, saying he could never abandon Kullert or the essence, but the golden dragon answered with painful seriousness. He told Geltzar to go, to let the next generation live freely, because there was no meaning in clinging to the will of the dead if it came at the cost of the happiness of the living. Back in the present, that memory hits him differently. He remembers Kullert never truly expected him to protect the essence forever anyway, and as he watches his people eating, smiling, and alive again, he realizes just how much has already been lost by holding on too long. Meanwhile, Ellison and Lauren are moving ahead when the dwarves stop them. To Ellison's surprise, they have already packed their belongings and are ready to leave. They agree to help Lauren build her lair. After that, everyone heads to Greek City and construction begins. Ellison worries a little about whether the dwarves are truly in any condition to start work so soon, but the chief brushes the concern aside and says they can manage. Then, with perfect dwarf priorities, he asks for more sausages, and Ellison happily agrees. A moment later, the chief entrusts the ancient essence to Ellison himself, placing not just the gem, but the fate of the dwarves along with it in his hands. Lauren immediately tells him to just absorb it, which leaves Ellison staring at her like she has to be joking. Instead, he decides to keep it, Inus for now, a choice Lauren clearly does not like. She reminds him that a new dragon lord absolutely cannot be allowed to be born, and Ellison agrees, saying he already has ideas for preventing that. Then the scene cuts back to the red-haired dragon Serena, who is sitting there crying after getting completely folded by Ellison and Lauren. When she senses someone approaching, she thinks it might be Guard, but it turns out to be Ellison and Lauren again. Ellison cheerfully points out that it is impressive she seems to have such a treasure even though she keeps insisting she never accepted tribute. Then he shows her the essence and asks her about something else. Serena instantly panics and insists she already told them everything she knew. Ellison asks about this Gilead fellow, wondering if he was supposed to be her companion since she clearly did not attack the dwarves alongside him. She admits that he is right and explains, awkwardly, that she had actually been dating that dragon and at first mistook Ellison for Gilead. Then she clarifies that she never witnessed any dragon gang herself, because she only settled in that place about half a year ago. When Ellison asks again about the treasure in her territory, she repeats that she never accepted tribute. Then in the next moment she removes a spell, and it is revealed that the so-called treasure was nothing but an illusion the whole time. She starts crying again and says they can take whatever they want. At that point, Ellison realizes this dragon was falsely blamed for much more than she actually did. The story then shifts back to Ellison's restaurant, where new guests arrive, Alina and Mint. Ellison asks Mint about his leg when he sees him walking with crutches. Mint says it is thanks to Alina's efforts, but Alina immediately rejects the praise and says it is really Mint's own determination that pushed his rehabilitation forward. So Ellison praises Alina for how far Mint has come, and that instantly puts Lauren in a sour mood. He then asks Alina how things are going at her clinic, and she answers that everything is running smoothly, which makes him quietly suspect Rain has probably been pulling strings behind the scenes to help. Before he can dwell on that thought, the dwarf chief suddenly cuts in, asking whether there are any leftovers from that stew Ellison made before. Alina freezes at the sight of an actual dwarf standing there and immediately asks Ellison if he seriously let dwarves dig beneath his land. That kicks off a noisy argument, and not long after, Creston also walks in, demanding to know why the restaurant was closed the day before. With a dwarf, an elf, and Creston all adding to the chaos, Ellison decides there is only one proper answer. If it is a restaurant, then it should serve food. So he heads straight to the kitchen, and soon everyone is sitting with a meal in front of them, happy again, especially Mint, who clearly missed Ellison's pizza more than he wants to admit. As the table settles into eating, Ellison casually asks whether anyone wants more. Then through the restaurant window, he notices Dion standing outside, calling for him with visible urgency. A moment later, Ellison opens the door and asks what is wrong. Dion, clearly shaken, asks him one simple but heavy question, whether he can make a dessert that will make his mother smile again. Ellison agrees, and by the next morning he is standing inside the grand kitchen at Dion's home. Dion tells him that everything needed should already be there, but if he wants anything else, he only has to ask. Ellison looks over the ingredients and immediately notices something impressive. The Count's kitchen has access to spices that are almost impossible to find elsewhere. At the same time, he notices the household chef standing stiff and nervous, clearly tense from the Count's unexpected presence in his workspace. After checking everything, Ellison tells Dion he has all he needs to make the dessert, and that alone lifts some of the boys' worry. But after dinner, the result is worse than Ellison expected. Lady Berna does not even take a single bite from the dessert plate. To him, that almost feels worse than rejection after one taste, because at least that would have been something. He asks Dion when exactly his mother stopped eating desserts. Dion explains that she used to love them, but after they moved to Greek City she became far stricter, and that change troubled his father as well. Then the memory shifts back to a younger Dion sitting with his family. His father gently asks his mother not to be so hard on their son, and she answers that she is only trying to teach him the manners expected of nobility. Young Dion, hearing that, asks if that is also why she stopped smiling. He points out that after coming here, she no longer talks openly about the things she likes or dislikes, and asks her to feel at home, because this place is her home now too. While his father is speaking, she suddenly realizes she has absent-mindedly finished the dessert in front of her. Seeing that, the Count warmly promises that even in the middle of war, even with sugar becoming scarce, he will always make sure she has dessert. Dion ends that memory by telling Ellison that this was how he first learned how much his mother loved sweets, and from then on his father made sure desserts kept coming, all to make her smile. Eventually, those efforts worked, and she smiled openly again. Then another memory surfaces. One day, young Dion is heading toward the hall when he hears shouting coming from his mother's room. Someone inside is accusing her of failing to produce a successor even after 5 years. A moment later, that person storms out, throwing the door open in front of him before leaving. His mother steps out after that and tells him not to worry. Afterward, she keeps teaching him manners, but her tone becomes softer, gentler, and slowly they start to feel more like a real family, helped along by the fact that she keeps smiling again. Another day, the two of them are in the kitchen making dessert together, and while he manages to bake his bread properly, she is failing so badly it becomes almost funny. Seeing her flustered and messy, he tries to comfort her, telling her that the effort matters. Then servants suddenly interrupt them with devastating news: his father has collapsed. They explain that they cannot even identify the illness properly because the symptoms are so rare that no one knows what caused it. In that moment, Dion is crying, but when he turns to his mother, what shocks him most is not panic, but the deep, crushing disappointment on her face. After that day, she stops eating dessert entirely. Worse, she begins controlling Dion indirectly, passing messages through servants instead of speaking to him herself. That is the reason he ran to Ellison's restaurant in the first place. Finally breaking down, Dion admits what he really wants: to laugh and eat together with his family again, even though now that feels impossibly far away. After leaving Dion's home, Ellison walks back to the restaurant thinking hard about everything. The Countess's behavior makes no sense on the surface. She controls Dion's life, yet keeps him at a distance. If the issue were simply that he is not her biological son, then why did she ever open up to him so warmly in the beginning? Then Ellison suddenly stops in his tracks because the answer hits him all at once: guilt. That is what has been twisting her behavior this whole time. He rushes straight to Lauren, who is drinking beer, and instantly tries to hide it the moment he barges in. Without giving any context, he abruptly asks what it would mean if someone collapsed, and after that another person stopped eating dessert forever. Lauren looks at him like he has lost his mind and says he sounds drunk. At the Count's residence, Lady Berna is feeding her sick husband and caring for him when someone opens the door to announce preparations, along with the arrival of Count Dedrin. She immediately leaves the room, and the second she is gone, Ellison and Lauren slip inside and look over the bedridden Count. Ellison wonders out loud whether he can still be cured. Lauren says that is beyond what she can judge. When he asks if she can at least tell the cause of his illness, she says too much time has passed for that. Then she asks why he is really here. While searching through drawers, Ellison answers that he wants to know Lady Berna's true intentions. In the middle of that search, he notices the Count staring toward something, clearly trying to signal them. Following that look, they find a piano. They search it and discover hidden documents inside. The contents are explosive, records showing that Lady Berna has been embezzling not just taxes, but resources from Greek City as well. Then Ellison sees the name of the one who compiled those documents, and his expression hardens instantly. He immediately tells Lauren to go to the imperial capital and bring someone back. Meanwhile, Lady Berna enters another room of the estate and finds her father waiting there with a smile that feels more poisonous than warm. This man is Count Dedrin. Not long after, Ellison enters Dion's room and jokingly says he is there with a hamburger delivery. Then he hands over the secret documents. Dion is stunned when he reads them and sees that Greek City's taxes have been flowing to Lord Dedrin. Ellison quickly warns him to lower his voice because the man in question is literally inside the house. The realization makes Dion tense up immediately. He wonders who could possibly have gathered such evidence, and Ellison tells him to look more closely. That is when Dion sees the shocking truth. The one who confessed everything in those documents is Lady Berna herself. Completely bewildered, he asks why she would ever make that kind of confession. Ellison then shows him a very specific type of magic, the kind only used under very particular circumstances, and tells him to come along if he wants the truth. Elsewhere, Lady Berna coldly asks her father what he is doing there. Dedrin casually says he simply wanted to see his daughter, and she fires back that there is no such affection between them. He then mentions the news that when the Crown Prince and Duke Tamaran entered Greek City, it was Dion who welcomed them. She tries to act uninvolved, but Dedrin suddenly begins shouting. Then, in an even colder tone, he says that if Dion is starting to gain confidence on his own, then he may have to make the son's condition mirror the father's. Her face darkens the moment she hears that confession, and she demands he repeat himself. She shouts in fury, but Dedrin is already moving to the next step. One of his men comes forward to seize her. Hidden nearby, Ellison and Dion hear the whole conversation, including Dedrin's order to lock the Countess underground. Dion immediately wants to call the soldiers and take control of the situation, but Ellison stops him. He points out the real danger. The soldiers may already be aligned with Dedrin, because it was likely through those very soldiers that his father was poisoned in the first place. Dion then begs Ellison to help catch them. Ellison answers that catching them is easy, proving the poisoning is the problem. If they move now, the only charge they can confirm is kidnapping, and if they use Lady Berna's documents as evidence, she will be arrested too. They need a setup that will produce undeniable proof against Dedrin himself. At that exact moment, Lauren tears open a portal and steps through, holding a woman in one hand while announcing that they now have someone with rank, status, and enough authority to help collect proper evidence. Dion can only stare, utterly baffled by what he is seeing. Ellison tells him to play along for now, because he already has a plan. The next morning, Dedrin visits his daughter and puts on a fake face of sorrow over her condition before ordering her to come with him. She screams at him to leave Dion out of this, saying he already has what he wants. Dedren coldly reminds her that because she never produced an heir of her own, Dion's position as successor only became stronger, and then reveals that his original plan had actually been to poison Dion first. Then he shows her that he has already given him breakfast, implying the poisoning has already begun. She is horrified when she sees Dion lying in the same state as his father. In that moment, all restraint breaks, and she screams through tears that it disgusts her to share blood with a man like Dedren, all while crying out for Dion. At that exact moment, a servant brings in the evidence Ellison and Dion uncovered earlier, proof strong enough to corner Dedren completely. The second he sees those documents, he shouts that she truly is his daughter, but instead of showing pride, he burns the papers on the spot and immediately starts laying out a sick plan. He will say she went mad from grief over her family's condition, murdered them herself, and then tried to take her own life. And in his mind, the first step is Dion. But the armored soldier standing behind him is not one of his men at all. It is Ellison in disguise. And before Dedren can do anything, the attack aimed at Dion is stopped cold by a defensive spell. In the very next moment, Chief Magician Madrina steps in and openly accuses Dedren of attempted murder. Then Dion drops the act and declares that it is over. The Countess is so overwhelmed to see her son alive and unharmed that all she can do is thank the heavens. Dedren, on the other hand, is completely shaken to realize the table has turned against him. Madrina orders him to submit quietly to the imperial order, but he quickly tries to twist the situation, claiming the dagger in his hand was only for self-defense, that it simply fell out while he was walking, and that he had no intention of killing anyone. Madrina, clearly having expected exactly this kind of lie, summons the poisoned breakfast meant for Dion and calmly tells him to eat it if he wants to prove his innocence. For a second, dread flashes across his face. He reaches toward it, then throws it away instead. Realizing he is cornered, he lashes out by exposing his own daughter too, revealing that she had been embezzling the taxes of Greek City. But the move fails when Dion presents the ashes of the destroyed documents, proving that Dedren has nothing left to tie the blame to his mother. Then Madrina turns to the soldiers standing nearby and asks if they intend to keep watching without acting. They answer that they are only following the Count's orders. Her response is merciless. There are laws in this empire that no one is allowed to break, no matter their rank, and a mere Count has dared to cross that line. She kills one of the soldiers on the spot, then commands the imperial soldiers to seize Dedren's men. Dedren, seeing everything collapse, explodes in rage and screams at Dion. Before long, every man standing with Count Dedren is arrested. Once the threat is contained, Ellison turns to Lady Berna and frees her. She starts asking who he really is, but Dion cuts through the moment first, and the only thing that matters to her is whether he is hurt. He reassures her that he is all right, then sits beside her and asks the question he has carried for so long, why she cannot look him in the eyes. With nothing left to hide, she confesses everything, the crushing guilt she has been carrying, the misery that has spread through their family because of her, the shame that made her believe she deserved no forgiveness. Dion answers with surprising clarity, saying there is no reason for her to ask forgiveness because none of this is her fault. Dedren is the one to blame. Then for once, he lets his anger show and tells her that instead of secretly leaving evidence behind, she should have trusted them enough to tell them the truth openly, because they would have stood by her and helped her. That finally breaks the wall between them. She pulls him into a hug and promises she will not do this again. Elsewhere, Dedren is still screaming at the soldiers arresting him, ranting that they have no idea who he is and threatening to kill them all the moment he is released. Then Ellison steps into his path. Dedren asks if he is some palace mage sent to deal with him, but Ellison answers in a colder way, saying that Dedren already had a vast territory of his own, and yet greed still drove him to reach for Greek City too. So as punishment, Ellison tears down the castle around him, forcing him to watch the destruction of everything he built with his own hands. At the same time, outside the estate, Dion has arranged a dessert bouquet with the help of his friends. Everyone is stunned by the sight of so many sweets gathered together, but the joyful atmosphere is interrupted when Madrina points toward Dedren's territory. They all look up and see his castle hanging in the air, suspended for only a moment before Ellison turns it into nothing. Dedren shouts in horror as he watches his home vanish, and Ellison casually tells him he is simply giving him fireworks to look at, since he will not be seeing that kind of light again for a very long time. Meanwhile, Dion asks Lady Berna what she thinks of the fireworks. She answers through happy tears while eating dessert, saying this is the finest banquet she has ever had. Everyone around them is enjoying the sweets. When night finally settles, Lady Berna sits alone in her room with a peaceful look on her face, saying it has been so long since she truly enjoyed dessert. She also admits that she always saw this castle as a prison, but now that prison has finally broken apart. Then she feeds her husband and gently comforts him about Dion, promising that she will not hide away anymore. That promise draws a smile from him. After that, she tells him there is something she should have said much earlier. Holding his hand, she confesses that she loves him. Outside the room, Dion hears everything, and that confession brings a quiet smile to his face too. Far away from that warmth, Dedrin is being pelted with stones by his own people, miserable, humiliated, and forced to watch the ruin of both his land and his pride. At the same time, Dariant reports to Ellison that they captured as many spies as they could, though he warns him not to lower his guard yet. Ellison thanks him, then apologizes for kidnapping Madrina in the middle of the night. Dariant tells him Duke Tamaran was shocked at first, but after learning it was all part of Ellison's plan, he went silent. Maybe, he says, Tamaran now wants to come see for himself how things develop. As he falls into thought, Dariant is struck again by how powerful Ellison has become, even stronger than before. Unaware of that silent admiration, Ellison simply says that he has done all he can and now hopes Greek City will finally know some peace. But the next day, peace arrives in the form of rain. Lauren immediately starts complaining because she had just hung the laundry, and Milteen's work gets interrupted too. After listening to them grumble for a while, Ellison shuts it down and orders them not to work outside. When they protest, he redirects them toward helping inside the restaurant instead. Then he helps dry Lauren off so she will not catch cold, while Milteen and Mint stand nearby with towels, completely baffled by the sight. That awkward moment gets interrupted when Banan walks in, saying the weather has him craving something warm. Ellison serves him a bowl of knife-cut noodle soup with chicken. Banan reminds him that he once said he had stopped serving chicken, and Ellison explains that since so many customers are now getting theirs from Creston, he decided to bring chicken dishes back. Then he asks how Banan's orchard is holding up in this rain. Banan jokes that Ellison would probably love it if the orchard failed, since he once offered to buy it for a price way above market value. Ellison admits he would be disappointed if Banan gave up too easily, and the two share a good laugh. Banan then adds that staying at the orchard all day would not stop the rain anyway, then takes his first sip and hums with satisfaction, saying the trip was worth it for this alone. Lauren grumpily asks Ellison why he stopped drying her hair off halfway. He tells her he has a guest now, then serves Banan a drink as well. Watching the odd little exchange between Ellison and Lauren, Banan asks whether Ellison has ever made a decision he regrets so deeply that he wishes he could go back in time and change it. The question makes Ellison pause. Seeing that expression, Banan assumes that must not be the case for him and says he can tell as much from the way Ellison interacts with his wife. Ellison immediately corrects him, saying Lauren is not his wife. With a strangely peaceful expression, Banan begins talking about the girl he loved in his youth, the woman who held his heart for 30 years, Meal. He says no other woman ever came close. Curious, Ellison asks whether he ever confessed to her. Banan admits that he never did, because he always assumed they would naturally end up together after spending so much time by each other's side. But once they grew older and she began talking about marriage, he finally resolved to take her on a date in the outskirts and confess properly. He never got the chance. That day, the dragon attack happened. Ellison's expression darkens, because he realizes this was the exact same period when he himself was dragged into this world and the war with dragons exploded. Banan continues, saying that in that moment, he ran away like a coward. After that, he never saw her again, and now, 15 years later, he has finally caught sight of her in the city. Ever since then, he has been haunted by that lost moment. He admits that he was too afraid to meet her and stopped going out, yet he still misses her terribly. Then he tells Ellison to treat his wife well so he will not carry the same kind of regret into the future. Before Banan leaves, Ellison corrects him again. Lauren is not his wife. But once night falls, Ellison still finds himself thinking about Banan, a man who has carried love for 15 human years, which in dragon terms feels almost like 150. The next day, Ellison asks Rain about Meal, who apparently recently became friends with her. Rain tells him Meal has just opened a repair shop and has troubles of her own. When he asks what kind of troubles, Rain reveals something that catches him off guard. Meal carries the exact same regret as Banan. Curious, he asks what they talked about. Rain explains that when Meal first met her, she asked why Rain did not seem to recognize her face. Rain answered that she had only recently settled in this city with her husband. Then Meal opened up. She said she once loved someone deeply, and when the time finally came to confess, she also ran away like a coward. She had heard that 15 years ago, that man came to meet her carrying a bouquet of flowers. Back in the present, Ellison grimly reveals that the man Meal loved was Banan. He shares everything Banan told him the night before, and together he and Rain realize the full tragedy. Both Banan and Meal went to the meeting place. Both were interrupted by the dragon attack, and both fled in fear, each assuming the other had abandoned them. For 15 whole years, both of them carried that same wound alone. The realization leaves both Ellison and Rain deeply sad. Rain adds that Meal even rejected every arranged marriage proposal after that. Ellison listens, then calmly says he has a plan, and asks Rain to deliver a message to Meal. Later, Ellison finds himself in Banan's orchard, handing the man a magnifying lens because Meal's eyesight has grown poor, even offering to adjust it if it strains her eyes. Banan is completely thrown by how specific that is. But before he can even process it, Ellison tells him to go outside Greek City, to the exact place where he was supposed to meet her 15 years ago because she will be waiting there. Confused and shaken, Banan asks what he means. Ellison makes it simple, making one mistake is human, but clinging to that same mistake for 15 years is something else entirely, and deep down, Banan already knows that. That evening, Banan goes anyway, his head flooded with doubt, fear, and every possible reason to turn back, but beneath all of that, he still wants to see her. Then he spots her standing near the tree. She turns, sees him, and recognizes him instantly. For a moment, both of them just stand there, overwhelmed by the weight of 15 lost years. Meal is the first to speak, saying there is something she has wanted to say ever since that day. Banan answers that he feels exactly the same. Then, at the exact same moment, both of them confess the same truth: they ran away 15 years ago. Hearing the identical confession from each other leaves them frozen for a beat, stunned, and then the shock melts into something lighter. They start laughing. Up on a hill overlooking the scene, Rain and Ellison watch quietly, relieved that the misunderstanding that tormented both of them for so long has finally been broken. Rain asks why he did not just tell them the truth directly. Ellison answers that some things need to be untied by the people trapped inside them. Even so, both of them feel a little sad knowing this couple carried 15 years of pain over nothing more than a mutual misunderstanding. But at least now, they walk back to the city hand in hand. A few days later, Banan visits the restaurant and agrees to sell Ellison his orchard. Ellison makes sure the price is generous. With that money, Banan and Meal buy a house in the center of Greek City, and then they get married, deciding they are done living under the shadow of regret. Ellison is happy too, because the purchase gives him land for the dwarves. Lauren, meanwhile, is perfectly satisfied that the dwarves are living inside her lair, though she remains annoyed that Ellison still plans to stay in the restaurant even when her lair has more than enough space. Seeing her expression, Ellison remembers what Banan said and tells her that once construction is finished, he will live with her there. That answer hits Lauren like pure sunlight, and she lights up instantly. Ellison confirms it again and even adds that he might build a passage connecting the lair directly to the restaurant. At that, Lauren suddenly declares that she feels very excited about the lair now. Later, Lauren sits across from the dwarf chief while he reports that the lair is already 70% complete, and says with confidence that they will absolutely finish before next year arrives. Ellison serves them food while they talk about the difficulty of building something on this scale. The dwarf chief tells him they could never truly repay what he has done for them, giving them land and the chance to build a new dwarf village. Around the restaurant, every table is lively, people talking, joking, teasing each other, and eating well. As evening deepens, two more figures appear, worn down, exhausted, and clearly rough around the edges. These are the vagabond brothers, Lint and Mate, and the smell drifting from the restaurant pulls them in immediately. A moment later, they knock on the door and ask for work, saying they saw the flyer about staff being needed at the ranch. Ellison bluntly tells them he actually threw that flyer away not long ago, and their faces instantly sink into dread. Noticing the panic, he softens a little and says that they probably would not mind extra help after all. He asks them to sit down first, eat something, and talk while they do. Then, because the weather is cold, Ellison starts preparing something warm, beginning with pork. In a separate pot, he builds a proper stew with all the important ingredients, even finishing it with MSG. After a while, the pork stew is ready. The brothers hesitate when the meat is served to them, but Ellison eases their concern by saying there are plenty of leftovers, and that is enough to make them dig in. The moment they taste it, they are stunned, tender meat, rich broth, warmth spreading straight through their bodies, and for a moment they look genuinely happy. They thank him sincerely, saying it is the best meal they have ever had. Ellison warns them not to eat too fast, guessing they were already close to starving before they got here. Then he asks why they want to work at the ranch. Mate answers that they genuinely love animals and are persistent workers, even if they do not actually know much about ranching yet. Ellison then turns to Alina with a serious look and asks for her judgment. Alina replies that yes, they are persistent, but they are clearly hiding something. Hearing that, Ellison orders the brothers to show their wrists. With no real choice left, they do. The moment the shackling marks are revealed, everyone's expression turns grave. Mate quickly shouts that yes, they were imprisoned, but it happened because of something he did for his brother. Then, after apologizing for the lie, he stands up, already assuming the job is gone. As he moves to leave, Lint tries to stop him, pointing out that the people here seem kind enough to hear their story if they would just explain themselves. But Mate is already too disappointed and says that no matter the reason, a crime is still a crime. He refuses to make excuses, even if he does not regret what he did. He is just about to walk out when Lint's voice stops him cold, asking why he is leaving without even finishing the meal. Inside, Lauren asks Ellison why he turned the brothers away. Ellison answers that they clearly have a story behind them, but they are not ready to tell it yet, and pushing them now would not help. Then he checks the spice supply and realizes they need more, so he decides to use summoning magic again since business has been so busy lately. But the moment he does, the strain visibly hits him and Lauren protests, clearly worried. Ellison admits he never really thought about this problem until after taking in Lord Hart, and now his condition is getting worse, because he is suddenly having trouble gathering mana properly. Then the magic slips from his control entirely, and before he can steady himself, he collapses to the floor, thinking only that even if it comes to this, he still wants Lauren beside him. When he opens his eyes again, Lauren is right there, crying and demanding to know if he is alright. He tries to brush it off, saying he only exhausted his mana, but that answer just confuses her more, because he is supposed to be a 9th circle archmage. He reassures her that he is fine, and then she asks if there is anything she can do for him, promising she will do whatever he needs. The thing he asks for leaves her shouting in outrage, because what he wants is for her to cook for him, and she knows absolutely nothing about cooking. The scene shifts back to the brothers, now outside in the freezing night, shivering while trying to find work. No one is willing to take them in because of their criminal past. One of them mutters bitterly that prison was warmer at least. Later, they are eating stolen scraps when a cat growls nearby, making it obvious there is not enough food to go around. So Mate decides to check a trash bin, hoping there might be something edible left inside. That is when a villainous-looking man and one of his subordinates step out and spot them. The moment he hears they have just come out of prison, the brothers recognize him instantly. Supervisor Ratanda is still after them. Mate is furious to see him again, admitting openly that he made a mistake and clearly wants to beat him right there. But Lint stops him and reminds him that they could end up repeating the exact same disaster from 2 years ago. The memory flashes back. At that time, Ratanda was a construction supervisor harassing a poor woman whose husband worked under him. Then the brothers interrupted him with urgent news. Support in Section 3 had collapsed, and someone had been injured. The woman immediately ran outside in panic to check on her husband, and Ratanda, furious that his prey had slipped away, blamed the workers for the collapse. Mate argued back, saying they had followed the blueprint exactly. Then the brothers did something even riskier. They accused Ratanda himself, saying the materials were faulty and that was what caused the accident. That set him off. He beat them brutally and reminded them that he was the one who hired these orphans in the first place. Then he fired them on the spot, declared that the damage would be taken out of their wages, and said that once those wages were gone, they would simply owe him instead. Lint tried to beg for mercy, and Ratanda, seeing his desperation, turned disgusting, suggesting Lint could always earn money by ending up in some noble's bed. That was the moment Mate snapped. He attacked Ratanda, and even though Ratanda's lackeys tried to stop him, Mate was strong enough to beat Ratanda half to death. Back in the present, Lint tries to calm him down, saying he is always picking fights, but right now they need to focus on finding somewhere safe to hide. Ratanda, meanwhile, is still raging and desperate for revenge. He orders his men to drag the brothers out. One subordinate tries to warn him that it is dangerous to cause trouble without Dedrin backing him. But Ratanda just slaps the man and declares that he does not need anyone's protection to do what he wants. Then in the middle of that tantrum, he spots Alina on her way to Ellison's restaurant. The moment he sees her, a new nasty idea lights up in his mind. He orders his men to check whether anyone is nearby. Inside the restaurant, Ellison is examining the ancient marble itself, and he realizes this thing is the reason he has been collapsing, because he already absorbed it. He never intended to do that in the first place, but now that his mana is badly depleted, he realizes he may need to absorb even more, even though that will only make the side effects worse. Even so, he decides the absorption has to begin soon, because something like this will take time to fully settle into him. For the moment, though, he holds off, planning to wait until Lauren brings him something to eat. He had honestly believed she could handle it after spending years beside him in the kitchen, but the strange noises coming from inside make him realize he may actually starve before the food reaches him. Inside the kitchen, Lauren stands there on the verge of tears, staring at the burnt disaster she made for Ellison, panicking that if he eats it, it might finish him off before his condition does. She wants to take care of him properly, So despite how much she dislikes the idea, she decides she has to go find Alina and ask for help. But when she cannot catch Alina's scent, her plan veers wildly and she almost decides to kidnap some random chef for Ellison instead. Then she stops cold, hit by an ugly realization she is always depending on someone else. She cannot use healing magic, she cannot cook, and when Ellison truly needs her, she cannot do anything on her own. Then his words come back to her that in this world not even a dragon can survive alone. That truth sends a chill through her, because now it feels brutally personal. At the same time, Alina is being grabbed by one of Ratanda's men, a disgusting fool who openly lusts after the fact that she is an elf and smugly claims he has visited her clinic many times before. He demands to know where Lint and Mate are, warning that if she does not cooperate, he will deal with her too. He assumes she might not even know those two brothers who just got out of prison, but Alina calmly says that she does. Then, without wasting another second, she activates her magic and tells him she still has no intention of speaking. He lunges after her in anger, ready to chase her down, but before he can move far, Mate's fist slams into his face. Mate can no longer stay hidden. He apologizes to his brother for stepping in, while Lint is already gripping a stick and preparing to fight as well. Mate tries to lighten the grim mood by telling his brother that at least now they can probably warm themselves this winter through the consequences of this decision. Alina asks why they came back, but Lint urges her to run instead, saying this man's grudge is really with them. Mate is furious too, because Ratanda attacked someone who had nothing to do with any of this. Ratanda, however, stays eerily calm, claiming that all of them are going to die anyway. Then it becomes clear why, because he has hired Roman, a brutal gang leader from Greek City, to handle the brothers for him. Roman is here to teach them a lesson. Elsewhere, Rain hears knocking at the door and opens it, only to find Lauren standing there asking for the location of Alina's clinic. Back outside, Mate is fighting Roman with everything he has, but the gap between them is obvious and he is losing. Lint tries to rush in and help his brother, but Roman easily grabs him by the throat and shuts him down too. Seeing his brother completely helpless in Roman's grip, Lint begs for mercy. Ratanda smugly praises Roman, saying he was never going to be easy to deal with after all those years of battlefield experience. Roman asks whether he should keep beating them, and Ratanda says he wants the younger brother alive, while also ordering Roman to keep track of where the elf ran off to. That instruction only enrages Mate more, and somehow he still tries to lunge at Roman again. Meanwhile, Alina is healing someone's injured wrist, but at the same time Mate is spiraling in his own thoughts. He knows he is not the kind of person who can just watch cruelty and pretend not to see it, yet against Roman's strength, he is completely powerless. He wonders if things might have been different if 2 years ago he had simply endured everything in silence. Then, right when things seem hopeless, Lauren appears, having traced Alina's scent, and urgently asks for her help. Alina says she is in no condition to do anything right now. But the moment Roman senses that Lauren is far from an ordinary girl, he backs off instantly and abandons both brothers where they are. Alina immediately steps in to heal them. Ratanda is left stunned by the sudden shift and orders his men to seize Lauren, only to watch them panic and scatter instead. So he tries to take matters into his own hands. He grabs Lauren, intending to capture and sell her, but in the next second she disappears from his grasp and rips his arm clean off. Everyone is left stunned. Lauren then goes straight to Alina and begs for help, because Ellison's condition is far more serious than she can handle alone. A little later, Alina is shown healing Ellison, exhausting herself in the process. Ellison thanks both Alina and Lauren for bringing help in time, while Lauren clings tightly to him the entire time. Alina ends up draining nearly all of her own mana because of how overwhelming Ellison's condition is. Afterward, Lauren turns to her with obvious jealousy still written on her face, but this time the feeling softens before it can become anything ugly, and she actually thanks Alina. Both Ellison and Alina are visibly shocked to hear that. Lauren immediately protests and claims she was just emotional, not genuinely being nice. Then Ellison calls the brothers inside. Mate thanks them for saving them, but Ellison flips that around and says he should be the one thanking them, because from where he stands, they were the ones who saved Alina. Lint explains that Alina only got dragged into this because Ratanda was after them, and she was caught in the middle of it. Ellison tells them not to blame themselves for the evil choices of other people. Then he asks why they did not tell him the whole truth earlier. Mate answers that he wanted to atone for what he did. Ellison asks whether they have anywhere to stay. Their expressions say enough, so he simply holds up a gold coin, enough to cover a month at an inn. Mate asks why he is giving them money, and Ellison answers that it is because they are starting work at the ranch tomorrow. Mate immediately reminds him that they are still criminals, but Ellison cuts him off and says that as far as he is concerned, they already paid for what they did, and he now knows perfectly well who the real sinner was. The brothers are overwhelmed with gratitude and start calling him elder brother, but Ellison quickly says he would prefer manager. The next day, the brothers begin work at the ranch. They immediately start calling Miltine Sr., which secretly makes her feel pretty good, and she welcomes them warmly. Mint, however, is nowhere near as easygoing. The first thing he notices is the bruising from the shackles on their wrists. He openly says that even if Ellison gave the final word, he does not trust them yet, though he also adds that he fully intends to beat Ratanda as well, which earns a small smile from Mate. Meanwhile, Ellison continues working with the ancient marble and feels relieved that his mana is finally stabilizing again. More importantly, only a few days remain now. Then his attention shifts back to Lauren, who has been acting strangely lately. He asks what she is doing while she quietly watches the guests. At the same time, he notices that his restaurant has gotten much more crowded, full of people he does not even recognize anymore, and he realizes he has no clue what is going on in Lauren's head either. In truth, Lauren is watching the women wearing jewelry and asks why they bother putting it on. Ellison tells her the answer is simple, because it looks beautiful. He reminds her that dragon lairs are usually filled with treasure for the same reason. Lauren answers a little sadly that her mother's lair was never like that. So Ellison asks whether she would like to receive jewelry as a gift. Then, while watching Neil receive a necklace from Banan, Lauren admits she feels strangely confused about the whole idea. Before the conversation can go further, Dion cuts in and calls for Ellison, saying he has good news. Once they sit down, Dion reveals that Ratanda has been arrested for numerous crimes, and that his own men betrayed him and testified. He also explains that Dedrin was the only real power backing him this whole time. Even while sharing that, Dion looks exhausted, because every time they think everything has finally calmed down, another one of the Count's old cronies seems to crawl out of the walls. While handing him a burger, Ellison praises him for managing all of it well. Then Dion asks whether Ellison will be free 3 days from now, and Ellison agrees for his sake. After that, he leans in and whispers something to Dion, and Dion instantly lights up and says he will absolutely take part. 3 days later, Ellison is sitting in a dark room across from the dwarf chief. The chief starts to speak, but Ellison stops him and says he wants to inspect the item first. The chief hands it over and Ellison immediately judges it perfect. In return, he hands the dwarves a huge container packed with sausages and beer, then asks them to join the event as well. The chief politely declines, explaining that they are entering the final phase of construction and cannot spare the time. The scene then shifts to Rain, who is visibly excited to participate in whatever Ellison is planning at the restaurant. He asks the ranch staff to join too. Seeing all the noise and movement around the restaurant, Lauren steps outside and asks what exactly this event is supposed to be. Ellison begins by thanking everyone for coming, then answers her question indirectly by announcing that today's restaurant event is a quiz called, "What did you put in my mouth?" The rules are simple. Contestants will be blindfolded, fed a mysterious dish or ingredient, and whoever guesses correctly wins a big prize. Mint points at Miltine and nominates her to go first. She hesitates immediately, not entirely convinced that whatever she is about to be fed should legally count as food. Ellison replies that everything he makes is edible, depending on how generous the eater's perspective is. Then he blindfolds her and places something warm and squishy into her mouth, a texture so unfamiliar that she gives up without even trying to identify it. It turns out to be a marshmallow. Ellison explains that it is a treat from a very distant place. Miltine admits that she likes the taste, but says eating something sweet while blindfolded feels strangely cursed. Next up is Creston, who walks in brimming with confidence, only to get eliminated immediately when he fails to realize he has just eaten red chili peppers. Ellison is clearly having the time of his life now. Then he turns to Lauren, blindfolds her, and warns her in advance that there will be no cheating with magic. He feeds her something, and her face immediately turns grumpy as she starts analyzing it. After a moment, she confidently identifies it as cake. The second her blindfold comes off, everyone around her erupts into cheers. Wearing a soft, almost gentle expression, Ellison tells her happy birthday. She looks around and sees the entire restaurant celebrating for her. Ellison then admits that he honestly thought she would figure out they were planning a surprise birthday party, but apparently he gave her too much credit. She looks around at the crowd and asks if everyone really gathered for her birthday. Ellison casually tells Alina that she might even receive some gratitude for coming, which instantly makes Lauren bristle. She snaps that she has absolutely no intention of thanking him for anything. Ignoring the outburst completely, Ellison pulls out a small box and says that since she guessed correctly, she gets the prize. When he opens it, an earring crafted by the dwarves is revealed inside. Lauren pierces her ear with magic on the spot, puts it on, and asks what he thinks. Ellison answers in the most casual way possible that it looks fine, but while thinking back to the necklace meal received from her husband, something finally clicks for Lauren. A real smile spreads across her face as she admits that the earring is beautiful, because now she finally understands what it feels like to receive a gift. After that, the quiz resumes, and both Rain and Mate fail so badly it becomes part of the entertainment. Once the game winds down, everyone gathers around the cake. When the birthday celebration finally comes to an end, Lauren quietly says this is the first birthday of her life where so many people were around her. Ellison answers that since it is the last birthday before she comes of age, it should be a good one. Then they notice snow starting to fall outside, and Ellison offers to step out with her. On the terrace, the two of them sit with coffee in hand, watching the snow, and they both comment on how unbelievable it is that a full year has already passed since they came here. Ellison says it probably feels short to her, but for a human, a year is no small thing. Lauren reminds him that things are no longer normal for him either, not after absorbing Lord Hart. He calmly replies that he has no idea whether that will actually help him live longer, especially since he did not absorb the entire heart. Then a shooting star cuts across the sky, and Ellison tells her to make a wish. Lauren quietly says she already has one, to stay by his side a little longer, though when he asks, she refuses to tell him what she wished for. Seeing how serious she looks, Ellison teases her and says it sounds like something he might want too. Lauren avoids answering and tells him to make his own wish instead. Far away, inside the Black Dragon Shrine, Nai storms in with anger written all over his face and confronts his uncle Dihigma, who is seated on the throne. Nai complains that allowing a human to walk free is humiliating for the entire Black Dragon clan. Dihigma calmly asks whether this is really about ruin hitting the mark. Nai hesitates, then admits that it is, and Dihigma immediately scolds him, saying that if he truly cared about the girl, he should have treated her with kindness instead of bullying her. Nai tries to defend himself by saying this is not only about his personal feelings. The clan lost many young females in the last battle. Peace may not last much longer, and they cannot keep relying on an old promise forever. Dihigma warns him not to underestimate the human and reminds him that breaking promises would stain the clan's name. Nai pretends to accept the rule, as long as things look properly justified, and leaves with a sharp grin, clearly believing he has already found a loophole. Later in the freezing Arctic mountains, Lauren is wrapped up so tightly against the cold that barely any of her face can be seen. She looks at Ellison and asks why they are even there. Ellison, on the other hand, is visibly excited and tells her they are searching for rare mushrooms. Lauren, understandably confused, asks what could possibly make mushrooms this important. Ellison explains that these are extremely rare and could make him a fortune. He recalls hearing that nomads once found some with the help of pigs and sold them for ridiculous amounts of money. When Lauren asks how he expects to locate them, Ellison admits the mushrooms have a distinct smell, but since they grow underground, they are nearly impossible to find normally. That is why he needs her dragon senses. Lauren lets out a tired sigh, feeling used again, but reluctantly agrees. Then a loud howl cuts through the mountain air. Looking ahead, they spot a pack of goblins attacking a huge mutated cat near the edge of a cliff. Spears stab toward the creature as it trembles and cries in pain, clearly moments away from being finished off. Then a red flash tears through the scene, slicing into the cat's leg and sending it collapsing fully onto the ground. Before the goblins can close in, Ellison steps between them and the cat, raising a shield with magic and declaring that whatever reasons they might have for fighting, it ends here. Before the goblins can even decide what to do, Lauren's glare lands on them, and that alone is enough to turn their courage into dust. They drop their weapons instantly and flee without looking back, leaving the wounded cat behind in shock. Ellison glances at Lauren and remarks that the goblins definitely did not run because of him. This time, when Lauren gets praised, she does not act smug. She simply says she has more dignity than that. The cat slowly gets back up and comes toward them again, but with a strange, slightly hostile expression. Then, before either of them can react, it throws itself onto the ground and starts wagging its tail. The threatening image completely collapses. Seeing that desperate, needy behavior, Ellison cannot help thinking of Dion back at the restaurant when he begged to become his disciple. Wondering what exactly the cat is trying to say, he asks Lauren to translate. Reluctantly, she explains that the cat is thanking them for saving it and wants to repay the favor. The creature stares up at Ellison with sparkling eyes, waiting for his answer. Ellison mutters about repayment under his breath, and later, while the two of them sit at a round table watching two cats play together, Lauren asks what he even expects to get out of this strange encounter. Ellison says it was simply a precaution, because he suspects the cat might be able to help them find the treasure they came for. A moment later, the cat proudly returns carrying a pile of something. A horrible smell hits the air, and Lauren immediately clamps a hand over her nose and asks what kind of treasure smells like that. Ellison, however, instantly recognizes what the cat has brought, the mushrooms they were after. Somewhere else, in a place that looks more like a battlefield than a meeting ground, Nye arrives with irritation written all over him and demands to know what is going on. One by one, 3 black dragons appear, Daba, tall and long-haired, followed by Nu and Havind. Nye announces that he intends to bring Lauren back to the sacred land no matter what. Nu, naturally the one who enjoys stirring things up, jokes that Nye sounds more like he is searching for a mate, especially since Lauren is living with a human mage named Ellison. At the mention of Ellison's name, Nye's jaw tightens. He insists that Lauren will be taken back regardless of her relationship with a human or any promise made to that human, and claims Elder Metadonna has already given permission, as long as they can produce a valid reason to act. Daba, far more reasonable than the others, warns him that attacking humans is forbidden under the treaty, a rule created specifically to protect human life. The only exception would be if a human had killed dragons, and that is clearly not the case with Ellison. However powerful he may be, Ellison is still human, and that alone should place him outside their reach. Daba still seems uneasy though, pointing out that despite Ellison's strength, it is still hard to imagine a human truly harming a dragon. Then the conversation is interrupted by a voice from inside an iron cage. The speaker is Gyarda, a red dragon who has been imprisoned for some time. He offers to help, saying he knows of another red dragon near Greek City who could be useful to them. Back with Ellison, he is almost giddy over the cat's discovery. The pilot dragged over is exactly what he hoped for: truffles. Lauren, still unimpressed by the smell, immediately tosses the whole pile aside, and Ellison practically jumps to stop her, already calculating how valuable they are and how many possibilities they open up. He knows they have found something huge. He asks Lauren to translate for the cat again, telling it that he is grateful, but he cannot just take something this valuable without offering something meaningful in return, because those mushrooms could become a major specialty for them. Lauren reluctantly passes the message along. Then Ellison explains his idea: the dragon lair needs a guardian and the cat could take that role. Lauren instantly objects, saying the lair was supposed to be for just the 2 of them, not for some pet. The cat, however, seems delighted by the offer and bows deeply in acceptance. Elsewhere, Serena sits alone in her empty village, brooding over the moment Ellison and Lauren stumbled into her treasure hoard. She remembers the embarrassment of her illusion being exposed and Ellison apologizing for ruining it, while Lauren mockingly pointed out how pathetic her lair looked, a comment that still stings badly. Bored and irritated, Serena decides she might as well go bother some humans for entertainment. Then she senses someone approaching and assumes it is Ellison and Lauren again. Instead, she is shocked to see Guard standing there. The sight of him instantly sends her anger flaring. Guard nervously stammers through a confession, saying he has realized she is the only one who truly loves him and that he wants to spend the rest of his life with her as her partner. Those words do not melt her in the slightest. They enrage her. In an instant, she transforms into her red dragon form and demands to know when exactly he became delusional enough to think that way. It all starts with a betrayal so rotten it makes Serena's rage explode. She demands to know exactly when Gyarda decided to cross that line. Was it when he vanished without a word, or when he helped raid a human village and abduct women? The answer barely matters now. Serena roars at him, calling him the trash he is, but Gyarda only grins, almost pleased that she figured it out. Then the ceiling above her suddenly caves in and he smugly announces that the time has finally come. 3 dragon heads crash through the broken stone, ready for war. The attack begins immediately. Serena is trapped in her own nest as chaos closes in from every side. 4 enemies are on her at once, and Gyarda, seeing his chance, smirks and tells her that if she keeps quiet, no one will ever know what happened here. Then he casts a spell, and a glowing magic circle snaps around her neck like a collar. Serena screams, but fury wins over pain. She shatters the restraint through brute force alone and curses him for daring to use such cheap magic on her. But before she can retaliate, Nye, hidden behind her, strikes with a brutal blow, and a flash of violet light tears through the air. Far away from that ambush, in the dwarves' village, Geltzar stares in confusion at the enormous creature Ellison has brought. Ellison calmly introduces it and immediately starts discussing practical details, saying the room temperature needs to be lowered because these cats are native to colder regions. Lauren, of course, instantly accuses him of only bringing the creature along for the sake of those rare truffles. Ellison does not even try to deny it. If anything, he looks thrilled, already going on about how unique truffles are, how their aroma and flavor are unlike anything these people have ever tasted. Soon after, he hosts a feast so everyone can try dishes made with the mushrooms. The results are all over the place. Some people react like they just tasted magic itself, while others look personally offended by the experience. Lauren loudly declares that the flavor is unbearable, and even Miltine pulls a face. For the first time in a while, Ellison's confidence wavers, and he realizes truffles may not be everyday ingredients after all. Maybe, for now, they are something to bring out only on special occasions. Back at Serena's lair, things are already spiraling. Even though she is badly wounded, she manages to cast an instantaneous teleport spell at the very last second and disappears before her attackers can finish her. The precision of the escape catches them off guard, and they curse her for slipping away. Gallardo stammers excuses, calling it a minor miscalculation, while Nu laughs and says it does not matter, because Serena cannot stay hidden for long. He has already traced the magical residue of her teleport to Greek City. The group starts discussing what to do next, pointing out that Serena cannot simply jump to the sacred lands anyway, since as an outsider to the Red Dragon tribe, that path is closed to her. Even Gallardo, disdainful as he is, shows the faintest trace of pity for how alone she really is. Nu, who has no patience for that kind of sentiment, tells everyone to stay focused and hunt her down before she can recover. Gallardo quickly hurries off, eager to avoid blame. Meanwhile, Nai is already thinking ahead, insisting that the moment Serena dies, they will pin the murder on Ellison. And then Serena does the last thing anyone expects. She shows up at Ellison's restaurant. Despite how close to death she should be, she walks in looking almost absurdly composed, pulls out a chair, sits down, and asks for food like an ordinary customer. Ellison is left staring, unable to believe the audacity. Lauren, already irritated by her existence, demands to know why she came. Serena ignores the hostility and focuses entirely on the dish placed before her. She eats slowly, carefully, and comments on the flavor with a strangely reflective tone. As she keeps eating, her thoughts drift into loneliness, love, and all the failed attempts she made to fill the emptiness inside herself. She talks about her old relationships with humans and dragonkin, admitting that she once believed she understood human men well. Now, though, she sees all of it as meaningless effort, desperate attempts to fill a void that never stayed filled. There is something final in the way she speaks, like she already knows this is the end for her. By the time Ellison and Lauren realize how bad things truly are, it is already too late. Ellison notices the wound on her back, the sweat soaking her face, and then she collapses mid-sentence, coughing up thick blood even while still praising his cooking. Panic hits both of them instantly. Lauren grimly states the truth: the injuries are so severe that even a dragon should not be surviving this. Then a red portal tears open outside the restaurant. Heavy armored footsteps follow it, and a group emerges accusing Ellison of murdering a red dragon. Inside, Serena lies motionless with her life hanging by a thread. Outside, dragons are already preparing to strike. Ellison and Lauren understand immediately this is a trap. He tells Lauren to take Serena to Alina at once, because that is their only chance to save her. Lauren nods, asks what he plans to do, and Ellison rises with grim resolve, saying he will go greet their guests. He tries one last time to keep things civil, welcoming them with tight politeness and suggesting they talk over tea, but that idea dies the moment it leaves his mouth. The dragon named Bent charges straight into the restaurant and launches a magical attack at Ellison. He dodges just barely, only to see Serena's blood still staining the floor behind him. Lauren reacts instantly, opening a portal to the clinic and disappearing with Serena. Ellison answers the intruders with sarcasm and defiance, but they are in no mood for reason. Magic circles flare all around the room as spells begin firing in rapid succession. Ellison turns fully toward them, military cloak shifting behind him as his expression hardens into the look of someone who is no longer playing around. Elsewhere, Nye and his group laugh in the shadows, clearly pleased by the magical turmoil they can sense from afar. Nye, smug as ever, remarks that everything is unfolding exactly as planned. The red dragons have been dragged neatly into the chaos. One of his companions wonders aloud who could have manipulated them this effectively. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, one of the red dragons roars with fury, accusing Ellison of harming one of their own. He throws a massive fireball, but Ellison stays perfectly calm and erases it with a shield spell, scattering sparks harmlessly through the air. Then with a flick of his hand, he opens a portal and tells them to step through, warning that if they keep fighting here, innocent people will get caught in it. At Alina's clinic, she is startled out of her senses when Lauren rushes in carrying Serena, whose condition is far worse than anything she expected. Fear flashes across Alina's face, but she forces it down and gets to work immediately, channeling healing magic into the dying dragon. Bright light fills the room as she pours her strength into stopping the bleeding. Back on the battlefield, Ellison teleports the dragons away to a barren field, hoping distance will at least contain the damage. Bent mocks him and declares that this empty place will become his grave. Ellison, however, is already piecing the puzzle together in his mind. He suspects the whole thing is a setup designed to frame him. The only question is whether he is the direct target, or whether the red dragons are merely pieces being moved by someone else. If it is the second option, then maybe there is still a path to reason. So he calls out, telling everyone to calm down and think rationally for once. He explains that the blood they saw in the restaurant was not spilled by him, but the older dragon, already poisoned by Nai's manipulation, cuts him off and insists the blood itself is proof enough. Ellison continues anyway, saying Serena arrived already wounded, that she is still alive, and that he is trying to save her. Then Gallardo steps forward and adds his own poison to the lie, accusing Ellison of driving Serena from her lair and then killing her when she refused to leave. At that point, Ellison realizes exactly how central Gallardo is to this scheme, but the other dragons are already too enraged to listen. Vayant transforms into his true dragon form and unleashes a terrifying roar, his rage taking over. Ellison throws back attacks while asking the obvious: if Serena mattered so much to them, then why did they abandon her in the first place? Their answer is cold: he knows nothing about dragon law. That is where his patience starts to break. Their stubbornness, their refusal to listen, their blind commitment to nonsense, all of it pushes him over the edge. A surge of magical pressure bursts from him so intense that Gallardo drops in fear. And then, just when the chaos is already bad enough, Nai and his group finally arrive. True to form, Nai mocks Ellison the moment he appears. Bent asks why they are there, and Nai answers with fake civility, claiming they came only to help settle the situation. But Ellison recognizes him instantly the moment he senses the mana. He knows exactly who he is dealing with now, which means the battle just changed again. Meanwhile, Nai is clearly eager to put him in his place. Inside the healing room, Alina is reaching her limit. Blood keeps leaking onto the floor despite everything she does, and she is so drained she begins whispering apologies, convinced that she has failed. But Lauren refuses to accept that. She channels her own mana into Alina and tells her to keep going. Alina is stunned because now mana shortage is no longer the problem. Outside, the battlefield only gets worse. The black dragons join the assault as well, hammering Ellison with constant attacks meant to pin him down. He blocks them, but even for him, the pressure is becoming heavy. Golden magic rises around him as he lifts the ground beneath his feet, preparing for the full force of what is coming next. Then Nai orders his companions to support him, and another coordinated strike begins to form, enough to make even Ellison tense. And just before it lands, a voice cuts across the battlefield, sharp and absolute, commanding everyone to stop. Then the sky itself seems to split. 4 teleportation gates open at once, and from them step the elders, among them Metadonna and D-Dank, their arrival crushing the battlefield into silence. The atmosphere changes instantly. Even the dragons who were moments from tearing everything apart stop and stiffen. The elders demand to know what kind of chaos has broken out here, and Metadonna, stroking his chin with that old, tired look, dryly remarks that somehow Ellison always ends up standing in the middle of these disasters. Then he says he wants the truth, all of it. Ellison, relieved but still wearing that irritating calm of his, pulls back his hood and greets them with a mix of sarcasm and respect. Meanwhile, Nai thinks he finally has the board set exactly the way he wanted. In his mind, Ellison must be feeling safe now, assuming the elders came to shield him, but Nai sees only opportunity, especially with Lauren standing beside a human, something he considers a disgrace to the clan. This is the escalation he wanted, the kind that cannot be undone. He is certain that if he convinces the elders Ellison killed Serena, a red dragon, then Ellison's public execution becomes perfectly justified. In Nai's head, everything is lining up beautifully. What he does not realize is that Ellison already read the whole play. Even while Nai drowns in his own confidence, Ellison is betting everything on Lauren and Alina managing to keep Serena alive. At Alina's clinic, the situation is desperate. Lauren and Alina are working without pause trying to stabilize Serena. The bleeding has finally stopped, but that only means she has not died yet, not that she is safe. Lauren then prepares Alina for something far more dangerous. She reminds her of a similar moment from the past, and explains that what she is about to do now is far more extreme. To save Serena, they have to synchronize completely. Alina's body will have to act as a conduit for dragon-level power, and if she fails to handle it, that same power could break her from the inside. Alina hesitates, fear finally getting into her chest, but Lauren pushes harder, telling her plainly that Serena's life, and maybe Ellison's too, now depend on this choice. Alina is trembling, but she agrees. The synchronization begins, and the surge that hits her is monstrous. It slams her to the floor, and makes her feel pathetically small against the scale of dragon magic. For a moment, she can barely endure it and begs Lauren to lower the synchronization, but Lauren refuses, telling her that as a healer, this is exactly when she has to push past what she thought was her limit. Alina forces herself back under control and channels everything into Serena. The room floods with light as she pours her entire being into the healing, while Lauren urges Serena to fight too, to act like a dragon and refuse to die. Back on the battlefield, Nye begins feeding the elders his lie with complete confidence. He claims Ellison attacked Serena and killed her. Bent points to the blood at the restaurant and insists their response was fully justified under the treaty. Gallardo steps in as well, boldly claiming he personally witnessed Ellison murdering Serena, but Madamada does not accept that at face value. He turns to Ellison and asks for his side. Ellison answers simply, saying he has no reason to kill a dragon. During the war, a treaty was made, and under that agreement, races are not supposed to kill each other. He has abided by that, and he is not in the habit of harming those who do the same. On top of that, the accusation itself is absurd. The idea that he would casually kill a red dragon merely because her lair happened to be nearby makes no sense. Then he points out the real oddity, that the black dragons arrived far too quickly after the supposed attack, almost like they were already waiting for it. Ellison openly accuses them of orchestrating the whole thing. The elders exchange looks and suspicion starts shifting. D-Dank asks whether Ellison can actually prove it. Ellison, completely steady, says yes. Then he opens a portal, and when Serena steps through it alive, the whole field goes silent. Nye's face loses all color. Ellison gives Alina full credit for saving her, and Lauren explains that the synchronization between them is what made it possible, though Ellison still praises Alina's healing skill specifically. Serena then confirms the truth herself, that Nye and his accomplices attacked her in her lair, and that Ellison and his people saved her life. That revelation detonates through the crowd. Bent immediately apologizes to Ellison and says he will accept whatever punishment is deserved, but Ellison lets him off. The Black Dragons, however, are not getting off so easily. The elders are also visibly shaken by the healing method Alina and Lauren used, even if Alina herself is too drained to enjoy any of the praise. Madamada then turns to Nye with a voice that has gone cold, declaring that he violated the treaty and endangered the fragile peace between dragons and humans. That should have ended it. But Nye, furious that Ellison is not only a terrifying mage but also has Lauren beside him, decides to act anyway. He wants revenge more than survival now. In a flash, he transforms and attacks from behind. Blood splashes across the ground as Ellison moves instantly, shoving Lauren out of the way and taking the full blow himself. The strike lands hard. Ellison crashes to the ground with his back torn open and blood soaking everything beneath him. He lies still. Lauren just stares, unable to understand what she is looking at. Then her voice cracks. She asks why he pushed her away, why there is so much blood, and then she starts sobbing his name. Bent is enraged and demands to know what kind of dishonorable coward ambushes someone from behind like that. Nye only laughs. He calls himself a hero, a savior of dragonkind, the one who preserved their future, and asks why they should keep a pact at all when someone like Ellison exists. Someone too dangerous to let live. While he rants, Alina is already beside Ellison, her hands shaking as she tries to heal him. Nothing works. She begs Lauren to synchronize with her again, the same way they did for Serena, but Lauren is frozen, staring at her own blood-covered hands while tears pour down her face. Nye mocks them all and says it will not matter, because Ellison's case is different from Serena's. Then Serena, watching from the side, lets out a sharp, bitter laugh that cuts straight through the panic. She calls Nye a coward and says this is not even the first time he has chosen the backstabber's route. Then she barks at Lauren to stop crying and actually look. When Lauren does, she sees it. Ellison's wound is not worsening, it is healing and fast. His strength is not disappearing, it is rising. Serena's words snap Lauren out of her paralysis. Hope flickers back into her eyes, Ellison stirs. And then he slowly lifts a hand and wipes Lauren's tears away, telling her softly not to cry. Then the battlefield is drowned in blue light. It erupts from Ellison's body and blinds everyone watching. Above him, the ancient marble begins to glow, radiating power in every direction. Madamada watches with a grim face, recognizing immediately what that energy is. When the light finally drops, Ellison stands again. Behind him, luminous wings have unfolded. He faces Nye without hurry and explains exactly what happened. The ancient essence absorbed the force of Nye's attack and stopped him from dying. Nye, now consumed by rage, roars and transforms fully, body swelling, scales gleaming, power gathering for one final strike. He means to erase Ellison completely. Ellison does not even flinch. He raises one hand and stops the attack like it is nothing. Then, in a calm voice, he reminds Nye of the treaty, the one forbidding dragons from killing or attacking humans or other races. After that, with the faintest hint of a smirk, he invites Nye to justify himself. And then the sky answers for him. Flaming meteors begin falling from above, a storm of fire so violent it turns the battlefield into a burning hellscape. The earth shakes under every impact. Nye can only stare, his voice shaking as he asks how a human can possibly wield power like this. The flames swallow him whole. When they fade, nothing remains of him but ash. His followers stand there in silence, regret heavy on all of them now that it is far too late. Ellison then turns back to Lauren, and the hard edge in his face disappears. He gently takes her hand and tells her it is time to go home. Still trembling, Lauren throws herself into his arms and clings to him while crying without restraint. Madamada steps forward then and delivers judgment. The ones who conspired with Nye will be imprisoned for 3,000 years in the sacred forbidden grounds. Serena too receives compensation. Her destroyed lair is restored and filled with treasure. Later, Lauren sits with her back turned to Ellison, clearly upset. He approaches carefully and asks what is wrong. Without turning, she accuses him of being reckless, of taking a risk so stupid it nearly broke her. Ellison listens in silence, then gently wraps his arms around her and holds her close, apologizing and promising that he will think more carefully next time. The moment should have stayed quiet, but Madamada suddenly appears and interrupts them. Both Ellison and Lauren jump in surprise, and before Lauren even thinks, she instinctively punches the elder straight in the face. Madamada stumbles back, clutching his cheek in total confusion and pain. Lauren, still furious and startled, demands to know what he thinks he is doing there. And the elder, still holding his sore face, can only stammer out a reminder that he is, in fact, an elder. Ellison awkwardly scratches the back of his head and steps in before things get any worse, explaining that he was the one who invited Madamada here. Lauren turns toward him, still visibly thrown off, and demands to know why he would ever call the elder over. Madamada, still trying to recover both his dignity and his face, looks between the two of them and asks what exactly is going on. That is when Ellison's tone shifts. The joking ease drops away and he starts explaining the real issue, the awakening Madamada likely sensed, and how it connects directly to the ancient marble. Even while discussing something that dangerous, Ellison still slips into the role of host and offers Madamada a drink. The elder takes a sip and his expression changes immediately. He notes the depth of the whiskey's flavor, rich, refined, aged for decades, maybe 60 or 70 years. Ellison gives a small smile, clearly pleased that his guest judged it so accurately. Watching the exchange, Lauren reaches for the bottle herself out of curiosity, only for Ellison to smack her hand away and warn her that this is not beer, one sip would probably flatten her. Lauren protests, complaining that he never lets her drink anything stronger than beer. Madamada watches all this with obvious amusement, and comments that the two of them make for a very unusual pair. He even remarks that Ellison sometimes seems to forget he is dealing with dragons at all. Ellison casually shrugs that off and asks whether it really matters in the end. Then the conversation turns serious again. Madamada brings up the principles that were established after the last war and openly acknowledges that Ellison acted properly, especially in the matter of Nye. Lauren, despite still being annoyed with Ellison, immediately defends him and says that if he had not acted, she would have handled it herself. Ellison falls quiet for a moment, briefly reflecting on just how close he came to dying. From there, Madamada begins explaining the ancient marbles in more detail. He lays out just how dangerous they are. 1 grants dominion over dragons, 2 gives control over purebloods, and 3 could, at least in theory, allow someone to rule all dragonkind. He then points out the strange part: if Ellison had been a dragon, absorbing all 3 would have effectively made him a dragon lord. Ellison asks what would happen if another ancient marble appeared after all 3 had already been absorbed. Madamada answers that any extra one should simply disappear. That leads Ellison to a darker thought: maybe someone is trying to resurrect the Dragon King itself, and the repeated appearance of these gems could be part of that plan. Madamada, clearly alarmed, listens as Ellison expands on the theory, bringing up the coordinated dragon attacks tied to locations connected to the gems, like the mine and the dwarf settlement. The pattern is too deliberate to ignore. Realizing the weight of that possibility, Madamada agrees to investigate the place where Ellison found the last one. But he also suggests using Ellison as bait. Before he can really finish, Lauren cuts him off sharply and tells him to stop being dramatic. Even Madamada looks mildly amused by how boldly she talks to him. But he lets it pass and begins preparing for the investigation. The next morning, Alina is out in the forest gathering herbs, focused on rebuilding her medical supplies and muttering to herself that what she has collected should last her a while. Then Serena appears right behind her, startling her badly enough that she nearly drops the basket. Serena immediately teases her for being so easy to scare, then casually announces that she has decided to stay around for a while longer. Alina, still trying to catch up, reminds her that her lair was already repaired. Serena dismisses that by saying the place is way too big, and that she is simply not built for quiet recovery. Then she playfully accuses Alina of being cold-hearted for trying to send her away so quickly, which only flusters her more. After that, Serena shifts the subject and suggests Alina teach her how to transfer magical power, promising that if she learns it, she could help more with healing in return. Alina immediately turns red and stumbles over her words, trying to dodge the whole thing by awkwardly bringing up vegetarian food instead. Their odd exchange is quietly noticed by someone standing at the doorway. Somewhere else, Gyarda is running through the woods in desperation when a mocking voice stops him cold. A woman, calm and utterly in control, corners him without effort. He stops, breath ragged, and listens as she begins listing his failures one by one. How he failed to infiltrate the human village. How even the black dragons humiliated him. Panicking, Gyarda blurts out that everything could still be fixed if they just capture Ellison, because Ellison has absorbed 3 ancient marbles. The woman pauses for a moment as if considering it, then dismisses the thought with contempt. A sharp gust of wind slices across Gyarda's neck, and his pleading ends there. She coldly mutters that there was never any reason to keep him alive. Back at the restaurant, Ellison and Lauren are cleaning up after the morning rush when Lauren asks whether they should stay open for the rest of the day, especially since nothing urgent is pressing at the moment. Before Ellison can answer, Nellen rushes in carrying a stone and excitedly shows it to him. Ellison examines it with interest. Lauren, curious in the worst possible way, decides to lick the rock, only to recoil instantly and complain about how violently salty it is. Ellison identifies it as rock salt and is suddenly dragged into memory. He mentions how similar stones helped him endure his early military days, and then laughs at Lauren's reaction as his mind slips back to the beginning. He remembers how terrifying those first days in this world were, how soon after arriving he was dragged into military training, how even his original name was abandoned because the people here could not pronounce it, leaving him as Ellison instead. He had been frightened, homesick, and completely out of place. But somehow worse than the fear, worse than the training was the food. Sitting in the mess hall, staring down at the same tasteless sludge day after day, he could not understand how anyone ate it without complaint. 2 full weeks of that misery passed, and the one thought that never left him was how just a little salt would transform everything. Surely he was not the only one thinking that. Even worse, he overheard instructors complaining about the food too, yet they still ate it like it was nothing, which only deepened his frustration. By the time another 2 weeks passed, the training itself had become slightly less brutal, but the food remained an ongoing nightmare. Ellison realized that before he could ever chase a dream like opening a restaurant, he first had to survive this camp. Then came the moment that changed everything. During one of the magic lessons, the instructor, Vane, a 5th-level mage with a curled mustache and the kind of arrogance that comes naturally to small men with authority, announced that they would finally be learning offensive magic. He presented it like some grand privilege for recruits of such low rank. Vane introduced them to mana, showing off a glowing green sphere and explaining that all magic was built on manipulating mana through circles and attributes. To demonstrate, he launched a fireball into a training dummy. Then he ordered the recruits to try. Their results were pathetic, tiny flames that sputtered and died before they even reached the target. Furious, Vane started yelling at them, mocking their lack of talent and discipline, all while inwardly complaining that the war had forced the military to scrape together recruits this worthless. And then out of nowhere, a fireball the size of a small house tore across the training field, erased the practice dummy, and even blew apart part of the cliff behind it. Every recruit froze. Every instructor froze. Ellison himself stood there just as shocked as everyone else while all eyes slowly turned toward him. Vane, pale and rattled, grabbed him by the shoulders and demanded to know what he had just done. Ellison answered with complete innocence that he simply gathered the mana and cast the fireball the way he was told. When Vane pressed harder, Ellison casually added that he could see the wisps of mana floating in the air. That was the moment Vane broke into cold sweat. He realized Ellison possessed an absurdly rare sensitivity, the ability to see mana itself. Later, Vane discussed the event with Thern, the head instructor of the camp. Vane admitted Ellison's ability was extraordinary, but the conversation clearly brought up something ugly in him too, because he had clawed his way toward magic through effort while Ellison had just stumbled into genius. Thern suggested delaying Ellison's deployment to the front and sending him for advanced magical training instead. Ellison, listening in from outside the room, quietly smiled to himself. The possibility of avoiding the battlefield altogether was the first truly hopeful thing he had heard since arriving in this world. But then the door suddenly flew open, and Vane caught him eavesdropping. He shot Ellison a dark look, warned him not to get arrogant, and then handed down his punishment. Since that massive fireball wrecked part of the field, Ellison would be the one repairing it. That night while cleaning through the debris, Ellison noticed small orange-yellow stones glowing faintly among the broken earth. Curious, he picked one up, tasted it, and nearly threw himself backward in shock. It was salt. That single salt stone changed everything for him. The discovery lit up his mind instantly, and by the next morning Ellison was already sneaking it into the camp meals. The difference was immediate. The soldiers took one bite and reacted like they had just been rescued from a curse. Hearing that, Ellison felt a deep, quiet satisfaction, because even people who usually ate just to survive could instantly tell the food had improved. From there, he kept going. Night after night, he stayed in the kitchen, fighting through filthy ingredients, half-washed potatoes, dim lamps, and conditions that would have broken most people's motivation. None of that stopped him. He kept preparing, testing, improving, driven by a stubborn need to make food that could at least meet his own standards. There were nights when he stood over a pot with tears in his eyes and still kept stirring. Then one night, while finally eating, an instructor appeared behind him out of nowhere and told him to report in once he finished. That was enough to make Ellison tense up immediately. By the time he stepped into Thern's office, the silence alone felt heavy enough to crush him. Thern studied him for a while, stroking his chin, then finally acknowledged the obvious: Ellison's magical talent was extraordinary. Ellison, still gloomy, could only admit that much. Thern said that kind of talent could massively improve a soldier's battlefield value, which sounded good for exactly 1 second before the conversation turned. Then Thern mentioned a rumor. Someone had apparently been sneaking into the camp kitchen late at night, slipping out before the chefs arrived at 5 in the morning. He casually added that catching the culprit had been difficult, but if that person were found, the punishment would be severe. At that, Ellison's whole body stiffened. Thern noticed the reaction, softened slightly, and smiled, saying that the real reason he had called him in was to congratulate him on his progress in magic training. Then he handed him a scroll and told him to throw it away on the way out. He mentioned, almost too casually, that it was part of a personal investigation report and that Ellison could use it if he wanted. As Ellison took the scroll, Thern leaned in and repeated the point about the kitchen, saying once again that if someone leaves before 5 in the morning, catching them is basically impossible. That was when Ellison understood. Thern had known the whole time. Later that evening, sitting by a campfire in the forest, Ellison unrolled the scroll and burst out laughing. Thern had absolutely known, and instead of punishing him, he had quietly handed him useful information. The scroll was filled with details about edible mushrooms and spices, almost like the commander was approving those secret midnight cooking sessions without ever saying it directly. Ellison kept using that knowledge, and little by little, the food in the northern training camp transformed. The bland, soul-crushing meals became richer, better seasoned, and far more satisfying. Before long, the camp became known for having the best food in the entire military. Even after Ellison eventually left, the recipes he introduced stayed behind, passed down until the camp's reputation became permanent. Back in the present, Ellison decides to make that same old camp dish again. Feeling nostalgic about the salt stone that started it all, Lauren peers into the pot and asks if this really is the food he used to survive on back in Camp 5. Ellison says yes, it is exactly that, the kind of recipe they all clung to just to make it through. As they eat, Lauren and the others admit that it does not taste as impressive as his food now. But that does not really matter. Nostalgia gives it a weight of its own, bringing back the hardship, the mess, and the strange sense of bond that grew out of enduring all of it together. Elsewhere, Serena is sprawled across a table complaining about hunger when 2 children nervously approach looking for Alina. They explain that their brother is hurt, and since Alina is not there, they ask Serena for help instead. At first, Serena blows them off, pointing out that a scraped knee is hardly a life-threatening emergency. But the children keep pressing, and eventually she gives in, using a simple healing spell on the boy while acting like she hates every second of it. Later, Alina meets those same children and gets thanked for Serena's kindness. Confused, Alina confronts Serena, who instantly denies being kind and instead demands to know why Alina left her starving. Alina explains that she had gone to the Lord's castle to treat a patient suffering from a strange poison that caused damage to the brain. So far, every treatment has failed, and the Lord remains in a coma. Hearing that, Serena suddenly recalls a researcher who might know something about conditions like that, though she cannot remember the name or where to find them. Then a messenger bird arrives carrying a letter from Alina's homeland. The second she reads it, her face falls. The elf forest is under threat of destruction by a dragon, and to prevent that, Alina is now expected to become the dragon's bride. The news crushes her. She breaks down, saying marriage should be built on love and familiarity, not fear and extortion. Serena scoffs and dismisses the dragon's threat as bluff and intimidation, but Alina cannot shake the anxiety. Serena, full of confidence as always, tells her she will protect her. Meanwhile, back in the elf village, the elder Neria is informed that the letter has reached Alina. One of the elves asks whether Alina will truly return after learning what is at stake. Neria says she believes Alina will come because that is the kind of selfless person she is. though she is not certain even Alina's return will actually solve the problem. Later, when Alina brings the matter to Ellison and Lauren, Serena immediately scolds them for hesitating and insists they should prepare for every possibility. Even while the group debates what to do, Serena grows increasingly annoyed by all the doubt in the room. In the end, though, she agrees to go with them to the elf forest. Ellison lightly teases Alina, saying they might as well go meet this so-called husband candidate. And with that, the group gets ready to confront the dragon. Far away in the depths of the forest, a massive dragon is roaring and terrorizing everything around him. Back with Ellison's group, they stop at the forest's edge, where the path ahead already feels oppressive, especially since teleportation is useless there. Ellison comments on the time, while Serena suggests flying instead to make the trip easier. Alina explains that the elf forest is protected by a magical system that shuts down teleportation completely, which is why none of that will help. Before they can think further, a sharp voice cuts through the moment. An elf named Lilia appears with her bow already drawn, warning them not to move unless they want to be shot. A whole squad of elves steps out around them, fully armed and on edge. Lilia demands to know why they have come. Sensing how dangerous the tension is, Alina quickly steps forward, identifies herself, and assures Lilia that they are here with her. Even then, Lilia stays cautious, saying their identities still need to be confirmed. She turns to Ellison and asks his race and purpose. Ellison grimaces but answers honestly, saying he is human and came to help Alina. Lilia notices a brief flash in his eyes, something strange, a rare trait tied to thought reading that normally belongs only to elves. When she turns to question Serena next, Ellison casually cuts in, introduces himself like he is at a market, mentions that he owns a small but highly rated restaurant in Greek City, and even invites them to visit sometime. That instantly irritates Lilia, who snaps at him for speaking out of turn. Just as she is about to demand Serena's answer, another elf rushes up and whispers something into her ear. Lilia's expression changes immediately. She orders her squad to lower their weapons and apologizes, explaining that Elder Neria has granted them permission to enter. As the group continues forward, Lauren mutters about how annoying the elves were at the entrance, but Ellison reassures her that everything is still moving in the right direction. Neria greets them warmly and immediately apologizes for the misunderstanding. She says they must have endured a long trip and thanks Alina for coming. Then, noticing the tension in Alina's face, Neria gently praises her courage, acknowledging how difficult this choice must have been. Alina, already trembling, asks if she is referring to the marriage proposal. Serena scoffs openly at the idea of any dragon wanting Alina as a bride, and insults him without hesitation. Neria is horrified by how casually Serena speaks and warns her that Mantium is an almighty being. In response, Serena and Lauren reveal their own dragon identities and openly state that they came here to deal with Mantium, which leaves Neria completely shaken. Once things settle enough to speak, Neria explains the full situation. Mantium is a dragon who has received tribute from the elf tribe for generations, but his demands have recently become more extreme. Now he insists on being given an elf bride and refuses to accept anything else. The elves tried offering many candidates before, but he rejected every one of them. In the end, they had no choice but to turn to Alina and hope she might succeed where the others failed. Alina quietly says she will probably just be rejected too. Lauren, hearing that, grows angry at the thought of Alina being hurt, and says she will step in if it comes to that. Then Serena remembers something important about Mantium. He is infamous for researching the brains of different species, which means he may know something that could help cure Lord Gates. That changes the entire direction of the discussion. Suddenly this is not just about driving the dragon away anymore, it is about capturing him. Before they can refine the plan, an elf rushes in with urgent news. Mantium is already on his way. Neria quickly warns them about one crucial detail: he is extremely cautious. If he senses another dragon nearby, he runs. And if he feels truly threatened, he abandons his lair altogether. So if they want to trap him, they cannot confront him directly. They will need subtlety, distraction, and perfect timing first. The plan comes together with everyone's eyes eventually landing on Alina, because once again she has to stand at the center of the mess. She complains, understandably, that somehow she is always the one forced into the worst role, but after enough pressure and not nearly enough mercy, she agrees. Soon after, Mantium arrives, stomping through the forest in a rage so violent it twists his already grotesque face even further. Trees shake under his weight as he prepares to burn everything in sight. But before the fire can come, Neria steps forward and offers Alina as the promised bride. And Alina, transformed into a breathtaking figure for the role, appears before him. The effect is instant. Mantium's fury evaporates and is replaced by pure delight. From a safe distance, the others watch and wait for the right moment. Alina walks beside the dragon, nerves tightening with every step, silently wondering why the others still have not made their move. Mantium, already completely captivated, starts talking to her, asking her name, then flushing when she answers and demanding that she call him master. As if that was not enough, he presents her with a maid outfit and insists she wear it. Alina is nearly in tears, but she forces herself to endure it, clinging to the hope that her friends will act before things get any more humiliating. Now standing there in the outfit he gave her, Alina nervously smooths the fabric and tries to keep up the act. Even though he told her not to follow him into this part of the lair, she says she still came because she wanted to help. The place is a disaster, and in an attempt to play the part of a proper beautiful wife, she offers to tidy it for him. She carefully says the mess looks overwhelming and asks whether he could step aside for a moment while she cleans. That suggestion instantly sets him off. He snaps that he will never leave this place unattended. His sudden hostility scares her badly, and she rushes to apologize, feeling like she stepped into ground she was never allowed to touch. Instead of accepting the apology, he barks at her not to apologize at all and demands that she repeat herself. The commanding tone only makes the situation weirder and worse. Watching all of this from hiding, Lauren, Serena, and Ellison can barely contain their reactions. Their amusement slips out just enough for Alina to notice, and the second she does, her anger flares. She snaps at them for hiding their laughing instead of stepping in to help her. That outburst ruins everything. Mantium turns immediately toward the trio, hostility pouring off him as he demands to know who they are and how they dared enter his territory. The three try to retreat, but the moment is already gone. They reveal their dragon power, glowing with the kind of force that makes it obvious they are far from ordinary. Feeling threatened, Mantium instantly tries to teleport away, but the spell fails. Before he can try again, Lauren and Serena bind him in glowing magical chains that slam him to the ground. He roars in frustration while Alina, now furious for a completely different reason, starts berating her friends for not preparing better escape traps ahead of time. Lauren admits that part was a mistake, then immediately blames Ellison, who awkwardly explains that they honestly thought watching the dragon's reaction would be entertaining. Serena rolls her eyes and calls both of them irresponsible. Then everything shifts. A green sphere wrapped in black energy appears in the sky, pulsing with something deeply wrong. It explodes with a deafening roar, and poisonous gas spreads across the forest. In the nearby elf woods, the effect is immediate and horrifying. The elves freeze where they stand, weapons drawn like puppets waiting for orders. Neria, struggling under the pressure of the mind control, unsheathes her own blade and begins raising it toward herself. The whole forest tips toward disaster in an instant. Back at the lair, Mantium starts laughing like a madman, proudly revealing that the gas is the result of a mind control spell he perfected over 100 years. With the elves caught under it, he demands that Alina agree to marry him, using their lives as leverage. Alina is horrified, trapped between revulsion and panic. Her friends tell her not to give in, but the choice looks impossible. Just as she is on the verge of agreeing, Ellison appears in a burst of golden magic. He casts a protective spell over the forest and breaks the mind control entirely. The relief is instant and overwhelming as the elves lower their weapons and return to themselves. Neria drops to her knees and thanks Ellison for saving her people, while Alina, crying openly now, clings to her in pure relief. Mantium completely loses it. He cannot understand how his spell was broken and spirals into furious disbelief. At that point, Ellison, Lauren, and Serena decide the dragon has had enough chances and bind him even more tightly so he cannot pull another stunt. That night, the elves celebrate their freedom with a full feast. Music fills the forest, people dance, stories spread from table to table, and the crushing tension of the day finally starts to lift. Alina, still shaken, finds some comfort in Neria's embrace, while Lauren and Serena take the opportunity to clown on Darren for his earlier cowardice. In the middle of the lighter mood, Lauren discovers a sauce Alina brought along, and once it hits the vegetable dishes, the whole meal changes. Serena immediately complains that Lauren should have revealed that treasure sooner instead of hoarding it, and the teasing pulls real laughter out of everyone. As the celebration continues, Ellison quietly slips away in search of something else, or maybe someone else. He heads toward the statue of the elf hero Benna, and the story drifts back to his military days, back when Ellison was a 7th Circle Archmage and Ben was still alive at his side. Ben was complaining, as usual, about being fed greens, saying he wanted meat not grass. Ellison shot back that Ben could not even digest meat, and asked why he kept insisting on it anyway. Ben responded by saying that if Ellison truly claimed to be some amazing cook, then he should make the meat digestible. Darren, who had to listen to their endless bickering, told Ben it would suit an elf like him more to fight than whine about food. Ellison immediately told both of them to shut it and focus. Then Darren suddenly spotted movement in the distance, trolls attacking a refugee camp. In an instant, the scene turned to chaos. Tents torn apart, people screaming, panic spreading in every direction. One troll grabbed a young boy who cried and begged for his life, while the refugees recognized Ellison and the others as heroes of the war and started shouting that they were saved. Even Ben, annoyed that his meal had been interrupted, got ready to fight. Back in the present, Ellison sits quietly in front of food, staring down at it while wondering whether the person he once made a promise to has finally found peace. Neria approaches him then, and he asks if anyone still resents him for what happened. Neria gently reminds him of the day 2 years ago when he returned carrying Ben's body. She thanks him for honoring Ben's promise and tells him plainly that no one here holds a grudge against him. She thanks him again for saving the elves today, but Ellison immediately shifts the credit to Ben, saying it was Ben's strength and actions that really saved the day. The two of them stand there in front of Ben's statue while the other elves thank Ellison and the rest of his group for saving their lives. Nearby, the captured Mantium is still whining and demanding to know where they are taking him. Serena mocks him and says he will find out soon enough. Lauren, meanwhile, starts teasing Ellison about how long he spent talking to Neria the night before. Ellison asks whether she heard everything, and Lauren answers that of course she did, then casually adds that Ellison really did eat the Lord's heart. Serena and Alina overhear that and immediately join in, both of them agreeing that Ellison's strength is honestly absurd. Eventually, the whole group arrives at Dion's castle. Dion welcomes Ellison enthusiastically, while Lady Berna is stunned the moment she sees him and instantly recognizes him from everything that happened with Dedrin. Remembering how he saved both her and her son, she tears up while thanking him. That moment gets interrupted when Lauren drags Mantium into the room and orders him to heal Dion's father. The dragon hesitates, but under the circumstances he has very little choice. After examining the count, he discovers a dangerous poison in the man's brain and begins removing it with his magic. Once the treatment is complete, Dion's father opens his eyes and calls for his wife. Berna and Dion immediately throw themselves into his arms, overwhelmed with relief. Ellison watches the reunion quietly and his thoughts drift, just for a moment, toward his own mother. Lauren notices he is not asking for any reward and asks why. Ellison simply says he does not need one. The moment in front of him is too beautiful to ruin by asking for payment. So they leave and return to the restaurant. That night, as Ellison and Lauren prepare for the next day and work through the last tasks, Ellison notices something important. Thanks to the power of the ancient marble, summoning has started to feel far less exhausting. But when he checks more carefully, he senses a strange energy gathering around him. Then, before he can properly understand it, that energy takes hold of him. Ellison finds himself thrown backward through time, waking inside his own past. He walks through the familiar streets of his hometown, groggy and confused, noticing that he seems to be the only one awake at that hour. His mind is already drifting toward ingredients and recipes out of habit, and then suddenly he sees a girl. She is standing over a man she just dropped to the ground, and for a second Ellison can only stare in confusion. He calls out, asking what Lauren is doing there, but the girl turns to him with a hard, unfamiliar expression and demands to know who he is. She does not recognize him at all. That alone leaves him blank, but then things get even stranger, because his vision starts warping and he catches himself wondering why Lauren is wearing a school uniform. Before he can sort out even one thought, she shouts the question again, demanding his identity. Then it starts hitting him. This place, this street, this air, he knows it. It is the world he lived in before everything changed. His mind races, and right then a truck comes barreling toward him. Then Lauren's voice cuts through his daze, shouting for him to get up. She looks just as confused as he is and asks what happened and where they are. That is when the truth lands fully. This is not a dream, he is back in his original world. A woman rushes over and asks if they are alright, suggesting they call 119. Lauren, having no clue what 119 even means, looks to Ellison for answers, but he cuts in quickly and tells the woman they are fine, that neither of them is hurt. Then the two of them immediately run off, leaving the woman staring after them and commenting on how strange Ellison's clothes look. Later, Lauren is stunned to learn that this place is Ellison's hometown. As they walk, she points out how completely alien everything feels to her. The iron carriages, the cars, the towering buildings, all of it. Ellison, though clearly overwhelmed himself, smiles faintly and admits it has been a very long time. If anything, the city looks even prettier now than he remembered. Lauren points out that if this is truly his hometown, he should know where they are. She asks where they should go, but Ellison is still trying to think through the time gap. Remembering the phone he saw earlier, he guesses time must have passed equally in both worlds. That would mean more than 15 years have gone by. Even if the buildings changed, he figures the roads themselves probably stayed similar. Still trying to hide how shaken he is, he tells Lauren he does not know the exact location. Lauren immediately calls him out, because a second ago he was claiming this was his hometown. Ellison, already thinking about his mother, tries to reassure her by saying he knows where they are headed and that money will not be a problem. Lifting up a gold coin like that somehow solves everything. Back in Greek City, morning is already moving. Link greets everyone brightly, saying good morning, while Mint comments in surprise that they arrived early. When the barn doors open, Miltine remarks on how freezing the morning is, though she also admits that if the dwarves had not rebuilt the barn, they would have been in serious trouble. Linty notices that the restaurant is still dark inside and figures they probably will not open early today. Mint is surprised by that, because Ellison was never the type to sleep in. Meanwhile, Lauren notices that the clothes Ellison is wearing now clearly belong to this world. Ellison explains that the old ones would have stood out way too much here. Still, he cannot hide his disappointment over the money situation. He expected much more in exchange for the gold coin. The man he dealt with only offered him 4,000,000 won, and Ellison realizes that if he had been able to show identification, he could have gotten the full value in cash. Lauren asks what an ID is. The vendor, clearly confused by Ellison not having one, offers a compromise. In the end, Ellison agrees to take only half the coin's value as long as the man stops asking questions about identification. Lauren then asks whether he is not hungry. Ellison suggests finding a good restaurant nearby, and when he spots a Chinese place, he lights up. He tells Lauren that jjajangmyeon is the kind of food people always come back to. Lauren gets excited immediately, asking what they are going to eat, and Ellison eagerly agrees to start with that. After tasting it, Lauren says it is delicious and urges him to eat too. But when Ellison glances at the menu prices, he nearly breaks. The food is far more expensive than he remembered. Back in his day, jjajangmyeon used to cost only 4,000 won. Lauren teases him, calling him an ancient dragon for sounding completely out of touch with modern prices. Ellison brushes that off and insists this is not about saving money, it is about enjoying the food properly. Then he suggests they try jjambong too, and Lauren warns him not to regret ordering so much. Once she tastes the spicy dish, she says it feels like breathing fire. Ellison, loving every second of the experience, tells her to grab something to cool down. The two of them go on trying dish after dish, fully enjoying the absurdity of the moment. Back at the restaurant, Serena is furious. She demands to know where Ellison and the others disappeared to because their day off was supposed to end yesterday. One customer complains he is going to starve to death waiting. Alina, who is also hungry, is clearly irritated. Null asks if Mint has heard anything about where they went, since they never disappear without saying a word. Mint shakes his head and admits he is just as confused. Two annoyed men give up and walk away from the restaurant, one saying he came all that way for nothing, the other grumbling that he does not even know whether the place is worth the hype. Mint immediately realizes this is becoming a real problem, because if customers keep leaving, the restaurant's reputation will take the hit. Miltine nervously asks if something bad might have happened to Ellison and the others, but Mint doubts it, reasoning that even the Baron himself submits to them, so it is hard to imagine anything truly serious. Then Linty suggests they should just run the restaurant themselves until Ellison comes back. After all, every meal they have had there was made by him, they know how good it is supposed to taste, and the ingredients are already in the kitchen. Mint and Miltine are caught off guard by the suggestion, but after a moment they agree to try. Elsewhere, Ellison and Lauren are sitting together on a train. Ellison finally admits he cannot eat another bite. Lauren, who has apparently sampled everything in sight, says she is full too but very happy with the experience. Ellison smiles, glad she enjoyed it. Then Lauren points at the much larger iron carriage outside the window and asks what it is. Ellison explains that it is called a train. Since where they are going is too far, they need to use this instead of teleporting, because teleportation magic would cause absolute chaos here. Then, a little awkwardly, Lauren asks whether they are going to meet Ellison's mother. Ellison looks surprised and asks if she already knew, and Lauren says it was obvious from how excited he had been. She then comments that she really likes the scenery of his hometown. Ellison, a little embarrassed now, asks what she would say if he asked her to stay there forever and never go back. Lauren just stares at him, clearly caught off guard and unsure how to answer. Ellison keeps going, saying that he has been thinking about this ever since they arrived. Since the ancient marble no longer appears here, and the threat of a dragon lord being born has vanished in this world, he wonders what she would think about starting a completely new life there. He quickly adds that she does not need to answer immediately and can take all the time she wants. Then, awkwardly, Lauren asks the real question. If she says no, would he really give up living there and return with her, because she has no intention of staying behind alone? That question pulls Ellison into an older memory, back to the elf forest, where he was once trying to use summoning magic. Ben, half asleep, asked what he was doing. Ellison answered that he had finally done it and then reached toward the portal, asking it to take him home. His friends instantly grabbed him. Ben shouted that he was doing this reckless nonsense again and told the others to hold him back. Darren yelled that the portal would close instantly and asked if Ellison wanted to lose a finger. Ellison fought them, demanding to be let go, and in the middle of that struggle he pushed a document through the portal and said he understood now. Then the portal snapped shut. Ben, furious, scolded him and reminded him that even his own magic could not solve a problem like that. And now Ellison had drained himself so badly he would not be able to use magic properly for weeks. Exhausted, Ellison asked Darren whether he would return to the mines after the war. Darren stayed silent. Then he asked Ben whether he would go back to the elf forest where his fiancée was waiting. Ben said yes. And Ellison, on the edge of tears, asked the one question he could never answer for himself. Where was he supposed to go when all of this ended? Where did he even belong? Back in the present, Lauren answers quietly that she never abandoned him in her heart. Ellison takes that in, then says they should head to his house first. Lauren agrees to follow him to his old lair, as she calls it. Meanwhile, in Greek City, word starts spreading that the restaurant has reopened. People suggest checking it out. Inside, Linty is already cutting meat while Creston asks if the amount is enough. Excited, Linty says it is perfect and that all they need now is to grill it. Then he asks where the firewood should go. Miltine, surprised, says she thought everything in this place was done with magic. Creston watches in surprise as Alina uses fire magic, though Linty immediately says the flame is too weak. Alina defensively explains she only learned that amount for camping. Serena then tells them all to get out of the way and uses her own fire magic, saying they do not need to worry about the flame and should just focus on cooking. Linty, who still has no idea who she really is mainly relieved that the problem is solved. Smiling, Miltine says all the ingredients are ready now so they can start and officially open the restaurant. But the moment the food starts going out, things go wrong. One miner takes a look at his dish and complains that it looks like charcoal, asking why they would serve him something that already looks like the rocks he stares at all day underground. Mate immediately apologizes and promises they will remake it. The miner stares at the plate in front of him and asks if they served him coal because he works in a mine. While Creston is trying to throw together a salad, he pauses and wonders aloud whether he should add one more ingredient. Miltine asks what exactly he is putting in there, but the answer arrives faster than the explanation, because the customer takes one bite, instantly spits it out, and complains that the whole thing is unbearably salty. Matt, already panicking, turns to Crest and demands to know whether he used salt. Creston casually admits that he thought it was sugar. That is enough for the customer to spit the rest out and demand a refund on the spot. Linty nearly loses his mind, convinced the restaurant is about to go bankrupt before Ellison even comes back. His first thought is to deal with the fire, because at this rate the meat will keep coming out charred. One glance at Serena makes it obvious she has no intention of lowering those flames. He has no idea how anyone is supposed to cook properly over that kind of heat. Desperate, he pours water over the fire, notices a pot nearby, and starts wondering if that could somehow save them. Meanwhile, in the modern world, Lauren asks Ellison if they are lost. He calmly says no. Even if countless buildings have changed, some things are still familiar. He says that even after 15 years, even after 30, he would never truly lose his way in his hometown. Then with the faintest smile, he says the words he probably imagined 1,000 times, he is home. When he reaches the door and knocks, Lauren notices the tension in him and remarks that he seems nervous. Ellison starts worrying about how he is even supposed to introduce her. Lauren bluntly says he should just tell the truth that she is a dragon. Ellison asks if she is serious and then wonders whether his mother would even recognize him after 15 years. His hairstyle has not changed that much, but everything else has. With a trembling voice, he calls for his mother, but the house stays silent. Lauren comments on how quiet it is. Ellison tries again. Then the neighboring door opens and a woman steps out apologetically asking who they are. She says she has never seen them before and wonders if they recently moved in. Ellison quickly explains that he came to see the woman who used to live in 604. The neighbor's face changes at once. She asks if he is Mrs. Jong Hwa's son. The second he hears that, hope rushes back into him and he quickly confirms it, asking whether she knows where his mother is. But the woman's expression turns sad and she quietly tells him that Mrs. Jong Hwa no longer lives there. Then she asks them to follow her. As they walk, the woman explains that she moved in 5 years ago and met Mrs. Jong Hwa then. She says his mother worked constantly, was always busy, and often lived on instant noodles, but even so she still found the time to cook for her, and the two eventually became close. She remembers how his mother constantly bragged about her son, saying he would probably be around the neighbor's age now. The woman mentions that she writes for a small website, but Ellison barely hears it. When he realizes they are heading into a small wooded area, he asks where they are going. The woman answers that Mrs. Jong Hwa missed him too much to ever put up missing posters, because she believed he would come back on his own someday. Then they stop in front of a grave. And the woman asks the question that tears straight through him: why did he come back only now? Why could he not have returned even just 2 years earlier? Ellison is completely frozen. The woman explains that his mother had been fighting stomach cancer for years. Even after a gastrectomy, she kept finding joy in cooking for other people, because seeing them eat made her happy. But 3 years ago the cancer returned, and from then on she was in and out of the hospital. This is not the reunion Ellison dreamed of. Every memory of happier days with his mother crashes into him at once, and none of it lines up with the reality in front of him. This is not how he ever wanted to say goodbye. The neighbor tells him that she does not really care why he came back now anymore, because it is too late and nothing can bring her back. But she says Mrs. Jong Hwa left something behind just in case he ever did return. Then she hands him an old envelope. Completely devastated, Ellison takes the letter, and Lauren immediately notices something strange. The paper is from the Ruburn Empire. The letter begins by begging his mother not to doubt what she is about to read, saying every word is true. He writes that he did not leave by choice, that he is in another world now, far from the one they knew. He explains that he used unstable magic to send this letter, that he is safe, that he has become a mage, and that he plans to open a restaurant. He adds that while he can send letters, he cannot receive any, and that eventually he gave up waiting for a reply. But when Ellison reaches the bottom, he realizes there is an answer written there in return. His mother had written that her son is a mage now, and that he should invite her when the restaurant opens. That one line crushes him. Tears start falling uncontrollably. He blames himself immediately, because once he later gained summoning magic, he could have sent another letter or another or more. Lauren wraps her arms around him and tries to comfort him, but Ellison can only speak through regret, saying there was more he could have done. Back in Greek City, the restaurant is completely packed the next day and the customers are happy. They praise the food loudly. Linty proudly explains that he solved the problem of the burned meat by using a special pan. Serena brags that her fire magic helped too, and Alina insists she contributed as well. Mint finally relaxes a little, because for the moment, everything seems to be working. The only real problem is that Ellison is still nowhere to be found. In the modern world, Lauren tells Ellison he needs to eat something because she is clearly worried about his condition. But Ellison keeps his head lowered and quietly apologizes, admitting that he lied to her. He tells her she does not need to stay, and that if she wants he will send her back alone. Lauren looks genuinely shocked, grabs his arm, and asks whether he truly believes there is nothing left for him there anymore. Then she reminds him of what he asked on the train, about making this world their home. She says she never meant to leave him behind, and that they can stay as long as he wants, but then asks the question that matters: what about all the people still waiting for them back in the Empire? That finally reaches him. At the same time, back in Greek Castle, Baron Leiden asks why Ellison is not at the restaurant. The soldiers explain that someone else is handling things for now. Leiden says they still owe Ellison proper thanks and decides he should go visit. At Lauren's lair, construction is still going strong. Lord Geltzar reassures everyone that Ellison would never abandon them. Back in the present world, Lauren continues, telling Ellison that humans, dwarves, elves, even dragons, all of them are waiting for him. She reminds him that the 15 years he spent there were not lost years. Her words hit him hard. Thinking again of the letter, he asks whether his mother truly believed him when she read it. Lauren answers that of course she did, because parents always believe their children. Then she takes hold of him and says it is time to go back. 2 days later, the neighbor who handed him the letter still has not seen him again and is left wondering whether maybe she had been too harsh with him. Then Ellison suddenly appears in front of her, holding out a bag of gold. He explains that it is a thank you for taking care of his mother's grave. She opens the bag and is stunned by what she sees, but before she can even process it, Ellison says he has to return to his restaurant. Then he disappears through a summoning portal right in front of her. The woman is left remembering a conversation she once had with Mrs. Jong Hwa in the hospital, a time when his mother mentioned there was a restaurant she wanted to visit. At the time, the neighbor never took it seriously. Now she understands it was all true. Ellison really is a mage. Before leaving that world behind, Ellison places a picture of himself and Lauren, along with a bouquet of white flowers, on his mother's grave. Then the two of them finally head back. As they move toward Greek City again, Ellison remarks that it feels like too much time has passed. Looking around, he realizes they wandered very far in the modern world, far from the restaurant. Lauren starts to prepare a teleportation spell, but Ellison stops her and tells her to wait. Instead, he forms a much larger portal himself. Lauren stares at it in surprise and asks how he did that. Ellison explains that it is based on the principles of dimensional magic. As they step through, Lauren suddenly asks him to teach her levitation magic. Ellison reminds her that she once said she had no reason to learn it because she already had wings. Lauren immediately shouts back that all the other dragons know how to use it anyway. Once they cross through, Ellison starts worrying aloud, saying the customers at the restaurant must be anxious and the ranch workers were probably terrified when he disappeared without a word. Lauren dryly says she doubts the restaurant will have customers for a while. Then she sees something and stops. The restaurant is packed and there is a statue of Ellison standing outside it. Ellison, deeply embarrassed, asks whether they accidentally came to the wrong place. Lauren, equally confused, asks what in the world is happening. As they get closer, they hear Lint loudly asking the crowd if they know who saved Count Leiden Greek. Then he answers his own question with absolute pride, shouting that it was none other than the owner of this restaurant, Mr. Ellison. A man in the crowd calls him amazing, while a woman, clearly moved, tells her husband she cannot believe such a great man made their food. Holding up a dish, Lint announces that this very meal once healed the Count and asks whether anyone wants to try it and see how much health it gives them. The customers enthusiastically shout that they want it. And right in the middle of that sales pitch, Ellison walks in. The moment Lint sees him, he goes rigid with fear. Ellison immediately demands an explanation for the statue. Count Leiden steps forward and calmly admits that the statue was his idea. He apologizes and explains that when Ellison and Lauren vanished so suddenly that night, panic spread everywhere. Lint adds that they were only trying to keep the customers entertained, and somehow that snowballed into all of this. While eating, Leiden comments that Ellison has incredible employees. Ellison takes a bite of one of Lint's dishes and privately admits to himself that it is actually excellent. The boiled pork is so good that he starts wondering why he never thought of making it himself. Lauren comments on how tender it is, and Ellison silently begins considering whether Lint might belong in the kitchen more than at the ranch. Ellison then takes responsibility for the whole situation and says he will not scold anyone. But after pointing directly at the statue, he asks again what that thing is supposed to be. Admiring it, Leiden proudly explains that it honors Ellison's achievements, and even assures him the Count's castle will help maintain it properly. Ellison awkwardly says that is not what he is worried about, and asks what achievements Leiden is even talking about. Leiden explains that during the war against the dragons, there were stories about a legendary soldier who ignored orders, helped people anyway, and became known as the best mage but the worst soldier in the army. Then Leiden says the name attached to that legend was Ellison. Ellison just stands there stunned while Leiden continues, saying Greek City was one of the places that legendary man saved. Embarrassed, Ellison admits he never expected Leiden to figure out who he really was. But Leiden insists, saying Ellison saved the city, saved his family, and saved him too. Ellison understands the intention behind the gesture, but that does not change his answer. In the very next moment, he destroys the statue with magic and flatly declares that he refuses to let his restaurant be judged based on decoration. Worried, Leiden quickly admits the statue may have gone too far and promises he will deal with the rumors about Ellison's food somehow being miraculous medicine. Elsewhere, in a school corridor, two girls are talking when they accidentally bump into the Empire's royal mage, Madrina. Their books spill everywhere and they panic as they apologize. But Madrina casually lifts the books with magic and tells them it is fine, even wishing them luck with their studies while warning them to be careful with magic. One of the girls thanks her shyly, clearly impressed by how quickly she cast the spell. Then Madrina overhears them dismissing the rumors that she had once been kidnapped and tied up, and just hearing it makes her visibly miserable. When she returns to her room, she senses someone inside and immediately freezes, convinced for one awful second that Lauren somehow found her again. But when she opens the door, it is Prince Leon. Startled out of her mind, she instantly starts pleading not to be dragged around again and blurts out something about the rumors which only confuses him. Leon calmly assures her he is not the one spreading anything, then shifts to the real reason he came, asking about Dedrin's territory. Hearing about the rising crimes there and the deaths of every official sent to stabilize it, he says they need someone capable of handling that mess, someone who can do it without stepping into the spotlight under his real name. At the restaurant, Ellison is back to serving customers, and one of them happily says he can finally eat a truly good meal again after so long. In the kitchen, Ellison is smiling while working and announces that the Yuba rice bowl is ready, telling Lauren to carry it out. The moment Serena sees what she is served, she looks offended and asks where all the meat went. Lauren casually chews while saying this is simply how the dish is meant to be eaten. Serena immediately calls her bluff and demands to know who she thinks she is fooling. Lauren fires back that she should just eat what she was given. Lady Berna is there as well, and after tasting the food, she openly says how much she loves the restaurant. She asks whether Dion has really been coming here by himself that often, and Ellison answers that at this point he can probably be called a regular. A little awkwardly, Berna admits she had actually been against putting up a statue in the restaurant. Ellison tells her she does not need to apologize for that every single time she visits because the Lord already explained everything. Then she asks what today's dessert is. Right then, two disguised newcomers enter and ask about the menu. The woman is Madrina, and she requests 2 portions of the special dish. Ellison lets out a quiet sigh, says he will handle it, and tells them to wait. A little later, he serves them both, announcing that 2 plates of fried rice with yuba are ready. The man takes a bite and admits the taste catches him off guard. Madrina agrees, saying it is genuinely that good. Ellison then asks if he is surprised because he does not look like the type to be easily impressed. The man stiffens. He realizes Ellison has already seen through the disguise and knows he is Leon. Madrina, equally stunned, mutters that Ellison's eyes are as sharp as expected. Ellison then asks how exactly this was supposed to be the perfect disguise. Leon answers that apparently the lady sitting there did not notice anything wrong. Ellison asks what drove them to come in disguise at all. Leon says that first, he wanted to eat the food here again, and second, he pulls out a small vial and asks if Ellison knows what it is. Ellison studies it and asks what he is looking at. Leon replies that it is a poison, a very specific one, something capable of destroying the human brain. It is the same poison that left Count Leiden bedridden for years. That answer freezes Ellison in place. Leon goes on, saying the poison is slowly spreading through Dedran City, and while the Count waking up was practically a miracle, that outcome cannot be expected for everyone. Worse, the poison leaves no trace in the victim, making hard evidence almost impossible to obtain. Before he can say more, 2 thieves burst into the restaurant and order everyone not to move. They demand all the money and food at once. Berna is instantly terrified. One of the thieves snarls that anyone who wants to live should obey quietly. Lauren and Serena stop bickering long enough to glare at them with enough hostility to ruin a normal person's soul, while Madrina releases just enough of her aura to make the thieves feel like they walked into the wrong nightmare. Later, outside the restaurant, one thief is groaning on the ground, while Madrina coolly remarks that these men came from Dedran City. She is literally sitting on one while grinding the other into the dirt with her foot, warning them not to try anything. The thieves, now desperate, start apologizing and call her chief mage while begging for mercy. The compliment visibly improves her mood, and with a rather wicked grin she confirms that yes, she is the chief mage, and asks if they understand who exactly they picked a fight with. Back inside, Ellison, still holding the vial, asks if the real reason they came was to put him in charge of investigating Dedran City and finding whoever is producing the poison. Leon says that no matter how much they interrogated Count Dedran, he never revealed anything useful, and every general sent into the city ended up dead, leaving the territory in its worst condition yet. While Madrina continues to toy with the thieves, Leon adds that he is convinced the same organization is behind all of it, and that they are spreading through the city like rot. Ellison asks why the Crown Prince would entrust something this serious to nothing more than a restaurant owner. Leon answers by reminding him that not long ago, Dedran itself was torn apart by someone using magic in a frankly absurd fashion. Then he asks, with a smile that says too much, whether Ellison feels at least a little responsible for the chaos that followed. Ellison awkwardly asks who exactly told him about that. Leon immediately says he cannot reveal that, it has to remain an absolute secret. Ellison dryly remarks that the only person who could possibly have told him is the Empire's 7th-rank mage. The moment he says that, Madrina goes pale and rushes toward Leon in horror. Leon calmly says he will leave the matter in Ellison's hands, and if he needs anything, he only has to say so. Then he adds that this time, he intends to move forward with his own plan properly, and tells Madrina to come see him later. That night, on the outskirts of Dedran City, the situation is as ugly as the reports suggested. The place is unraveling, robberies everywhere, fear hanging over the streets. Ellison comments that things are even worse than he imagined. Lauren asks why they came, and he answers that they are here to catch the ones behind the poison used on the Count. She asks whether that poison is the reason the whole city is turning rotten. Ellison says it might be, though what worries him more is that all the generals sent here were poisoned too. He falls into thought, trying to figure out how to move. If he strikes too hard and sweeps them all up at once, the real masterminds may just vanish. But he cannot exactly walk around asking people where the criminal brain poison guild hangs out. Then he tells Lauren he has an idea but warns her she probably will not like it. Lauren just smiles and reminds him that he worries too much. She already told him she would do anything for him, so he should just explain the plan. A little later, Lauren is sitting behind bars, so that was the plan. One of the men overseeing the cell tells her not to get too close to the bars. A prisoner nearby comments that there is actually a girl in the cell this time. A huge, muscular inmate asks if it is someone's birthday, and the others start circling with ugly looks, asking whether she knows what happened to the last girl thrown in there. They say they are going to teach her a lesson. Lauren, visibly disgusted, says this dump does not even separate prisoners by gender. She is just about to turn her hand into dragon claws and rip the whole place apart, but stops herself, remembering that Ellison specifically told her to endure. Soon after, Ricardo, Dedrin's chamberlain, arrives and casually remarks that he heard they brought in a new useful item today. One of the men points to Lauren and explains that she was arrested for assaulting civilians in the street. Ricardo looks her over and says the rebellious ones always fetch a higher price. Later, inside the castle, Ricardo meets a man dressed as a count. He apologizes for making him wait. That man is Ellison in disguise, introducing himself as Count Raval and announcing that he will be overseeing the management of Dedrin City from now on. Ricardo quickly apologizes again and asks if he truly came straight from the Imperial Palace. Ellison smoothly says it is nice to meet him. Ricardo, trying to recover, explains that he was dealing with prisoners earlier and then mentions how absurd things have become around the Lord's castle lately. He says everyone is confused and hopes the new Count will be understanding. Count Raval says he already heard enough about the situation. Then he glances at the seal on the document and notes that it is indeed the Imperial Palace's seal. Ellison casually asks whether Ricardo thought it was fake. Ricardo immediately denies that, but says it arrived much sooner than expected. He adds that for reasons no one can fully explain, the last 3 officials dispatched to this place all died, so he assumed no noble would willingly step into Dedrin. Apparently he was wrong. Ellison catches that implication immediately and sarcastically asks if Ricardo is suggesting he should be careful not to become the 4th. Ricardo laughs nervously and insists he would never say anything so disrespectful. Ellison smiles faintly at that word, disrespectful, then tears the document in half and says that should count as disrespectful instead. Ricardo is horrified and demands to know what he is doing, asking how anyone could tear up a letter from His Majesty. Count Raval replies that the contents were so predictable they were not even entertaining. He says that even if the letter came from the Crown Prince, he could recite it with his eyes closed, improve public safety, take care of the people, eliminate corruption in Dedrin, the usual parade of boring responsibilities. Then he leans back with both feet on the table and says none of that interests him in the slightest. What he wants is to make this city a little more exciting to govern. He points out that Ricardo probably does not want to keep watching officials arrive only to resign or die one after another. Then he asks whether Ricardo does not think there might be areas where their interests overlap, especially given the kinds of rumors Ellison heard before arriving. Ricardo is completely stunned by the turn in tone and attitude. At the same time, back in the prison, a guard walks up to Lauren's cell and orders her to come out. When the guards come for her, Lauren asks the obvious question. They just transferred her into this cell, so where exactly are they dragging her now? The man tells her she does not need to know. Lauren says nothing, but inside she is already thinking that if not for Ellison's request to endure this, every person here would already be dead. At the same time, she remembers something important. Ellison said the criminals running this place likely know where the poison is coming from. One of the prisoners calls out after her and says that once she sees where she is headed, she will end up missing this filthy cell, because compared to that next place, even prison will feel like heaven. He adds that if he were in her position, he would bite off his own tongue and die now. Lauren only watches him in silence while the guard barks at the prisoners to shut up. As Ricardo watches her being led away, he starts thinking through his own next move. Count Raval feels completely different from the other nobles they sent down here. Ricardo knows he cannot keep killing every dignitary the Empire dispatches to Dedrin forever. But this one feels different. He likes that the man is a count, and maybe that makes the risk worth taking. He decides he will test whether Raval is truly brave or just pretending because he is terrified of dying before morning. While thinking it over, Ricardo reminds himself that poison operations like this are never run by one person alone, which means there is definitely a deeper connection to the underworld somewhere in the chain. Elsewhere, Ellison is still holding the vial of poison and trying to keep up the act of a corrupt noble, all while privately wondering whether he has made it too obvious. Maybe he is acting like he knows too much when in truth he knows almost nothing. If he suddenly shows Ricardo the poison, the man will obviously play innocent. At this point, Waiting for the enemy to make the next move feels like the only option. Then someone knocks on the door and politely asks if they may enter for a moment. Ellison allows it. A maid walks in carrying tea and explains that she prepared it in case he was thirsty, adding that the head servant personally sent her. Ellison thanks her and tells her to leave it there. But she apologetically says the head servant asked her to remain until she sees him drink it as a sign of trust. That makes everything click immediately. Ellison cannot believe they are testing him this openly, serving tea that may or may not be poisoned and demanding he prove trust by drinking it. If he refuses by leaning on his authority as a count, Ricardo will hide his intentions again. If there is poison inside, then Ellison can stop pretending and use that as leverage. If there is not, then he has to keep acting as Count Rival. So he downs it all in one swallow and decides he will deal with whatever comes next. Then he pauses and remarks that the tea tastes excellent, genuinely high quality. The maid smiles and says she knew he would like it. Looking at the empty cup, Ellison realizes there was no poison after all. Maybe he passed the test. As the maid starts to leave, she adds that there is one more thing. Then she opens the door and another woman steps in, a slave. The maid explains that after passing the trust test, the head servant wanted to present him with this gift as proof of his sincerity. Ellison is stunned. He expected poison, traps, maybe threats, but not this. He never imagined they would hand him a slave like a luxury item. The maid cheerfully says she hopes he enjoys the gift. Then Ellison notices something deeply wrong. The woman seems dazed, almost empty, like she is moving through a trance. He asks if she can hear him. In the next instant, she moves with terrifying speed and knocks him straight to the ground. At the same time, somewhere out on the outskirts of Dedrin, two tied-up robbers are trying to explain themselves to a far more dangerous man surrounded by equally sinister faces. According to them, they broke into what they thought was an empty house, only for a girl to appear out of nowhere and start beating them while asking why they were making such ugly faces. One swears she was absurdly strong. Another says she did not even feel human. Their listener coldly asks whether they remember what they were told, be discreet, especially after the trouble with those officials. If they cannot avoid a fight, then at the very least they should avoid getting caught. He asks if that much is really beyond them. In the end, he says this is clearly not working and calls for Veretto, ordering him to take the two of them to the cultivation room. The robbers immediately panic and beg for one last chance, swearing they will keep an even lower profile from now on. The man only looks at them with contempt and says the fact they are still alive at all is already their last chance. This man is Master Reedon, the one actually managing Dedrin's darkest operations, including human trafficking. Veretto then mentions that Ricardo requested another slave. Reedon grimly notes that Ricardo never seems to tire of it, and says Dedrin really ought to keep a little more distance from that sort of attention if it wants to avoid provoking the Imperial Palace. He has no desire to kill Ricardo too. Then he asks whether Ricardo was not also supposed to send over a prisoner today. Veretto confirms that she was arrested for assault. One of the men wonders if this is really the same person who beat up his people. They say she is waiting in the selection room now. Meanwhile, Lauren is standing in a line of slaves while a man with glasses sorts people with awful efficiency. 3 for the cultivation room, 2 for the nobles, 5 for the black market auction. As the next prisoner is called forward, Lauren quietly reflects that even if she does not fully understand every human custom, she knows perfectly well that slavery is illegal throughout the empire. Yet somehow a business of this scale is operating right under everyone's nose. She still cannot say for certain that these people are behind the poison, but this is already much bigger than they thought, so she decides Ellison needs to know immediately. Using the coordinates of his room, she opens a tiny portal and asks if he can hear her, telling him the situation is far worse than expected. But then she sees something through the portal that makes her expression change instantly. Ellison is standing there with a woman tied up in his room. Ellison reacts immediately, blurting out that it is not what she thinks. Lauren, visibly confused and already getting angrier, asks what exactly she is supposed to think. Meanwhile, the slave woman, still under whatever control they put on her, starts pleading for her master to give her orders, which only makes Ellison look even worse. He frantically insists that whatever Lauren is imagining, this is a complete misunderstanding. Lauren's dragon aura starts leaking out as she demands an explanation. Ellison points at the woman's condition and says that is the entire point. She is not normal, and he definitely did not summon her into his room himself. Lauren, still furious, tells him to investigate the place called the cultivation room immediately. She says they will settle this other matter later and he had better prepare himself. Then someone notices Lauren's odd behavior and asks what she is doing. She instantly answers that she is doing nothing, just that the handcuffs broke and she needs a new pair. The man asks how handcuffs could possibly have broken, and Lauren says flatly that they must have been defective. Elsewhere, Leon is speaking to one of his men, who asks whether they should interrogate someone directly. Leon says no, warning them that provoking that individual would be a mistake, because what they are dealing with is not human. He adds that they still do not understand its full purpose, but if they mishandle it, the whole operation could collapse. He orders the area cleaned up and says he has to go meet the creature himself. The next morning, Ricardo visits Count Rival and politely asks how his sincerity was received. Ellison answers that it was satisfying enough. Though he admits the whole thing felt like a test and mildly irritated him, he says he is willing to let that go. Privately, however, he is still annoyed that Ricardo managed to create such a ridiculous misunderstanding the night before. Ricardo apologizes for the tea incident and says that shaking hands too quickly in a place like this can be dangerous. Ellison brushes that aside, saying he already forgot about it. The slave woman lies unconscious on the bed nearby. Ellison tells Ricardo he intends to keep her with him for a few more days, and Ricardo says that is entirely his choice. Then Ellison remarks that while this is not his first time seeing slaves, something about this woman is different, her condition is abnormal. Ricardo acknowledges that openly and explains that this is actually their product's special feature, slaves who obey perfectly because of brainwashing. They do not run, they do not resist, and they can be made to do absolutely anything. Hearing that is almost enough to make Ellison snap. For a moment he seriously considers wiping out the entire slave market right there. But he forces himself to hold back, reminding himself how badly things spiraled when Dedran Castle was destroyed too soon. So instead, Ellison asks Ricardo if he has thought about expanding this market further, selling these products through elite connections, using Ellison's supposed noble status to move high-quality slaves directly to powerful aristocrats across the empire. Ricardo laughs and says that partnering with Ellison was clearly a brilliant decision. Then Ellison casually asks whether the slaves are tied to a place called the cultivation room. That visibly startles Ricardo, who immediately asks how Ellison knows about it. Ellison calmly answers that he came to Dedran after hearing rumors, and that nobles are naturally cautious, which means it is only sensible to verify the distribution process before introducing products to serious clients. He adds that if showing it is too troublesome, Ricardo can always refuse, though that would obviously limit how far the sales route can spread. Ricardo responds almost instantly, saying there is no reason to hide it now that they are partners, and in fact, it is much closer than Ellison probably assumes. At the same time, Leon knocks on a door and tells the woman inside that a problem has surfaced that even he cannot solve on his own. The woman answers in clear surprise, noting that it is unusual for something to remain unresolved even with the imperial palace involved. Leon explains that there is an anomaly among the slaves, and says the suspicious energy surrounding Lauren feels too much like a dragon, one very similar to her. The red dragon Sydney narrows her eyes and wonders whether the black dragons have started sniffing around too, adding that reports of them digging into matters lately have definitely increased. Sydney remembers the name of the new overseer too, a young man called Count Revalk. Leon confirms that the dragon hidden among the slaves is a small black-haired woman, and the moment Sydney hears that, she knows exactly who it is, Lauren. She immediately orders the cultivation and sorting rooms to be cleared out. Deep underground in the cultivation room, Ricardo proudly presents the entire operation to Ellison and calls it Dedran's pride. He explains that they grow all kinds of herbs and mushrooms there, mix them into drugs, and use the results to create slaves who obey their masters perfectly. Ellison looks around at the glowing magical lights and cannot help wondering how they managed to build something this elaborate beneath the mansion. The workers themselves look awful, exhausted, sickly, half dead from being forced to tend the poison plants. Ricardo lightly suggests they should not stay there too long. Ellison then asks very casually whether these ingredients could also be used to create a poison that leaves no trace behind. Ricardo does not answer directly. Instead, he asks if Ellison is interested in their other products too and says he was just about to show him anyway. That is the exact moment Leon arrives, following Sydney's instructions to observe what is happening. The second he sees the scene, he is furious. He cannot believe Ricardo exposed all of this to a new overseer who only just arrived. Ricardo immediately starts apologizing, but Leon cuts him off and tells Ellison that if he really intends to work with them, then this whole place will need to be cleaned up properly. Ellison answers in a way that makes it clear the game is over, saying Leon's suspicions were right all along. Elsewhere, Lauren is still in the prison when she hears movement and voices outside. It sounds like something is being shut down, and she immediately suspects that has everything to do with Ellison's side of the plan. Then Sydney appears and comments that catching a dragon slave is quite the prize. Looking Lauren over, she adds that she never expected to meet another dragon in a place like this. Lauren asks who Sydney is. Sydney answers that Lauren may not know her, but she knows Lauren very well. More than that, she knew Lauren's mother too. That lands like a blade. Lauren demands to know how she knows her mother's name. Sydney smirks and says she remembers much more than that. She remembers her mother's final moments clearly. Then she asks whether Lauren wants to hear about them. That is enough. Lauren explodes and attacks with everything she has, swearing she will rip Sydney apart and silence that mouth for good. Sydney only grins and says she already tested that mouth, it works just fine. Then she keeps going, provoking her with more words about her mother until Lauren attacks again, desperate to shut her up completely. The people nearby panic instantly, shouting that there is a dragon and scrambling to flee. Sydney, enjoying every second of it, transforms into a massive red dragon and mocks Lauren for being too rebellious to ever pass as a slave. She sneers that instead of flailing around like this, Lauren could have just kept playing house with the human she brought with her. To Sydney, it is all the same, like a bug buzzing around inside a restaurant. Eventually somebody has to catch it. She asks why Lauren did not just keep living quietly like that. At the same time, in the cultivation room, fire suddenly breaks out and the workers start shouting for it to be put out. Leon dismisses the panic and orders everyone to leave. Ellison says he will make sure the evidence is not lost in the flames. Leon then comments that Ellison clearly is no ordinary Imperial official, but a magician, which explains why he behaves so differently. Ellison replies that Leon is not exactly in any position to comment on unusual behavior, especially with swordsmanship and barrier techniques like his. Watching him move, Ellison notices something familiar in the way he steps and immediately recognizes it, the sword style of the First Knight's Order. Curious, Ellison asks whether he is from the Imperial Palace. Leon admits that he is getting more interested in Ellison by the second, but also finds him too dangerous to leave unchecked. Then Leon attacks. Ellison blocks it with magic and calmly explains that binding magic becomes easy to avoid once you understand how the energy flows. He even jokes that a chicken could figure out techniques like that eventually. Leon answers that large-scale attack magic is a different issue, because it becomes difficult to use properly without a strong source of fire. Ellison adds that his own case is not normal, and that enchantment magic weakens the wider it spreads. Leon agrees, especially once the force is concentrated into a single point. Ellison says that sounds right in theory, then asks Leon whether he knows the correct way to kill a magician. Leon glances toward the barrier, wondering whether it is still intact, but Ellison does not give him time to breathe before launching a strong counterattack. Even after taking it, Leon recovers frighteningly fast. Ellison notes how quickly he gets back up and comments on how durable he is. Once he sees Leon's clothes torn and his condition exposed, he keeps pressing for his true identity. Back at Ellison's restaurant, Dariant arrives and says he came as instructed, adding that their cover has probably already been blown. Leon, Berna, and Madrina are all there having lunch, and Dariant reacts with complete disbelief at the prince's presence. Leon only remarks that being exposed after a few days was inevitable anyway, then reassures Berna that he has no intention of arresting her. He openly acknowledges that she was not truly responsible for the Count's crimes, and she responds with visible relief, saying she is grateful for that mercy. Dariant then asks how the restaurant is even functioning without Ellison. As Berna takes her leave, Leon explains that someone surprisingly talented has been handling the kitchen in his absence. From there, he shifts the topic back to Dedrin, noting that Count Dedrin has remained eerily silent ever since his castle was destroyed, most likely because the shock broke him. Then Leon asks something so blunt it startles both Madrina and Dariant: if Ellison fought the two of them together, who would win? Dariant is visibly horrified by the question, but Leon insists on an answer. Reluctantly, Dariant admits the truth: even together they would still lose. Ellison is beyond common sense, more monster than man at this point. Dariant says he only ever knew one other person remotely like that, a man he once served under directly in the infantry, Commander Adrian Pierce, the swordsman who refined the First Knight's Order's style and remained the strongest blade he had ever seen. He adds that standing under a monster like that was exactly why he could never rise beyond vice commander. Leon presses him for someone who is still alive, and Dariant says he does not know for certain, because Adrian vanished during the war while defending the Imperial Palace. Back in the fight, Leon keeps demanding Ellison's name. Once he hears it, he immediately calls him a deserter. Ellison responds that later, in prison, he has plenty of questions he wants answered. Leon brushes that aside and says there is someone he still has to serve, and they can continue this next time. Before leaving, he attacks the ceiling instead, because he knows Ellison will have to choose between pursuing him and protecting the innocent slaves and all the evidence. Just before he vanishes, Leon says with real regret that he wishes someone like Ellison had existed in his own past. Elsewhere, Lauren and Sydney's battle keeps wrecking the prison. Sydney keeps taunting her, boasting about that sharp tongue of hers while Lauren keeps demanding answers about her mother. Then Sydney drops the truth like poison, saying Lauren's mother created the ancient marble and was imprisoned because of it, left to die miserably without anyone coming to save her. She adds that some secrets cannot stay buried no matter how hard people try. Lauren is consumed by fury and says that if the secret ever spreads, she will kill everyone who knows it. Eventually, the immediate danger eases and people start calming down after realizing the collapse has stopped. The survivors thank Ellison for saving them. He brushes it aside and tells them to stop wasting time on praise and start helping the wounded instead. Among the fallen is Ricardo. People crowd around his body and begin stomping on him, cursing him for what he did to them. One person tries to calm the mob and reminds them they are doing this in front of the man who actually saved them. Ellison dryly asks whether he is supposed to step on Ricardo too just to fit in. Elsewhere in the castle, one of the maids is wondering what happened in the basement and whether Lord Ricardo is still down there when a fully covered man suddenly appears. She asks who he is. He answers that he heard there was a patient here. The maid, surprised, apologizes and says she had not been told about any visitor, so he will have to leave. Before she can finish speaking, her eyes shut and she collapses asleep. The man comments without emotion that he did not come as a guest anyway. Then he opens the door to the room where one of the sleeping slaves lies and quietly wonders whether she is the one he has been searching for. At the same time, Lauren breaks into the prison and tells the slaves there are no guards left and they are free to run. None of them move. She tells them again, louder this time, but they remain standing there with blank faces. Frustrated, she says that at this rate freeing them will take forever. Then Ellison's voice reaches her. He tells her that he thought this was supposed to be a covert mission and points out the complete disaster she created instead. Lauren defends herself immediately, saying another dragon found her out. Ellison notices the injured red dragon nearby and asks if that was the one. Lauren confirms it and says she had to shut her up because she would not stop talking. She also tells him the dragon knew about her mother, about creating and absorbing the ancient marble. Ellison scratches his head and admits that makes things much messier. Then he says he found the source of the poison and that they should probably end the operation for today. Lauren asks what they are supposed to do about the prisoners, especially since none of them react like normal people. Ellison explains that the slaves were brainwashed to only respond to someone they recognize as their master. Then he says he already called someone who can handle that. A man steps forward, gold dragonium, and says this will be the last time he helps them. Using his power, he begins breaking the brainwashing that has enslaved the prisoners. One by one, the chains in their minds snap. The freed slaves realize what happened and immediately break down, laughing, crying, embracing each other in disbelief now that they are finally free. Ellison lines the freed slaves up and tells them he is about to hand out food. Lauren, curious, asks what exactly he is giving them, and Ellison answers with quiet pride that it is instant noodles from another world, basically the best emergency meal ever made. Since they are starving, he pours hot water into the noodle packs and tells them to wait 3 minutes. When they finally eat, the reaction is immediate: warm broth, soft noodles, simple comfort, and to people who had almost given up on being treated like human beings, it feels incredible. They thank him while eating and keep asking for more. Lauren, not about to be left out, asks for a bowl too, and Ellison tells her of course he made one for her as well. Nearby, Mantium stands in silence, and while he watches all this, his mind drifts backward. He remembers being looked at with disgust, rejected by a girl because of how he appeared. Then another memory cuts in, a very different one, the overwhelming gratitude of a healed count and the absurd offer of honoring him with a statue. Another former slave had broken down in tears while thanking him too, confessing she had already accepted that slavery would be her fate forever. Now he stares at his own hand, lost somewhere between those moments. Later, Ellison, Lauren, and the others return to the dining hall. Ellison is still quietly impressed by how effortlessly Mantium removed the brainwashing and says so out loud. They confirm that the woman who had been sent to Lauren's room has already been treated. Lauren remembers that ugly misunderstanding from earlier and admits she is relieved to see everything resolved. Then she suddenly turns to Ellison and asks whether he is ready to face the consequences of what he did. Ellison awkwardly starts explaining that his actions were unavoidable, but Lauren cuts straight through that by pulling him into a fierce hug and declaring that this is his punishment. Ellison, confused, protests, but Lauren insists that this is exactly what he gets and tells him to accept it quietly. He apologizes and promises it will not happen again. Then, trying to lighten things, he teases that if punishment feels like this, he might survive a few more. Then the mood shifts. Ellison casually asks Lauren whether she cleaned up the dragon corpse so the crown prince would not see it. Lauren, embarrassed, immediately denies doing anything and had simply assumed he already handled it. Realizing neither of them did, Ellison grimly says that is a very bad oversight. Elsewhere, the injured red dragon Sydney is speaking with Adrian, the captain of the First Knight's Order. She admits her own limits, saying that even with only half her mana left, she had hoped she could at least put up a decent fight but failed. She wonders if she was never the right fit for the job to begin with, then asks about Adrian's side of things. Adrian apologizes and admits their opponents were too strong. Sydney dryly notes how unusual it is to hear him praise humans, then dismisses the topic and says she should have warned him about Ellison earlier. In the end, she concludes that their plan is going to need a major rewrite. Leon, meanwhile, openly praises Ellison for how cleanly he handled the whole disaster, even while admitting the situation itself was ridiculous. He reflects on how the culprits were not only using poison, but had also built an entire system of slavery and brainwashing drugs, something so grotesque it would have sounded absurd if someone told him about it beforehand. He says he never expected the matter to be resolved so smoothly. Ellison then asks whether Leon still has unfinished business in Greek City. Leon says there is one last matter, and admits he is still shocked that the main culprit turned out to be a dragon. He adds that the dragon also had a human accomplice trained in the swordsmanship of the First Knight's Order. Hearing that, Dariant immediately says he wants to face the man who dared stain the name of the Order. Ellison, however, is more annoyed by the fact that the dragon's body disappeared, leaving the whole affair technically unfinished. He speculates that the dragon is probably still alive somewhere, and warns Leon not to get reckless involving himself in dragon business. Leon assures him he has no intention of doing anything stupid, and for now decides to close the matter. Then Ellison suggests that they send a proper overseer to prevent the same kind of rot from spreading again. Leon dismisses the idea, saying it will not be necessary, and produces a letter, hinting that it already contains the answer. Ellison reads it and is openly stunned. He immediately asks what Leon is actually trying to do, already suspecting that this was part of the prince's plan from the beginning. Leon calmly points out that a decision like this could easily anger other nobles, especially if they started asking why they were not given the same treatment. At the Count's castle, Raiden is on his knees asking forgiveness, taking responsibility for everything that happened and desperately insisting that Birna was innocent. Birna herself, crying, says she is prepared to accept punishment too, but the Crown Prince cuts through that and tells them he did not come for that reason. Then he hands them the letter and tells them to read it. Raiden reads it aloud and realizes it is not a sentence, but a pardon and, more than that, a new order. The letter praises the way Greek City improved under their management. The poverty eased, security stabilized, the territory recovered. And because of that, the central government has decided to unify Greek City and Dedran under the Lord of Greek City. Birna is overwhelmed and can barely believe what she is hearing. Leon congratulates Raiden on the expansion of his domain, but to everyone's surprise, Raiden refuses the role, saying someone else is better suited for it. Later, while riding back on horseback, Leon admits to Dariant that Raiden's decision genuinely surprised him. Dariant replies that even with that twist, the prince still ended up with the right proposal in the end. Back at the Count's castle, Raiden calls Dion in, asks him to sit, and offers him dessert. He speaks calmly about his improving health and briefly acknowledges Alina's role in that recovery. Then he congratulates Dion on the unification of Dedran and Greek City, and begins talking about the responsibilities that will now come with it. He asks Dion how old he is and then, almost out of nowhere, says it may already be time to think about marriage and securing an heir. Dion, completely blindsided, asks why they are suddenly talking about that. Then Raiden reveals the real point. He has already informed the palace that he intends to transfer the management of Dedran to Dion. He explains that he has heard Dion speak, seen how thoughtfully he worries about the people, how practical and grounded his concerns are, and that those qualities proved more than enough. He names Dion the rightful lord of Dedran and says he believes he can govern it well. Dion is overwhelmed, but still vows that he will do everything he can to rebuild and strengthen the territory. That same night, Dion arrives in Dedran and immediately feels the weight of what he inherited. The place looks awful. One of his subordinates gives him the grim summary. Yes, they took down the largest criminal network, but now smaller groups are fighting to fill the vacuum, and the soldiers barely bother with proper patrols anymore. Wanting to see the truth with his own eyes, Dion steps into one of the military facilities and finds soldiers drinking, gambling, passed out on the floor, and treating duty like a joke. The sight leaves him speechless because the mess is so deep he does not even know where to begin. Back at Ellison's restaurant, Linty is working on a dish and asks Ellison for feedback. Ellison praises the effort but still points out where it can improve. Lauren overhears that and instantly insists she can cook just as well, which immediately starts another playful argument. At another table, Rain and Creston are talking about Dion's departure for Dedrin. Rain says she is worried because the place is still such a disaster. Creston agrees that Dion's reputation is growing, but so are the problems waiting for him there. Then the door swings open and Dion himself stumbles in drenched in sweat asking for a hamburger. Everyone stares at him. Lauren immediately jokes that he looks like a corpse. Dion devours the hamburger with such desperate speed that it actually worries everyone more. Ellison notices how pale and exhausted he looks and asks whether he is alright, even offering help. Dion hesitates because he clearly does not want to rely on Ellison yet again. But then he cracks, blurting out that he is dying and needs help. Ellison asks whether the situation is really that bad enough to feel like death. Dion instantly realizes what he just admitted and tries to cover it up, saying it was only a joke and that he is perfectly fine. Then he throws a coin onto the table, mutters that he is busy and leaves abruptly. The whole room is left staring after him in confusion. After that, Ellison turns to Lauren and asks whether she still has the thing they made earlier. Lauren remembers it immediately and says they never ended up using it, so it is probably still in the attic on the 3rd floor. Elsewhere, back in his own room, Dion sits alone and starts scolding himself. He tells himself he relied on his master again out of habit and that he needs to get a grip. He forces himself to think clearly. Just implementing a few temporary fixes will never be enough to save Dedrin. He needs priorities. The first problems he identifies are corruption in the officials and the collapse of public security, because those are the issues crushing ordinary people the hardest. He also sees how connected everything is. Corrupt officials feed criminal networks through bribes, and those same networks worsen security, which in turn gives the officials even more room to rot the territory from the inside. On top of that, the military has decayed so badly that there is barely anyone left capable of seriously cracking down on the criminals. For a moment, he thinks of Ellison again, then immediately rebukes himself for wanting to depend on him yet another time. In the end, he makes up his mind. He will summon all the officials in charge of the territory's departments and start dealing with the problems one by one. Elsewhere, some soldiers are already in rough shape, complaining about aching legs and ruined stomachs after drinking far too much. Kinder, the squad leader of Dedrin's guard, tears into his men, asking if they still dare call themselves soldiers. He reminds them that during the last inspection, their lord showed them far more mercy than they deserved, and that the fact they all kept their heads should already feel like a blessing. One soldier pushes back, saying Kinder used to ignore this kind of behavior himself, so why act strict now? Then he says the real thing eating at all of them, no matter how hard they work, it all feels pointless when people above them can erase that effort with a single rotten decision. Those words hit Kinder harder than he shows. He walks away carrying the weight of them, blaming himself for helping build that kind of hopelessness in his men. Wanting to clear his head, he goes looking for somewhere to drink. On the way, he spots a camp lit up in the dark, with an absurdly good smell drifting out from it. When he steps closer, he finds Ellison and Lauren running a mobile restaurant, a food cart that moves from place to place. Kinder asks if it is really a restaurant and Ellison calmly says yes, they serve both food and drinks. Drawn in by the scent of grilled skewers, Kinder orders some snacks and something to drink. Ellison hands it over and tells him to enjoy. The first bite is enough to stop him cold. The meat is tender, rich with flavor, and the sweetness of the vegetables blends perfectly with the juices. Then he takes a drink and feels the stress of the day start melting out of him. Pleased, he says the food and drink fit together perfectly, and that the meal is doing more for him than rest ever could. Ellison tells him to take his time and enjoy it, adding that he is willing to listen if something is weighing on him. The next morning, Dion meets Vendink, the man in charge of taxes and finance. As he reviews the records, he quickly finds something ugly, a supposed expenditure of 20 million for road repairs 4 months ago, yet no repairs were ever actually done. When Dion questions him, Vendink does not even try to hide his instincts. He confidently opens a box filled with jewels and coins and says he came prepared with a proper explanation. For a moment, Dion considers arresting him right there. But then he remembers what Ellison would probably say, gather proof first, because moving too early will only warn the others. So instead, Dion pretends to be pleased with the bribe, saying he appreciates that kind of thoughtfulness and will be counting on him from now on. Back at the mobile restaurant, Kinder talks about how he used to patrol the streets even on his days off just to keep them safe. He says the state of his unit has gotten so bad that there has to be something deeper rotting underneath it all. Right then, a thug barges in and demands to know who gave them permission to run a restaurant here. Ellison calmly tells Lauren to handle it, then notices she is holding a bottle. When he asks about it, she explains that it is not beer, just a drink that pairs well with the food. The thug starts threatening to flip the whole place over. Watching this, Kinder says the Dedran army has really fallen if street garbage is bold enough to act like this. The thug responds by punching him. Even while getting hit, Kinder is already saying he is placing the man under arrest. The thug sneers that some people only understand after being beaten, and then swings toward Ellison next. But Lauren suddenly hugs Ellison and mutters that Lord Dion really must be suffering if this is what he deals with. A flash of light erupts inside the camp, and the thug is left in terrible condition. Ellison comments that he does not want to crush the man's entire operation just yet. More importantly, he cannot step in too directly, because this is supposed to be something Dion learns to handle with his own ability. Still, after looking at Kinder half slumped with his head resting on the table, Ellison decides they need to help a little. Despite everything, Kinder still has a decent core, and maybe that means he deserves another chance. While unconscious, Kinder drifts back into his early days with the security team. Gabon, the captain, had been lying there lazily, telling him there was no proper instructor for weapons or arrests, and that if he wanted training, he could just figure it out himself. Then Gabon casually added that he should only be woken if someone from the castle showed up. Kinder had been stunned and furious. He immediately turned to the other guards and told them robbers were looting openly in the streets while they stood around doing nothing. He insisted they could compensate for lack of training with numbers. Reluctantly, the others agreed. Together, they caught a robber, only for that same criminal to laugh and ask if they really thought the Lord would support what they were doing. Soon after, the Lord himself scolded them for acting beyond their authority and ordered them to release the robber. Kinder and the others were crushed by it. When Kinder tried to rally them again, they refused. They said they were already underpaid, over-criticized, and starved of proper supplies, and that extra patrols would only make their lives worse. In the end, they gave up, leaving Kinder alone to cling to the idea of doing things right. He wakes to Ellison's voice. Ellison tells him he left him a gift. The gift is the thug tied up tight with ropes. Ellison tells Kinder to throw him in jail on the way back. Recognizing the man instantly, Kinder asks if Ellison caught him. Ellison acknowledges how hard Kinder has tried to make the streets safe and asks him directly if he still believes in that goal. Kinder looks confused for a second, then answers with absolute sincerity that he has never abandoned that dream. Right then, another man steps in and says Kinder should seize this chance while he has it. It is Dariant. Kinder is stunned to see the vice-captain of the First Knight's Order standing there. Dariant introduces himself and says he has been assigned to guide Kinder's swordsmanship. Back at Dion's castle, the atmosphere is a different kind of ugly. People keep arriving with gifts. One man mentions treasure vending and offers a pouch full of jewels. Another drags in a bigger box and says Dion should accept it without hesitation. Then more people come, each one trying to outdo the last with larger, shinier offerings. As the pile of wealth keeps growing, Dion's subordinate starts looking uneasy. Dion reassures him outwardly, but inside he knows the truth. Arresting these officials will trigger a massive backlash. Then a woman with short hair and glasses steps forward and introduces herself as Mohan, the one in charge of land administration. Dion asks if she brought a gift too. Mohan apologizes and says she has neither wealth nor resources to offer him anything. To her total confusion, Dion immediately approves of her. He says he has been waiting for someone exactly like her. Then he grabs her hand and declares that the two of them are going to uproot corruption together. Mohan is so overwhelmed by how sudden and unhinged this sounds that she starts wondering if the new lord has lost his mind and whether she should run. Meanwhile, Kinder is already training. He asks Dariant for feedback, and Dariant tells him the problem starts at the very beginning. He has to relearn even how to hold a sword. Kinder takes that in seriously. Ellison, watching nearby, reassures him that with Dariant teaching him, there is no reason to panic. Then he casually asks how Dariant plans to keep commuting back and forth from the palace, and also how long it will take before Kinder can truly handle the duties of the security team. Dariant, a little shocked that Ellison is going this far over one thug and one broken town, answers honestly that even with daily training, it will take at least 3 months. Ellison looks disappointed and says that is a long time. Inside, he tells himself he should stay out of this further, but he cannot ignore the suffering in front of him either. Dariant senses that Ellison just got some kind of dangerous idea, but decides not to ask, partly because he really does not want to get dragged any deeper. That night in Dedran, a woman carrying groceries loses her way and is cornered by 2 thugs. One pulls a knife and starts threatening her, but before anything worse happens, a voice cuts in and orders them to drop their weapons. A group calling themselves the Street Vendor Squad steps out. The robbers laugh and mock them, clearly unimpressed, until one of the vigilantes raises a beam of magic and blows apart the thief's weapon. The woman is stunned and starts suspecting that Count Rival himself may be one of the people behind the group. Ellison also recognizes her. She is the same woman who once appeared in his room. He thinks to himself that being recognized this soon was definitely not part of the plan. Elsewhere, members of Dedrin's human trafficking network gather around a table to discuss the damage. Ricardo is dead, Reedon is missing, the cultivation and sorting rooms are shut down, and now a new lord is in charge. Their leader, Lee Valulta, declares that they will inherit Reedon's legacy and build the kingdom back up again. At training, Kinder eats the food in front of him and thinks bitterly about how much he misses the skewers from the mobile restaurant. He does not even know what kind of meat Ellison used, he only knows it tasted incredible. Even so, he tells himself to endure this meal if it helps him keep training. Another soldier walks over, notices how dirty and worn out Kinder looks, and asks where he has been. Kinder answers simply that he has been training, and then says with total certainty that he has not given up on either his dream or the road he chose. The soldier is left staring after him. Then the scene shifts back to the former slaves. They are thanking Ellison for everything, and the woman who had once been delivered to his room is shocked when he removes his disguise and reveals that Count Rival was him all along. Ellison confirms that he was also the one behind the food cart group. The former slave tells him that the new lord arranged temporary housing for everyone who was rescued, and that once the investigation is over, they will all be sent back to their original homes. Ellison quietly admires that. Then one of the freed slaves complains that the rations they are getting are bland enough to drive a person insane, and says that is why some of them tried buying bread in the first place. Hearing that, Ellison turns to the gathered former slaves and asks them something much sharper. Whether, after everything they suffered, they really feel no desire for revenge. The woman looks confused, but Ellison presses further, asking if it does not burn at all to simply avoid the people who ruined their lives and keep walking like nothing happened. Ellison gathers everyone who carries the same bitterness and tells them plainly, if they still have that anger in them, then they should follow him, because he knows someone who can teach them how to fight properly. Not long after, Dariant is drilling Kinder in weapon work, telling him to stop swinging like a man trying to beat the air into submission. He explains that the First Knight's order is built on precision, not wild arm movement, and that a sword handled badly is nothing but a glorified club. To prove the point, he demonstrates so cleanly that Kinder's weapon gets knocked from his hand before he can even understand what happened. Kinder immediately asks for more training, hungry for every correction, but Dariant warns him that private lessons are no longer realistic. By then, others are already arriving, asking to join too. They want training, they want to improve, and more than anything, they want the strength to stand against the same kind of people who once crushed them. Kinder is stunned at first, but they keep pushing, practically begging to be taught. Dariant scratches his head and mutters that he thought he would be training one person, not building an army. Ellison dryly points out that the number will only keep growing, because the more victims are given a path forward, the more of them will come. Dariant lets out a resigned breath, and accepts that he will probably be late returning to the capital with any new recruits. Elsewhere at the Dedrin Guard Barracks, the land administrator Mohan reads through a letter and reflects on how she initially thought Dion had assigned her to collect bribes for some shady political purpose. But earlier, Dion explained it differently. He said that some officials who offered him money may have done so because the old system left them no choice, and her job was to determine whether that money came from reluctant donations, embezzlement, or outright extortion. Mohan had asked why he trusted her with something that sensitive, and Dion answered by pointing to the one thing that still mattered, her honesty. Even then, she had found herself wondering whether Dedrin really could change. As she walks away, she overhears Gabon ordering guards to move workers out of the sorting and cultivation rooms, even telling a subordinate to remember to send him his reward afterward. That instantly makes Mohan suspicious. Meanwhile, in the sorting room, soldiers comment on the poor condition of the place, yet still talk as though restoring it will somehow return Dedrin to its former glory. At the castle, Dion is reviewing the progress of the bribery investigation. He notes that tracing the full source of those payments will still take months, but the military problem is more urgent. If he moves too openly, the remaining corrupt officials will scatter. He is still thinking that through when a magic circle opens and Ellison appears. Dion is confused, but Ellison does not waste time explaining. He simply tells him to follow. He takes Dion to the training grounds, where slaves, guards, and ordinary people are all practicing with weapons. Ellison tells him clearly that every person there came of their own will. While Dariant is in the background scolding Kinder's sword form, Ellison points out how much the effort has grown, how many people are now training because they actually want change. Seeing that, Dion realizes something he badly needed to learn: he was never fighting alone. For the first time in a while, hope for Dedrin feels real. 3 months pass. One of Veretto's men reports that both the sorting and cultivation rooms have already been restored. Veretto, still furious over how much he lost once they were no longer allowed to openly prey on civilians, decides it is time to strike back. He orders his men to move on every facility and seize control, while also sending word to Mohan and Volulta. But when they move out, they find something waiting for them: a full force of guards and former slaves, all standing under Lord Dion's command. Dion demands that they surrender peacefully, promising a lawful trial if they submit and warning them that resistance will bring harsher judgment. Veretto laughs it off, dismissing the force as nothing but a row of scarecrows in armor, though even one of his own men looks shaken. Then Kinder steps forward and orders every criminal to show themselves. A woman from the crowd shouts for the kidnappers to come out, and the sheer force of that fury leaves Veretto visibly confused. Why are these people suddenly standing their ground like this? At the same time, Mohan is shouting orders of her own, telling the soldiers to arrest the corrupt officials and detain everyone who tried bribing their way out of consequences. Those being arrested start screaming in outrage, demanding to know who authorized this and calling the soldiers mad. Gabon, sword in hand, demands to know whether they are staging treason right in front of him, reminding them that he is still their leader. One of the soldiers apologizes, but calmly says they are only following orders, because a soldier's duty is to obey the proper chain of command. That completely floors Gabon. Then Dion gives the order. He declares that Dedrin will be purged of the rot eating it alive and tells his people to show the criminals what Dedrin justice looks like. The fight begins. The criminals swing first, with one sneering that these could not possibly be Dedrin guards because those weaklings were supposed to be useless. Kinder charges in fully committed, determined to bring every one of them down. Then Veretto enters properly, leaping from above with such force that the ground cracks when he lands. The impact stuns everyone. He remarks that the guards have gained some strength, but they are still fools without real training. Then he orders his side forward. Kinder answers with biting sarcasm, saying that for the past 3 months they have all been through hell, and asks whether Veretto even understands what that means. Then he attacks with everything he has. Veretto is genuinely surprised and mocks him, asking how a man like Kinder even learned swordsmanship. They clash, and Veretto keeps insulting him with every parry. Nearby, a soldier is shouting for the others to push forward when a massive handcuff-like weapon suddenly catches one of Veretto's men by the throat and lifts him into the air. Volulta appears and coldly remarks that the bribery exposed by the new lord was not the full story after all. The guards immediately react and order his arrest. The newcomer looks over their techniques with contempt and comments that they are still terribly unrefined. He says that if he is going to fight them, he might as well lower himself to their level. Watching from a distance, Dariant finally steps in and recognizes him instantly. This is Mian, the leader of the assassination group that once targeted the crown prince. Mian is visibly rattled. Dariant attacks with first-night swordsmanship and blood spills almost immediately. He comments that matching his current level was never something Mian could actually do. Then he looks over the battlefield and notes that the guards might be able to carry the rest of this, though it will be close. Elsewhere in the clash, Volulta realizes the people fighting him are actually the former slaves he once owned. The sight irritates him deeply. He growls that they should not dare look down on him and raises his weapon with all his strength, ready to crush them. But before he can bring it down, a woman captures him and declares him a criminal under arrest. After some time, reports start coming in their side is clear, and all the criminals in that section have been captured. Kinder is still locked in battle with Veretto, who begins to notice strange magic circles intercepting and dulling his attacks. Frustrated, Veretto finally turns and retreats, shouting that even if it takes multiple attempts, he will rebuild their kingdom. While fleeing, he runs straight into Lauren, who is casually sitting on top of one of the captured criminals. She asks if he is a criminal too and tells him to go back. The second Veretto recognizes she is a dragon, he goes white with fear. Lauren then threatens to burn the whole place down, only to be genuinely startled when he identifies her as a dragon out loud. Right then, Ellison and the others arrive and finish capturing Veretto properly. Soon after, Dariant reports to Ellison that there were injuries while subduing Mian, but no one's life is in danger. Then he asks the question that has clearly been bothering him: why did Ellison intervene after agreeing to leave this to Count Dion? Ellison answers that once attacks started reaching soldiers and former slave women directly, staying out of it stopped being an option. Back at the castle, Dion is being praised by his father for capturing the criminal network and the corrupt officials tied to it. But while holding his drink, Dion waves off the praise and calls himself unfit to be a lord, basically certified trash. His father, understandably confused, asks what on earth he means. Elsewhere, Ellison is cooking barbecue at the camp when Lauren asks if the reason he came was really to protect the soldiers. He confirms it, adding that the young count probably is not happy about it. Lauren does not understand why, because in her eyes everyone got saved, which should be the only thing that matters. Ellison answers thoughtfully that he understands exactly why Dion feels bitter, and just hopes he will not be too hard on himself. That leads back to Dion's study, where his father brings up the success in Dedrin, but also notices that his son is clearly unsettled by how much Ellison had to do with it. Dion admits it. At first he wanted to prove that he could change things through his own ability as a lord, but after seeing what his people were actually facing, he realized he had been eager without being ready for the cost of those choices. Then he apologizes, saying maybe he simply does not have the qualities of a true lord. His father responds by asking him to take a walk. He says there are some very important misconceptions about being a good lord that need to be cleared up. A little later, the two of them are walking together. His father asks how Dion actually sees him as a lord. Dion explains that everything he ever heard painted his father as the man who restored glory to Greek city after the devastation of the Dragon War. His father immediately understands what happened. Hearing those stories made Dion idealize him and assume that a good lord is someone who always solves everything through his own strength. Then he tells Dion the truth. The very first thing he did as lord was ask for help. Back then, Greek city was in such bad shape that the people would have starved if he had tried to stand alone. So he went to a neighboring lord and asked for shelter and enough supplies to keep his people alive. That, he says, is what matters most for a lord, not pride, not image, but the final outcome for the people under his care. And with that, he gently pushes Dion toward Ellison, because there is no point spending a celebration day walking around with that kind of face. At first, Dion is completely thrown off by what his father just did. But then he sees it, his soldiers, his people, and Ellison all gathered together, celebrating and welcoming him in without hesitation. That sight finally pulls a smile out of him. Watching from a short distance, his father feels a quiet pride, because he knows many of those people would not be alive if he had refused to ask Ellison for help when it mattered. And because of that, he is certain of one thing now: Dion is already a fine lord. The next morning, nearly everyone is wrecked from drinking through the night. Ellison looks over the scene and dryly remarks that he did not expect the celebration to spiral that far. Then he turns to Lauren and asks whether she wants to come with him, assuming she is not too sleepy. She asks where he is going. As he activates his magic, he answers vaguely, saying there is something he needs to ask and someone he needs to show something to. The scene then shifts to the royal palace, where Prince Leon approaches the chief mage. Madrina asks why he came, and Leon says he has been curious about one particular piece of history, the story of the three heroes who once saved the empire from the dragons. Everyone knows the elf hero, everyone knows the dwarf hero, but there is no real record left of the human. Leon explains that almost nothing remains except the fact that this human was a powerful mage. Then he shows her an old document with a single name written in it: Ellison, a man who served the imperial military as a mage for 15 years before retiring. Leon says he is also convinced Madrina already knew him the first time they met, and that she lied when she claimed it was their first encounter. Madrina answers that it is not what he thinks, though that hardly settles anything. Then the story moves again, this time to Ellison and Lauren standing before the Emperor of the Ruben Empire. The Emperor greets him calmly and asks why he came, even jokingly wondering whether Ellison wants to visit the Magic Academy again. Ellison says there is no reason for him to go back there, because plenty of people would grind their teeth just from seeing him. Apparently, he was the Academy's biggest headache. That sends the story back to his Academy days. The new students are being congratulated for entering the Imperial Magic Academy and reminded that they were chosen for a reason: to sharpen their power and advance the Empire's magical strength in a time of war. And right in the middle of all that promise stands Ellison, somehow managing to fail in what looks like every class. The principal is already losing patience because Ellison still has not graduated, while Ellison keeps babbling about taking life one small step at a time, which only makes the principal angrier until he finally kicks him out of the office. Outside, Ellison runs into other students who jokingly call him the Academy's distant senior. He laughs it off, saying he enrolled young so he does not really mind. As they walk, a younger Madrina, still a junior at the time, watches him with pure contempt in her eyes. Later on the training grounds, the principal demonstrates advanced freezing magic and explains its principles before ordering the class to practice it. Ellison casually says he cannot do it. The principal, already irritated, drops down to the basics and tells him to perform even simple magic instead. but Ellison helplessly says he cannot do that either. The principal reminds him that even junior students can manage the basics by now, and Ellison answers that juniors these days are unusually talented, unlike in his own time. That excuse nearly drives the principal insane. Meanwhile, Ellison is quietly sticking to a plan. If he keeps up the image of someone who cannot progress, maybe he can stay in the academy until the war ends and avoid being thrown into the real battlefield. At the same time, Madrina is shown to be everything Ellison is pretending not to be: gifted, brilliant, admired by both teachers and students. One instructor even comments that Ellison should try learning something from her, since he had also shown exceptional magical talent when he first entered the academy. Madrina hears that and only looks at him with even more scorn. Back in the present, Leon, hearing all this, is baffled that Ellison once claimed he could not do magic properly at all. Madrina explains that it was not entirely false, because technically there was only one spell he could really perform. Leon asks the obvious question, why keep him there during wartime if he could not advance? In times like that, the academy could not afford to be generous, and students who could not keep up were normally pushed toward frontline duties instead. Madrina answers that the reason he was kept was simple, that one spell he could use was absurdly powerful. Back in the past, the academy buzzes with admiration for Madrina's brilliance. She is praised everywhere and gets so wrapped up in her own talent that she starts believing she is the future of the academy, the one genius no one else can compare to. Then that fantasy gets brutally interrupted when she sees Ellison cast a fireball. The other students explain that while he cannot do much else, he is terrifyingly good at creating fireballs. And that is the reason the professors refuse to let him leave without learning anything more. Watching the destruction he causes with that one spell leaves her genuinely shaken. She had convinced herself she would be the academy's uncontested future. And now, she is forced to watch someone she sees as completely inadequate casually overpower her in the one field that matters most. She decides right there that she refuses to lose to someone like him. From then on, she starts working harder on fireball magic too. At her level, her version is excellent, but next to Ellison's, it still feels pitifully small, and that only makes her angrier. So she starts keeping an eye on him. One day she notices him leaving the canteen with his friends because none of them can stand the food. Other girls catch her watching him and immediately start teasing her for always looking his way. Madrina snaps at them, but their answer only deepens her interest. They say Ellison is the exact opposite of her, and that he once openly declared he had no interest in becoming a mage at all. That gets her attention instantly, and she demands they explain. The scene shifts to Ellison sitting with his friends, happily eating food he made himself. One of them is amazed that the meat is so tender when it was clearly tough before cooking. Ellison explains that he seasoned it with multiple spices and cooked it slowly over low heat so the juices stayed inside and the meat never got overdone. Then he checks the sides and says it is finished. His friends also comment on the pot simmering over a flame he lit with automatic magic. Ellison casually mentions that most of these spells were made by himself. The group laughs at the ridiculousness of him, fooling the professors into thinking he can barely perform magic. Then one of his friends asks seriously whether he has changed his mind about graduating. Ellison says he still does not know what he would even fight for, because he wants to be a chef, not a magician. To him, magic is just a tool, nothing more. His friends understand, especially because he is not even from this country. Why would he feel the same responsibility to protect something he was never truly born into? Ellison replies that a few more failures will eventually get him thrown to the front lines anyway. One of his friends jokes that by then they will have been promoted enough to look after him, and Ellison says that does sound nice. Listening to all of this from hiding, Madrina finally sees the real face behind his act and it leaves her tense. Then graduation day comes. His classmates receive their emblems and celebrate leaving the academy, while Ellison stands off to the side, watching the whole thing from nearby. After the ceremony, Madrina goes to see the principal because she wants to talk about Ellison. Around the academy, everyone is talking about the graduating batch leaving for assignment, all except Ellison. His graduating friends tell him they are all being sent to northern Delian City, far away, and say their farewells. Ellison asks if they will come visit his restaurant after the war, because he knows they will miss his cooking. After they leave, he quietly activates his magic and starts preparing food. He knows the middle-level students will soon move up and become seniors, and he hopes maybe he can find a few new friends in the next class too. That thought is interrupted when Dean Bond appears and immediately starts inspecting his magic seal, a layered defensive enchantment. Then he examines the magic working through the cauldron and confirms that it is as complex as he suspected. After tasting the food Ellison made and admitting it is excellent, the dean tells him the truth. He has heard from students across every class that Ellison is far too gentle by nature for the battlefield, and that his whole act of being unable to learn basic magic has clearly been a pretense. In reality, he is already an expert. Then the dean gives him two options. First, he can graduate properly and head to the war as a first-class wizard alongside his friends, and the dean will pretend not to have noticed the deception. Second, he can become the academy's cook, with the extra duty of organizing the lists. Back in the present, Ellison tells the emperor that naturally he chose the cook position. Then, with obvious dread, he adds that it stayed enjoyable only until the list work started. Back in the past, 3 months have passed since Ellison became the academy cook, and he is genuinely thriving. He has figured out how to make large-scale cooking easier through scorching magic techniques, and he now turns out delicious yuba and stir-fried vegetables for masses of people. Madrina and her friends happily eat his food. On the surface, Madrina is satisfied, because now she is officially the top student while Ellison has, in her eyes, been demoted to glorified kitchen staff. But that mood does not last. One day after academy hours, Ellison is summoned to see the dean again. The dean praises him, saying everyone is talking about how good his cooking is, then casually hands him a paper and tells him he needs the names from a 200-person batch organized in chronological order. Ellison's eyes widen the moment he understands what the list really is. The dean quietly tells him to take his time, because another list will arrive in 3 months. When Ellison asks directly, the dean confirms it. These are the names of those who died on the battlefield. Later, Ellison sits alone making the list, forced at last to truly face the reality he had been avoiding. He had once told himself the war would probably end in 2 years, maybe less, and that he could spend that time shielded away in the academy. Living peacefully and pretending distance was enough to keep him clean. But now, with the dead laid out name by name in front of him, that illusion starts to break. He once told himself that people in this world had to be strong. Of course they were. This was a fantasy world after all. That was the thought he clung to when he first got dragged here, conscripted as a soldier because Rubern was short on manpower. But that illusion starts dying the moment he sits there writing the names of the dead. One name after another, page after page, until his face starts breaking apart and he has to fight just to keep from sobbing out loud. He cannot understand why so many have already died. And then the final blow lands, because among those names are the friends from his own class, the ones who only recently graduated. The next day, Ellison cooks for the academy students almost like a machine, moving through the work without really feeling his hands. The older girls thank him for the food and tell him they are going to miss his meals once they are deployed. The moment he hears that, the dean's words echo back in his head, another list will come in 3 months, and he nearly loses control right there. That night he goes to the dean's office. The dean already knows why he is there and asks whether Ellison finally has something to say. Ellison shocks him by asking to be sent to the battlefield. Then, while setting down his graduation robe, the dean tells him to show his fireball one more time. What Ellison unleashes later is seen by no one directly, yet the force of it shakes the academy hard enough for everyone to think an earthquake struck. The next day, the dean calmly explains it away as an accident caused by magic, while the students hear that a first-class wizard, one who somehow never received promotion, quietly left the academy. Back in the present, Madrina tells Leon that Ellison disappeared from the academy the very next day after that accident. Leon quickly pieces it together, realizing the massive crater left behind must have been Ellison's doing. Madrina does not argue, but the memory gives her no peace. Even after he vanished, the stories reached her. Ellison had gone straight to the front lines without ever officially graduating. After leaving the academy, Ellison is brought before 2nd Company Commander Dagos, who remarks that luck clearly hates him, because receiving a magic student like this in the middle of a battlefield is unusual even in wartime. Dagos explains the situation bluntly. Their operational zone sits right in the center of the war, where monsters are just as deadly as the dragons they are technically fighting. Dragons raid villages, loot, and destroy, but monsters are what truly turn the battlefield into a slaughterhouse. Dagos advises him to stay back, unpack, and wait for orders, because walking into combat right now would be suicide. Ellison ignores that completely. The moment he leaves, Dagos and his subordinates start discussing how little time he likely has left. Some of the men object, saying it is insane to throw new recruits straight into battle. But Dagos answers that Ellison is no ordinary student, not with a first-class batch emblem on his chest. Before that conversation can go any further, a soldier runs in and tells them to come outside immediately. When they do, they find a massive stretch of battlefield simply erased, a huge clearing carved out of the carnage. Everyone is left stunned. Then Dagos turns and sees Ellison standing there injured, asking only one thing: send him to the next operational zone before even more people die. In the present, the Emperor asks Ellison whether he still resents Dean Bond for forcing his hand back then. Ellison says no. Bond did not betray him, he only forced him to see reality by placing that list in front of him. Later, Ellison heard that Bond himself was sent to the battlefield, fought dragons, and eventually died there. So in the end, Ellison says the only people he truly resents are himself and the enemies who made those lists of dead students necessary in the first place. Then he says the Emperor already knows the rest of the story, and the Emperor confirms that he does. Ellison quietly admits that if he were given the chance to do it again, there are things he might choose differently instead of just walking away from the battlefield. Elsewhere, Leon is stunned to learn that Ellison deserted. Madrina, with a sadness she cannot hide, admits that Ellison ended up betraying his own beliefs. Thinking back on it, she says their actions put their lives on the line too. Leon complains that she cannot just leave a story like that hanging. Madrina fires back that even if he is the crown prince, desertion tied to men like that is not a small issue. Before Leon can press further, another voice cuts in, saying he did not expect to find the crown prince in a place like this. The speaker is the Empire's third duke. Leon immediately looks at Madrina while hiding his real thoughts, because he still does not have the power to reveal what he truly wants. So instead, he slips right back into the role of a spoiled, unserious prince, and cheerfully declares that he will gladly go anywhere if it means enjoying the company of such a beautiful woman. Then he brazenly takes Madrina's hand and kisses it, clearly hoping she will tolerate the act. Dagos looks disgusted and says he has no interest in meddling in the prince's business, but he did not expect Madrina to sink so low as to keep chasing power even after becoming a 7th-rank magician. Leon looks genuinely confused. Dagos points at the 7 circles on her badge and explains that they symbolize her rank and position. Leon shrugs and says he never noticed something so complicated, insisting that he summoned her simply because she is beautiful. Dagos leaves, advising him to keep those activities away from the records room. The second he is gone, Leon starts to apologize and asks Madrina whether she has dealt with Duke Dillion before, but he stops when he really sees her expression. Madrina is not just flustered, she is completely shaken. She grew up as a magical prodigy, proud, noble, always looking down on others because of her talent and status. As a 7th-rank mage, no man ever dared step close enough to unsettle her. This is the first time she has ever felt a man near her like this, and her body does not know how to process it. Leon, meanwhile, has absolutely no idea what is happening and is about to ask when Madrina suddenly faints. At another moment, Ellison is carrying the sleeping dragon girl on his shoulder, deciding to let her rest while he handles some messages. Then, in almost absurd timing, he walks in on Leon in nearly the exact same situation, with Madrina slung over his shoulder. The two immediately accuse each other of suspicious behavior involving girls draped over them. A little later, they sit across from each other in Leon's study. Ellison says he came because he has business with the Emperor and knows Leon would eventually hear about it anyway, so he wanted to say goodbye before the wrong eyes saw them together. Leon stops him there. He reveals that Madrina told him enough for him to piece things together. After returning from studying abroad, he had heard rumors of a terrifying hero known as the Dragon Slayer. And after meeting Ellison, he became certain that the man behind that title was sitting in front of him. Leon finally says it out loud. Ellison is the legendary 9th-class archmage, the one man who broke past the human limit of 7 circles. Then, without pretending anymore, Leon asks him to lend him that strength. Meanwhile, the Emperor is still turning Ellison's earlier words over in his mind, his regret over leaving the battlefield, his quiet wish that maybe he would choose differently if given another chance. Then the 3rd Duke arrives and bluntly asks whether Ellison is somewhere in the palace. The Emperor refuses to answer. That refusal clearly angers Dillion, but instead of speaking it, he steps forward, and in his presence the Emperor looks visibly diminished. The Emperor's knight tries to intervene, only for the Duke's own knight to catch his wrist. Dillion coldly reminds the Emperor that the glory he once had is already gone. Before the scene turns uglier, Porgo steps in and warns Dillion that he is still standing in the Imperial Palace, and that he should tread carefully, especially if Ellison truly is nearby. Dillion acknowledges the warning and decides to leave it there for now, though not before advising the Emperor to reprimand Madrina for carrying on with the Crown Prince in such a shameful way. Once Dillion is gone, Porgo asks whether the Emperor is all right. The Emperor thanks him, but says he feels nothing but disgrace as a ruler, and wonders how ashamed his own son must be of him. Then the scene returns to Leon's study. Leon reminds Ellison how the imperial family began to fall after the First Knight's order was broken apart. When the war with the dragons began, the Emperor tried to act for the people's sake and split the order across different regions to support the front lines. But that left the palace almost empty, defended only by the commander and a handful of forces. With a bitter look, Leon asks Ellison whether he understands what that meant. Ellison answers immediately, it meant the Empire lost its grip on the nobles. Leon agrees and says that every time the palace summoned those nobles for support, they either refused outright or sent worthless troops who only made the situation worse. Instead of helping the Empire survive the war, they turned the battlefield into deeper chaos. Leon finally drops the mask completely. His anger, his helplessness, and his desperation all rise to the surface at once as he begs Ellison for help. Instead of merely asking, Leon drops to one knee before Ellison and begs for his strength. That alone leaves Ellison completely thrown. He immediately tells the prince to stand, saying a man in Leon's position should not be kneeling to anyone, especially not to someone who is, on paper at least, just a restaurant owner. Leon rises, visibly embarrassed by his own desperation, and briefly admits he may have judged Ellison wrong. But then his eyes catch the insignia on Ellison's person, the mark bearing 9 circles, and in that instant the truth becomes impossible to ignore. Ellison calmly tells him that he never abandoned his duty. Even so, he makes one thing absolutely clear. He will not go around crushing authority figures just because Leon asks, and he will not take a side in the palace's internal power struggles. But if a genuine threat rises against the Ruben Empire itself, then he will act and he will erase it. When Ellison leaves, Leon sinks back into his chair, finally grasping what kind of existence the Ninth Circle Archmage really is. His thoughts drift back to when he first returned from abroad during the war, when 2 boys mocked him for bowing despite being crown prince, and sneered that the country was relying on only 3 heroes to survive. Even then, Leon snapped at them, because they did not understand the weight those heroes were carrying for the Empire. Back in the present, he can only smile faintly and trust that Ellison will return someday, even if everyone else assumes he is gone for good. Elsewhere, Lauren wakes up and immediately finds a terrified Madrina in front of her. Madrina hurriedly tries to explain that she did nothing wrong, but Lauren is still angry enough that explanations are not helping. Then Ellison arrives and dryly remarks that if he had been even a little later, the whole thing would have turned into a disaster. Lauren instantly throws herself at him, complaining that he left her behind. Ellison tells her it is time to go home since he finished what he came there to do. Madrina asks what he was even doing there in the first place. Ellison answers that she will understand soon enough once Dariant arrives. She then warns him that Duke Dillion is inside the palace. Ellison tells her not to worry because he is leaving immediately anyway. But before opening his magic, he turns back and asks whether she was the one who told the crown prince who he really was, and whether she was also the one who failed to stay quiet about the Dedrin Castle incident. Madrina nearly breaks under the pressure, but insists that she did not reveal everything and only spoke because the crown prince himself ordered it. Somewhere else, Leon quietly apologizes to her in his own mind. Later, Porgo sees a completely drained Madrina stepping out of Leon's chamber and comes to the wrong conclusion, thinking Dillion's ugly suspicions may have been right. The next day, Ellison returns to the restaurant and immediately asks everyone to give lint and made a proper round of applause for keeping the kitchen alive while he was gone. He then praises Mint and Miltine for all the work they put in too. Lauren immediately asks what about her, but Ellison completely ignores that question. Then Lint casually reveals that he always knew Ellison had been keeping an eye on them the entire time, even while pretending to be away, which genuinely throws Ellison off. Still, he lets it go and announces that they are all getting rewarded with a camping trip. That earns instant excitement. Mate asks if they are going alone, but Ellison says no, as Greek City's self-proclaimed social butterfly. He plans to gather people so naturally that no one will even know whether it is a picnic or a full-blown festival. He first asks Creston, who refuses because work is piling up, though he does at least recommend a few good camping spots. Meanwhile, at Alina's clinic, Serena watches Alina treating a patient and gets irritated all over again, because she already told her she does not need to keep working when Serena can practically drown her in gold coins. Alina calmly says gold cannot heal people. Right then, Ellison walks in, and Alina's face brightens so clearly that Serena notices immediately and decides she has seen enough expressions to know that one means something. Ellison invites Alina to join them for the camping trip, pointing out that she already comes to his restaurant for meals anyway, so she may as well come properly. Alina agrees without hesitation. Serena keeps watching her face, trying to decide whether what she is seeing is admiration or something closer to love. Then she cuts in and declares that, as a great dragon, she will also be joining them. Ellison is visibly nervous that she just invited herself, which annoys Serena even more because she had assumed the invitation obviously included her too. Soon they arrive at the campsite, a beautiful place near a waterfall. Alina asks how Ellison found it, and he gives one of his usual vague answers, saying that as a social butterfly he simply heard about it on the wind. Mate quickly points out that with all that social power, Ellison still only managed to bring 2 extra people, which makes Ellison look faintly wounded. Once everything is set down, Lauren asks if they are finally going to pitch the camp. Instead, Ellison announces they are about to play a game called Rubaruma Monopoly. Lauren asks if that name is from his homeland, and Ellison says yes, then starts distributing cards and money. He explains the rules: build up capital, bankrupt the others, and whoever holds the most money after 10 rounds wins. Lauren immediately declares that this is basically a game about the world's ruin. Ellison adds that there will be prizes and penalties too, and then the match begins. The chaos starts almost immediately. The second lint lands on Serena's property, Serena proudly demands payment for stepping onto the great dragon's land. Ellison quickly points out that her land is not worth much, which visibly lifts Lint's spirits. Then Lauren draws a golden card with a smug expression, only for her face to collapse when she realizes it is a penalty card announcing that all buildings on the most expensive lands are destroyed by a dragon. She instantly declares that she is going to kill that dragon. Later, Ellison points out that Alina built an inn on her property, and he just landed on it. Alina immediately starts daydreaming about being the innkeeper and Ellison arriving as a traveler, only to destroy the whole image in reality by awkwardly telling him he can stay for free, which just leaves him confused. Meanwhile, Miltine asks Mint whether she should build on one of her spaces, and he starts helping her, prompting Ellison to protest that this is supposed to be an individual game. At another corner, Lint is begging his younger brother for mercy while Mate icily reminds him that money has no concept of brotherhood. Ellison has to point out that the money is fake anyway. Lauren also tries to argue her way out of prison, but Ellison shuts that down too. In the end, they total up the money. Lauren and Serena crash out dead last, both completely bankrupt. Ellison places third. Alina somehow wins the whole thing. As her prize, Ellison gives Alina a wish ticket, something she can use to ask for anything within his power to provide. Alina asks whether she can save it for later, and Ellison tells her there is no expiration date. Serena, meanwhile, is watching Alina's face way too closely and immediately thinks she ought to use that opportunity well. Ellison then announces the penalty. Lauren and Serena, the 2 losers, are on tent duty. Naturally, the 2 of them spend the entire setup process fighting with each other. That night, while everyone else sleeps in their tents, Alina lies awake and gently kisses the wish ticket Ellison gave her. Then she notices Miltine quietly getting up and slipping out of camp. Curious and maybe a little alarmed, Alina decides to follow her. Soon enough, she finds Miltine in someone's arms, declaring that she cannot bear being apart from him. That someone is Mint. Alina is completely stunned to catch them like this, as the 2 talk quietly about how they plan to keep the relationship secret for a while. Miltine comforts Mint by saying everyone is asleep, so there is nothing to worry about. Of course, that immediately stops being true when Lauren and Serena arrive beside Alina, and casually admit that they heard the noises too and came to investigate. Lauren dryly comments that they keep calling it a secret even though basically everyone could already tell the 2 of them were into each other. Not long after, the newly exposed couple is standing in front of Ellison, who calmly says he already heard the news that they are together. He congratulates them and tells them there is nothing to feel guilty about. Off to the side, the brothers are discussing how foolish they were for somehow never noticing what was going on between the 2. Ellison then declares that since the relationship is out in the open now, everyone is going to hear the full story over a meal. He decides to make curry for the occasion. First, he sautés onions until they brown, then in another pot starts working the vegetables and meat with butter. He adds water, cooks everything down, mixes it all together, and layers in the spices. The sight of the meal alone makes everyone happy. He even prepares a vegetarian curry for Alina, which makes her blush at how thoughtful he was. As they eat, Ellison asks the obvious question, who confessed first. Miltine answers immediately that she did. Mint admits that at first he wanted to reject her because of the age gap between them, but in the end he could not do it. He kept asking himself whether it was really right to deny someone just because he was afraid for their future, and in the end the only thing that mattered was that their feelings were mutual. Ellison casually asks whether they are planning the wedding in Greek Plaza already, and Mint quickly says it is way too early for that. That only makes everyone start cheering harder, pushing the 2 toward the kiss they never got to properly share the night before because of all the interruptions. Eventually, the pressure works and Miltine kisses Mint. Everyone is thrilled. Everyone except Lauren, who looks noticeably grumpy watching it happen. After the meal, the brothers are so moved by the curry that it reminds them of the stew they once had at Ellison's restaurant. And the night settles into that warm kind of happiness that only comes after chaos, embarrassment, and very good food. The new couple slips away for a short walk, leaving the rest behind. Meanwhile, Lauren, still wearing that same sour expression, asks Ellison to play Monopoly with her again. He assumes she is still upset about losing. But Serena, off to the side, compliments the curry while Alina agrees that it was wonderful. Serena then leans in and tells Alina not to hesitate too long, because a wish ticket may not expire, but a good man absolutely can be stolen first. She adds that Ellison made some kind of decision today, which only makes Alina's heart more restless. At the same time, Ellison and Lauren sit down for another round of Monopoly, and almost immediately he ends up stuck in jail. Lauren coolly tells him that he is simply unlucky. Then Ellison subtly shifts the conversation toward Mint and Miltine. Their relationship itself is not surprising, since everyone already knew how Miltine felt. What surprises him more is Lauren's reaction to it. Without warning, Lauren blurts out that she likes him, and the shock is enough to make him spit out his coffee. She says that until now she always believed it was fine to say what she felt. But after watching everyone cheer for Mint and Miltine, after seeing how openly their feelings were celebrated, she cannot shake the difference. Ellison tries to explain that everyone was celebrating the beginning of something new, just like they celebrated Lauren's birthday. Lauren shoots back that no one celebrated her feelings. Her frustration spills over as she says that when she confessed to him, nobody reacted that way. Ellison awkwardly tries to reason that what they have feels more like family, something natural, something already there. That answer hurts her immediately. Tears start forming as she says she does not want what they have to be seen as something ordinary. Then in the middle of that tension, Ellison rolls double ones and suddenly brightens because he can finally leave jail. Lauren, however, slides the rule card toward him. On it, she had written her own condition to get out of jail: he has to kiss the black dragon. With a shaky but determined voice, she says that if a kiss is what makes everyone treat a relationship as different, then she sees no reason not to cross that line. She grabs his collar and pulls him closer, and for once Ellison is the one visibly cornered. Just as she is about to kiss him, the sound of something clattering snaps the moment in half. Ellison instantly bolts up and blurts out that he needs to wash the dishes. The one who caused the noise is Alina. She had come to get clean water for the dishes and walked straight into that scene. The second she realizes what she interrupted, she drops to her knees in silent dread. Regretting the noise she made, she notices the wish ticket on the ground. Serena's earlier words echo back in her head and she picks it up, wondering whether she can actually use this to ask for something she truly wants. Her feelings for Ellison did not begin all at once. At first it was curiosity, then gratitude. The more she came to know him, the more she saw things she could not forget. The joy he brought through cooking, the way he quietly helped with her clinic, the care hidden in all the things he did without announcing them. And then she learned who he really was, one of the three heroes of the war, someone who protected others without discrimination alongside Banan. That knowledge changed everything. Curiosity turned into something deeper, something painful enough that she found herself wanting to go to the restaurant just to see him. And now, holding the ticket in her hand, she finally knows what she wants to ask for. Sometime later, the group packs up and prepares to head home. Ellison helps everyone gather their things and makes sure they all enjoyed the trip. The brothers confirm that they absolutely did and once again praise the food. Serena, meanwhile, watches Lauren's expression closely and realizes that there is definitely tension now between Lauren and Ellison. Secretly, that gives her a flicker of hope for Alina. At that moment, Alina arrives carrying the clean dishes. Ellison notices she ended up doing his share of the work too, but Alina brushes it aside and says it is the least she can do after being invited. Then she says she wants to use the wish ticket. Ellison smiles and tells her to go ahead. She states her wish. Later, when they return to the clinic, Alina quietly says she truly enjoyed the trip and asks Serena whether she enjoyed it too. Serena, however, is far more interested in why Alina wasted her wish. The wish Alina made was for Ellison to keep running his restaurant in Greek City indefinitely. Ellison was clearly caught off guard, because that was already what he intended to do anyway, and he even asked her whether that was really all she wanted. Alina firmly said yes. So he accepted it. Now back in the present, Serena is irritated on Alina's behalf. At the very least, she says, Alina could have used the ticket for a date with him or something equally obvious. Serena is genuinely annoyed that such a rare chance slipped away for nothing. Alina softly explains that she made that choice because she sees how Ellison looks at Lauren. She has noticed it for a while. Hearing that, Serena finally goes quiet when she sees the tears in Alina's eyes. She had always wanted someone as pure and kind as Alina to fall in love and actually end up happy, unlike herself. But instead she is watching another sadness grow in silence. Alina says that for her, it is enough just to be able to see Ellison from time to time at the restaurant. Serena tries to console her, but inside, all she feels is disappointment at how cruel love can be. Back at the restaurant, Lauren is in a terrible mood, still stewing over Ellison's behavior. Ever since she tried to kiss him, he has been avoiding her, and now he does not even let her curl up against him at night. Then Mate casually points out that she seems taller lately, which startles her. Thinking about it, Lauren realizes the truth. Her coming-of-age ceremony must be close. She turns to him and asks if her height really matters. Mate answers that it is not just the height, she seems more mature these days. At the same time, Ellison is distracted enough in the kitchen that he cuts his hand without noticing right away. He brushes off Lint's concern and asks where the bandages are kept. Lint stares at the blood and tells him very clearly that it does not look fine at all. But Ellison's mind is somewhere else entirely, still trapped in the memory of that near kiss with Lauren. And in the middle of those thoughts, he finally admits to himself what he feels for her. Far away, at the Black Dragon Holy Ground, the elders Metadonna and Dagma are discussing preparations for Lauren's coming-of-age ceremony. Dagma lays out the traditional arrangements he already prepared. When asked, he even produces a list of possible Black Dragon suitors for Lauren. Looking over it, Metadonna remarks that Nai's name would likely have been on that list if he were still alive. Dagma agrees. Then Metadonna carefully asks whether Dagma still resents Ellison for killing Nai. Dagma says no. Metadonna starts to bring up Lauren's feelings for Ellison, but Dagma cuts him off, revealing that he already knows about his nephew's conspiracy, which shocks Metadonna. Dagma says he never openly supported it, but he did not stop it either, because in one ugly way, Nai was not entirely wrong. The Black Dragon clan really is facing extinction. In that situation, giving a rare female dragon to a human is not a small matter. Metadonna demands that he speak plainly. Dagma finally does. He says this is about preserving the Black Dragon bloodline just as much as it is for Metadonna. Then he brings up the deepest wound of all. Metadonna once imprisoned his own daughter and punished her for creating an ancient marble, breaking the clan's taboo. He says he knows Metadonna regrets that decision now. And that is exactly why he believes Lauren must mate with another Black Dragon. That evening, the butcher couple visits Ellison's restaurant and asks how his vacation went. Ellison says it was honestly a lot of fun. Rain apologizes for not joining, but he brushes that off and says there will always be another chance. Then, leaning in with obvious excitement, she whispers and asks whether he prepared anything for Lauren's next birthday. Ellison assures her that he has, something he has been quietly working on for a long time. The moment she hears that it is a house, she nearly squeals. At the same time, Geltzar stands proudly inside the nearly completed lair, deeply satisfied with the final result. He even pats Cat Lurin's chamber and says it worked hard alongside him. Then he turns to his workers and apologizes for driving them so hard. His perfectionism kept dragging out the finishing touches. The dwarves laugh it off and tell him that the perfection of the lair is exactly what makes the work worth it. They are convinced this can only be called Geltzar's masterpiece. Now they just want to see everyone's reaction. Meanwhile, Lauren is asleep and dreaming. In the dream, she stands before the elders of her clan while they repeat her mother's crimes back to her. They say the war happened because her mother created the ancient marble. Lauren trembles as she tries to explain herself, but Metadonna does not listen. He simply delivers the verdict, exile from the sanctuary. Lauren jolts awake in panic. Then she notices Ellison is not beside her. She heads outside looking for him and finds him with Geltzar. Both of them notice her. She is confused and asks what is going on. Ellison clears his throat and says there is something he wants to tell her, something he had planned to save for her birthday but now feels like the right time. Then instead of explaining, he decides to show her. He leads her to the entrance of the lair first. The moment she steps in, she is struck by the sheer height of the ceiling. Near the entrance sits Cat Lurin's chamber, which Geltzar proudly explains is the guard compound. Then the full tour begins. They show her the wine cellar, the pantry connected to the dining hall, the bedroom, and finally the prepared vault, each part of the lair laid out like a promise made real. After that, Geltzar leads them deeper inside and proudly reveals the center of the lair, a massive bathing area. The moment Lauren sees it, her whole face lights up. She immediately asks if the bath is fed by the underground aquifer, and Geltzar confirms it, explaining that he remembered how much she loved the hot spring, so he built one just for her. Watching that excitement bloom across her face, Ellison feels a quiet wave of relief. He knows his awkward distance has been hurting her. Now, at least in this moment, she looks genuinely happy. And seeing her that way only hardens his resolve. He cannot keep dodging his feelings forever. Lauren turns to him right away and demands cocoa, then casually suggests they bathe together, which nearly short-circuits him on the spot. Before he can even respond properly, she steps straight into the water. When she notices him still standing there hesitating, she gets annoyed. Ellison, meanwhile, is trying to prepare his heart because in his mind, she is moving frighteningly fast. Then another thought hits him. Maybe maintaining this strange distance has been just as awkward for her as it has been for him, especially when they already sleep together and share baths like it is nothing. That thought survives for only a second, because a portal suddenly opens, and with cosmic-level bad timing, Madamada hears exactly that last part. He erupts immediately, accusing Ellison of shamelessly taking advantage of his granddaughter. Ellison tries to explain that this is not what it sounds like, but Madamada is in no mood to believe him. A little later, while being shown around inside Lauren's new lair, Madamada looks around with reluctant approval and admits that by his standards, the place is decent. He did not expect a human to be capable of preparing something worthy of a dragon at all. Ellison quietly hopes that means he passed some invisible trial. Then Madamada suddenly asks whether Ellison is prepared for the possibility of failing anyway. After that, he says they need to talk. The two of them step into the water and Ellison is visibly nervous. Madamada's presence is completely different from Lauren's, heavier, older, far more overwhelming. Ellison can feel that pressure pressing against him from every side. He awkwardly asks the elder to begin. Madamada does, not with a threat but with a story. He speaks of an age before even his time, when a dragon lord named Balachar was born after absorbing 3 ancient marbles. From the start, Balachar was the worst kind of ruler, because he saw every being that was not a dragon as something beneath contempt, and unlike other hateful dragons, he actually had the power to act on that belief, so he purged them. He slaughtered everything that was not dragonkind. But once only dragons remained, Balachar finally learned what kind of mistake he had made. With no one else left to rule, dragons turned on each other. In the end, other powerful dragons, ones who had absorbed 1 or 2 ancient marbles themselves, rose up and destroyed him. After surviving that horror, dragonkind swore never to allow another being to consume 3 marbles again. That vow became law, and from there came the absolute taboo against creating ancient marbles. Then Madamada shifts to the real wound beneath this story, Lauren's mother. He takes Ellison back 300 years, to when Lauren was still a child running around happily while he and Sarin watched over the sanctuary during a rare era of peace. That peace shattered in an instant. A violent tremor struck, and Lauren's mother crashed into the tower in dragon form. She entered breathless, hoping no one had followed her, then revealed an ancient marble and begged them to hide it at once. Sarin and Madamada were immediately on edge. Sarin demanded to know where she got it. She answered with infuriating ease, saying she had sort of smuggled it out from somewhere. Her father was furious, though her mother tried to calm him. Pressed harder, she explained that it was not complete yet, but soon a dragon lord would be born. She said she once saw people trying to gather all 3 marbles, and without fully understanding the entire situation, stole one. In fact, she admitted she almost wanted to steal all 3, bragging that nobody could catch her anyway. Sarin, however, reminded her that an ancient marble cannot stay hidden forever. The energy alone would betray it, so sooner or later tradition would catch up to her. Surprisingly, Lauren's mother did not resist that truth. She knew what stealing it meant, she had already accepted the cost, but she had one condition. At that same time, little Lauren was furious that her grandfather would not let her see her mother. Then she saw her surrounded by other dragons. Madamada demanded a confession, asking whether she admitted to creating the ancient marble. She said yes. He then pronounced the sentence she would be imprisoned in a secluded place. She accepted it without argument. Lauren, hidden nearby, watched the entire scene in terror. Madamada ordered his own daughter to be locked away and declared that once the prison was ready, he would personally take her there. Back in the present, Ellison can barely sit still through the story. He protests that this still does not sound like a crime. Madamada asks whether he really does not know the full truth. Ellison answers honestly that all he knows is that she created the ancient marble. Madamada clarifies that the imprisonment was not merely punishment, it was also protection. The place she was sent to was built to safeguard the marble itself, layered with some of the highest level magic possible so no outsider could intrude. Ellison points out the obvious, whatever purpose it served, it was still a prison. Madamada does not deny that. He only admits quietly that he regrets it. Then he speaks of how that decision poisoned Lauren's childhood. Some dragons whispered about her, some pitied her, others simply called her the daughter of a criminal. One day, when he visited Lauren's room, he found her crying and begging for her mother to come back. Trying to comfort her, he told her that one day she might be able to bring her mother back herself. Then he mentioned a place where she could gather herbs for him. Lauren went there, only to find it strange and frightening. At first, she wondered whether her grandfather was cruel enough to be playing with her feelings. In retaliation, she decided she would gather poisonous herbs instead. Then she sensed something. That was when she understood why he sent her there. After entering a cave hidden behind a waterfall, she found her mother at last. Lauren broke down crying, but her mother only told her to go back. Stubborn as always, Lauren refused. In truth, the place was a lair hidden behind visual magic. From that day on, Lauren kept returning to see her in secret. Her mother always tried to stop her, but Lauren argued that her grandfather would never find out. Her mother calmly corrected her, saying it was Madamada himself who led her there. Lauren realized that too. Madamada admits now that because Lauren was naturally rebellious, no one ever noticed her disappearances. She never got to study magic like other dragons or properly see the world. Instead, she spent those years growing up at her mother's side. He worried that one day she would be isolated by her own clan because of it, but he never stopped her, because for the first time in a long while she was happy. During one of those visits, Lauren declared that once she became an adult, she would stop sneaking around and just live with her mother forever. Around then she began noticing something strange. The passage to the lair was getting shorter each time she came back. One visit later, she found her mother staring at the ancient marble with a dark, uneasy expression. Lauren stepped closer in alarm. Her mother had realized the cult behind all this had not abandoned its goal. They still intended to create a dragon lord. At the same time, the red dragons had gathered under their lord Sardalone. He declared that he would restore the world, and with that single declaration, the Age of War began. Madamada says that during those days, he and Sarin had already been observing the growing danger. They knew someone had already absorbed 2 ancient marbles, but no war had begun yet. That meant the enemy was waiting for the third. Then a messenger bird arrived from the red dragons, and when Madamada read the letter, his face changed immediately. They were threatening to reveal the truth about the Dragon Lord. Later, Madamada met with the Red Dragon Elder Dance. Years before, he had warned Dance that the Red Dragons were involved in creating a Dragon Lord, but Dance dismissed it as baseless accusation. Now, however, Dance admitted Madamada had not been wrong at all. Every Red Dragon had received the order to annihilate the Ruben Empire. Hearing that, Madamada went cold. Dance urged him to stop them if he could, then flew away. And just like that, the war began. The Imperial Palace was hit first, and then the Empire's territories were ravaged under the power of the Red Dragon Lord. Still, the Red Dragons did not have an easy victory, because the Black Dragons were fighting them too. At the time, Madamada took some comfort in one thing: his daughter and granddaughter were still hidden away, and for the moment safe. Neither side had room to chase them while the war consumed everything else. During that period, Lauren went to her mother and told her the Lord had risen. She also said Madamada asked her to stay hidden there for a while. But her mother had no intention of letting Lauren remain helpless. Once she activated her magic, she started teaching Lauren herself, telling her she needed the power to survive and fight if necessary. Over 13 years of war, Lauren learned the basic combat and magic techniques of dragonkind. Madamada pauses there and asks Ellison whether he understands what that really means. In the end, once the training was complete, Lauren had learned a large part of the foundation every dragon needs. Flying could come later. Her mother wanted to keep teaching her, but she already knew her own time was running out. She pulled Lauren into an embrace, apologized, and then pierced her stomach, placing the ancient marble inside her. A while later, she woke Lauren up. Lauren was confused. Her stomach was intact, her clothes were untouched, and for a moment she thought the whole thing must have been a dream. Then her mother asked whether she could feel mana overflowing inside her. Lauren, still dazed, answered yes. She felt stronger, overwhelmingly so. Her mother told her the reason she suddenly felt that overflowing power: she had absorbed an ancient marble. Then, with what time she had left, she gave Lauren one final task: go to her grandfather, stay in the holy ground, and help in the war. Lauren immediately pointed out that absorbing an ancient marble was forbidden. Her mother answered by turning it into something a child could hold on to: a secret mission. At that age, Lauren did not fully understand the weight of what had happened, so the idea thrilled her more than it scared her. Her mother held her tightly and thanked her for giving her happiness during those long years of imprisonment. Then she let her go. That was the last time mother and daughter saw each other alive. When Lauren returned again, her mother was gone. Madamada reminds Ellison that he was there when Lauren saw the aftermath, when the truth of Baron's death finally crushed what little innocence she had left. Ellison already knows how the war ended: the Dragon Lord fell, the fighting stopped, and yet Lauren still could not return to the holy ground. He already knew she was exiled, but he wanted to understand why. Madamada then reveals the final condition Baron demanded before accepting her punishment: that Lauren was never to be treated as a criminal's child. No matter what happened to her mother, Lauren was to be recognized and respected as a proper member of the Black Dragon clan. Madamada continues, saying that Lauren was still only a fledgling then. She did not have the strength to fully conceal the aura of the ancient marble inside her, and from time to time it could leak out in bursts. At the same time, everyone believed Baron was dead and the ancient marble had vanished with her. That is when Ellison fully understands why Metadonna entrusted Lauren to him in the first place. Because Ellison had absorbed the Dragon Lord's heart, he could suppress her aura better than anyone else. Then once she became an adult, Metadonna planned to bring her back, because under their laws if she had no lair of her own she would be forced to return. Metadonna confirms that is exactly how it was meant to happen. Ellison is furious. He demands to know how Metadonna could decide all of that without ever truly thinking about Lauren's feelings. He is ready to keep going, but then he sees the tears in the elder's eyes and that stops him. Metadonna quietly asks what he is supposed to do now to make any of this right. He says the opening he left so Lauren could visit her mother became the path that led to Baron's death, and that mistake has never stopped haunting him. Now, in his mind, the only way to honor Baron's condition is to secure Lauren's future completely. The war reduced the number of female dragons even further, which made Lauren more valuable to the clan than ever. That means she can now be fully accepted by her own kind. So he asks Ellison to give up the lair not for his own sake, not even for Metadonna's, but for Lauren's. Outside the gate, Lauren is listening to every word. Ellison turns dark and asks the old dragon the real question. Does he want him to give up on Lauren completely? Metadonna answers with the harshest truth he has. No matter how powerful Ellison becomes as a human, he cannot truly walk beside Lauren for long if she remains a dragon and he remains what he is. That hits Ellison straight in the chest. Because he remembers all the quiet conversations Lauren had with him before the times she said a year, means almost nothing to her because dragons live so long, and the way she once reminded him that maybe things would be different for him too. Since he had absorbed a dragon's heart, back then he answered calmly that he could not be sure because no one in history had ever done what he did. Now in the present his fist tightens. Metadonna calls Lauren out from behind the door saying he already knows she is there. Then he states it plainly, he is taking her back for her coming-of-age ceremony, and after that she will choose a mate. The words hit Lauren so hard she cannot even react at first. He reminds her that he heard her mother's final wish with his own ears. That leaves her speechless, and then she turns to Ellison, clearly waiting for him to say something, to stop this, to do anything. Metadonna says he has no right to force his decision onto Ellison. But now Ellison knows everything, the difference between species, the lifespans, the clan's laws, the burden Lauren carries. If after hearing all of that Ellison still cannot accept it, then he is free to stop him. Metadonna will take that answer. But Ellison, voice heavy and dark, apologizes to Lauren. He says he cannot be selfish. Lauren starts crying immediately, unable to understand what he means, but he does not listen to her pleas. And so she is taken back to the holy ground. Her grandfather gives her a room and tells her she must remain there until the ceremony. He even says he had her old place reorganized, and that if she needs anything she only has to say so. Then he warns her not to get involved in any fighting, because she still cannot properly hide the ancient marble's aura. Lauren quietly says she will not, and tells him to leave. Once he is gone, Dama appears at the door and comments that he did not expect Metadonna to bring her back so easily. He reminds him of the conversation they had before. Metadonna, looking worn down, tells him only to proceed with the ceremony as planned, because he still has not made any final decision. Dama replies that everything is moving smoothly. Back at the restaurant, Creston is happily digging into his meal until his wife scolds him, and then the next second he nearly spits the whole thing out because it tastes awful. Serena's food is no better. Alina, trying to be polite, forces herself to say it is technically edible and keeps chewing. Serena immediately tells her not to torture herself like that. Both of them demand to see Ellison. When they do find him, he looks completely broken, and that worries everyone. Lint explains that Ellison has been acting strange all day, replacing every seasoning with sugar, then dumping dishes halfway through as if he forgot what he was doing. The moment Serena notices Lauren is missing, she immediately guesses what the real problem is. The next morning, Benon, the former orchard owner, comes by with a pottery craftsman he brought along in return for the meals Ellison once gave him. He confidently orders 2 bowls of noodle soup, but the second he sees Ellison's face, he knows something is wrong. Ellison apologizes and says he cannot fulfill the request, not today. He offers to let Lint prepare something else instead. Benon's companion quickly says that is fine, they can eat anything, but Benon is not letting it go. He asks what really happened, because this is far more than just being too tired to cook. Ellison goes quiet. Then he remembers the time he told Benon to hold on to meal no matter what. He remembers how everything had been stacked against their love because of their different backgrounds. So instead of speaking directly, Ellison tells him about a different couple, one where the girl is meant to marry someone else, where the two come from completely different worlds, where everyone says they are incompatible. Then he asks what someone in that situation is supposed to do. Banan answers the only way he knows how, live as if there is no tomorrow so regret never gets the final word. Then he asks Ellison whether he is sick or dying because only someone staring at the edge of something would talk like this. Ellison denies it. Banan nods and says he already knew because the story sounds far too familiar to belong to anyone else. Then he decides he will help Ellison choose. He reaches into his bag and takes out two plates, one whole and beautiful, the other cracked. At the same time, Metadona is replaying his last conversation with Dama in his mind. Dama understood perfectly that what Metadona really wanted was for Ellison to choose Lauren. That was why he told him to explain everything honestly. If Ellison still wanted to keep Lauren after learning the truth, then they would skip the mate selection part of the ceremony altogether. If not, then Lauren would be given a dragon suitor. Back then, Metadona confidently bet on Ellison choosing her. Now he sits there in tears, crushed by Ellison's foolishness. In his mind, he keeps imagining another ending, one where Ellison fights for Lauren and earns the happy ending everyone secretly hoped for. Instead, he remembers Baron's words and realizes with despair that her wish for Lauren is coming true in the cruelest possible way. Then the day of the ceremony arrives. Guests fill the holy ground, and Lauren appears in the hall. Before the ceremony can properly begin, commotion breaks out at the gate. A guest is causing trouble. The gatekeeper calls him Lord Luhard. He has already kicked the gate open and storms inside like he owns the sanctuary. The second he sees Lauren, his whole face changes. He says he had worried she might be ugly, then smugly introduces himself as Lord Luhard, the dragon destined to be her mate. Elsewhere, Metadona is reviewing the list of possible suitors and is visibly thrown when he sees that Dama marked Luhard as the best match. Dama explains it bluntly, the war thinned the male dragons too, which means their choices are now ugly in a different way. Either weak males who could not survive war or strong ones brutal enough to make it through. Luhard as a war hero becomes the obvious option. But Metadona already knows the truth about him. He knows this dragon fought through the war with no regard for human life. Back in the hall, Luhard is openly pleased now that he sees Lauren up close and confirms she is beautiful. He orders the servants to leave them alone, then steps forward like he is claiming something already bought. He boasts that he already has everything a dragon could want: glory, women, honor, power, and now he will claim her too. The only flaw, he says, is her mother's reputation. The second he touches her, Lauren grabs his wrist and says only one person in the world has any right to touch her. Luhard is genuinely startled by the bloodlust coming off her. For someone so young, the force of it is monstrous. But instead of being frightened away, his thoughts twist darker. Now he wants to tame her. The moment breaks when Sarin steps in and sharply reprimands Lauren for releasing bloodlust inside the sanctuary. She orders her back to her chamber at once. Inside the room, Sarin scolds her for using bloodlust at all, because that kind of emotional spike could let the ancient marbles aura leak out. She says it was only lucky that Luhard was dense enough not to notice. Lauren quietly apologizes, and that softens Sarin too. She looks at Lauren's ceremonial clothes and tells her she looks beautiful, then says her mother would have wanted to see her like this. Even now, Lauren cannot understand why her mother is still branded a criminal. The war is over, and she never forged the ancient marble with her own hands. Sarin answers with cold clarity, because if they do not punish Baron, then every future dragon who creates an ancient marble will simply claim they also found it somewhere, or stole it from someone else. Lauren tries to argue, but Sarin continues without wavering. Their law is simple: any dragon who creates an ancient marble is confined to a special lair, and the one who absorbs that marble is supposed to be executed. Those words drain the color from Lauren's face. Then Sarin explains the only reason Lauren still stands there alive. Because of her mother's sacrifice, she alone became the exception to that law. Sarin guesses Baron thought of that condition before anyone else did. After telling Lauren to prepare herself and complete the coming-of-age ceremony, Sarin leaves her alone with that truth. Elsewhere, Hone introduces himself properly as a vessel artisan. The two plates he brought are part of the wedding gift he once prepared for his daughter Tina. When she came of age, she had two men pursuing her. One was Gidroa, the eldest son of a grand workshop in Meli, wealthy highborn, the picture of a perfect match. The other was Piner, her childhood friend, close to her heart but poor, an orphan since youth, with no status and no wealth to speak of. Hone says he was torn between them until one day a vessel slipped from his hands and shattered. On a whim, he asked both young men to repair it. At the time, it felt like a casual task, but in truth, it gave him the answer he needed. Then he shows Ellison the results. Gidroa's repair looks flawless, beautiful, seamless, almost too perfect. Piner S, on the other hand, still shows a large crack. He asks Ellison which one appears better. Ellison points to Gidroa's vessel exactly as Hone expected. Then Hone reveals the catch: Gidroa used a toxic adhesive. It looks perfect on the outside, but it can never safely hold food. Piner's vessel still bears its scar, yet it is strong, useful, and honest in what it is. Hone says that vessel became the symbol of Tina's marriage. Once he allowed her to wed Piner and saw their happiness with his own eyes, all his worries dissolved. Love, he says, is not decided by appearance. Then he leaves Ellison with one last question: does he still think a cracked vessel is worthless? That question tears straight into Ellison's heart. He thinks of himself and Lauren, a human and a dragon, not just different, but divided by species, by lifespan, by a future that seems designed to leave her behind someday. He remembers that her mother wanted Lauren to return to her own kind. He remembers every moment they shared, every meal, every argument, every quiet night. He also knows one day she will have to go back. That is why he tried to let her go, why he convinced himself it was the kind thing to do. Then he remembers Lauren saying that his restaurant was their restaurant, not his alone. Looking down at the repaired vessel, beautiful despite the crack, he finally breaks. Tears fall, and with them comes his answer: he is going to take one more chance with Lauren. The moment that decision settles in, Creston punches him, not hard enough to break him, but hard enough to shove him forward. He tells Ellison to stop wasting time and go after her. Then Miltine hits him too, reminding him that she and Mint carry their own taboo relationship and still chose each other anyway. Banan watches this and remarks that apparently they are all the same kind of fool. Then Alina steps forward and lands a hit of her own before handing Ellison his robe, quietly saying she has no desire to watch him run the restaurant alone anymore. At the sanctuary, Lauren's coming-of-age ceremony begins. Madamada, in full dragon form, addresses the gathered clan, and then Lauren enters the hall. Her beauty is so overwhelming that even the dragons who once judged her mother fall silent before it. Luhard is openly pleased, especially because Nai is no longer there to compete with him. Madamada tells Lauren to take her dragon form. She refuses. A low murmur spreads through the hall, dragons whispering that this must be what comes of living with a human. Madamada immediately silences them. Then he calls Luhard forward and declares that he will stand with Lauren as her designated mate during the rite. Luhard accepts eagerly. Madamada explains that by midnight Lauren will fully become an adult dragon and remain in the sanctuary. Afterward she may leave only if she creates a lair, bears offspring, or earns her independence. Until then, she must complete the ritual bond with her chosen mate before the ceremony ends. Lauren hears all of it with empty eyes. Her mind drifts backward to the day she first met Ellison. Back then, Nyan Hobern had been bullying her, mocking her mother's crime and laughing that no matter what happened after the war, Lauren would never restore her family's honor. They beat her and left, still sneering. That was when Ellison appeared and asked the simplest question: why did she just take it when she was obviously strong enough to hit back? Furious, Lauren told him to mind his own business. Ellison calmly replied that he had, until he saw how hungry she looked and decided to cook for her. While preparing the food, he asked the same thing again. Lauren shifted into human form and, still annoyed, finally told him the truth. Her mother had passed the ancient marble to her, and because she was still immature, she could not suppress its aura properly. Her grandfather had placed barriers around her, but if she fought other dragons seriously, they would sense it. Ellison then asked, very seriously, whether she wanted him to beat them up for her instead. That made her laugh because the idea of a human beating dragons sounded ridiculous. But Ellison had not been joking. Lauren brushed it off and told him it no longer mattered because the war had ended, and once her grandfather restored her mother's honor, everything would finally be fine. She did not care about the beatings. All she wanted was her mother's name cleared. Around that same time, Madamada and Sarin were discussing the aftermath of the war. Sarin was worried about Lauren, saying she needed an independent lair of her own. Madamada wanted to restore Baron's honor now that the war was over, especially since the ancient marble was believed gone. Sarin refused. Baron, she said, would remain a criminal. Madamada protested, but Sarin cut him off sharply. They had already bent the rules twice, once when Madamada left a hidden path for Lauren to reach Baron, and again when they allowed Lauren herself, a child carrying an ancient marble, to live. No more, Lauren counted the days until she could finally return to the sanctuary and have everything put right. When the day came and she prepared to leave Ellison, he admitted that he felt sad about her going. Lauren scolded him for not showing enough respect to a dragon. Ellison mockingly gave her the exaggerated respect she demanded. Lauren, half joking and half serious, told him he could come work as a servant in the sanctuary since he made decent food. Ellison refused because he had other plans. That was how they said goodbye. Then Lauren returned to the sanctuary, only to be welcomed by a slap across the face. The woman who struck her blamed Baron for starting the war that killed her son. Lauren stood there in disbelief, unable to understand how people were still cursing her mother after everything. She looked to her grandfather, still hoping. Madamada then pronounced the verdict: exile from the sanctuary. In that instant she realized the truth. After everything her mother endured, after everything she herself endured, nothing had changed at all. Time had moved, but her life had not. With nowhere else left, she went back to Ellison. He asked why she returned. Lauren told him she had been banished, and Ellison was genuinely shocked because her mother's honor was supposed to be restored. Lauren, hollow and furious, said none of it mattered because she had never meant anything to them in the first place. Their efforts were worthless. Ellison tried to comfort her by saying he understood. She hated that answer. She accused him of enjoying watching her get beaten. He tried to deny it, but she did not let him finish. Instead, she transformed into her dragon form and attacked him, shouting that he could never understand what it felt like to live under that kind of pain every single day. She screamed at him to leave. She said he was just a lonely human from another world, someone who could never truly know what her suffering meant. Now, in the present, Lauren remembers those words and regrets them. She knows she has no right to ask anything of Ellison after that. Meanwhile, the ceremony continues. Madamada praises Luhard's achievements in war and explains to the gathered clan that this is why he was chosen above the other suitors. Lauren is told she must accept the blessing. Then both of them are ordered to stand facing one another. Finally comes the part that makes her entire body go cold. They are to seal the ceremony with a kiss. But Lauren's mind is nowhere near the hall anymore. It is with Ellison, the one person who kept accepting her even when she pushed him away. Tears gather in her eyes. Deep down, she makes one last wish that he would come for her again. The moment one of those tears falls, the entire sanctuary trembles. A shudder runs through the barrier and every dragon there feels it. Someone gasps that the sanctuary is under attack. Another points out that no message came from the guards, which only makes it more terrifying. No one can believe anyone is actually powerful enough to breach a barrier of this level. Then the barrier breaks. And on the other side, standing there like he tore through heaven itself just to get here, is Ellison. He apologizes for being late. Then he looks straight at Lauren and tells her he will not hesitate anymore. Dama is the first to truly register what this means. He immediately recognizes the intruder for who he is, one of the three great war heroes, the only ninth circle magician, the legendary dragon slayer. Madamada, for one brief, honest moment, looks almost delighted to see him and even urges him to take Lauren away. Then he remembers where he is and what role he is supposed to play, and hardens himself again, demanding Ellison explain why he has come. Luhard, obnoxious to the end, steps forward first and declares Ellison nothing but an intruder. He says he has wanted to challenge him for a long time, and now he finally has the perfect reason. By stepping into the sacred ground and daring to halt the ritual itself, Ellison commits what every dragon present would call blasphemy. His very arrival stains the sanctity of the place. Ellison answers that darkly, saying he already apologized, and no one told him simply standing in front of a dragon was a capital offense. Luhard takes that tone as pure mockery. Furious, he changes form and prepares to put this insolent human in his place. In his mind, whatever stories follow Ellison, they are still exaggerated, because there is no way a human who happened to kill a few dragons can truly challenge him. Then, in the next instant, Ellison's magic hammers him into the ground. The entire hall freezes. Ellison coldly declares that Luhard is no longer qualified to stand there as a suitor. Luhard cannot even process what just happened. He was brought down by what looked like nothing more than simple reinforcement magic. Ellison is ready to keep going, but Madamada cuts in and warns him that his power is shaking the sanctuary itself apart. Ellison steps forward anyway and makes his position unmistakable. He was the one who ended the war. He was the one who brought peace to every race. He holds the Lord's heart, and he absorbed the ancient marble too. He tells Madamada plainly that his power is enough to uphold the dragon packed by force if it comes to that. The dragons around him feel the pressure of that statement in their bones. He openly invites anyone there to challenge that authority if they dare. Lauren feels it too, and for a second her fear shifts not for herself but for Luhard, because at this rate Ellison really might kill him. Sarin is the one who stops the moment from tipping further. She reminds Ellison that Luhard's attack was not meant to kill. So if Ellison goes too far now, he will be the one crossing the line. She says that even if he stands there carrying dragon-level authority, he is still human, and that alone does not spare him from judgment, especially not after absorbing an ancient marble. Ellison answers that he has never claimed authority over them, even after carrying the power of 3 different beings. But by the same logic, they have no simple right to punish him either. He is the only one alive capable of stopping another ancient marble from ever fully becoming what it was meant to be. Then he activates his magic and tells Sarin that if she still intends to pass judgment, she is welcome to try. The entire sanctuary tightens with tension. Lauren desperately tries to stop her great-grandmother from escalating things, but Sarin says she will not give any verdict until she hears his reason. Then she asks the question again, why did he come here? Ellison finally says it. He came to set things right. Then to everyone's shock, he begins by listing Lauren's flaws, how careless she is, how spoiled she acts, how she steals food, talks back to customers, cannot cook to save her life and loses her temper in a heartbeat. But after all of that, he says the only part that actually matters, she is not the daughter of a criminal. Sarin tries to stop him with magic before he can go further, warning that if he says the wrong thing he could make Baron's sacrifice meaningless. Ellison breaks through her restraint anyway and shouts the truth into the heart of the sanctuary. Baron did not create the ancient marble. She stole it from the criminals trying to create a lord. That does not make her a criminal, it makes her a hero. The whole hall breaks into murmurs. Dragons who had spent years repeating one version of history suddenly want the real one. Madamada, hearing Ellison say what he himself once failed to force into the open, feels something dangerously close to pride. Ellison reminds them all of what they did to Lauren for years. 2 years ago, Nye and the others mocked her, telling her she was still just a criminal's daughter and asking how she dared expect her mother's honor to be restored. Even the ones who knew Nye liked her called him twisted for hurting the girl he wanted. Now Ellison throws the hypocrisy in all their faces. When the clan did not need her, they let her suffer alone. But now that she is useful to them, suddenly she is welcome again. To him, that is pathetic. Hearing him say it, Lauren starts crying, because in that moment she understands something all over again. Ellison never actually changed. Her mind flashes back to the old lair, to the days she spent there alone, staring at the meals he left behind. She remembers crying over the words she threw at him, admitting to herself that she was wrong when she said she was alone. Then she heard his voice again. He had kept the rift open because he knew something like this might happen. He stood there holding another plate of food, another hamburger steak, and told her to eat. He explained that he had gone to the sanctuary, only to find Nye already gone. Seeing how beaten up he was, she had asked what happened there. Ellison told her only what mattered. She had not been thrown away because he had taken her in. At the sanctuary, he openly declared that he was taking Lauren with him. Standing in front of her then, he said he was opening a restaurant and would need her help. And besides, if she came with him, she could keep eating his food. Now back in the present, Ellison says that he took her in once before, and this time he will not let her go. But he says one more thing too, he will not hide behind the restaurant excuse anymore. He wants her beside him because he wants her beside him, full stop. Before he can continue, Lauren cuts him off the only way that makes sense to her, by kissing him. Then she tells him it is way too late to start asking now because she has always been his dragon. Madamada looks at them, then at the sky and says midnight has already passed. That means Lauren is now an adult. He had already said that if she did not have a mate by then, one would be chosen for her. But looking at Ellison now, he says the answer is already in front of everyone. She has a mate worthy enough. Then he does what should have been done long ago. He restores Baron's honor in front of the entire clan and formally acknowledges Lauren as an adult dragon. In his heart, he thanks Ellison for forcing his hand where his own courage once failed. The ceremony ends not in chains, but in blessings for both of them. The story briefly slips back to the past, to one of their earliest talks after Lauren first learned about the restaurant. Ellison had explained that it was a place where people came to buy food. Lauren immediately got excited at the idea of endless meals, and Ellison had to remind her that customers came first. Then he noticed she had started calling him my dear. She told him she used that because he was her dear. He warned her that she could not just transform inside the restaurant, and she promised she would not. Even then, she had already begun thinking about all the stories of dragons who lived with humans and even fell in love with them. Back in the present, Lauren asks for midnight food, specifically hamburger steaks. Later, the two of them eat those midnight snacks together and finally return to bed. And for the first time, despite having slept next to each other countless times before, everything feels different. Ellison nervously compliments her dress. Lauren, just as flustered, brings up how hesitant he got back at the bathhouse. They both know the truth, things changed. Even her heartbeat feels louder now. Then, with dangerous casualness, she says the dress is uncomfortable and asks if he can help her take it off. He has barely started when a portal explodes open and the strictest possible interruption arrives, Sarin herself. She says she still has more to discuss with Ellison. Poor Madamada tries to stop her, but she instantly reminds him that she did not ask him to come. A red-faced Lauren punches her grandfather on instinct. Sarin calmly says this was entirely her own decision. Later, Ellison, still committed to being a proper host even in disaster, serves them whiskey. He notes that Sarin rarely ever leaves the sanctuary, so he asks what exactly brought her all the way here. Sarin says she will decide what to think after hearing his answer. Her assumption is simple: if he absorbed 3 ancient marbles, then his lifespan must now be equal to a dragon's. That is the only reason she is even tolerating the chaos he caused, especially exposing Baron's truth to the entire clan. If he intends to keep Lauren with him, then he must be able to live beside her for a lifetime, so she asks whether he has truly resolved those questions. Ellison answers honestly. He does not know whether his lifespan will actually match a dragon. He does not know whether another ancient marble could emerge in the future either. Saren is instantly furious. In her eyes, he has broken dragon law and stolen Lauren's chance to be paired with a dragon partner, all while standing on nothing but uncertainty. But Ellison says there are still things he knows for certain. He remembers Banan's words that somewhere deep down people always know what answer they truly want. Then Ellison gives Saren his own answer. The wrong choices, the ones he can never accept, are leaving Lauren buried in the sacred ground and letting Baron remain branded as a criminal. Those are the only certainties he needs. Saren fires back that he clearly does not understand Baron's sacrifice at all. Normally, the owner of an ancient marble cannot absorb it themselves. That is exactly why those marbles are kept with prisoners. They must remain separated from the one who made them. In Baron's case, she could have taken it into herself, but chose not to, all for the sake of the clan. Saren asks whether he truly understands what kind of devotion and patience that required. Ellison asks the question she least wants to hear: what did that devotion ultimately produce? Despite Baron's sacrifice, the Dragon Lord still rose. Baron still died helplessly, and Lauren had to absorb the ancient marble herself to prevent the Lord's full completion. Saren reminds him that if he really lived through the war as deeply as he did, then he should understand that what dragons call punishment was, in its own way, mercy. Ellison answers that he does understand, which is exactly why he cannot accept punishing someone for what they never chose and could never control. That answer takes Saren back to her own youth. She once met a boy named Sardalone, a red dragon who teased her because both their names started with Sa. He never cared that she was black and he was red. Back in the present, Saren remarks that she has not heard words like Ellison's in a very long time. Then she removes her tiara, and Ellison immediately notices the resemblance. It looks too much like the Dragon Lord's necklace. Saren calmly reveals that it is because the tiara was given to her by him. Everyone there is stunned. The past opens again. Sardalone had been irritating from the start, always appearing in front of her, always following her around until she was forced to acknowledge him. He promised he would come again the next day, and he did. One day he took her to a cliff he thought was beautiful. There, the two of them complimented each other's hair in the kind of awkward, innocent way only young people in love ever do. In the present, Saren admits it plainly: she loved him, but it never led anywhere. Before her own coming-of-age ceremony, she broke things off. She was already expected to meet her designated mate there. Sardalone protested and told her that he could be that mate. Saren answered with the law she had been raised under: mixing different dragon lineages was taboo, because if an incomplete dragon lord was born, resistance to command would weaken. Back then she told him she couldn't allow it, not because she didn't care, but because duty came before desire. So she pushed him away and it left him shattered. Even then, he refused to accept the excuse. He reminded her that neither of them chose the lineage they were born into, but loving her was never something he could control. Before leaving, he broke his necklace in two and gave her one half, almost like he was forcing his heart into her hands. He told her to stop hiding behind bloodline and rules, because none of that was his fault and deep down she knew it. Then he walked away. In the present, she quietly says that she had done it because the rules demanded it. She rises to leave, wishing that even if Ellison's choice is a reckless gamble, maybe, somehow, their road will still lead somewhere right. But before she can go, Ellison stops her and reveals something that hits far deeper than she expected. He says he finally understands the Dragon Lord's final words. Back then, he couldn't make sense of them, but now he can. Those words were meant for her. The Lord's last regret was simple and raw. He wished he had run away with her, wished he had stolen her away and escaped instead of letting duty decide everything. That confession leaves the air heavy. Madamada awkwardly mutters that he really didn't expect to end up hearing his own mother's love story told back to him. That shocks Ellison, because until that moment, he hadn't realized Saren was actually Madamada's mother. Meanwhile, Lauren is still irritated at Madamada for barging in and ruining her moment with Ellison, and she fully expects him to do it again. She even considers setting anti-teleportation magic around the lair just to stop him from appearing out of nowhere. But before she can obsess over that any further, she notices something impossible: a flower blooming in the middle of winter. She leans in, staring at it, and that is when a voice casually tells her it's a Hibarin flower. She turns and finds a strange girl standing there. The girl introduces herself as C. Lauren wonders how long she'd been there, then asks if she isn't cold. Only then does she notice the girl chewing on something. C answers completely seriously that it's grass, and apparently she thinks it's delicious. A moment later, she tries to go for the Hibarin flower too, and Lauren immediately stops her. Instead, Lurin carefully preserves the flower, already deciding to use it as decoration in her room. Watching her use magic, C asks if she's a mage. Now that Lurin knows the flower's name, she's ready to head back, but when C casually reveals that she's homeless, Lurin pauses. Then, almost too casually, she says she's heading somewhere warm, somewhere with plenty of food, and C is welcome to come along. C follows without hesitation. When they reach the lair, guard cat Lurin instantly reacts like the world is ending, clearly furious about this random new arrival. Lurin calms him down by saying C is her guest. Once inside, she feels relieved seeing that her relatives are finally gone. Ellison notices the flower in her hand right away. Lurin tells him what it is and announces that she's going to grow it on the restaurant's second floor. Then Ellison notices C, who promptly introduces herself as Lurin's little sister. Lurin immediately snaps that she is absolutely not her little sister. She is her mother's only child, and she only brought C because the girl had nowhere else to go. Ellison assures her he isn't judging anything, he's just glad to see her looking after someone else. Lurin immediately starts fishing for praise for her good deed. But when Ellison, clearly flustered, points out that there's literally a child standing right there, it kills her momentum instantly. Instead, he tells her to let C stay for now and assigns Lurin the job of keeping an eye on her, which Lurin is clearly not thrilled about. The next morning, Creston is happy to see Lurin back and already assumes this means Ellison might finally return to normal too. Serena quickly notices that Lurin has reached adulthood and starts mocking her, saying she was supposed to bond with someone else by now. Lurin fires back immediately, while Alina nervously tells them not to start fighting first thing in the morning. She does, however, say how relieved she is that Ellison wasn't too late. Lurin hears that Alina also played a part in changing his mind, but Alina brushes it off. Then Alina asks what exactly happened between them when they met again. The memory of that kiss instantly flashes in Lurin's head, and with an embarrassed face she mutters that it's a secret. Alina quietly congratulates her anyway, even though there is a sadness buried inside it. Serena, done with all this emotional tension, just demands food. At that exact moment, C starts causing trouble. Lurin had brought her there so she wouldn't be lonely at the lair, but now the girl is becoming a one-child disaster zone. Lurin warns her not to interfere with restaurant work. C promises to behave, then immediately proves that promise means absolutely nothing. A little later, she's already back to mischief, breaking a plate, poking around the beer, and creating one problem after another. Lurin is ready to explode, but then something clicks. Watching C's chaotic energy, she suddenly sees a reflection of all the trouble she herself used to cause for Ellison. So, instead of snapping, she forces herself to hold it in. Lint notices the weird atmosphere and asks what's going on. And Ellison, way too amused by all of this, happily announces that someone is finally getting hit by karma. Later, while Lurin is cleaning up the mess, Ellison shows up with pancakes as her reward, telling her she can share them with C. That hits harder than she expects. Realizing just how much of a nightmare she must have been in the past, Lurin quietly admits she gets it now. Ellison says he made her understand that on literally the first day, which is honestly kind of impressive. After a while, both girls sit together eating pancakes and both are completely delighted. C envies Lurin not just because she gets amazing food, but because she seems popular. Lurin is stunned that C sees her that way. C explains it simply, everyone talks to her, so obviously she's popular. Lurin shrugs it off and says she doesn't really care about popularity. When C asks why, Lurin answers honestly, because the one person she wanted had already found her. That answer makes C go quiet for a second. Then she asks if maybe someone will find her too. Lurin asks whether she lost someone, and in response, C starts singing a song. When she finishes, she explains that she remembers nothing else, not her name, not her past, not her family, only this song. That's why she wants to find the person connected to it. Maybe it was sung by her parents. Lurin can't say for sure. She then suggests that if she becomes popular and sings it in front of a crowd, maybe the person who knows it will hear it and come find her. Hearing that, Lurin feels her chest tighten. She remembers her own story with Ellison and gently reassures C that they'll find that person just like Ellison found her. Later, Lurin dresses C in warm clothes, though C complains non-stop about how tight and uncomfortable they are. Lurin gets irritated and calls her greedy. When Ellison walks in and learns that Lurin is now actively trying to find C's parents, he's caught off guard. Lurin insists it matters because C can't just live with them forever. She explains the song, and the second Ellison hears it, he already knows who they need, the city's biggest information network in human form, Rain. So he heads straight for the butcher shop. The first thing he asks is whether the meat supply has stabilized. Rain confirms that part is under control now that they've got their own butcher. She also tells him Creston is out, but he can wait if he wants. Instead, Ellison explains C's situation right away, that the girl can't even remember her parents' names. When Rain asks to see her, Ellison brings C in with Lurin. He estimates C's age at around 13 or 14, and Lurin immediately locks it in as 14. Rain takes in everything on the paper and promises she'll let them know the second she finds anything. Ellison tells C to thank her and C obeys instantly. After that, the search begins in earnest. They ask around everywhere, but almost nobody has ever heard of a girl named C. One person brings up an old man named Oman who lost his daughter, but it clearly doesn't match. The search keeps going, one lead after another, all of them dead ends. Meanwhile, daily life at the restaurant continues as usual, but not a single clue appears. Ellison starts to worry. If even Rain can't recognize the name, then C's family probably isn't from Greek City at all. So trying to lift the mood, he makes pancakes again and tells C to bring Lurin too. Later, the three of them sit down together. C says pancakes are her second favorite thing after Lurin, then she notices the restaurant is empty. Lurin explains it's closed today, and Ellison asks if she wants to go outside and play somewhere. Lurin immediately understands what he's doing. He's trying to cheer C up before the silence around her parents starts hurting too much. She joins in and tells C they can take her anywhere she wants. C thinks for a bit, then says she saw some eggs earlier and wants to see the animals that laid them. Lurin offers to show her big creatures like Baron Eric and other impressive beasts, but C rejects that and says she wants to see small animals. Ellison thinks for a moment and lands on the ceribine birds they usually deal with. He agrees to show her the birds but warns she won't be touching them, so they head into Lemon Forest. C sees the bird and immediately thinks it's adorable and of course wants to touch it. Lurin encourages her just to tease Ellison, reminding her that even he failed. Ellison explains that even top-tier magicians can't catch these birds because their senses are absurdly sharp. They react to sound, air vibrations, even mana flow itself, which lets them dodge almost anything. He doesn't even get to finish explaining before C casually catches one. Ellison just dies inside on the spot, realizing he is now the only one there who can't touch the bird. Meanwhile, Lord Lion and his wife have also heard about C. When his wife mentions that Lurin and Ellison are looking for the girl's parents, his expression changes immediately. She thinks maybe she said something wrong and disappointed him, but the exact opposite happens. He decides he wants to help with everything he has for Ellison's sake. He's ready to mobilize Greek City's whole administration if that's what it takes. He even offers a reward from his own vault to anyone who can provide real information about C's family. His wife is moved by that and happy to see him so serious. He then orders the guards to investigate every person entering the territory. At the same time, C is having the best day of her life with Ellison and Lurin. She mocks Ellison for looking grumpy after failing to catch the bird. Lurin joins in and calls him slow. Once C realizes not everyone can do what she just did, she becomes even happier, because now she thinks it means she really can become popular. She starts shouting that this is the happiest day ever. She has warm pancakes, a scarf she got to see Pelanku, and now she wants to do even more tomorrow. Grabbing one of their hands in each of hers, she starts singing the song again and asks them to sing along. Lurin notices Ellison's face turning red and immediately teases him, asking why he's getting embarrassed over a song. After a pause, he admits the real reason: it feels too much like a family, with him and Lurin as the parents and C as their child. That catches Lurin off guard, but instead of rejecting it, she quietly accepts the image. C, delighted, keeps singing. Meanwhile, at the gate, a group arrives. The guard stops them, but one of the men produces a valid pass and says they're headed to Guilty Man's City under the Count's orders. The guard asks their purpose anyway, and the man at the front calmly explains that they are transporting criminals. The pass is legitimate, so there is no formal reason to block them, but the guards have standing orders to question everyone passing through. So they ask whether anyone has heard anything about a girl named C. That name sends a ripple through the prisoners. They react like the ground just vanished under them, then break into tears of relief because C is alive. Back at the lair, Lauren notices Ellison is still awake. He asks whether C has gone to sleep, and Lauren says she probably has since she headed to bed earlier. Ellison takes that as the right moment to bring up something serious. Then he drops it on her: they may never find C's parents. The words hit Lauren like a blow. At the gate, the warden tells the guards they have heard nothing about anyone named C. The prisoners try to speak up, but the mage traveling with them seals their mouths before they can get the words out. Then the mage subtly warns the guards not to dig too deeply into what the prisoners were trying to say, because denying passage or interfering could create unnecessary trouble with Guiltiman City's lord. The guard understands exactly what is being implied, especially after recognizing the mage as a fifth-class magician. With no real choice, they let the carriage through. Meanwhile, at the lair, word also comes back from Rain and from Lord Lion. No one knows anything about C. Ellison can hardly believe it. He starts piecing together a darker possibility. Maybe C was not from Greek City at all. Maybe someone simply found her abandoned at the edge of a village. Maybe her parents were so poor they could not feed her and left her behind. Lauren hates hearing that conclusion. Ellison says it is only a theory, but he still raises the next question they cannot avoid forever. If they never find her family, then what happens to C? Do they keep her, or do they send her to an orphanage? Lauren falls quiet. The lair was only built for the two of them. She has not even decided what she feels yet when a noise comes from the kitchen. Lauren storms in, ready for trouble, and finds C standing there over a mess of batter. One glance is enough for both her and Ellison to realize what happened. C is trying to make pancakes. C explains that she always eats the ones Ellison makes, so she wanted to cook something for them herself. Ellison immediately understands why she had been so carefully watching him every time he cooked. Lauren asks where she even got the eggs. C admits she took them from the pale new stock. That is when Lauren makes her decision. She tells C to come with her. Ellison watches both girls and had not expected Lauren to react like this at all. Elsewhere in the forest, the warden is mercilessly beating the prisoners. They beg for mercy, but he only snarls that if they open their mouths again, he will rip their tongues out. The mage beside him reminds him that they cannot afford to kill these kids, not even by accident. The warden shrugs that they can always readjust them later. The children, their teeth shattered and bodies trembling, begin singing the same song C sings. Back at the lair, C starts apologizing, convinced she upset Ellison and Lauren. Lauren cuts her off and tells her the truth. No one has come looking for her, which probably means her family is not from Greek City. She looks disappointed but not surprised. It is almost like she had been bracing for this answer. Then Lauren suddenly brightens and tells her to come down to the first floor and help serve food. C is confused because Lauren herself had warned her not to come down while customers were around. Lauren explains that back then they still were not sure whether C would stay. But now, after seeing the heart she put into trying to cook for them, Lauren has decided. C is going to live with them. If she is staying, then she can learn properly, starting with cooking. She hugs the girl tightly, determined that C will not feel alone anymore. C tears up instantly. For the first time in a long while, someone has truly found her. Watching the two of them, Ellison quietly feels relieved. Lauren then tells C that tomorrow she will introduce her to the ranch workers. C eagerly says she wants to learn cooking from Lauren, but Lauren immediately corrects her. That part will be Ellison's job. Then C freezes. When Lauren asks what is wrong, C says she recognizes the road nearby. She saw that path before. She was supposed to meet someone there. Lauren asks whether she had promised to meet someone, but C suddenly turns pale and warns her not to go down that road. Later, Lauren reports this to Ellison. She explains that C suddenly remembered something while they were walking the road outside the territory. Ellison asks where C is now, and Lauren says she is upstairs resting. The sudden return of memory must have terrified her. Lauren tells Ellison to stay with C while she checks the path herself. At that exact moment, C jolts awake in bed. Now she remembers everything. Out on the road, Lauren moves carefully, her thoughts tangled. Was C someone important after all? She calls out into the darkness and then spots the prisoner transport. One glance shows her enough children packed behind bars, treated like baggage instead of human beings. She is about to pass by when she hears it, that same song, the one C sings. The sound stops her cold. She grabs the carriage with enough force to halt it in place and says she has questions. At the same time, C remembers the truth. It was never her parents searching for her. It was her sisters, Melby and Melly. Back on the road, Lauren questions the terrified children about the song. Instead of answering, they look toward the people riding with them. Lauren understands instantly they are too afraid to speak while those people are still there. So she tells them to answer with nods only. First she asks if they know C, they nod, then she asks if they are close to her. Another nod, that is all Lauren needs. She tears the bars apart with brute force and announces that she is taking the children. The wardens are left reeling. The mage, Melikarsh, steps forward and threatens her, demanding to know whether Lauren even understands whose carriage she stopped. Lauren says she has no interest in their business beyond the children, and tells the captives to keep nodding if they cannot speak. Then Melikarsh gives the order to Nalan to destroy the whole carriage. He understands immediately. They are going to erase the evidence and dispose of the prisoners. Melikarsh launches a 5th-class fire spell, Amber Blast, at the carriage, furious that everyone from the checkpoint guards to Lauren keeps asking about C. She wonders whether Lauren is some noble's daughter or something similarly annoying. Then Lauren's voice cuts straight through the flames. She tells the mage she is not going to kill her, not today, but she will make sure she never forgets this fear. With that, she tears both of Melikarsh's arms apart with magic. The mage collapses screaming. Lauren turns to the children and decides their first stop is Alina's clinic. As she opens a portal, she tells them who she is, C's elder sister. A while later, after leaving the injured children with Alina, Lauren returns to the lair and finds C and Ellison waiting. She asks if C is alright and C says she is fine. Lauren then proudly announces that she finally found people who know the song. When C quietly asks whether their names are Melby and Melly, Lauren freezes for a second. Then she understands C's memory really has come back. C throws herself into Lauren's arms, revealing through happy tears that they are her siblings. Ellison asks how Lauren found them and she tells him everything. Melby is hurt, but Alina already said it is nothing life-threatening. C is overwhelmed with relief that both of them are alive. Lauren tells her to get some rest because tomorrow they will go see them properly. That night, C sleeps between Ellison and Lauren. The two adults eventually drift off, but C stays awake longer, too full of feeling to close her eyes. She is relieved her siblings are alive, and more than that, she realizes how happy this time with Ellison and Lauren made her. Hugging both of them, she silently admits that this has been the happiest moment of her life. As tears of joy slide down her face, flower petals scatter around them. The next morning, Ellison wakes up and immediately notices the space where C should be. He wakes Lauren and asks where she went. Neither of them heard her leave. Ellison guesses she may have gone to Alina's clinic to see her siblings, but then realizes she does not even know the way there. Lauren, looking deeply unsettled, says she learned something strange yesterday. Ellison asks what, but Lauren only tells him they need to get to Alina's clinic first. When they arrive, Alina informs them that she recently finished treating the children. The siblings recognize Lauren instantly and call her their savior. Ellison is startled seeing them there, and both children thank Lauren repeatedly for rescuing them. Then they ask the obvious question, where is C? Lauren takes Ellison outside before answering. He asks where she is going now, but she avoids the question and heads straight for Rain instead. Lauren asks Rain if C is there. Rain says no and adds that she never met C personally at all. That answer turns Lauren's face completely pale. Just a few days earlier, when they asked Rain to help search for C's family, C had come with them, but Rain firmly says that never happened. Only Lauren and Ellison were there that day. That realization horrifies Lauren. Back at the clinic, C's siblings explain something equally strange. C called both of them her sisters, even though only Melly is actually her blood sister. They cannot even remember the exact ages clearly anymore. Then one of them reveals that C is the same age as them. Ellison is completely taken aback by that. He first asks their ages. Melly says she is 17, Melby is 18, and C somehow should only be around 13 or 14. The numbers hit Ellison like a bad omen. None of it fits. Alina notices the look on his face and asks what is wrong because he looks like he has just seen a ghost. What is haunting him is the gap, 5 whole years that refuse to make sense. Now Ellison starts checking every detail with Alina and Serena. Both confirm the same thing, neither of them ever truly saw C. When Lauren used to storm upstairs to scold the girl, Serena always assumed she was just going off alone to sulk. Thinking back, Ellison realizes Rain never addressed C directly either. The only people who ever truly met, saw, and spoke with C were him and Lauren. Then memory after memory begins lining up in the worst possible way. He remembers Cat Lurin hissing at C when she first came to the lair. He remembers Lauren showing him the Hibarin flower before he ever noticed C standing there. Lauren had even said she wanted to grow it on the second floor of the restaurant. In that instant, something clicks. Ellison opens a portal without another word. Alina follows immediately. On the way, Ellison says the connection has to be the flower, because C only appeared to him after Lauren showed it to him. When they reach the second floor, they find Lauren already there, holding a withered flower in her hand. She says she watered it properly, so it should not have died this fast. Then the truth starts surfacing all at once. Everything C used always seemed to return to how it was before. Broken plates looked untouched again, pillows shifted back into place, little traces vanished too neatly. By then everyone else has followed Ellison into the room. Lauren reaches the same answer at the same time. It feels like C was never really there. Then Alina finally recognizes the flower. Ellison asks what it is, and Serena immediately snaps at Lauren for dragging home something so rare without even knowing what it was. Alina explains that the flower is called La Placia, the undying flower of the underworld. Legends say it carries a soul's unfinished wish, its final words, even its longing for rebirth. When that message is finally delivered to the living, the flower begins to wither. The color drains from both Ellison and Lauren's faces. C's siblings, hearing all this, panic and demand to know what that means for her. Lauren turns to them and asks for everything, where they met her, what happened back then, anything at all. Melby explains that they were slaves when they met C, trapped in the sorting room. She was singing that same song even then. At the time, C confidently said that once she got outside, she would sing it in the open air. Melly wanted to play music with her, and they even joked that Melby could dance. But Melby had no hope. She believed freedom was impossible unless someone bought them, and even then it would only mean a different cage. C refused to let them sink into that despair. She told them that no one wanted to buy children like them anyway, so until then they should become strong enough to break their own bars one day. that absurd hope actually reached them. But then everything fell apart when the two siblings were selected by an old pervert with too much money and influence. No one else dared outbid him. The siblings were horrified. That was when C stepped in. She spoke up in a way that shifted the old man's interest toward her instead. When the siblings tried to stop her and take her place, C shut them up by kicking them and declared that as their elder sister, protecting them was her job. Before she was taken away, she told them to remember the song because if they did, they would find her again someday. Then they reveal the final piece that was 5 years ago. Both of them break down, crying and begging to find her again. At that moment, Ellison notices the mana in the flower moving, flowing in a very clear direction. Lauren immediately remembers the promise she made to C and asks the siblings if they can keep moving. Everyone agrees. They follow the current of mana out into the open. Lauren keeps wondering why C would leave without a word, especially after the flower was supposed to have already delivered her wish. She refuses to believe this is the end and opens a teleportation portal, forcing herself forward until the effort finally crushes her and she drops to the ground. Ellison takes over from there. The siblings keep searching too, clutching to old memories of C casually eating grass and acting like the world could still be funny. Eventually, they reach a lonely tower where the mana trail ends. They open a portal nearby, rush to the door and brace themselves to see C. Instead, they hear her song and walk into horror. Inside lies her body, or rather what time left of it, a skeleton chained in place. She had been dead for 5 years. Her siblings collapse over the bones, sobbing. Just then Nolan and the mage arrive, apparently searching for a first aid kit to treat the mage's wounds. Nolan is about to report that all the slaves escaped when he sees the expressions on Ellison and Lauren's faces, and instantly realizes something is very wrong. The siblings are beyond grief now, they are furious. Lauren, staring at the remains, says she gave that mage a chance to live and now knows exactly how badly she miscalculated. When the mage tries to activate magic again, Ellison crushes it before it forms. Lauren follows with her own attack and says their chance at mercy ended 5 years ago. Then Lauren steps toward C's remains and notices the chain at her throat. She breaks it herself, quietly saying that now C will never have to feel that tightness around her neck again. At the same time, Ellison sees the flower's mana flowing into C's remains. Then, to everyone's shock, C's soul appears. She is smiling, happy that her siblings really found her in the end. They hug her so tightly it hurts, and C laughs through it, teasing them for growing taller than her. Then she says her time is already almost over. This is just the final moment granted by the undying flower. She praises Melby for enduring everything, and Melly quickly adds that she practiced the instruments and memorized the song too, just like C asked. Both siblings beg her not to leave yet. They plead with her to stay long enough for them to repay what she gave up for them. C only smiles and says this is what an elder sister is supposed to do, protect the younger ones. Melby immediately protests that they were the same age the whole time. Then C turns to Ellison and Lauren. She says that the time she spent with them was the happiest of her life. She asks Ellison softly whether he will make pancakes for her the next time they meet. Ellison pulls her clothes and says yes. As her form begins to break apart like light on water, she asks if that is a promise. Ellison promises again, then C fades. Her siblings cry openly, but Lauren just stands there frozen, because now she understands exactly what C gave up to spend even those few days with them. Later, Ellison finds Rain and tells her there is no need to keep searching for C's parents. At first, Rain does not understand. Then she sees the shovel in his hand, and the truth lands without another word. The next morning, C's siblings are ready to leave. Ellison asks what they plan to do now. They answer that they are going to travel and share C's song everywhere they can, because that had always been the dream. Ellison tells them to wait, then returns with a purse full of silver coins. He warns them not to show it off because bandits would kill for less, but still tells them to take it. They try to refuse, saying they cannot accept that much. Lauren cuts in and tells them they are welcome to come eat anytime, and besides, C's grave is there now too. They will always be welcomed by everyone including her. The siblings thank them with tears in their eyes, then finally leave. And with that, the search for C's parents comes to an end. That night, Ellison dreams. In the dream, C is meeting someone. The woman places pancakes in front of her and C lights up instantly. The woman says her pancakes must surely be better than Ellison's. After tasting them, C says the flavor is exactly the same as the ones she had before. The woman asks whether C ate pancakes at the restaurant run by that mage. C immediately says yes, and also mentions that there was a girl there too. The woman, who is revealed to be Ellison's mother, asks her to tell her more about the restaurant. Ellison wakes up drenched in sweat. Lauren looks at him and says she had the same dream. She adds that the woman smelled like him. Ellison quietly says that C will never be hungry again. Both of them understand then that it was not just a dream. That same evening, one of the escaped slaves from the transport is reduced to begging on a street corner. A restaurant owner steps out, furious to find a beggar in front of his business, and splashes water on him to drive him off. The man mutters that leftover scraps are no good anyway and says he misses the bowls of rice from Greek City, the ones where no one ever left food unfinished. That beggar is actually Dariant. He looks at the cook and briefly thinks this must be Ellison's rival restaurant, but pushes the thought aside because he has a mission. He is bait tonight, and the kind of people he wants to catch always come for isolated prey. So he heads into a quieter alley exactly as planned. As expected, men appear and bind him. One sounds disappointed that he turned out to be male. Another shrugs and says they still need to fill a quota, so gender is hardly a luxury they can worry about. Dariant plays the part perfectly, begging them to spare him. While they drag him off, he remembers Dedrin. He remembers the day the city finally cracked open and the freed slaves cheered after the corrupt officers and trafficking dens were destroyed. He reminded them not to celebrate too early, because if Ellison had not intervened when he did, the death toll would have been far worse. Their own lack of strength had cost them comrades. Even so, he praised them because they learned self-defense fast enough to matter. They swore they would get stronger. Then, just before he left, some of the freed slaves stopped him and thanked him for teaching them how to defend themselves. Even though Ellison had saved them from slavery, they still feared being captured and sold again. But now, with what they learned, they believed they could resist next time. Dariant had reassured them then that things were already better, because Ellison destroyed the breeding and classification facilities that kept the whole nightmare running in the first place. Then a girl among the freed slaves reveals the nightmare was never limited to one place. Even after Ellison destroyed those facilities, once she regained her memories, she remembered there were others, more sorting rooms, more breeding sites, more cages hidden across different territories. That revelation horrifies Dariant. So now he goes undercover as a slave and allows himself to be taken into another facility. He blends in well enough, relieved that aside from soldiers, almost no one would recognize him. Even so, he briefly wonders whether he should have asked Madrina to cast illusion magic over his face before doing something this reckless. The sorting officer immediately notices his build and decides he will fetch a good price at auction. Dariant is thrown into a holding area and told to wait until dawn. Instead of panicking, he studies the bars, memorizes the layout, counts distances, and prepares the path he will need later when it is time to escape and report everything. Then he notices other slaves nearby, including a girl being punished right in front of everyone. That is enough. Dariant was never the kind of man who could sit still and watch cruelty unfold. He snaps his restraints, rises, and prepares to move. A guard notices at once and rushes him. Dariant drops him without hesitation. By then the alarm is already spreading. The guards assume a full slave revolt has begun and start calling troops in from every direction. Dariant, on the other hand, is ready to remind them that the Empire still has laws, even if men like these forgot them long ago. Back at the restaurant, Ellison is teaching Lint how to make braised short ribs. Lint praises the smell immediately, though he has never seen anything like the metal pot Ellison is using. Ellison explains that it is a pressure cooker, something designed to cook ingredients evenly under intense heat. He could reproduce the effect with magic, but this one is for Lint, so he can handle the dish himself even when Ellison is not around. Lint notices that tone and asks whether Ellison is planning to go somewhere. After a pause, Ellison only answers that he needs a change of pace. Inside the dining room, the food is so good that Ya is happily tearing into the meat with his bare hands. His wife scolds him for acting like that in public, but the next moment she admits the truth, using a knife on food like this is honestly miserable. Lauren appears with a warm towel and casually tells her to just use her hands and clean up afterward. Mate watches that moment and realizes it is the first time he has seen Lauren smile like that in a while. Serena notices too, and comments on how quickly Lauren seems to have recovered from the whole sea incident, which surprises everyone. Meanwhile, at the facility, bodies are already piling up. Dariant has cut down multiple guards. One of them curses him while dying, demanding to know what he is before collapsing. Dariant looks at the sword in his hand. It is not even his own blade, and it is already chipped, but it will do. He knows he is still far from finished. Then, just as he moves to free a woman nearby, someone steps into his path. The man sounds irritated more than alarmed, complaining that first Ellison wandered into his territory, and now Dariant shows up with a sword too. He says he is already overworked and would really like a break. Dariant recognizes him instantly, Reedon, the same man who escaped from Dedrin before. Elsewhere in the palace, the Crown Prince studies a map covered in marked territories. He can hardly believe what he is seeing. Every marked region is tied to slave trafficking somewhere within the empire. The emperor tells him the reality is even worse than that. because the map only reflects what they have already confirmed. The last time Ellison visited the palace, he asked the Emperor to investigate whether other facilities existed beyond Dedrin. The First Knight's order was quietly dispatched to multiple regions, and those operations uncovered this network piece by piece. Only now does Leon fully understand why Ellison came to see the Emperor earlier. This was the matter he wanted explained directly. Leon feels sick at the scale of it. He once believed Dedrin was the exception. Now he sees that it was only one nest in a vast system. Looking over the map again, he realizes no single count could have built something this organized across so many areas. Then his thoughts lock onto one name, the fugitive who escaped during the fall of Dedrin, the former swordsmanship commander of the First Knight's Order, Adrian Pierce. He asks his father whether Pierce truly vanished in the early days of the war. Leon begins to suspect that Pierce may be behind all of this. The Emperor answers cautiously. Whoever is behind the network is no ordinary criminal, but he doubts it is Adrian. Pierce was promoted while Leon was still studying abroad, and the man Ellison described seemed to be in his 20s or 30s. Adrian, by contrast, should be closer to the Emperor's age, a man in his 60s. Leon can barely process the idea that someone so young could command a system this large. At that same moment, Reedon slashes Dariant and calmly announces that the slave revolt is over. The blow is sharp, dismissive, almost insulting. Back at the restaurant, Ellison and Lauren pack their things before setting out. As Lauren sorts through the luggage, she grows strangely nostalgic and reminds Ellison of the last time he pushed himself too far. Ellison agrees, especially since everything changed after absorbing the Lord's heart. Then she pulls out his ridiculous mask and asks whether he is seriously bringing that with him. Ellison refuses immediately. They are not dealing with street-level thugs this time, and he is not going out as a restaurant owner. With that, the two of them leave. Back in the facility, Reedon continues picking at Dariant's pride. If a man like Dariant is the vice-captain of the First Knight's Order now, then in his eyes the Order is already dead. He says Dariant should have disappeared when the war began, because the First Knight's Order after the war was only a rushed reconstruction of something once great. Dariant lunges again, and this time Reedon barely avoids the blade. That alone tells Dariant something important. This man knows his name, knows his movements, and knows the Order too well. He demands to know who he is to speak so lightly of the First Knight's Order. Reedon remarks that Dariant managed to shift his blade away from the vital points at the last instant. Then their swords collide again. Back in the palace, the Emperor tells Leon that Reedon uses the swordsmanship of the First Knight's Order. He suspects that came from Commander Pierce, who traveled from place to place teaching his art to anyone willing to learn. That had always been Pierce's philosophy, to spread the craft until someone eventually surpassed him. Leon processes this and realizes something else. Maybe Pierce is not the architect behind the trafficking empire, but Reedon is still dangerous enough to matter. He escaped Ellison once already, and there is also a dragon involved in these facilities. Then Leon remembers Ellison's own words. If something threatens the empire, he will face it not as a restaurant owner, but as a mage. Leon rises from his seat and says plainly that someone needs to call Ellison in. The Emperor apologizes but says there is no need for that now. Back at the collapsing facility, Dariant is already figuring Reedon out. The man's swordsmanship is far too refined. Dariant only avoided fatal wounds earlier because he read the movement ahead of time, but every exchange still feels like being tested by someone standing above him. Reedon's voice, his build, even his rhythm on the battlefield begin to remind him of Commander Pierce. He asks the question directly whether Reedon is Pierce's son. Reedon answers that he is older than he looks. That is when the realization hits Dariant so hard it nearly stops him. This man might actually be Pierce himself. The structure around them begins to fail, yet Dariant keeps fighting. Then Reedon suddenly appears right in front of him and calmly corrects his stance, saying that stepping forward and slashing upward like that is wrong. That one sentence confirms everything. Dariant's mind flashes back to training. Back then, Commander Pierce told him the same thing: plant your weight properly, follow the angle with your wrist, do not twist it. A sword used correctly should not chip, and it should never fail to cut. Dariant had once pointed out how much land Pierce had flattened while training, and complained that factions inside the palace hated how Pierce traveled the empire teaching others. Pierce admitted they hated it because stronger regions meant weaker control for the palace, but he refused to care. An unused sword rusts, he said, and he would not allow his art to die with him. He wanted the craft to keep evolving forever, passed down, challenged, surpassed, then reborn again. If someone surpassed him, then that person would become his teacher, and Pierce would gladly learn in return. That was the future he wanted. Back in the present, that memory only fuels Dariant's rage. He cannot stand seeing this man wear his teacher's face, his movements, even his voice. He says he worked too hard, bled too long, and climbed too far to become vice-captain so he could properly inherit that swordsmanship and honor the commander's will. Now Reedon is desecrating that legacy by acting as though he owns it. Reedon, however, only observes that rage is clouding Dariant's judgment just like before. Dariant attacks with everything he has. The strike is so fierce that even Reedon is forced to acknowledge it. Then he laughs, genuinely thrilled by Dariant's growth. He is about to finish the fight when a shield appears between them. It is Erantium who tells them to let the guard speak first. The guard then reports to Reedon that Ellison has arrived, and that if Reedon values his life at all, this is the worst possible development. At the same time, back in the palace, Leon reminds his father that even if Ellison wants a quiet life, this kind of threat is exactly the exception he spoke about. Leon says he is ready to go fetch Ellison himself, but the Emperor stops him and reveals that he already sent word days ago. Ellison has already answered the call. At the facility, another guard rushes in with even worse news. All of their slave sites are under attack. One after another, the facilities are collapsing in a chain reaction. Panic spreads through the guards because none of them believed anyone could move this quickly or hit this many targets at once. Then they see the insignia and finally understand who is responsible. They recognize the mark of one of the Empire's war heroes. Ellison stands before them and says coldly that he does not want to hear a word like hero coming from scum like them. Without a word of warning, Ellison unleashes 8th class magic, Inferno. The spell erupts so violently that the soldiers do not even pretend to hold formation. They break and run as a sea of fire consumes the area. Light bursts outward, the mountains are wrapped in blazing heat, and the entire region feels like it is being torn open from the inside. At the center of it all, Ellison remains standing, calm enough to remark that the place finally has some decent air circulation. Later, once the terror passes, the villagers slowly begin to steady themselves. Ellison gives them food and water, then points them toward a path where a soldier is waiting to guide them somewhere safe. One woman, staring at him through the smoke and shock, realizes she is looking at a true archmage and says his face is the kind people remember for life. Another person whispers that he looks almost heroic enough to be feared on sight. Others keep murmuring over his appearance, some saying he looks strangely delicate, others wondering out loud if he might even be a woman. Then a child cuts through all of it by bluntly calling him ugly, only for his older sister to instantly shut him down. Some villagers notice the scars scattered over his body and assume war carved them there, while others point out how strangely untouched his face still is. Afterward, Ellison returns to where Lauren is waiting. She asks whether he finished his part and he says yes. She answers that she did too, then immediately asks where they move next. Elsewhere, Erantium is treating Dariant with healing magic. Once the spell is done, he checks whether Dariant can move properly and Dariant thanks him. He admits he has heard stories about Erantium before, the dragon who once held Count Ridden Drake captive, and still cannot quite process that they ended up meeting here of all places. The enemy fled, but the slaves remained behind, and Erantium explains that he never meant to step in at all. The battle simply escalated too far too quickly. He adds that he nearly died in the chaos, and is honestly relieved the soldiers chose not to turn on them after hearing the full report. Dariant, however, is still wired for battle and says the situation does not feel resolved at all. A part of him even wishes they could fight one more round. Erantium shuts that down immediately, saying he would probably get crushed. Dariant cannot let that pass and asks what kind of dragon says something like that about fighting humans. The word human visibly shakes Erantium, but he covers it at once and brushes it off as a slip of the tongue. Dariant tries to move on and says they should have escaped together with the people left behind. Erantium casually reveals that while Dariant was busy fighting, he already rescued them all. That answer stuns him, then Erantium leads him to his new lair. Inside, Dariant finds the rescued people safe and settled. A group of maids greets Erantium like a returning head of household, welcoming him home and complaining that he is late. Dariant just stares. Erantium explains that they are all former slaves. Some were conditioned into obedience, some had nowhere else to go, some came from the same people they just rescued. A few learned medicine from him and later left to settle elsewhere. Others chose to stay and make a living. Some regained their memories and returned home. He admits that when the entire world turned against him, all he had left was wind magic and a desperate loneliness. And that loneliness twisted into a pathetic desire to make people stay, to force affection where there was none. He reflects bitterly that the heart of life always slips away when you try to seize it with your hands. Dariant listens, but remains confused. Looking at everything around him, kindness would have been the simpler path from the start. Then the slaves announce that food is ready, and even offer Erantium a bath before the meal. Watching from a distance, Dariant cannot shake the feeling that beneath all this strange domestic peace, Erantium is still carrying that same warped, needy hunger. Right then, the door slams open. A girl storms in, throws a pouch onto the floor, and leaves Erantium visibly petrified. She starts scolding everyone for not cleaning the herb room, says the whole place looks like a disaster zone, and before anyone can breathe, Erantium drops straight to the floor at her feet, snatches up the pouch, and starts apologizing. He says he meant to clean before leaving. She mocks the excuse, grinds her heel into his back, calls him filthy, and makes him cry out. Then she notices the girls nearby and asks whether he picked up a fresh batch of slaves again. Dariant freezes. He recognizes her. It is Lady Madrina. She recognizes him too, and the moment their eyes meet, panic flashes across her face. Meanwhile, Ellison and Lauren are sitting together on a blanket while he prepares food. He tells her it will be ready soon and adds that meat always tastes best when someone is exhausted. Lauren quietly apologizes and says she is not hungry. Ellison notices immediately that something is wrong. Not long ago, empathy for strangers was not something Lauren even pretended to entertain. Now she stands, says they need to move to the next facility, and refuses to rest. Ellison understands exactly what is happening. She is still carrying Siz's death inside her, still blaming herself, still unable to bear the thought of another child suffering while she pauses to breathe. Tears rise in her eyes as she insists there is no time. Ellison catches her hand and begins telling her about himself. He says that 3 years into the war, right after graduating from magic school, he was thrown straight onto the front lines. He moved from battlefield to battlefield without stopping, wiping out monsters before anyone else could reach them. Rumors spread around him. Soldiers called him a monster who saved lives by slaughtering everything in his path. Then he was assigned to the 8th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Company. The commander looked at what he had done, praised his results, gave him water and food, and ordered him to rest until morning. Ellison immediately asked for the next mission zone, but the commander refused. He told him that even though Ellison had reduced the casualty count, the strain was obvious and unsustainable. The order stood rest first. Ellison bathed, sat down with soup, and tried to obey. But even while washing and eating, one thought kept drilling into him: people are dying while I sit here. The idea became unbearable. He stood up, laughed bitterly, and thought that maybe running a cafeteria is easy when it is someone else bleeding somewhere else. Then the horn sounded. Emergency mobilization, full assembly. A dragon had appeared at the forward outpost. For Ellison, that changed everything. For the first time, he had the chance to face the beings who started the war and perhaps end it. He had encountered a dragon once before, but back then he was not ready, not skilled enough, not the same person. This time he ran toward it. The dragon was crushing soldiers, fire spread everywhere, explosions ripped through the ground, and then Ellison landed in front of it hard enough to crack the earth. It turned its attention toward him. That moment became the first true time he stood before a dragon and chose to challenge it head-on. When Dagos realizes Ellison left alone, he explodes with anger. His subordinates explain that the tent was empty and someone saw him heading out, but no one stopped him because no one really could. That truth lands heavily. If it is Ellison, then it means a direct clash with a dragon is already underway. Dagos feels fear and pride at the same time. On the battlefield, the dragon laughs at him as if he is just another suicidal human sprinting toward death. Ellison ignores the insult and pours every scrap of mana he has into his strongest spell, determined to end everything in a single strike. The blast that follows shakes the entire battlefield. Back in the present, Ellison explains to Lauren that he has always felt different from other people. Mana makes sense to him in a way it never should, formulas unfold naturally in his mind, spells amplify almost on instinct. After leaving the academy, he stopped pretending to be normal, and once he did, he truly believed he could even kill a dragon. The dragon itself admitted that Ellison broke through its barrier and wounded it, something far beyond ordinary magic. That was the moment Ellison truly understood why dragons were called living disasters, incarnations of death itself. Then the dragon fired its breath straight at him. He thought stupidly that maybe he could block it, but the attack was too fast. Before it landed, someone grabbed him and dragged him out of the path. That was his first meeting with Darren and Bin. Bin immediately told him the most important rule: no one blocks dragon breath, not even dragons if they value survival. You dodge or you die. Darren glanced at Ellison's insignia in surprise, while Bin, even while firing support arrows, admitted that trying to block that attack still took insane courage. But they made one thing clear: today was not the day Ellison would die. Ellison could not understand how they appeared in the middle of an operation like this. Darren ignored the question and charged straight at the dragon. Ellison shouted a warning, but Bin remained calm, loosed a manifold arrow, and struck the dragon cleanly. Darren followed immediately with a brutal forward assault. Ellison watched, stunned, as a man fought a dragon head-on like this was simply the next thing to do. Bin meanwhile noticed something else entirely: that Ellison had been carrying everything alone for too long. He could see it in the exhausted look on his face. in the way he held himself like all the deaths around him somehow belonged to him personally. Ben praised his talent, said he had never seen anyone break a dragon's barrier with raw magic before. But as Darren called for support and Ben kept firing, he made the real point clear: strength breaks when pushed too far. A bow drawn too long snaps. Ellison's isolation was not noble, and this war did not belong to him alone. Then the battle changed again. Several black dragons descended and attacked the red dragon. Ben told Darren to finish it while the black dragons kept it pinned. Ellison could barely process what he was seeing: dragons fighting dragons. Darren laughed at that expression and pointed out that allies were arriving too. Dagos finally reached the field with reinforcements and immediately checked whether Ellison was still alive. Ben told Ellison again that he was not alone. Darren properly introduced himself, and so did Ben, both with the easy certainty of men who knew their paths would cross again and again after that day. And even after the battle ended, Ben's words stayed with Ellison long after everything else faded. Later, after everything settles, Ellison returns to his quarters and quietly eats a bowl of leftover soup from the mess hall. The bland taste drags him back to his academy days, and for the first time since stepping onto the battlefield, he decides to change something, not grand, not heroic, just something human. He tells the captain he will take over the cooking from now on, and the captain agrees without hesitation. As Ellison cracks eggs into a pan, a faint realization hits him. This is the first genuine smile he has had since the war began. Back in the present, Ellison gently tells Lauren that moments of comfort are not something they should feel guilty about. She admits, almost shyly, that simply sitting beside him, holding his hand, sharing food, imagining a quiet life together, brings her a kind of peace she has never known before. Those feelings confuse her, trap her, make her restless. He blushes, but instead of dismissing it, he tells her to accept those emotions instead of running from them. He remembers Darren and Ben's words: no matter how much he tries to relax, he will never truly be someone who lets everything go, and that is fine. Accepting that matters more. He finishes the dish, adds the egg, and asks for her opinion. Lauren takes a bite and genuinely lights up, calling it soft, warm, and comforting in a way she cannot explain. Elsewhere, the red dragon lounges inside a bar, smoking as if nothing in the world concerns her. A man stumbles into her space without thinking, and she slams him to the ground without a second thought. Reedon questions whether that was necessary, and she answers simply that fools like that are perfect practice targets, people who never sense danger until it crushes them. Reedon barely reacts to the chaos. Before anything escalates further, another figure steps in and apologizes for the disturbance. It is Dillian, the third Duke of the Lucerne Empire, accompanied by his knights. He expresses open disgust at the kind of people running loose in his territory, then immediately shifts to business. He already knows Ellison and Lauren have destroyed every facility. The Red Dragon cuts him off, insisting on proper introductions and reminding him that the plan they are following is the only reason he was called here at all. The scene shifts quietly into Lauren's dream. In it, Ellison tells her she does not need to run away from happiness. That permission alone is enough to loosen something inside her. She steps closer, guided by that feeling, and the closeness becomes overwhelming, almost too real, until she suddenly wakes up, breath uneven, skin flushed, heart racing. She sits there in silence, trying to process what she just felt. Meanwhile, at Alina's clinic, life continues as usual. Patients come and go, and Alina treats them one after another. One man finishes his treatment, but instead of leaving, he pushes a pair of tickets toward her and awkwardly suggests they spend the holiday together. Alina hesitates, clearly uncomfortable, but the man keeps pressing. Before it can go any further, Serena steps in, flicks his forehead sharply, and shuts the situation down in an instant. She makes it very clear that the treatment is over and he should leave before embarrassing himself further. He tries to argue, earns a cold warning, and ends up walking out in tears. Alina thanks Serena, though her expression remains heavy. She admits she overheard what happened with C. Ellison and Lauren, and the grief surrounding it feels so thick she cannot even find the right words to comfort them. Serena agrees, saying things have felt off ever since the Hibarin flower incident, and sometimes ignorance would have been easier. Alina reflects quietly that something like a dragon and a human woman having a child must come with unimaginable hardship. Serena admits she has never even heard of such a thing, which only makes Alina sadder, because to them, C was simply a child. Serena then shifts the mood on purpose, pulling Alina closer and teasing her, asking what would happen if she carried Ellison's child instead. Alina reacts instantly, flustered and rejecting the idea outright. Serena keeps pushing, casually mentioning that elves and humans can have mixed children at least after a few generations, and hints that maybe Alina regrets pushing Ellison toward Lauren. Alina denies it, but her reaction betrays her nerves. Serena brings up her own past, her maturity ritual, and the one she bonded with Guard. The memory darkens her expression immediately. Alina apologizes, but Serena brushes it off, admitting that back then she took things too seriously. Looking back, she sees that man as someone who never deserved her feelings. The mood flips again as Serena leans in, deliberately playful, turning seductive just to tease Alina, enjoying every second of how flustered she becomes. Before it goes any further, a portal opens and Lauren appears, landing a punch squarely on Serena's head and ending everything instantly. Alina panics, Serena recovers quickly, and Lauren immediately demands help. When Serena's reputation as a seductress comes up, Lauren latches onto it without hesitation and asks for advice. Serena bursts into laughter, realizing Lauren is completely serious. At the same time, outside the sanctuary, a pair of dragons notice something crossing the boundary. One grows suspicious, while the other shrugs it off, saying it is probably just Ellison again. They complain about how casually he walks into dragon territory like it belongs to him, then falls silent as he approaches. Ellison watches quietly as subordinates work around a glowing pillar, carving something into it. They greet him with formal respect, but he waves it off, reminding them he is human and does not need ceremony. Metadonna soon appears and leads him inside. On the way, Ellison asks about the massive monument outside. The elder explains it is for those who died in the war, and Baron's name is now being carved among them. That alone brings Ellison a quiet sense of relief. The elder thanks him sincerely, admitting that trying to fix everything alone would have destroyed what little remained. Ellison understands the weight of being both a father and a leader. Then the topic shifts to the Hibarin flower. The elder mentions the seeds, and Ellison's expression darkens instantly as he reveals that C is dead. The elder realizes that Ellison had come to see her as a living being, not just a phenomenon, and admits neither of them truly understood her nature. He explains that the flower binds to a soul near death, then wanders the world until it finds a heart strong enough to anchor it. Ellison remains calm and says he has no regrets left. He believes C is at peace now. Then he reveals something unexpected. He plans to use the seed himself. When the elder reacts in shock, Ellison confirms it. The heart he carries is already there, and what he wants is to hear the voice of Lord Sardellen. Back at the clinic, Lauren admits she wants to grow even closer to Ellison. Serena laughs at first, then realizes she is serious and reminds her they have already crossed far beyond normal boundaries. Alina tries to avoid the conversation but ends up listening anyway. When pressed, Lauren admits that so far all they have shared is a single kiss. Serena reacts with disbelief, while Alina turns red in silence. Serena bluntly explains what intimacy could look like, overwhelming Lauren completely, then eventually softens her tone when she realizes she went too far. Lauren admits that all she truly wants is for Ellison to kiss her first this time. Serena agrees, suggesting a gentler approach, while Alina looks like she might collapse from embarrassment. The next day, Ellison returns to the lair and notices Guardcat studying diligently as always. He casually comments on the effort, then checks on Lauren and learns she is still asleep. He realizes she has barely been sleeping lately. Concerned, he pulls back the blanket to wake her and instantly freezes. Lauren is lying there without clothes. Embarrassment hits him immediately. He turns away, throws the blanket back over her, and tells her to cover herself. Lauren explains casually that clothes feel uncomfortable and she often sleeps like that. Ellison reminds himself that this only worked when she was alone. Lauren sees no reason to change now just because they share the same space. She notices his reaction and senses his discomfort. For a moment, Ellison is forced to confront the promise he made to stop running away. Avoiding her now would only make things worse. He steadies himself and tells her it is fine, treating the situation as normal. That forced calm only makes Lauren more aware that something feels off, but she accepts it anyway. Later, during dinner, Lauren happily praises his cooking. She brings up the news that her mother's name is finally being engraved at the sanctuary. Ellison confirms it and says the elder feels relieved after setting things right. Then he mentions there is something else he wants to tell her later, which instantly sparks her curiosity. She offers to clean up and sends him off to rest while he goes to wash. As she handles the dishes, she deliberately spills food onto herself, using it as an excuse to take a bath. Ellison notices and casually comments on it. The idea of bathing together surfaces not randomly but from something planted earlier. Serena's advice echoes in her mind: act naturally at first, then slowly close the distance. Shared spaces lead to shared intimacy. Remembering that now makes her flush with embarrassment, but instead of backing away, she steps forward anyway. The water turns the whole room quiet but not calm. Tension hangs between them, thick and impossible to ignore. Lauren points out that they used to do things like this so casually before, as if none of it meant anything. Ellison agrees on the surface and even offers her cocoa, remembering exactly what she likes. Outwardly, he looks composed, almost too composed, and that alone makes Lauren start doubting everything Serena told her. So she looks closer, really closer, and catches the truth. There is a faint light-blocking spell layered over his eyes. He is not calmly avoiding the mood, he is literally refusing to look at her. When she grabs him, the lie finally cracks. Ellison admits he cannot see properly at all, because if he did, he is not sure he could keep control of himself. The spell drops, his vision returns, panic spikes instantly, and water splashes as he nearly loses his footing. Then he finally says it plainly, he is not fine, not even a little. The same actions may resemble the past, but he cannot accept them the way he once did. Not anymore. If he keeps pretending, he will only lie to both of them, and he already promised himself he would stop doing that. Lauren places a hand on his shoulder and tells him the one thing he still needed to hear. Yes, the actions may look the same, but the feelings behind them are completely different now. This time, every step she takes is meant to reach him. Then, blushing hard enough to embarrass herself, she confesses the whole point of it, she is trying to seduce him. That is when it fully hits him. Nothing here is a misunderstanding. Nothing is accidental. Lauren tells him she wants whatever his heart wants, and that answer shocks even her when he moves without hesitation. Water spills over the edge of the bath as the distance between them disappears. Then, of course, chaos arrives through a teleportation portal. Serena is watching from the other side, complaining that stopping halfway makes no sense at all. She loudly pushes him to keep going, while Alina rushes in behind her in total panic and insists this is absolutely not something they should be watching. Serena brushes that off and says she is only there because Lauren asked for help in the first place. Alina accuses her of enjoying the view far too much, which Serena does not even really deny. And while Ellison and Lauren keep kissing, Serena comments that for two people this painfully dense, even reaching this point is real progress. Far away from all that warmth, the story cuts into something much darker. Subordinates report to the Duke that out of the hundreds who escaped from the chain of slave facilities, only 37 remain physically usable enough to gather under his command. A fire burns nearby, and beside it rests a disturbing instrument waiting to be used. He approaches one of the chained administrators and with eerie calm tells him there is no need to fear. Pain, he explains, is not his actual specialty. Other people handle that. In this world, everyone has a role, and order only survives when each person fulfills it. Running from that role is what deserves punishment. The administrator apologizes, but the Duke does not care. Someone who exists to enforce rules cannot abandon them and expect mercy. Then he presses the instrument into the man's chest. Agony erupts. Calmly, the Duke says simple cruelty would be meaningless, so instead he gives the man a new role. A diamond is embedded into the burned flesh. The ritual begins. Chanting rises, magic swells, smoke spills upward, and the man twists into a mana-filled beast. The Duke watches with satisfaction, pours a potion down the creature's throat, and wipes away whatever past remained. Only one truth is left now: loyalty belongs to the rule, and he is that rule. The transformed beast kneels. Armor is brought in. Training starts immediately. The Holy Blood Knights have gained one more soldier. On the return trip, Madrina finally tells Dariant everything. She explains that she began studying medicine under Irantium after receiving orders to find a cure for the poison that destroyed minds and controlled the minds. That mission eventually led her toward Count Leiden's case, because rumors had begun spreading about a mysterious doctor secretly treating brainwashed slaves. Those rumors took her straight to Irantium, not because she distrusted him, but because she wanted to learn his magic and because she owed him a favor. That favor, unfortunately for her dignity, trapped her in the role of his maid, complete with an outfit she very much did not choose for herself. Admitting it all nearly breaks her pride, and it comes out through tears. Dariant listens, but tells her plainly that he cannot simply erase critical facts from his report. Madrina insists those details have to remain hidden, especially from the Crown Prince. Dariant agrees to be careful with how he handles it. When they arrive, soldiers loudly salute their deputy commander for returning from a mission that protected humanity. Dariant shuts that down instantly. He reminds them the operation remains confidential and that careless rumors are more dangerous than silence. He confirms the rescued victims are already receiving proper support and guidance. Battalion and company commanders report that investigations into the victims' hometowns are underway, and aid has already been arranged. Ryra mentions hearing that Dariant was in serious danger and brings up Reedon by name. Dariant labels Reedon as an extremely dangerous individual who requires further investigation and orders everyone to avoid direct engagement if they encounter him. Then the focus shifts to Ellison. The commanders react strongly, remembering how the earth shook, how one massive facility burned to ash, how night itself looked like daylight for a moment. One mentions Ellison's 9th-class barrier magic. Another recalls seeing a slightly shorter woman, Lauren, whose power was not much less terrifying. Her name comes up, matching the briefing. Carson starts connecting the incident to Valoran's strange behavior at a restaurant, but Dariant immediately cuts that line of thought off. Their identities are classified. Loose words could invite retaliation from power no one there is actually prepared to handle. He makes one more thing clear: Ellison was not just assisting the mission, he was leading it from the start. Then he turns back to Madrina and quietly notes that she has changed in a way he never expected. Her old regrets shaped her into someone new, someone willing to study healing and endure humiliation without complaint. Madrina immediately tells him to stop. Dariant lets it go and reminds her that official events at the capital resume after 17 years and they need to head back. She makes one last attempt to get parts of the report omitted, but the subject dies there. Back at the restaurant, Lauren serves Rain a perfectly cooked sirloin steak with a smile so obvious it practically glows. Rain notices immediately and points it out. Lauren confirms it without even trying to hide it. Serena naturally exposes the reason at once, saying Lauren finally got her first kiss from Ellison. Rain admits she saw that coming a long time ago and says Ellison always did move at the pace of a dying snail. Lauren agrees. Creston, overhearing all this, reacts in disbelief somewhere nearby. Serena takes the chance to tease Alina again, insisting things would have advanced far more quickly if Lauren had followed her advice sooner. Alina firmly says today is not for that kind of talk. Serena lets it go. Lint overhears everything, turns bright red, and practically flees while carrying pasta to another table. Meanwhile, Lint and Mate keep finding excuses to hover around Ellison, pretending to fix chairs and plates while clearly teasing him. Ellison accepts that being mocked is simply his life now. Then he brings up something more serious: the item he asked Lint to investigate. Lint confirms he meant Hibarin flour and says he already contacted herbalists across the country, but none of them found even the slightest trace of it, not anywhere. Because of that, Ellison concludes that normal methods are useless. He remembers the elder explaining that even the seeds vanished from the world long ago, except for a few preserved inside a royal treasure vault before disappearing from circulation entirely. That is enough to settle it. No one out in the world has won now. Ellison calmly accepts that not every ingredient can be found by ordinary means. Then he remembers one last piece of information: one seed may still remain inside the royal palace treasury in the capital. That realization sharpens everything. They have taken risks, completed missions, and done far more than most nobles ever would. Asking for a treasure as a reward is possible this time. So Ellison decides it is finally time to return to the capital. At the palace, Leon greets him with obvious excitement, praises everything he has done, and asks what brought him there after so long. He excitedly mentions the upcoming concert, the first one in 17 years, and how the entire capital is buzzing with anticipation. Ellison brushes the praise aside and reminds him that he is just an ordinary man. Soon the Emperor arrives and tells Leon to contain himself. Then, more formally, he thanks Ellison, acknowledging that he dismantled vile facilities across the Empire without bringing meaningless destruction down on everyone around them. He notes that Leon can barely hide how excited he is just to have Ellison standing there. Then the Emperor brings up the matter of a reward. He already knows gold and silver mean nothing to Ellison, so there is no point pretending those would satisfy him. That clears the way. Ellison states his request directly: he wants the Hibarin flour. The moment he says it, the air changes. He explains that he already knows a seed is stored in the palace treasury and that he wants it as compensation for the mission. Leon reacts instantly, trying to steer him toward asking for anything else, but the Emperor stops him before he can speak too much. He already knows what that seed means. Inside the palace, tension quietly thickens. Outside, the city moves in the opposite direction. News spreads fast. Vendors shout about a special extra edition. Crowds gather. People openly talk about the Capitol concert finally returning after 17 years, and everyone knows that once the performance begins, the entire city will erupt into a festival, with every nearby restaurant and shop overflowing with visitors preparing for the celebration. At that same moment, deep inside the palace, a formal announcement is delivered before a hall full of nobles. Chamberlain Horbellans addresses the gathering and declares that the Empire is nearing the second anniversary of the war's official end. Because order has finally returned, the royal palace has decided to revive the Capitol concert, an event buried in silence for 17 long years. He stresses that this choice was not made lightly. To give the concert true meaning, he announces that a treasure will be granted to the performer who delivers the most moving melody, one powerful enough to soothe old wounds and comfort hearts still broken by loss. Then he reveals the prize itself, La Placia, the Hibarin flower seed. The hall erupts in hushed shock as the nobles recognize the legendary name and the rumors surrounding its power. Horbellans makes it clear that this is not merely entertainment. but a declaration that the empire is ready to step forward from the scars of war. At those words, the nobles raised their glasses in agreement. Inside the palace, Ellison quickly realizes the bitter irony. The exact seed he came to request has now been turned into the concert's grand prize. Leon visibly falters. He remembers hearing that melody as a child, remembers how the concert once taught him what healing felt like, and after 17 years of silence, its return means far more to him than politics or ceremony. The thought of that reward disappearing from the event stirs real frustration in him. Caught in the emotion of it, he pleads for the flower to be set aside just this once, for the sake of the concert itself. The Emperor's hand answers before anyone else can. He strikes Leon and sharply rebukes him for speaking as though the reward matters more than the achievements that made it possible. Leon tries to defend himself by pointing to the expectations of the people, but the Emperor cuts him off and demands obedience. Seeing the argument veering toward disaster, Ellison steps in and tries to calm things down, explaining that if the Hibaran flower is simply handed over, then all their efforts end with nothing to show for them. The Emperor replies just as firmly that whether the event succeeds or fails comes second if Ellison wants that reward, and that nobles who truly care about the concert can still perform without needing treasure dangled in front of them. Leon finally realizes how narrow his thinking has been and admits it, but his emotions catch him again and he blurts out that if there is no prize, then maybe the concert itself should be cancelled. In that moment it becomes obvious once more, Leon is still far too easily pulled around by what he feels. Then Ellison asks calmly where he can submit an application to participate. Leon stares at him, realizing only now that Ellison intends to win the prize himself. The Emperor approves immediately, seeing the choice as honorable even after everything Ellison has already done. Ellison skips past the praise and asks how the application process works. The Rihanna is no ordinary instrument. In the Ruben Empire, it stands as a symbol of refinement and status, a keyboard instrument with the same prestige an organ might hold in another world. Its cultural weight runs so deep that nobles genuinely believe meaningful conversation is impossible with anyone unfamiliar with its sound. Naturally, the capital concert revolves around it. Now Ellison and Lauren stand in front of one. She studies it curiously, and Ellison explains that it is a used Rihanna, the same kind she once saw in a lord's manor. That thought reminds him he still has not fully explained the plan, so he finally lays it out. He wants the Hibaran flower seed, and the only way to get it now is to win the concert. He needs the flower because he wants to hear the Dragon Lord's true voice. That desire comes from a lingering feeling he has carried for some time, the sense that the Lord never seemed like the kind of being who would start a war for no reason at all. Lauren understands immediately. The real target is the seed, and the concert is now just the battlefield around it. There is one massive problem though: the concert traditionally allows only women to perform. Leon even suggests gender transformation magic as a workaround, which does absolutely nothing to reassure Ellison. Worse, Ellison cannot play the Rihanna at all. That leaves him with only one path forward: trusting Lauren. He tells her that dragons are naturally gifted, especially adult dragons, and that their race is said to master both art and culture with absurd ease. If that is true, then an instrument like the Rihanna should come naturally to her. Lauren accepts that logic without hesitation and immediately proves him right by sitting down and playing with complete confidence and control. Elsewhere at the barn, Miltine approaches Mint and draws attention to her hair, clearly fishing for a reaction. He gives it to her, saying it suits her well. She complains that he could have just said he wanted to see it, and adds that cutting it already feels like a waste. Since she already did something for him, she wants one small favor in return. When he signals agreement, she reveals what she wants: to trim his beard. But before anything can continue, the Baronics suddenly panic. Loud noises break out, and then the sky itself begins to crackle with electricity. The atmosphere shifts violently, danger spreading through the air before anyone can even name it. Back at the restaurant, Lauren finishes playing and looks to Ellison for some reaction, but instead of praise, he feels something is wrong. In that instant, he understands with sinking certainty that his first plan is not going to be enough. Elsewhere, the Lord's family is sharing a quiet meal. Dion eats carelessly until Berna and Lord Lion correct him, noticing how much he has improved lately. Their peaceful dinner soon turns toward recent news. Dion brings up the concert reopening in the capital and suggests they should all attend together. Leiden mentions that Berna herself used to be an exceptional Rihanna player and adds that he already heard about the event. He asks for her thoughts, but the moment the subject reaches her, she stiffens. She excuses herself immediately, says she has something to attend to after dinner, apologizes briefly, and leaves before anyone can stop her. Even when the dessert arrives, she just takes it from the tray and walks out with it. Dion quickly clarifies that he only meant attending as spectators, not performing. But Leiden's thoughts have already turned elsewhere. He remembers the Rihanna in that locked room, how it has gathered dust for years because Berna never allowed even the servants to touch it, insisting she would handle it herself. The more he thinks about it, the heavier the realization becomes she has not played it once since he collapsed. That alone tells him she is still carrying everything by herself instead of sharing any of it with her family. Quietly, he begins discussing a plan with his son. Meanwhile, Berna locks herself in her room and sinks into her own thoughts. Of all the things her father once forced on her to shape her into something perfect, the Rihanna had been the only one she truly loved. She can still remember the warmth of her family clapping for her the first time she played. And even now, she cannot deny that she felt gratitude for learning music from him. But that gratitude is poisoned by another memory, his words about how no one would suspect her even if someone collapsed. That thought drags guilt straight back into her chest. Even now, with a happier life with people around her who genuinely care, she still cannot bring herself to play. The image of herself proudly touching the instrument he taught her feels revolting. She imagines Dion and Leiden looking at her with disgust. Every time she sees the Rihanna, it feels like her own sins are staring back. In her shaken mind, the instrument almost takes on a shape of its own, like a dark presence looming over her and accusing her of neglect. The pressure overwhelms her and she collapses. Lauren, who is there because of the Rihanna, notices Berna fall and immediately moves to help. At the same time, in another place, someone reviews the concert applications. Many names have already been submitted, but one entry stands out, Count Michelle Frown, a name no one recognizes. Further details reveal she is supposedly a noblewoman from distant Greek city. That confirms it. This ridiculous identity is the best plan Ellison could come up with. Just then another figure enters and dismisses the concern entirely, saying everyone will kneel once they hear her performance. She is Loriana Dillion, niece of Duke Melik Delion. The Duke coolly reminds her that confidence means nothing without preparation. Back at the estate, Berna wakes to find Lauren and Ellison beside her. Confused, and noticing the swelling on her head, she tries to piece together what happened. They explain that, as strange as this may sound, the real reason they came is to borrow her Rihanna. Lauren intends to enter the concert, and they cannot tell whether the real obstacle will be her skill or the instrument itself, so they want to know if Berna can help. Lauren casually plays a few notes, and the sound alone disturbs Berna immediately. Before the moment can settle, the door slams open and Leiden rushes in with urgent news. The Dillion family has made its move, and allied nobles have imposed a new restriction on the concert. Families without previous participation now have to pass preliminary rounds in their own territories before they are even allowed to compete in the capital. The situation turns grim instantly. Yet Lauren keeps playing as if nothing changed and calmly points out that the Rihanna should still be enough to get through the preliminaries. Our boy feels the floor drop beneath him. The Hibarin flower suddenly looks farther away than ever. While he scrambles for a way around it, Duke Dillion is elsewhere, calmly checking in with the Red Dragon about the plan they set in motion long before this. He expects progress by now, and she confirms it without hesitation. Everything is already arranged, and the ignition point will be the first imperial concert held in 17 years inside the Louvre Empire. That grand celebration is not just a festival to them, it is the perfect stage for slaughter. Nobles tied to the imperial faction and civilians packed into the capital will become targets at the same time, maximizing chaos in one strike. The reason is brutally simple. The last war failed to finish the empire only because people united behind three so-called heroes and found hope where none should have existed. Without that unity, the empire and the Black Dragons would already be dust. This time, they intend to make sure hope never gets the chance to rise again. She explains that the First Knight's Order will be responsible for security during the concert, and if a massacre happens under their protection, public trust in both the knights and the imperial family will shatter beyond repair. Once that collapse happens, the path to the transfer of power Dillion promised becomes wide open. The Duke agrees completely and coldly declares that the Emperor has already failed as a ruler. Then he turns to the applicant list for the concert, and one name catches his eye immediately, Lady Lena Revolk, directly tied to Count Reval. He refuses to dismiss them as harmless. In his mind, a troublesome fly is not dealt with after it enters. The window is shut before it gets in. Elsewhere, one of the preliminary judges, Baron Revose Panto, happens to meet Ellison during an inspection. Ellison introduces himself smoothly as Count Reval. The judge recognizes him at once and casually notes that the restaurant where they are meeting remains strangely popular. When the topic of the participant comes up, Ellison calmly confirms that Lady Lena Reval is his wife. Even saying those words makes him tense. Panto asks why she is absent, and Ellison explains that there was a problem with her Rihanna, so she had to borrow another instrument. Panto reacts warmly, admitting he has a real love for Rihanna performances and has been looking forward to hearing her. Ellison answers politely while inwardly trying not to crack under the pressure. Once back inside, he vents that pressure straight at Leon. The preliminary round was announced with almost no warning. Lauren barely had time to practice, and now everything is moving too fast. Leon explains that Duke Dillion's faction has been interfering over and over, leaving almost no room to protest or stall. Ellison checks the Rihanna brought in for Lauren and immediately notices something off about the sound. Leon confirms that this is exactly why Lauren went to borrow another one. The problem now is whether the replacement itself can be trusted, especially since they have heard it sat untouched under layers of dust. Before the tension grows any worse, someone arrives specifically to address that issue. The moment Ellison sees who it is, he freezes. At the estate, Berna is carefully cleaning the borrowed Rihanna while Lauren watches her. Lauren notices the dust caked into it and bluntly asks how long it has been abandoned like this. Berna apologizes and insists that it still works fine. Lauren, unsatisfied, tells her to prove it by playing. Berna hesitates, clearly shaken, but Lauren presses the point. If they are trusting the instrument, then they need a real answer. So Berna sits down and begins to play. Outside, even the guards hear the melody drifting through the grounds, warm, elegant, painfully beautiful. Some of them recognize the quality instantly and realize exactly who must be touching the instrument. Berna's performance is flawless, and when she finishes, Lauren calmly states that the Rihanna itself has no issue. A melody like that, she says, deserved better than being buried under dust and neglect. At the palace, the preliminary hall is already being prepared. A small stage waits under the eyes of the judges. Panto notices that another judge has joined them and reacts with surprise when he realizes it is Duke Dillion Porgo Tamurin himself. Tamurin explains that he has no intention of allowing random mediocrities to slip into the capital concert, and since he loves and understands the Rihanna better than anyone, he chose to involve himself personally. Panto bristles immediately, half insulted and half ready to prove himself. Nearby, Ellison whispers his surprise to Leon, who admits this was new even to him. Backstage, Berna is trembling with nerves, worried about whether this will go wrong after all. Lauren reassures her in the strangest way possible, by repeating back the exact hand movements Berna used earlier and showing that she memorized the entire first half of her performance just by watching it once. She explains that sharp observation and total focus make things like that possible for her. Then, armed with that confidence, Lauren steps onto the stage. The performance begins and the first notes sound so harsh and jagged that everyone nearby freezes in discomfort. The scraping harmony feels wrong enough to make people behind the doors stop breathing. The judges visibly recoil. Ellison lowers his head, knowing exactly how bad this sounds. Lauren keeps going anyway, pouring everything she has into the performance until she finally stops. Panto explodes instantly, calling it an insult to the Rihanna itself and demanding that she be disqualified on the spot. Then Tamurin begins clapping, tears actually gathering in his eyes. He declares the performance perfect. Panto cannot process what he just heard. Tamurin calmly explains that the piece relies on brutal precision, an extreme staccato style from the Southern Rumble Kingdom, requiring absurdly fine control and timing. Leon immediately recognizes it as well, remembering the technique from his studies abroad. To him, the sound carries an entire country's memory. Panto stands there completely lost. Tamurin turns his disappointment directly on him, pointing out that a man who claimed such deep expertise failed to recognize something so rare and refined. Panto goes red with humiliation the moment he realizes he is the only one in the room who missed it. Then Ellison casually adds that his wife happens to come from the Rumble Kingdom. At that point, everything fits too neatly to challenge. Tamurin nods approvingly, praises Lauren's mastery, and Panto, cornered and desperate to recover dignity, hurriedly stamps approval and pretends he agreed all along. On stage, Lauren is left standing there in total confusion, having no idea how she passed. But pass she does. Far away, the result is quickly relayed to Duke Dillion and the red-haired woman. She smiles calmly and remarks that the door is open now. All that remains is to see what move comes next. After the preliminary round ends, Ellison explains to Lauren that somehow, against all logic, they survived it. But borrowing another Rihanna is clearly not something they can count on forever, and someone must know why the sound twisted so badly. Tamurin steps in and admits he could smooth things over this time, but it will never work once they reach the capital. Leon adds that he risked his own credibility from his years abroad just to support the explanation. Ellison agrees the problem cannot simply be blamed on careless maintenance at the venue, since instruments like these are checked beforehand. Berna grows tense, and Lauren snaps that she personally checked the instrument herself, so if something is wrong, it did not come from negligence. Berna examines the Rihanna again, pauses, then starts to play. This time the sound comes out perfectly clean. Tamurin reacts with visible shock because it should not be behaving normally now. Leon begins to suspect the issue lies not in the instrument alone, but in who is playing it. Berna gestures for Ellison to come closer so she can explain properly. While in the background, Lauren grabs Leon by the hair and reminds him he may be the crown prince, but that will not protect him from annoyance. As Berna keeps playing, the Rihanna suddenly begins producing the same sharp, distorted sound Lauren created earlier. That confirms her suspicion. She opens part of the instrument and shows them the real problem. The internal mana flow formula regulating the air channels is being destabilized. There is no visible damage. The Rihanna is intact, but once the mana flow inside it becomes unstable, the sound warps into that ugly scraping tone. Ellison finally understands why something felt wrong when he touched the strings before. Berna explains that both he and Lauren radiate such dense mana that simply standing near the instrument is enough to interfere with its internal formula. Ellison's presence alone is already excessive, but Lauren's own mana is now strong enough to cause the same problem, which raises even more questions. Lauren decides the discussion has gone on long enough and announces the obvious next step. Berna is coming with them to the capital. Berna is startled, but Lauren explains it simply. No one understands the structure of the Rihanna's internals better than her now, so she is the perfect person to stabilize the mana flow on the way. Besides, Lauren plans to learn more songs during the journey. Berna agrees, though she weakly mentions meetings and obligations she should not abandon. Lauren brushes that aside and says walking forward together sounds better than being dragged alone. From the doorway, Dion overhears everything and quietly tells Leiden that his mother is going to the capital. Leiden feels an almost painful relief, because this was a step he himself could never force her to take. Later, the capital of the Levern Empire, Erie's city, is already overflowing with life. Crowds fill the streets before the official opening even begins, while the First Knight's order secures every visible route. Commander Dariant orders his people to remain alert, and Raella answers with confidence. Soon after, the Emperor's arrival is announced. Emperor Hears greets the people and remarks on how alive the capital feels. Reviving the concert after 17 years, he says, was the correct decision. Even though the official opening is still days away, so many people arrived early that they had no choice but to prepare several pre-festival events. He says he hopes everyone enjoys the long-awaited celebration, and the crowd answers with thunderous cheers. Serena stares at the packed streets in awe. Alina asks whether she has ever seen a concert before, and Serena admits she normally would not care enough about a human event to stay awake for it if she were not dragged here. Rain points out the Emperor, while Creston mutters something stupid about resisting the system and is immediately smacked for it by his wife, who tells him to stop talking nonsense in public. Alina soon spots the food stalls and suggests they take a look around. They stop at one selling stir-fried grilled noodles for 900 runes. Serena tries them and immediately praises the flavor. Alina laughs and admits the trip was worth it for this alone. Ken comments that food stalls like this are getting popular everywhere now, and his wife points out that the trend started in Dedrin and spread all the way to the capital. Then he gestures toward another stall with an absurdly long crowd gathered around it, customers shouting orders and buying multiple portions just to carry them home. That stall belongs to Ellison. He stands at the stall, quickly preparing and selling hotioc while warning every customer that the syrup inside is still dangerously hot. Rain recognizes his voice almost instantly and pushes through the crowd, stunned to find him working in the capital like some perfectly ordinary vendor. At the same time, another woman is performing on the Rihanna inside the hall, but Loriana barely gives it a glance before dismissing the whole thing as boring. Duke Dillion answers without amusement, reminding her that this is no casual stage. Certain people absolutely must not reach Eladia through this concert, which makes her victory more important than ever. He orders her to keep watch for any competitor worth noticing. Loriana accepts the task with complete confidence, convinced no one there can rival her anyway. Dillion, however, makes it clear this is serious, and she assures him she is ready to use whatever means are necessary. In her own mind, she is not just part of the plan, she is the plan. Her father's trust only sharpens that certainty. To her, no one in the Empire surpasses her on the Rihanna. Still, the pressure leaves her craving something sweet. A rich scent drifts in from the food stalls and she heads toward it, annoyed by the crowd yet demanding the best dish available. Her father warns her against eating street food, but she brushes that aside, claiming nobles should understand common culture too. Rain and Creston watch in disbelief as Ellison serves her a hotioc. Loriana studies it curiously, admitting she has never seen anything quite like it, though the smell is undeniably tempting. Ellison warns her again about the molten syrup. She bites in anyway, burns her tongue instantly, and reacts with sharp outrage. Ellison moves on reflex, handing her a cloth and wiping the syrup from her lips before she can make the situation worse for herself. He explains that the inside stays dangerously hot. Loriana stares, flushes, and accuses him of terrible manners for touching her like that. Ellison, caught off guard, says he only meant to help. That somehow makes it worse. Her mind immediately runs off into a wildly romantic direction while he rushes to fetch cold water. When he addresses her as ma'am, she snaps that she is unmarried and demands his name instead. Nervously, he introduces himself as Ozio Revolk. That sends her into full panic. She denies that any of this means anything, insists she only intends to return the handkerchief and flees. Her father is left confused, while Rain and Creston stare at Ellison like they just watched a disaster being born. He weakly insists it was only a cloth. Rain teases him for seducing nobles now and warns that Lauren is going to be absolutely furious. Ellison, already regretting everything, sarcastically names it the Revolk scandal. Elsewhere, Lauren continues practicing the Rihanna. She has figured out that controlling the mana flow around her own body helps stabilize the sound, but even then something still feels wrong. Berna returns and explains that participant pre-registration must be completed in the ballroom during the pre-festival events. Lauren admits she does not know the capital well enough to find the place, so Berna offers to guide her. Back at the stall, Ellison tells Serena and Alina that Lauren has officially entered the concert. Both of them react in shock. He then asks them, with way too much seriousness, to address him properly as Count Ozio Revolk and Lady Lena Revolk. Creston grumbles about being ordered around by nobles now, while Rain finally understands why Ellison has been introducing himself in such a ridiculous way. Serena ignores all of that and asks for more hadiak. Rain narrows her eyes and questions Ellison about the noble girl from earlier, clearly suspecting nonsense. He denies trying to seduce anyone. Alina, more hesitant, asks what he means by competition. Rain answers for him, revealing the girl's identity, Loriana Dillion, one of the highest-ranked Rihanna performers alive, famous enough to tour across entire regions and widely considered the Empire's best. Ellison corrects that immediately. The last true winner before the war, he says, was someone else entirely, Lady Byrne Drake. Inside the palace, Loriana spots Lauren standing beside Berna, and the sight alone irritates her instantly. She remembers Berna's victory in the last recital, remembers Dedrin, remembers humiliation that still burns years later. Her expression hardens at once, and she immediately assumes Berna has entered the concert too. Berna calmly clears up the misunderstanding and says she is not participating, then turns to leave without lingering. That should have ended it, but somehow it makes Loriana even angrier. Berna refusing to compete feels like a deeper insult than challenging her ever could. She grips the stick in her hand so hard it trembles. Her pride still remembers that old loss. That is when Ellison arrives, having heard rumors about an impressive performance and wanting to check on Lauren. He steps into the tension without realizing just how bad it already is. Lauren calls out to him, Berna formally addresses him as Count Reval, and Loriana catches that title immediately. The fact that he is a noble changes something in her eyes. Ellison recognizes her as the Hatiak customer from earlier and casually calls her the same thing, which only annoys her more. She rejects the title at once. Watching the ease between Ellison, Berna, and Lauren clearly gets under her skin. Then Ellison mentions Berna's old recital victory, and Berna quietly says she was only a child back then. Loriana's jealousy sharpens into obsession almost instantly, and she suddenly tries to force a duel into existence, demanding that Berna enter the recital. To make it worse, she stakes Ellison on the result, insisting that if Berna loses, she must leave him behind. Ellison and Berna both freeze, while Lauren's anger detonates on the spot. She is ready to attack, and Ellison has to stop her immediately, reminding her that causing trouble now could cost her the concert entirely. Berna resolves the misunderstanding without hesitation, revealing that she is already married and introducing herself properly as Berna Greek. The moment Loriana hears that, her emotions flip again. In her mind, Ellison becomes available on the spot. Before the madness can go any further, Duke Dillion arrives and kills the entire exchange with cold contempt. He mocks Ellison, belittles him for walking away from what he used to be, and makes it clear that a stage like this lies far beyond his reach. Then he leaves with Loriana, ending the scene by force. Only after he is gone does Berna visibly tremble, finally understanding exactly who she had just spoken to. Ellison steadies her, and without wasting the chance, urgently asks her to enter the recital. He admits plainly that he needs her help for something important. Berna hesitates, knowing she already walked away from the Rihanna once. Lauren, still furious from earlier, cuts in and snaps that Loriana had the nerve to treat Berna like she could just abandon Ellison as a wager. Ellison tries to calm her down and explains the misunderstanding started because he wiped syrup from Loriana's lips. Lauren repeats that detail in total disbelief, which only makes her anger spike all over again. Elsewhere, Loriana finishes eating the hotteok and quietly admits that it actually tastes better once it cools slightly. But her mind is still a mess. Berna being married only twists her frustration further. Before she can stew in it for long, her mother appears, snatches the food out of her hands, throws it aside, and scolds her for disgracing the family. She orders Loriana straight back to Rihanna practice. Loriana obeys without argument, at least on the outside. Back with Ellison and Lauren, she vents every bit of frustration at him, mocking his popularity and accusing him of dragging Berna into the competition. Ellison gives up on defending himself and promises never to get involved like that again. Once she finally cools down enough to speak seriously, Lauren reveals the one thing that matters. She has been training hard, and even if she cannot match others in strict technical precision, she has discovered another way to perform. The confidence in her voice is steady, intense, and dangerous in the best way. She promises a performance no one in that hall will forget. At the registration area, Berna approaches quietly and asks about signing up. A subordinate explains the process and adds that experienced performers can skip the preliminaries entirely. Berna grows tense as she listens. Then a woman bumps into her, tosses out a careless apology, and takes one more look at her face. The mood changes instantly. Recognition hits, and with it comes open hostility. The woman lashes out, strikes Berna down, and sneers while exposing her identity as Count Dedrin's daughter, dragging old hatred straight back into the present. This woman is Lucian de Lelyn. She grabs Berna by the face and makes it brutally clear that someone like her has no place in the competition. Before things can get worse, a strong hand tears Lucian's grip away. Leiden steps in between them and openly condemns her behavior, making it clear that jealousy over his wife's talent does not justify public humiliation or sabotage. Berna freezes the moment she realizes he is there, fear still visible in her eyes. Leiden does not hesitate. He calls Lucian's conduct disgraceful. She snaps back and questions his authority, but before her anger can build momentum, Ryra steps in as well. Calmly and without emotion, he reminds everyone that violence is forbidden during the event and that all nobles are still subject to the First Knight's order. Lucian masks her anger with sarcasm, remarking that the Greek family now has knights standing up for them. Ryra accepts the insult like dust in the wind. Lucian throws out one final warning, making it clear that if Berna ignores her and joins the recital, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Leiden shuts that down at once. He reveals that Berna's registration has already been completed and says he is only passing through. Then he leaves Lucian with one last pointed remark, hoping Loriana does not suffer another bitter ending like before. Lucian is left standing there, dark and shaken, while the nobles around them begin doing what nobles do best, spreading rumors before the dust has even settled. People all over the venue start whispering the same thing: Berna has really entered the recital. Old memories resurface fast, especially the fact that she once won the last one. That immediately drags Loriana's name back into comparison, along with the rumor that Loriana stopped playing for a long time after losing to her. Just like that, anticipation spikes. Everyone can feel this recital is no longer an ordinary competition. As evening deepens, Rihanna melodies begin spilling from every corner of the capital, every participant pushing themselves harder than ever. Then, when the tension is stretched to its limit, the day of the recital finally arrives. Sultan D. Horn, head of the Imperial Magic School, opens the event by declaring that this concert belongs to everyone, not just the nobles inside the hall. Every performance will be projected into the main plaza, with viewing windows set up throughout the capital so the whole city can witness it. At his food stall, our boy realizes the finals are beginning and starts getting ready to head over. He wonders what kind of monsters, in the artistic sense, must be waiting on that stage. The first finalist proves immediately that the finals are on a completely different level. Even from the audience, the performance feels far beyond the preliminaries, polished, powerful, and carried by years of discipline. Emperor Leodin comments on the sheer effort behind each piece, while Tamarin answers coldly that he intends to judge without mercy. Lucian sits beside Duke Dillion and casually says the first day's standard feels low. Dillion corrects her, explaining that the truly dangerous performers are always saved for later. Then the host praises the last performance and introduces the next contestant, Mrs. Lena Rival, a first-time recital participant. That name alone sends a ripple through the entire hall. Attention sharpens instantly. Lauren steps onto the stage wearing a green dress she is visibly uncomfortable in, and the moment she appears, all eyes lock onto her. Rain quietly recognizes her at once, while Serena corrects the name in her head, Lady Lena now. Elena notices how striking she looks, but Creston is too busy worrying because he still remembers the last time that Rihanna sounded less like music and more like it was dying. Rain waves off the concern, assuming Lauren must have practiced like crazy since then. In the end, they all settle on the same choice: trust her and wait. At the judge's table, Panto's mood has completely changed. He is convinced he finally uncovered the truth. Ever since that bizarre preliminary round, he has traveled across the country and even gone as far as the southern Lombol kingdom to study Rihanna techniques personally. After all that work, he found no trace of any technique called staccato. So now he is certain the earlier performance was a lie, a trick, a fraud dressed up as innovation. And with that belief settled in his heart, he prepares to expose her before everyone. The hall falls silent. Dion watches with visible tension, wondering whether this will collapse into disaster, but Lion hushes him before he can say more. Ellison keeps his eyes on Lauren and silently tells himself she can do this. On stage, Lauren lifts her hands and already knows one thing: a normal performance will never be enough to win here. Since she already understands that the Rihanna's airflow is unstable, she makes a radical choice. Instead of fighting the flaw, she will weaponize it. In that instant, a memory hits her, standing beside Ellison in another world, both of them pausing their journey just to listen to a rock concert. That memory becomes her answer. If this world has never heard a sound like that, then that is exactly what she will give it. Her fingers move, and the Rihanna answers with a heavy, driving rhythm that sounds less like court music and more like a roaring guitar dragged through pure mana. The sound crashes into the hall like raw force. Everyone freezes. Our boy recognizes it immediately, music from his old world reborn through her hands. Rain cannot even process what she is hearing, while the Emperor feels it strike him straight through the chest. For one suspended moment, the crowd doesn't know how to react, and then the cheering begins. The rhythm drags them in whether they understand it or not. Lucian goes stiff with disbelief. Duke Dillion presses a hand to his temple. Panto breaks into tears as reality finally lands on him. The technique he denied is real, and worse, his own understanding of the Rihanna has been embarrassingly shallow. In that moment, he resolves to relearn everything from the beginning. Lauren finishes and acknowledges the audience. Even the host struggles to recover, eventually forcing out that it was an overwhelmingly powerful performance before moving on to the next contestant. Behind the curtain, Loriana feels her legs weakening. For the first time, she honestly wonders how anyone is supposed to follow that. All through the palace hallways, nobles begin whispering excitedly. No one can believe the Rihanna could produce a sound like that. As Lauren steps off the stage with Ellison, several nobles rush toward them at once, praising her, questioning her, trying to understand what they just witnessed. Lauren hesitates under the sudden pressure until Ellison nudges her, reminding her to introduce herself properly. She almost slips before correcting herself as Lady Lena Revolk. Names, titles, compliments, and questions start flying at her from every side. She is clearly overwhelmed, and Ellison sees it immediately. He steps in, explains that she is exhausted, promises answers later, and guides her away before the crowd can swallow her whole. As he pulls her along, she blushes and quietly confirms her role as his wife, and he tells her to keep going with it for now. Once they are away from the noise, he thanks her sincerely. He admits he never expected her to work this hard for his sake and apologizes for ever doubting her. She answers that this belongs to both of them, so of course she would give everything she had. She says thanks alone is not enough, and before she can say more, he cups her face and kisses her. She freezes in shock. When he awkwardly asks whether that earns forgiveness, she accepts it with a shy smile. Still blushing, she abruptly complains about how uncomfortable the dress is and asks him to help undo it, which nearly kills him on the spot. By the end of the second day, Lauren's performance has taken over every conversation in the capital. Everywhere people gather, her name comes up again. Listeners openly call the performance unforgettable. Leiden agrees, saying it hit on a level deeper than skill alone, and that it barely even feels like Rihanna music in the traditional sense. Even the hosts begin referring to her as a rising star of the entire concert. News spreads that Lady Lena Reval shocked the capital by unveiling a new style now being called the estacado method. While Loriana performs on stage, she overhears that talk, and the realization hits like poison. The technique is being attached directly to Lauren Lady Reval, Ellison's wife. Later, her mother reacts with immediate fury. She forces herself to dismiss the praise, convincing herself that people are just dazzled by something crude, something better suited to a market alley than a concert hall. She pressures Duke Dillion to act, demanding personnel, making it clear she doesn't intend to watch rivals keep rising. Dillion shuts her down at once and reminds her the plan has changed, and anything reckless now could create unwanted trouble. She pushes back, insisting she has no interest in causing chaos, only in making Lauren fail on stage. That night outside the venue, Berna is leaving when Ryra escorts her. Berna apologizes softly, explaining she only wanted to practice more and regrets staying out so late because of it. Ryra reassures her that since the concert is under the imperial family's protection, keeping everyone safe is part of their duty. She even admits she is genuinely looking forward to Berna's performance because she truly loves Rihanna music. Then, without warning, armed figures surround them. Berna instantly realizes they are trapped, panic flashing across her face. Ryra stays calm and tells Berna to duck. The attackers rush in, but Ryra moves first, a single sweep of her sword cutting them down and leaving them unable to continue. She immediately concludes this is no random robbery. She chooses not to kill them because she wants answers. But before she can press further, someone seizes Ryra's arm and smashes her into the rocks. Another attacker pins her down and orders the rest to finish the job. One of them raises a weapon toward Berna's hand, threatening to crush it. Berna begs him to stop because those hands are her one chance to begin again with the Rihanna. And right at that critical second, a sharp voice slices through the scene and commands them to stop. Meanwhile, the concert presses toward its final stretch. The host thanks everyone in the hall and across the capital for staying with them to the very end. Only 2 performers remain. He prepares to introduce the next one, reminding the audience that she once won a past concert, Lady Burnage. But when her name is called, no one appears. Duke Dillion watches quietly and assumes the sabotage succeeded. Lucian feels satisfaction coil through her as she remembers the report from the Holy Blood Knights that the job was completed that morning. In her mind, Berna is no longer just absent. She is ruined, perhaps unable to use her hands ever again, condemned to stare at the life she lost. Our dude turns to Lauren, trying to confirm whether she knows anything, but Lauren says she was with him the whole time. A bad feeling sinks into him immediately. Before the silence can become too heavy, Loriana steps forward and offers to perform first, claiming changing the order shouldn't be a problem. The host nervously agrees and announces her as the next performer, the top contender, a famous artist who has already toured across the continent. Some people in the audience mutter that the situation feels unfair, but the performance begins anyway. Loriana glances toward our boy and hardens her resolve. In her mind, trust is worthless. Only her Rihanna can prove her value. She treats the instrument like her entire life and pours everything into the performance. From the first strike, the sound is overwhelming. Aggressive, massive, deep low notes rolling across the hall like an army marching to crush whatever stands in its path. Even without knowing the Rihanna in any deep technical way, Ellison can feel the weight of Loriana's performance pressing straight into his chest. It is that overwhelming. Loriana refuses to ease up for even a second, sweat running down as she drives the piece to its limit. Then the final note lands, and for one brief breath the entire hall goes silent. A heartbeat later, applause erupts so violently it feels like the whole venue is shaking. The host praises it as grand, overwhelming, and deeply moving, and with that performance finished, the room's attention swings back to the missing contestant. Whispers start spreading fast. Some wonder if Berna backed out under pressure, others mutter that maybe her years away from performance finally caught up to her. Lucian meanwhile smiles to herself, certain Berna is somewhere else suffering exactly as planned. That smug satisfaction dies the instant Berna appears at the entrance. Elsewhere in the hospital, Carson jokes about Ryra getting beaten up by attackers. Ryra fires back that just looking at his face makes her injuries hurt more. He laughs, teasing her about ending up hospitalized, but she shuts that down and makes it clear those attackers were no ordinary thieves. Darian steps in and reminds her she had already been warned to stay extra careful during the concert. Ryra apologizes, then explains that when she tried to fight back after the ambush, someone unexpected intervened and saved Berna. That person turned out to be Loriana Dillion herself, a fact Ryra still clearly hasn't processed. Back at the venue, Berna approaches Loriana first and thanks her for the help. Loriana answers without warmth, saying she simply prefers victory gained properly, not through cheap tricks, and she didn't come there to win through hollow games. Then Berna takes her seat and begins to play. As her hands move across the Rihanna, something settles inside her. For the first time in a long time, she realizes one clear truth. Among all the people who doubted her, she alone never truly abandoned herself. That thought becomes her anchor, and with it, the performance begins. For a split second, the dark shadow of her father seems to stir around the instrument, like failure itself trying to creep back in, but she ignores it and keeps going. The melody opens softly, gently, without force, and that becomes its strength. It doesn't attack the audience, it reaches them. The sound flows warm and delicate, settling into people's hearts so naturally that even the hall seems to breathe with it. Rain, Serena, and Alina listen with quiet smiles. Ellison and Lauren sit together with their hands clasped, letting the music wash over them. Dion is visibly overwhelmed and admits to his father that he had been waiting to hear that sound again. Even Loriana listens closely, and in that moment she realizes something bitter. This is the sound she herself had been chasing all along. Outside the venue, a newspaper seller is already shouting that the concert results are out. Someone buys a paper and casually says the event alone was worth watching, even if the winner might not be shocking. Another agrees and hopes they'll hold it again next year. The results are clear. Lady Byrne takes first place, Loriana places second, and Lauren finishes third. The moment that ranking sinks in, Loriana's mother slaps her across the face without hesitation. Her husband tries to calm things down, but Lucian explodes, making it clear she has no tolerance for incompetence and despises even more those who mistake their limited skill for greatness. In a fit of rage, she throws Loriana's trophy to the ground and smashes it, then accuses her of helping Berna and falsifying the report, making it painfully obvious her patience is gone. At a distance, Ellison tries to comfort his girl overtaking third place. Nearby, the Lord's family is already celebrating Berna's victory and talking about throwing a grand party. Loriana stays where she is, her cheeks still burning from the slap, rain starting to fall as she clutches the broken trophy and cries alone. Then Lauren stops in front of her. Somewhere else, Lucian leaves the capital with her knights while her husband holds an umbrella above her. She orders men to be stationed along the road to Greek City and commands that the seed be seized the moment Berna leaves the capital. Then she snaps at her husband for failing to manage something so simple. He apologizes, and she bitterly complains that the sky had been clear just moments ago, questioning why it suddenly started raining. That is when another voice cuts in, dry and sharp, pointing out that the noble participants of the concert were supposed to be under first-order protection, but certain fools insisted on bringing their own knights instead. Our girl steps out with her face partly hidden, pure anger in her voice, and calmly declares that from this moment forward, Lucian will pay for what happened and the blame will fall on her alone. Lucian reacts with open irritation and dismisses her like she is too tired to entertain nonsense. That careless attitude only pours fuel on Lauren's rage. Lucian orders her to leave immediately. Instead, Lauren steps forward and drops one soldier, then another, moving straight toward Lucian before slapping her hard across the face. Lucian erupts, furious that someone dared touch her, only for Lauren to slap her again without pause. Lucian's husband lunges in outrage, but Lauren unleashes dragon fear before he can act. A crushing dark aura floods the air, freezing him in place. She seizes Lucian and makes it brutally clear that this woman is only acting superior because she is too blind to understand the orders she follows. She points out the attempt to steal the seed and says Lucian is nothing more than a pawn pretending to be a queen. Then she adds, almost contemptuously, that Lucian can't even recognize her voice. At that moment, one of the injured soldiers forces himself upright and attacks from behind. Lauren releases Lucian, turns, and counters instantly. Lightning crashes from the sky as she strikes back, hammering home the warning that those who fail to understand their place do not last long. Elsewhere, Loriana is still sitting alone in the rain, quietly crying. When someone calls her name, she tries to brush it off as if she only stumbled. The one standing over her with an umbrella is Lady Berna. Berna tells her calmly that sitting out there in the rain will only make her sick. Back at the restaurant, the main dish finally arrives. Ellison asks everyone to make space because he is bringing the star of the day, over-roasted Uga tenderloin. The three winners all sit together as the plates are set down. Lauren gets hers first and immediately tastes it, eyes widening when the juice bursts in her mouth and mixes with the rich, silky sauce. Berna agrees that the meat is unbelievably tender. Creston jokes that today is a celebration, so everyone should eat without restraint, then congratulates Lauren while admitting her performance blindsided him completely. Berna also praises Lauren sincerely, but Lauren immediately fires back that Berna herself came first. Loriana sits quietly until Berna explains with complete humility that she only managed to stand on that stage because Loriana helped her. She admits that she first learned the Rihanna under Count Dedrin's influence, because becoming better at it helped secure support from nobles. Eventually she realized she had been playing right into his hands every time she improved. That fear stayed with her so long that she became trapped in the beginning of her own story and let anxiety devour her. Then she looks directly at Loriana and says it was Loriana's help that finally allowed her to move again. Berna goes further, admitting that even while injured, Loriana never abandoned the Rihanna, and helping another competitor while still fighting for herself showed a level of devotion that left Berna ashamed of her earlier way of thinking. She openly says she wants to reach that kind of intensity herself. Serena backs that up immediately, saying the performance absolutely deserved first place and left a lasting mark on everyone there. Berna then expresses a wish to continue practicing with Loriana regularly. Loriana, red-faced and embarrassed, tries to dismiss herself as insignificant, but Creston jumps in to comfort her while his wife steadies her emotions. Meanwhile, Lauren is just awkwardly sitting there as the third-place finisher caught between them. After the meal, Dronzer repairs Loriana's damaged trophy and hands it back to her. She thanks him, and he casually tells her to just bring it back again if it ever breaks in the future. A little later, Loriana asks Berna how she knew about the kind of hand injuries Rihanna players suffer. Berna answers honestly that her mother's personality made it pretty obvious, and casually mentions that she herself had been hit before. Loriana immediately apologizes on her mother's behalf. Nearby, Rain shares a rumor with her husband. She says people across the Empire have been reporting sightings of the Archmage, one of the three greatest war heroes. Creston notes how strange that is, considering the Archmage vanished after the war ended. Rain adds that witnesses claim the person wore an old magic soldier's uniform marked with a 9th class insignia. Creston casually remarks that only an absurdly powerful mage could carry that mark. Ellison overhears and stiffens on the spot. Creston then wonders out loud what Ellison had been like during the war. Ellison reacts instantly, insisting he was nothing but a low-ranking temporary soldier with no real title, mostly assigned to kitchen duty. Creston brushes it off and jokes that handling crowds like this must feel easy compared to war. Ellison quietly reflects that the only real difference is scale, not difficulty. His thoughts slip backward to a time when one of their operation zones turned into a temporary base. Soldiers from multiple units gathered there, and the atmosphere was tense enough that one wrong move could start conflict. Orders demanded strict neutrality and everyone obeyed. Later, he volunteered to handle meals for the visiting units. While he cooks, another worker asks whether certain parts of the vegetables should just be thrown away. He immediately answers that they can still be used and starts cooking over fierce heat, sweat running down as flames jump higher. When the food is finally done, he calls everyone in. Soldiers arrive while reporting that areas near the Hoban Plains are mostly secure now. Dariant acknowledges the report, then reminds everyone that secure does not mean safe, and to stay sharp anyway. The food is met with real praise. The soldiers admit that meals like this are the only thing making each day bearable. But not everyone says it with gratitude. Dariant overhears a few outsiders mocking the unit, sneering that they hide behind others, dump everything on one mage, and waste time playing with recipes instead of acting like soldiers. Even though they grudgingly admit the food tastes good, the insult lands hard. Rage flashes across Dariant's face and he grabs one of them by the collar, ready to escalate it on the spot. Before fists can fly, Ellison steps in from behind and shuts it down cold, reminding everyone that this place exists for eating, not for brawling. With Ellison drawing the line, Dariant is forced to let go, though not before warning them sharply that if another unit feeds them properly in the middle of war, the least they can do is show gratitude instead of whining. That warning only makes them dig in deeper. One soldier slams his plate onto the table, declares he has no intention of eating what he calls trash, and storms out with the rest. Ellison is visibly discouraged after putting that much effort into the meal. He asks where they are from, and Dariant identifies them by uniform as soldiers from Pendra City. Another soldier adds that Pendra had been devastated by a dragon raid the previous year, a detail that sticks in Ellison's mind long after the room clears. Back in their own camp, the Pendra soldiers return to their bland rations and immediately feel the difference. Tonburn can't help regretting what he walked away from, but Hess reacts harshly, accusing him of losing his pride. The frustration between them boils over fast. Tonburn snaps that he just can't accept the way things are because they suffered like hell while others seem protected. The argument gets loud enough that their officer storms in. He tears into them without mercy. Furious, they ignored direct orders to avoid trouble while so many units are stationed together. He reminds them that Czech City's unit never had any obligation to feed them in the first place. They did it voluntarily. Hess tries to defend himself, but the officer cuts him off and makes it clear they're lucky this isn't turning into formal punishment. Instead, both of them are reassigned to kitchen duty for a full week. Then he adds the part that really breaks them: they'll be preparing meals for the entire unit. That punishment lands hardest when they are marched straight to Ellison. He introduces himself calmly and explains that the kitchen is now their responsibility too. Work starts immediately. Tonburn notices the warmth of the place and for one stupid second assumes this might actually be easier than field combat. That illusion dies fast. The bitterness in him keeps feeding the thought that others lived comfortably while soldiers like him bled for it. Then the real work begins. Endless sacks of vegetables are dumped in front of them, and they're told that even this mountain of ingredients might not be enough for one squad. Broth has to be skimmed constantly, one mistake wastes precious supplies, and utensils need to be scrubbed until spotless because cleanliness isn't negotiable. Hess asks how much longer it will take and learns they aren't even halfway there. Tonburn keeps scrubbing until his hands ache. By the time the day ends, both of them are physically destroyed. Quitting crosses their minds immediately. Sleep feels like their only hope, until Hess is shaken awake before dawn by Ellison, informing him breakfast prep starts now. The worst part is realizing it's only 5 in the morning. That rhythm keeps going for days. until one morning Ellison announces a change. Since rations are too limited to allow real variety, they'll go gather ingredients from the mountains instead. He hands them a list and casually points out that foraging is still safer than frontline duty. So they head into the mountains and start identifying edible plants. Somewhere along the way, Hess remembers seeing a flash of light when Ellison woke him earlier and finally realizes Ellison is a mage. Ellison confirms it without any drama, describing himself as a combat mage who also happens to cook. He explains he was never formally commissioned, only attached temporarily. That answer makes Hess bring up the rumors surrounding the unit's famous mage. The one who supposedly rose to 5th class at insane speed, kept driving dragons back, and protected the whole operation zone. In Hess's eyes, that low casualty rate only existed because the suffering got pushed onto other places instead. The exhaustion sharpens his resentment until it sounds almost logical. Ellison shuts that down gently but firmly. He explains that their unit survives because of an expanded reconnaissance system. Monsters are tracked constantly, so the mage can be sent precisely where danger is about to hit. It's not safety stolen from others, it's a system built to distribute risk before everyone dies. It took time to stabilize, nearly collapsed more than once, and some infantry units were almost wiped out before it worked. Then he explains his own role in even simpler terms. Good food matters because morale matters, and a cook's satisfaction comes from seeing people eat well. He asks Hess directly whether more deaths would really make anything fair. Soldiers aren't fighting so they can die, and cooks don't prepare food to punish people. Good food is part of protecting them too. That finally gets through. Hess quiets down, and before Ellison leaves for other duties, he hands him a basket of gathered ingredients. Ellison checks it, spots a rare mushroom, and says the kitchen is going to be impressed. Back in the kitchen, the cooks turn those mundane mushrooms into soup, and the reaction is instant. Soldiers praise the smell before they even taste it, then start comparing the flavor to noble cuisine and openly admiring the unit. For the first time, Hess and Tonburn feel proud of what they made. That feeling lasts right up until one soldier deliberately dumps his soup and mocks it, and another joins in. The whispers spread immediately. They're the Count's personal guards. One of them spits into the bowl and arrogantly claims he just saved everyone from eating it. That pushes Hess past his limit, and he punches the man on instinct, only to get knocked flat in return. The guards laugh at him, mock the food, mock the kitchen, mock everything. And lying there on the ground, Hess suddenly sees it with brutal clarity. This is exactly what he and Tonburn had been acting like before. The shame of that realization hurts more than the punch. Then Ellison steps in and draws the line clearly. He tells Hess that his past behavior isn't the same as this, because this isn't bitterness or ignorance anymore, it's deliberate cruelty. The guards dismiss him as just a cook, and that is when Ellison reveals his mage uniform and officer status, wiping the arrogance off their faces instantly. He states flatly that he is not joking and he expects obedience. Then he explains the difference between simple dislike and real disrespect. Spilled food can be cleaned up, but once a whole pot is contaminated, it can't just be thrown away in war. One soldier starts trying to calm things down while hinting at his own importance through his armor, expecting that status to protect him. Ellison cuts that off before it forms. He conjures a magical sphere around them in an instant, dense mana crushing the air inside, and makes it clear that rank means absolutely nothing in that space. Since the pot they defiled can't simply be discarded, he decides they'll learn the hard way, by drinking every last drop of the soup they ruined. Before that punishment is fully over, Dariant returns from an attack mission and instantly recognizes the smell of mundane mushroom soup. His face shifts from excitement to disbelief when he realizes his share is gone. The two soldiers, meanwhile, are forced to choke down the soup they spat into, barely managing to swallow it. Dariant pieces together the situation fast and understands exactly what happened, though his own disappointment is almost funnier than their suffering. Later, Hess sits alone and replays all of it in his head. He finally understands that Ellison was never just some temporary magic soldier. The truth settles heavily. He is a 5th-class mage who, despite insults and humiliation, still found genuine joy in feeding people properly. That contrast completely changes how Hess sees him. He realizes that if he ever gets another chance in the kitchen, he wants to actually learn from Ellison for real. He still wants to keep serving on dispatch missions too, but that hope starts fading the moment he looks down and notices the restraints on him. A voice calls him from outside the cell, summoning him forward. His superior tells him the final disciplinary decision has been made. Elsewhere, their commander checks in with the two soldiers who spat into the soup and asks whether they're satisfied now that Hess has already been dealt with. One of them, still refusing to learn anything, insists Ellison should be punished too. That is when the commander, carrying their meals, cuts him off sharply and informs them both that they have been removed from the unit. The shock on their faces says everything. Then the man is fully revealed, Frigo Dillion, commander of the Holy Lance Knights. He makes it clear that skill matters to him, but basic conduct matters more, and they failed both. A surge of magic erupts from the man beside him, striking them down where they stand as they scream Frigo's name in panic. Back with Ellison, Dagos confronts him over interfering with the direct escorts of a noble's men. Ellison answers as calmly as ever, saying they simply failed to understand how fortunate they were, so he let them feel the consequences of their own behavior. Then he tells Dagos to control the information, as usual, and keep his name from spreading. Dagos agrees immediately. After that, he drops the formal tone and remarks that Ellison's politeness hasn't changed at all, not even after all this time. Ellison answers awkwardly that such formality is unavoidable when speaking to a 5th-class archmage, then asks him again to stop spreading that ridiculous nickname among the soldiers. Dagos tells him that Hess was transferred out after receiving disciplinary punishment, and for a second that news hits Ellison hard enough that he immediately grabs his robe like he is about to go after him. But before he can move, Dagos adds the part that changes everything. From a staff perspective, the transfer might actually help them, because Ellison had clearly taken a liking to Hess, while the surrounding units were already too understaffed to reject anyone. That is when Hess himself arrives and formally reports his reassignment to the 3rd Battalion of the Czechia Defense Force. He looks almost absurdly eager to be working with Ellison again. Our boy can only laugh at the irony, teasing him about being sentenced straight into labor, then casually telling him to grab baskets and ingredients because if nothing else, punishing people who waste food turns out to be weirdly satisfying. Back in the present, the moment that part of the story comes out, the whole room goes dead silent. Everyone freezes. The atmosphere shifts so hard it is almost physical. Ellison notices it immediately and starts getting uncomfortable. Then Creston points out the massive hole in the story. A 5th-class mage and staff officer could never realistically be mistaken for some lowly temporary medic, not unless everyone involved was blind or stupid. That is when Ellison realizes he has let way too much slip. Later, as Rain walks away from the restaurant, the whole conversation keeps circling in her head. Part of her is already turning it into a story, wondering what kind of man Ellison really is beneath all the cooking and jokes. Her husband tells her to let it go, reminding her that Ellison himself dismissed it as fiction, but she is not convinced at all. Then he adds one more detail. History is full of strange overlaps, including the rumor that a 9th-class archmage once carried a temporary medic badge during the height of the war, right around the time one of the 3 human heroes vanished. The names never line up perfectly, the descriptions shift depending on who tells it, and old medic uniforms were common enough, but the overlap is still way too suspicious to ignore. In the end, both of them decide silence is the smarter move. Back in his room, Ellison scolds himself for slipping. He knows he let old memories rise when they should have stayed buried. Lurin admits she misunderstood what was happening and had assumed he was speaking with some deeper plan in mind. He thanks her for overlooking it, then forces himself back into the present by focusing on the only concrete outcome that matters. He got the seed. Even then, his thoughts drift to Lady Berna and the strange way she chose to repay him. He admits he expected resistance, or at least complications, but what unsettles him is how easily he accepted it. Lurin brushes that aside and frames it for what it is, gratitude, nothing more, and reminds him there is no reason to keep pretending she does not know who he really is. Ellison eventually accepts that the mistake is his, fully his. For a brief moment he thinks about planting the seed immediately but stops himself. It has to remain close to the heart long enough to absorb properly before it can grow. There is still time. Lurin shifts the subject to the past again, because now she wants to know what came after Hess arrived, what happened to the unit, what happened to the soldiers Ellison punished, and what kind of road he walked after that. She admits it openly, she wants to know everything about him, even the parts most people would rather never hear. Ellison stands up at once and tries to bury the subject, insisting nothing important came after that, nothing worth telling, nothing she would find interesting. He sends her off to rest and claims he still has work to do, then he slips into the storage room alone. There, he opens a box and takes out a diary. He does not open it. He only stares at its edge for a long moment before putting it back exactly where it was. Outside, Lurin is watching through the window. The diary sticks in her mind instantly. When she goes upstairs later, the thought is already locked in. She saw him hide something and she knows exactly where. She opens the box and discovers a locking spell protecting it. For a moment she considers breaking it. She absolutely could. Curiosity pulls hard, but guilt pulls harder. In the end, she stops herself. Breaking that spell feels like stepping over a line she does not want to cross. She closes the box, puts it back, and reminds herself that Ellison is the person she trusts more than anyone. So this time, instead of chasing answers, she decides she will wait for him to offer them. Outside the restaurant, meanwhile, a cloaked figure approaches with irritation written all over him. He mutters Ellison's name like he has been carrying that frustration for a long time and complains under his breath about the restaurant itself before disappearing again. The next morning, Lurin hits her limit. Waiting stops being an option. She calls for Mate and Lint loud enough to shake the place and demands to know where Ellison is. Poor Lint explains that Ellison said he had personal business and would be gone for several days. Mate immediately notices how upset she is and presses her for the real reason. Lurin finally admits it. What is bothering her is not where Ellison went, but the fact that no one seems to truly know his past. Lint suggests the castle, pointing out that Lord Leiden once put up a statue of Ellison and clearly knew more than he let on. That brings back the memory of Leiden describing a legendary soldier called the Dragon, a man who ignored orders, saved people recklessly, and somehow became known as both a hero and the worst soldier imaginable. That soldier's name was Ellison, though almost nobody remembers it anymore. Lint admits that back then he did not understand the story, but now, after learning fragments of Ellison's past, the connection feels too exact to be chance. Lurin cuts the workday short on the spot. When Mate asks what to do with the boiled pork already prepared, she tells him to store it and eat it later. Outside, Creston notices the sign saying the restaurant is closed and wonders what kind of mess must have happened now. The next day, Lurin goes straight to the castle. Leiden greets her with mild surprise and says that if she had only sent word, he would have visited the restaurant himself. He understands what she wants almost immediately. She is not asking for everything, only the part that matters, the truth behind Ellison as a soldier. Then she drops the real weight of it. Ellison is a 9th-class archmage, one of the 3 human heroes of the war. Leiden pauses, but not in shock. He accepts it far too calmly for her liking. When she demands to know why he is not more surprised, he tells her that anyone who has seen Ellison's power long enough would eventually reach the same conclusion. Connecting a 9th-class mage to one of the human war heroes is not difficult at all. The stranger part is why almost no one else recognizes him. That answer is even worse. Leiden explains that while facial alteration magic plays some role, the real reason is that almost all official records tied to Ellison were erased. For most people, it is as if no such soldier ever existed. Lurin first assumes it has something to do with the restaurant becoming too famous, but Leiden corrects her. Ellison was branded a deserter, and once upon a time, even speaking his name could get a person punished. He was that kind of soldier. That answer ignites her immediately. She slams the table hard enough to rattle everything on it and explodes, declaring that even if he deserted, that alone could never justify erasing him from history. She vows on the spot to kill anyone who dares insult him that way. Leiden tells her desertion during wartime is no small crime, but even that is not enough to explain what happened. When she demands the real reason, radiating enough killing intent to make the room itself feel dangerous, he admits he only ever heard a rumor. He insists he believes it is false and refuses to repeat it because he will not stain Ellison's honor nor destroy her trust in him over unverified poison. As Lurin leaves the castle, fury keeps building inside her. Memories come flooding back, the Emperor expressing regret, Ellison admitting that leaving had been the only choice he could see. Now she cannot stop asking the same question, what could possibly have cornered him so badly that even he chose that path? That is when she runs into the cloaked man from outside the restaurant. She immediately demands his identity. He answers with casual annoyance, asking if he came to the wrong place and confirming that this really is Ellison's restaurant. When she says she co-runs it and asks whether he knows Ellison, he finally removes the covering. Then he introduces himself, Cool's Bane, a homeless mage, and calmly claims that he was Ellison's first teacher. That claim stuns her enough that she brings him inside. Once seated, he devours the food she serves him and openly praises it. Lurin immediately informs him that eating requires payment, especially since he just finished her late-night meal. He agrees with no resistance at all and casually mentions that he even reheated it himself. She mutters that maybe she should have just served him charred meat instead. He understands exactly what kind of payment she wants, the truth about Ellison. He says he served in the same unit and knows the details that were erased from history. Lurin snaps and orders him to stop circling around it and say something useful. Then he starts explaining and her anger detonates almost immediately. She grabs him by the collar and accuses him of insulting her with ridiculous lies. He insists he is serious. She throws him out without hesitation. Even while falling, he shouts that his current ruined life is Ellison's fault. She dismisses the whole thing as garbage, but even after the door shuts, Leiden's warning about a rumor keeps echoing in her mind. Even after telling herself it is garbage, the doubt refuses to die. Kulsa's accusation digs in deep, Ellison slaughtered everyone in his unit vanished, and that is why history erased him and branded him a deserter. She keeps denying it in her head, keeps insisting it has to be false, but sleep never comes. In the end, the doubt wins. She goes back to the box, remembers how Ellison abruptly cut his story short before, and tells herself she is not betraying him, only confirming the truth. This time, she breaks the spell and opens the diary. The first pages come at her hard and fast. Ellison writes bluntly that he fell into another world and survived there as an outsider under a borrowed name. He was dragged into the military without choice. The spoken language came easily, almost unnaturally, but writing did not, so he forced himself to keep a journal just to adapt. The world itself felt absurd: monsters, dragons, elves, dwarves, magic used like infrastructure. Metallurgy pushed so far that refined glass, rare metals, and advanced materials were common. Food, though, was pathetic. Spices barely existed, cooking methods were painfully limited, and long years of war had flattened food culture into near nothing. He realized almost instantly that a proper restaurant could thrive there. He missed his mother every day and wanted nothing more than to go home. Training ground him down while everyone kept praising his magical talent, turning the very thing that should have helped him into something that felt almost like a curse. The mess hall food disgusted him so badly that he started fixing it himself. Later, at the Magic Academy, he was suddenly assigned to record the names of dead soldiers. Reading that, Lurin flinches. This part she already knows or thinks she does, but she also remembers falling asleep before the entries went much deeper. The pages keep going. Ellison writes that he no longer resents the headmaster, because staying behind would have condemned him to a life of regret. He writes about meeting Ben and the others, about sharing their burdens, about finding strange, stubborn joy in watching exhausted soldiers smile at decent food and wait for the next dish like it meant something. He writes about his unit warmly, even lovingly. Lurin starts relaxing a little. The massacre rumor begins to feel more ridiculous by the page. Then the diary shifts. More recipes, more daily notes, mundane things, small things, enough to lower her guard, until she finds several pages burned away. That freezes her instantly. The next surviving line is short, ugly, and cold enough to chill her blood. It says only that those pieces of trash got exactly what they deserved. She stares at it in shock. The wording is harsh, final, furious. And worse, it is written in the language of Ellison's original world. Since she traveled there with him, she can read it too. No one else here should have written that, which means it had to be him. A memory flashes back to one of their old arguments. The trembling woman, the disrespect, the moment Lurin had thought of killing her over an insult. Ellison had stopped her then, telling her dragons were not above humans or monsters just because they were dragons, that no one should kill over arrogance or insult, and that the only real exception was when a life was in direct danger. Back in the present, that memory crashes against the line in the diary and leaves her reeling. She trusts him more than anyone, she understands the language, she knows the words are real, but she still cannot see the full shape of what happened. She can feel the story bending toward something ugly. That is when Ellison walks in and catches her with the diary open. He immediately sees what happened and questions her curiosity with no anger at first, just a quiet heaviness. Then he says he never thought she would actually read it. He calls it a boring story, one built from nothing but escape and regret, and asks her if she really wants to hear the rest. She answers that she does, so the diary opens wider and the story continues. Only a few months had passed since the previous events. Ellison had gone back to his routine when another dragon appeared near Greek City, throwing the whole region into fear again. That was when Ben and Darren arrived and smashed into the battlefield with terrifying force, opening with a powerful fire attack and following with a crushing strike that made it clear they had done this before. One of them mocked the dragon for not even being able to maintain a shield properly, saying they could handle it easily. The dragon was just about to breathe fire when magic circles bloomed around it. Both soldiers recognized the magic immediately and relaxed, because that was Ellison's signature. They admitted it had been a while. Ellison answered dryly that he kept seeing the same faces, so he had no idea why they were acting surprised. His magic split into multiple circles and rained attacks from every direction, forcing the dragon to retreat while snarling that it would return. The soldiers laughed it off and openly praised the work as the mark of a high-class mage. Ben noted that Ellison was still doing absurdly well and mentioned, hearing he had already risen to 5th class. Ellison deflected by praising Ben's reputation in return and brought up the stories he had heard about their heroics during the war. Darren shot back that Ben bragged about it constantly anyway. When they asked Ellison what he was doing there, he answered simply that he still thought of Greek City as his hometown. Ben, hearing that, warned him not to keep overextending himself for them. Ellison replied quietly that he was only doing what he could manage. He thanked them for the help and said he had to return to his own unit. They in turn had another mission area to move toward. Nearby, Leiden witnessed the whole scene and was left speechless, already starting to question who Ellison really was. At that point in his life, Ellison's days were split between cooking and missions. When he returned to his tent, Hess immediately bowed out of respect, and Ellison shut that down on the spot, telling him not to make a ritual out of something like that. Then he casually ordered him to hurry the food preparation because they had to forage for ingredients first thing in the morning. Ellison admitted in the diary that the routine was brutal, but it gave him a sense of purpose, enough that he could almost enjoy it. Hess was even learning to cook properly under him. Then the calm broke. Looking outside the tent, Ellison saw Durant arriving with urgency in his face. The commander was ready and they had to move to a rendezvous point immediately. There had been no offensive mission scheduled, so Ellison demanded to know what was happening. Durant explained that a noble guard unit had been attacked by trolls at their operational site. Higher command had issued a rescue order and they were being sent. Ellison demanded to know why no one told him sooner. Durant answered that he had only just gotten back, and the captain had not wanted to burden him again, assuming he was exhausted already, but now there was no choice. He also warned Ellison directly that he had been pushing himself too far lately. Ellison answered with the same stubborn line he always used: this was his duty, and he would not stop. When they arrived, the situation was already ugly. Too many monsters, too many bodies, too much chaos, and the attackers were still charging without pause. Soldiers shouted for the line to hold. Someone screamed that a dragon was involved. Paladins were ordering elite troops forward and demanding to know where Ben was. Then, before anyone could stabilize anything, a beast slammed into a soldier and killed him on the spot. Ellison came in from above like a falling star, using a high-speed technique that turned the battlefield in a second. He wiped out monsters one after another and said, with a coldness that startled even the people he was saving, that he would not leave a single threat alive. Then he invoked his magic and fire surged outward in a terrifying sweep. Soldiers stared at him like they were seeing a monster in human form. One of them tried to thank him and ask which unit he came from, but Ellison disappeared from the scene before the question even finished, leaving only his voice behind. When he returned to his tent later, someone was already watching him from outside, someone who quietly judged him even more impressive than the reports had described. Inside, Ellison sat down with Durant and apologized for losing his temper earlier. Durant immediately refused the apology and tried to take the blame instead. That conversation was cut apart when someone was slammed face first onto the table between them. Ellison recoiled in shock and demanded to know who it was. The answer stunned him. It was Vane, a 5th-class mage, and he was apologizing frantically. Ellison had to ask who he even was at first. Vane, shaking, said that question was too cruel because he had been the one who taught Ellison magic during training. Only then did Ellison realize it was his old instructor. Before the moment could settle, Frigo interrupted and admitted that the entrance had been rough. He introduced himself. Ellison recognized him at once as the commander from the unit that had helped them before and asked why he was showing up so late at night. Frigo wasted no time. He declared that he had just been appointed chief mage of the Holy Spirit Knight Order and ordered Ellison to pack and transfer into his unit immediately. Then he pointed at Vane and mocked him mercilessly, calling him trash, condemning him for hiding and retreating in battle, and saying the thing that annoyed him most was Vane's arrogance. How he strutted around like a 5th-class mage while failing to matter in real combat. Then Frigo turned all that intensity onto Ellison instead, but in the opposite direction. He praised him hard, praising his courage, his selflessness, his willingness to step in alone and protect everyone else while others hesitated. He openly admired the way Ellison put himself at the front. And because of that, Frigo decided he deserved the best treatment. He wanted Ellison to use all that power for him and for his unit. Ellison was blindsided. He reminded Frigo that he already held a secure position as an Imperial Mage and asked how a transfer like this could happen overnight. Frigo's answer was the kind that ended arguments by force. His father was Duke Melikdelian, one of the 3 great dukes of the Empire, and for a family like that, personnel transfers were barely worth calling favors. Ellison understood immediately that this was not something he could block directly, so he answered dryly and told Frigo to do his best. Frigo left satisfied, confident that adding Ellison would make his unit far stronger. But later, when Frigo received the follow-up report, he learned something that hit his pride like a slap. Ellison had refused the transfer. Ellison returned to his own unit and slipped straight back into kitchen duty, thinking the whole mess would end there, but Frigo simply refused to let it die. The very next day he came back and made the offer again. Ellison turned him down again. Then Frigo started showing up every week, same offer, same pressure, same refusal. A month passed and the man was still at it, acting like Ellison's acceptance was inevitable. At one point he even congratulated him in advance for being chosen by the Holy Spirit Knight Order, as if the decision had already been made. Ellison rejected him again, more irritated every time. The deployments were already crushing him, the work never stopped, and now this noble kept showing up just to make his life harder. Worse, Ellison understood the ugly truth of it. Even Dagos had no real way to block Frigo because Frigo was backed by a duke. When Ellison finally snapped and said he needed rest because he still had a promise to keep, Frigo still did not back down. The offers kept coming anyway. Then another blow landed, one that cut much deeper. A messenger arrived with notice of a death. The principal of the Imperial Magic Academy, Bon, had died in battle. The news was being buried because it was wartime, no funeral, no public mourning, no dignity, just another loss folded into the machine. Ellison remembered Bon asking him once what he wanted to do after the war ended, and the realization that the man was simply gone hit him harder than he expected. Around the same time, Lord Dagos learned that their unit was being assigned missions outside its original jurisdiction. He demanded to know why orders like that were suddenly coming down from above. A soldier could only answer that the orders came from higher command. Ellison made his choice on the spot. He would accept every mission. Dagos warned him that it was too much, but Ellison cut him off and said it was not a request. He was taking them all. His mind had already gone back to the academy, to Bond, to the endless lists of dead, to the names that never stopped coming. He realized the next names could be his own unit members, and he refused to sit still and let that happen. Durant finally confronted Frigo directly and told him to stop coming. He pointed out that Ellison was a graduate of the Imperial Magic Academy, which meant he belonged to an independent system. Even Commander Dagos could not freely order an Imperial Mage around, only the Imperial Palace had that authority. Frigo did not take that well. He erupted, accused Durant of abusing Ellison, said the unit only kept functioning because Ellison kept covering for them, and called Durant arrogant and worthless. That argument never finished, because soldiers suddenly burst in shouting that Ellison had collapsed and needed help immediately. He was rushed to the infirmary and lay unconscious on the ground. In that unconscious state, he dreamed of Headmaster Atrabin. In the dream, Ellison demanded to know why the headmaster had gone to the front lines. He tried to explain himself too, saying he had done everything he could to reduce the names on the list, that he had failed, that he had not done enough, that he had met Ben and Darren, and made promises that narrowed his path more and more until there was nothing left but this. He tried to turn it into logic, into duty, into necessity, but the headmaster saw through all of it. Atrabin whispered that Ellison was overworking himself, and when Ellison tried to deny it, the headmaster slapped him hard and called it what it was, a lie. That blow dragged him awake. Hess was there asking if he was all right, and Durant assured him that the mission had been handled. In that moment, Ellison finally understood what Bond had really wanted from him. The headmaster had never expected him to carry the entire war on his back. So Ellison made a decision. He would stop trying to do everything alone, and he would trust his comrades more. That was when a woman stepped into the tent and announced that Ellison had been reassigned to the Holy Lance Order. She showed the official letter and added that the commander who had repeatedly pushed him into excessive dangerous missions would be disciplined. Dagos read the document with shaking hands and went pale when he saw the imperial seal. He could barely believe the emperor himself would issue something like this. One soldier pointed out that the messenger had not come directly from the palace, and Hess added that the whole thing could be forged. But none of that changed the question hanging in the air. Everyone turned to Ellison and asked if he was really leaving. He did not answer them, he just walked out. Outside, Durant caught him and asked quietly if he was truly going. Ellison confirmed that the order was real and that it came from the palace. Then, almost like nothing had changed, he told Durant not to overwork himself while he was gone and not to die. Durant drew his weapon then, not in hostility but in shame and resolve. He admitted that when Frigo had accused him of failing Ellison, he had not been entirely wrong. He had not protected him properly, even when he had the strength to try. So now he swore he would handle things differently. There would be no more dead soldiers under his watch. Dagos promised he would keep leading the unit's strategy. Hess swore he would manage the cooking and daily operations. One by one, the others thanked Ellison for everything he had done for them and told him to leave without worrying about them anymore. The farewell hit hard. Ellison thanked them too, then turned and walked away. Meanwhile, in another unit, word spread that he was arriving. Frigo heard it and lit up immediately, saying it was the best news he had heard in a long time. He had been waiting for this moment. He told his people to prepare a proper welcome for their guest. In the present, Lurin heard all of this and wondered what kind of order could have forced something like that through. She guessed people might have decided Ellison was being worked to death in his previous unit, then immediately dismissed the thought as useless. All he could do now, she thought, was accept what had happened and maybe find some way to undo the punishments laid on the old unit. She also assumed the noble must have been some greedy parasite issuing the cruelest possible orders, but Ellison denied it. When he arrived at the spear garrison, Frigo welcomed him warmly, and before he could even settle in, two women threw themselves onto him in an intimate greeting that instantly made him uneasy. Frigo, amused, explained that Ellison's assignment there was simple rest. That was the entire point of the order. Ellison tried to push the women away and insisted that his duty was to protect the unit, not lounge around while others served him. Frigo laughed it off and said he could send them away if Ellison really wanted, but the point remained, he was here to recover, and Frigo knew how to treat talented people properly. A maid then guided Ellison to a private bath unlike anything he had seen at the front, built from rare materials and designed specifically to speed recovery. After that, she showed him to a private bedroom crafted from famous artisan wood and layered with fine fur, the kind of place meant to make a man forget war existed at all. She told him to call for anything he needed. Then came the food, luxury piled on luxury, aged sirloin 30-year wine, all of it served with an ease that felt almost unreal. In that place, Ellison suddenly saw another side of the world. Art, culture, refinement, all of it had survived there untouched. War felt absent. Frigo explained it almost casually. The last operation they joined had been an exception, a rare request, and normally this place had no reason to fight. He told Ellison not to worry about anything and just enjoy his life there. Ellison did not even understand what he was doing in a place like that. The garrison sat outside Diane City and looked nothing like a military base from the outside. It looked peaceful, elegant, expensive. The equipment was top tier, the people were relaxed, and life there revolved around theater, parties, alcohol, and entertainment. Ellison had to actively cling to his old life so it would not be washed away, the broken beds, the bugs, the mud, the suffocating kitchens, the cold mornings. He was trying not to let comfort erase what pain had taught him. 2 years passed like that. Then one day, a soldier came running to him with urgency, saying Count Dillion required him in the central hall immediately. Ellison got there and found a massive cake covered in candles. Frigo greeted him with a grin and wished him a happy anniversary, the second anniversary of Ellison joining the unit. He was genuinely caught off guard. He had not realized they considered the date special at all. Frigo explained that the whole unit wanted to celebrate the day Ellison joined them and invited him to drink. The party began, and as they drank together, Frigo admitted he wished Ellison had come to them sooner. He asked him plainly why he still would not fully open his heart to the unit. Ellison answered with rare honesty, saying this place did not truly need him. The unit functioned perfectly well without him. Frigo pushed back. He said he had seen too many talented people break after being worked into the ground, and he could not stand watching that happen again. In his eyes, gifted people deserved recognition, not punishment, and that was exactly why the Holy Spirit Knights had been formed, to gather people like that and actually reward them. Yes, some became arrogant, but that did not mean capable people should suffer more simply because they could bear it. That was the night Ellison finally opened up to him. He admitted he was grateful. Frigo laughed and said he had already known that answer before giving him his present. Then, without missing a beat, he asked if he could finally bring the women back in. Ellison rejected the idea instantly, which only made the others laugh harder. A soldier nearby commented on how absurdly persistent he still was. Frigo, delighted, said it had already been 2 years and Ellison truly belonged to the unit now. He wondered aloud if this was what joy felt like. Then he casually brought up 2 names, Mardel and Jugan. The moment Ellison heard them, everything in him changed. The names hit like a physical blow because they belonged to old friends from his academy days. The color drained from his face. In the present, Prince Leon was reading through old records and learning that Ellison had retired after 15 years as an imperial mage. The emperor suddenly appeared and pointed out that it was late, and that the nobles would be furious if they knew how much time the crown prince was wasting worrying himself over ghosts. He noticed Ellison's records in Leon's hand, and Leon admitted that almost everything old had already been destroyed. Only disaster reports still remained, and those showed a pattern. Dariant had said the remaining records were mostly tied to the Czech City unit. Then Leon found one detail that stood out sharply. After Ellison was reassigned into Frigo's unit, one mage was listed as missing. The prince realized at once that the missing name belonged to Ellison. And in that instant, he understood there had been some deeper betrayal buried in that history. Leon could not let it go. The words Madrine had given him earlier kept echoing that Ellison had been abandoned, not defeated, not lost, abandoned. So he turned on his father and demanded the truth. This time the emperor did not hide behind rank or ceremony. He admitted it plainly: he had failed. After the First Night Order collapsed and Headmaster Atraban died, the empire lost its balance, and so did he. The weight of the throne, the pressure from every direction, the threats from the dukes, all of it crushed what little resolve he had left. When one duke threatened to pull back his forces, the emperor broke and chose the easier path. He told himself Ellison would be safer under Frigo's control, that maybe it was the least harmful option left, but now he admitted the truth: he had never imagined it would rot into a full disaster. Back in Ellison's memory, the real horror arrived all at once. The names Eugene and Mardel struck him like blades to the chest. Frigo spoke about them with open contempt, calling them useless, self-righteous fools, the kind who preached about saving civilians and cutting luxuries while pretending morality alone could win a war. Then he said the unforgivable part without even lowering his voice. He admitted he had thrown them into the path of monsters on purpose and let them die there. One soldier awkwardly warned that the story might sound bad if repeated elsewhere, but Frigo only laughed. Worse, the others laughed too. Ellison stood there, unable to process how two deaths were being told like some tavern joke. The laughter itself felt like a wound. In his head, he could still see the records he had written. Eugene dead at 20, body covered in bruises; Mardel dead at 19, neck torn open. Frigo dismissed both lives like they had meant nothing, then waved the whole past away, saying it no longer mattered because Ellison was here now. He had even handed him the Archmage badge afterward, like all of it was just part of the same filthy transaction. That was when Ellison also realized the deeper trap. The back-to-back missions forced on his old unit had all been part of Frigo's plan to drag him into this place. The shallowness of it, the ease with which they treated human lives as tools, made something in him go cold. And then, as if the world itself had decided to answer, the ceiling exploded. Soldiers froze, first thinking it was some misfire, then a massive red dragon crashed into view and turned the whole hall into chaos. Frigo looked up in stunned disbelief, saying he had never seen a dragon that close before, asking how one had reached this place at all. Then, without shame, he looked to Ellison with full expectation. Of course Ellison would save them. Of course that was how this worked. The dragon lunged, and Ellison did block it, throwing up a powerful spell on instinct. The soldiers burst with pride. Frigo praised him openly, bragging that Ellison's power surpassed even his father's chief mage. They told themselves the dragon could be held until reinforcements arrived, but the next second the beast shattered the barrier like paper. Frigo turned back toward Ellison, confused and furious, demanding more, demanding the impossible again. Ellison answered with silence and exhaustion, because he was done being treated like a weapon someone else owned. The dragon breathed fire and the whole place turned into a living hell. Frigo screamed Ellison's name as the flames swallowed everything, but this time Ellison did not move. The dragon struck again, the fire spread wider, soldiers started dying all around him, and he stood there holding his diary in a death grip. In that burning nightmare, the only thing left in his heart was one pitiful truth. He had never needed worship, glory, medals, or noble praise. He had only ever wanted one simple thank you for the meals he made, for the effort, for being seen. That tiny wish broke in his hands. He tore the diary pages, threw them into the flames, and watched the last scraps of that hope burn away. Soldiers cursed him then, called him traitor as the dragon kept incinerating everything, but Ellison no longer wanted to hear a single word from any of them. So he turned and walked away from the burning battlefield. Days later, Bin and Darren came searching for survivors. They found only ruin, ash, and silence. For 3 days and nights they searched, wounded and exhausted, refusing to give up even when everything told them there was no one left. If no one had survived, then they would at least kill the dragon that had done it. Then, in the middle of that devastation, they found Ellison alive but shattered. Bin confronted him first, asking where he had been for 2 years and why he had returned now after everyone thought he was dead. Darren wanted to know how he had survived it all. Ellison gave them the only answer he had left. He wanted to join them again, cook again, help however he could. When he explained why he had left the army, it was not to clear his name. It was just the truth. He could not keep sacrificing his life forever. Not for people who turned every ounce of it into something disposable. He admitted that the dead still haunted him, because those were people he had failed to protect. Even if they were cruel, even if they were guilty, even if they had used him, the weight of their death stayed on him. In the present, he told Lurin the same thing, that the dragon had left and no one had survived, that only bodies remained behind. Lurin shook with anger and grief, but she refused to accept the guilt the way he carried it. She told him it was not his hand that killed them, it was karma catching up at full force, not him. Ellison admitted they had not been innocent, but still asked whether any crime deserved that kind of slaughter. What destroyed him was not innocence, it was the fact that he had possessed the power to stop it and chose not to. That to him was the stain. Lurin would not let him bury himself in that alone. She held him and repeated that it was not his fault, again and again, forcing the words against the weight of his self-hatred. Ellison thanked her, and later wrote that it was the support of his comrades that gave him the strength to keep going, but even then, even after everything, he still believed part of that guilt belonged to him. The next morning, Lurin made up her mind to act. Ellison had been gloomy for days, and just watching him sink deeper was starting to eat at her. Serena's advice still lingered in her head, that small efforts mattered, that even tiny gestures could soften someone who had gone too long without warmth. So she dressed differently, trying to tell herself it was only to cheer him up and nothing else. Before she could even settle into that thought, Guard Cat appeared out of nowhere. She immediately tried to brush the moment aside and shifted the subject to food instead. The cat dragged out a packet, and the second she saw it, she recognized it, the same instant meal Ellison used for quick snacks from his homeland. Memories of ramen and jjajangmyeon clicked together in her head. The instructions on the back looked simple enough, the portions clear, and she decided 3 packs would be enough for 2 people. So she marched straight into the dining hall with total confidence. Guard Cat nearly froze in horror when she casually announced she would personally handle the meal today. The result was a disaster. Once the food was done, the noodles looked dark, greasy, and deeply suspicious. The cat reacted like the world had ended, but Lurin shut him down immediately and insisted he was just disrespecting cooking itself. She studied the dish more closely, saw the noodles shining in all the wrong ways, noticed white chunks scattered on top, and realized he must have tried to invent something without understanding the basics. Then she spotted a strand of hair in it and lost the last bit of patience she had. That was it. The thing did not even meet minimum edible standards. She dumped it without hesitation, leaving the poor cat stunned into total silence. Around the same time, Creston casually handed Ellison some pelanku eggs and reminded him how valuable they were, proudly pointing out that he had been the one supplying them in the first place. Ellison noticed that Creston had not changed at all, then quietly reflected that rumors about the Archmage should have already thrown the city into chaos by now. Creston denied that immediately and pointed the finger at Rain, saying if any rumors existed it had to be because of her. Rain appeared at once just to deny that accusation, and Ellison, after thanking them, prepared to leave. Before he could, Rain insisted again that she had not spread anything and blamed her husband instead. On the walk back, Ellison's thoughts drifted darker. He realized how long he had ignored the strange current moving beneath the Empire, stepping in only when things had already become urgent. And he knew why, because his daily life mattered too much to him. That ordinary life had become precious. One person after another greeted him on the road. Someone mentioned the dining hall, another talked about fresh eggs, another promised to come back and eat again next time. Every little exchange reinforced the same truth. This quiet routine, these tiny joys, this ordinary rhythm, they mattered more than almost anything. He found himself hoping it would never break. That hope wavered when he came across Alina quietly placing flowers on Siz's grave. He stopped and listened as she explained she had been planting them over time. He answered softly that Si would have liked them. That moment hit him hard because he could not ignore anymore how fragile life really was. He remembered the mistake he had made by telling too much of his story, and the fear rose again. If his true identity ever fully came out, everything he had built could collapse. Still, gratitude outweighed fear in one part of him, because despite everything, everyone around him had protected his secret. Not one rumor had escaped. After cooking pancakes, he set them on Siz's grave and walked away again, carrying that same heaviness. As he neared the dining hall, he heard Lurin's voice first, sharp and annoyed, scolding Guard Cat to hurry up and taste it properly. Ellison stepped in quietly and only got noticed when she turned mid-complaint. The moment she saw him, she rushed to explain that both the outfit she was wearing and the food in front of him were for him, a small gift, something meant to make him feel better. She tried to play it light, told him they could eat first, relax later, do whatever he wanted after that. That simple scene hit him with brutal clarity. He realized in that instant that he never wanted to lose this kind of life. Not this room, not this girl, not this ridiculous, peaceful warmth. And once he understood that, he also understood the other half of it. If he wanted to protect a peaceful life, then one day he would have to be willing to sacrifice it too. That was the cost. He laughed softly, already certain Serena had arranged this scene from the shadows and chose to sit and eat. But even while he did, he knew the moment was not unfolding the way Lurin had planned. Elsewhere, a completely different storm was gathering. Madryn arrived at the palace alongside Porgo and opened the door to find Dariant, Lidon, and Prince Leon already waiting inside. Once everyone was seated, Leon laid down the rule immediately: absolute secrecy. Nothing discussed in that room was allowed to leave it. But the meeting started awkwardly because every eye drifted toward Madryn's maid uniform. The subject clearly got under her skin, and she tried to brush it off as exaggerated gossip. That only made things worse, because Dariant calmly pulled out the written report he had personally prepared. And right in the middle of that tension, a teleportation portal tore open, and Ellison stepped into the room. Madryn could feel it all collapsing the second the conversation drifted toward his past. The moment Porgo mentioned that strange kind of magic once believed to belong only to dragons, sweat began to gather on her skin. She understood instantly that this ending had been building for a long time, and now it had finally arrived. Regret pressed down on her so hard that her whole life began to feel like one long road of choices leading straight to this room. Ellison, however, stayed calm. There was no hesitation left in him now. He explained that there was no longer any point in hiding the truth, not after everything that had happened. The room tightened around his words as he made his choice clear. He would face his past openly, and this time he would not step back. Then he dropped the final line like a blade. The return of the 9th-class Archmage should be announced across the entire empire. Far away, deep inside a cave, flames gathered in someone's hands before being scattered across nearby branches, igniting them in an instant. Lady Cinti sat there without panic and calmly reported the progress of her research. The drug, she explained, was nearly complete, and the test had already produced visible effects on humans, elves, and dwarves alike. Only one final step remained. Heart transplant success had climbed past 70%, and the Star Army was continuing to grow at a steady pace. The fire spread wider, curling outward until it formed a massive ring of burning branches, and from within those flames a voice answered her. The Lord acknowledged Cinti's determination, but there was no warmth in it, only pressure. He criticized her failure all the same, and the force of his magic came crashing down on her body so heavily that sweat poured from her skin. He told her the tightening was happening directly around his heart now. Then the order came: find it, and prepare the next sacrifice, someone chosen specifically to become the vessel carrying the Lord's will. At the heart of harass, Ellison appeared in full mage uniform, the old image of war itself returning to the public eye. He raised one hand and cast a massive projection high above the city, instantly seizing the attention of everyone below. The capital had only just come down from the fever of the concert, so the sudden appearance of a new projection overhead threw the streets into complete confusion. The same scene echoed far beyond the capital too, even in remote countryside villages like Istberg, where people could barely understand why such a high-ranking mage would bother speaking to a place so far from power. When Ellison's voice rang through the air, the 9th-class emblem on his chest answered every doubt before he even finished speaking. Rumors ended right there. The legendary hero had returned, and now there was proof floating in the sky for the whole empire to see. Ellison told them plainly that he had once hoped the war's end would bring a real age of peace, but the state of the empire proved otherwise. In one city, the local lord immediately tried ordering his guards to shut the projection down, only for them to hesitate, because what they were looking at was clearly backed by imperial authority. Ellison continued, telling the people that the empire was rotting from the inside, poisoned by warmongers determined to drag the world back into chaos. He declared that he would no longer stay silent while slavery, corruption, and betrayal kept spreading beneath the surface. He had already fought once for those principles, and he refused to watch them be sold away now. His final promise hit hardest. From that moment on, he would stand behind the people openly instead of hiding in the shadows any longer. Lorien watched the broadcast from her terrace, staring at the 9th-class insignia while the truth of Ellison's identity sank deeper into her chest. She noted that his voice sounded a little different than before, enough to make her suspect some kind of high magic was altering the tone. When Duke Dillion asked what she thought, she admitted the speech sounded grounded, even reasonable. Dillion dismissed it at once, calling it hypocrisy, because in his eyes a man who failed his own duty had no right to preach to anyone else. Lorien quietly answered with the Duke's own logic: those with the power to lead still had to act, even if they themselves were flawed. That answer made him suspicious, and he noted that her visit to Greek city seemed to have changed her. She denied that, though uneasily, insisting those thoughts had been with her for a long time. Dillion only remarked that he wished his son had turned out the same way, then ended the exchange coldly by mentioning her mother's hidden condition and urging her to visit. Back at the palace, Madryn informed Ellison that mages were already spreading the announcement so the whole empire would hear it within a day. He acknowledged the work with a nod, then shifted straight to the matter of the spy. Leon had already suspected they had someone feeding them inside information. He pointed out that Dariant was the one who had summoned Ellison here, and more importantly, that Dariant was the only person in the room who had stayed completely calm when Ellison appeared. Ellison explained how his suspicion had started much earlier. Too many slave facilities across the empire had been struck almost at the same time, which meant someone had been gathering information at a speed that should have been impossible. Then the concert happened, and it became obvious the whole event had also served another purpose, to pull both him and Lurin into the capital. Leon admitted it was true. They had indeed been using a secret source. Elsewhere in the city, Duke Dillion confronted Reedon over the mess surrounding Berna's incident. Reedon answered carelessly, saying that after Berna's kidnapping he had simply kept following orders from the moment he'd been mistaken for the right kind of employer. The Duke mocked him for what he had become, a former captain of the night reduced to obediently following commands. Then Dillion made his own position clear. He had gambled everything on this plan because he could not forgive Ellison, the man he held responsible for Frigo's death. Reedon, maddeningly calm, acted as though the emotional part barely mattered. Inside the palace, the nobles erupted. A crowd of furious aristocrats demanded to know why such a massive public announcement had gone out without their consent. The emperor silenced the room and confirmed the news himself, explaining that what Ellison called for was nothing more than basic social order. Some nobles complained that moving so suddenly would only create chaos. Lidon answered that the empire needed hope more than it needed their comfort, and that Greek city fully supported the Archmage's return. Others grumbled about losing autonomy, and that was when Leon stepped in, mocking one of them for acting like a buzzkill during a holiday. The noble's anger immediately cracked into fear when he realized he was shouting at the crown prince. Leon brushed off every complaint about his drinking, his etiquette, and his arrogance, then casually mentioned Ellison's next destination. Panic spread through the room as nobles demanded to know where the Archmage was headed next. Leon smiled and tossed out the name Purim like a joke, then waved it away just as easily and walked out. He had slipped fully back into the spoiled prince persona again. But underneath it he was thinking something much darker, that a hero's return had been met with fear instead of celebration. And if his role now was to cut the rot out of the empire himself, then he would do it no matter what it cost him. At the same time, high in the sky, Ellison eventually woke Lurin and told her they had arrived. They descended into Pendrell City within the Rubern Empire, the location their informant had given them. The second they landed, chaos came from above. A bird swooped down and snatched Lurin's earring right off her. Since that piece meant a lot to her, panic hit instantly. Ellison promised he would get it back, but before he could act, an arrow sliced through the air and struck the bird mid-flight. It crashed to the ground, and both of them immediately understood they were not the only ones keeping watch over the area. Ellison checked the bird and realized the earring was missing. Lurin insisted this had to be the right one because she had tracked that exact bird, but he stayed calm and examined it more closely. Then he figured it out: the impact had made the creature swallow the jewelry. He started prying its beak open while Lurin watched, ready to go digging for it herself if needed, before he stopped her from doing anything too reckless. Not long after, the archer approached and calmly claimed the bird as his catch. Ellison apologized and explained that it had swallowed something important. Lurin made it very clear they were not leaving until they got it back. The stranger stared at Ellison for a moment, then suddenly recognized him. The man was Hess, an old acquaintance from military days. Ellison greeted him with genuine surprise and happiness. Lurin recognized him too, remembering him as the same soldier who had once complained about the food in Ellison's unit. Hess looked visibly embarrassed by that memory and mentioned that nearly a decade had passed since they last crossed paths. He admitted that while he had known Ellison survived the war, their roads had never met again in the final conflict. Then Hess turned to Lurin and greeted her politely. When he asked about their relationship, both of them stiffened in the most obvious way possible. Ellison awkwardly described her as the person he shared his meals and daily life with. Lurin immediately teased him for turning red and pointed out that he still almost never just called her his wife outright. Seeing the two of them like that, Hess smiled and felt strangely relieved. Because whatever else the world had done to Ellison, at least it looked like his old friend had managed to build a good life. Hess then led them to his own restaurant so they could properly retrieve the earring from the bird. He explained that creatures like that swallowed shiny things out of pure instinct. When Lurin asked, with alarming seriousness, what would happen to the bird now, Hess calmly answered that it was already being prepared for dinner. Since he had fresh ingredients ready anyway, he invited them to stay and eat. That was when Ellison fully realized where they were sitting, inside Hess's own restaurant. Hess explained that he ran the place together with his mother. When Ellison mentioned that he also owned a restaurant back in Greek City, Hess lit up and said he wanted to visit someday. For now, though, he wanted something even more important, a real opinion on his cooking. He served them ma noodles, and Ellison recognized the work immediately as the product of real skill. Lurin admired how polished the presentation looked and commented that the dish felt familiar somehow. Hess watched them both closely, visibly tense. The broth had an understated depth that did not match its simple appearance. The meat was soft enough to melt apart, and the noodles carried the soup perfectly with every bite. Hess kept waiting for their judgment, but Ellison just kept eating in silence until the bowl was completely empty. The moment Ellison emptied the bowl, he gave Hess the highest praise a cook could ask for a finished dish. That one detail alone brought the man's confidence back to life, because cooking his own food every day had slowly poisoned his judgment and made him question whether he still had any skill left at all. Ellison calmly pointed out that the broth was made from bird bones, and Hess, relieved that his work had been understood so precisely, began sharing the finer details of the recipe with clear pride. Later, while they cleaned up, Ellison joined him at the sink even as a guest, simply because he couldn't stand leaving a kitchen messy. In that quiet moment, Hess finally asked the real question. He wanted to know if Ellison was truly the man behind the recent Mage declaration. Ellison did not deny it. Hess then made another point: someone of Ellison's stature wouldn't come all the way to a remote place like this without a reason. He asked if Ellison had noticed anything strange. The answer was obvious the second it was said out loud: the lack of customers. Even during the busiest hours, the shop was unnaturally empty. Ellison had already picked up on it too. A few years ago, Hess's restaurant had been thriving. The locals knew it well. Then one day, a representative from the Liney Trading Company appeared and offered Hess an expansion deal. Better supplies, broader reach, more success, everything packaged beautifully with one hidden hook: he had to use a specific unknown seasoning. Hess, who took pride in honest cooking, rejected the offer on the spot. After that, his business began collapsing so badly that even his mother had to stop helping at the shop, because there simply wasn't enough work left for two people. Ellison immediately suspected another restaurant had accepted the same offer. Hess confirmed it and pointed to a nearby place called Merle, a restaurant that had taken the deal and was now strangely successful. That instantly became a lead. When Ellison asked if Hess had ever tried eating there, Hess admitted he had gone once, but something about the place felt wrong. Not wrong in a way he could explain, just enough to make him resist ever going back a second time. The next evening, the three of them headed to Merle. Lurin woke up from a nap on Ellison's back and drowsily asked where they were going. Hess told her they were headed into the busy part of town. Ellison teased her for sleeping so hard she probably wouldn't even notice if someone kidnapped her. Then Lurin noticed Ellison's clothes and pointed out that he was dressed like a mage again. Hess quickly reassured him the recent Archmage announcement had made mage-style robes trendy among ordinary people, so he wouldn't stand out much. Once inside Merle, the sheer number of customers was enough to make all three of them pause. They were seated quickly, and manager Lesant came to take their order for 3 bowls of noodles. Almost immediately after, the woman tripped and went crashing down. Lurin wrinkled her nose, catching a nasty smell hanging in the air. Ellison quietly watched the chaotic service and understood something right away. The place was a mess, so the only reason anyone kept coming had to be the food itself. Then the noodles arrived and they looked awful. Cheap, poorly made, and honestly insulting to the eye. Lurin was instantly offended and demanded to see the manager. Ellison, staying true to his usual rule of never judging food by appearance alone, took a bite anyway to see whether there was some hidden charm behind the ugly plating. There wasn't. The taste hit him so hard he spat it out on the spot. Lurin and Hess tried it too, and that was where the real horror began, because while Lurin reacted the way any sane person would, Hess lit up with genuine delight. He started praising the noodles, regretting not coming sooner, even going so far as to think of his own restaurant as a failure compared to this place. Lurin stared at him in disbelief. The food was objectively terrible, yet Hess looked completely bewitched by it. From the side, the manager recognized Hess as the owner of the restaurant on the outskirts and felt a weird surge of satisfaction seeing a competitor so thoroughly enchanted by their food. Naturally, her excitement lasted all of 3 seconds before she tripped and fell yet again. That brought the chef Horai storming out. He scolded her for stepping into the dining area and demanded to know what she was doing. She apologized, explaining that she had just been curious what kind of seasoning could make a man who once hated their food become this obsessed. Horai shut her down instantly, telling her to stay away from the seasoning and just focus on making money. The second they got outside, Lurin took action the only way she knew how, by grabbing Hess and dunking his head straight into water. She kept demanding to know if the noodles actually tasted good, and every time he insisted they did, she shoved him under again. Ellison finally stopped her and started piecing things together. This wasn't standard magic, because if it were, they would have sensed it immediately. He suspected something closer to the mind control they had seen back at the ranch. Except Lurin pointed out a serious flaw in that theory. Ordinary humans usually ended up with brain damage when that kind of manipulation was pushed too far. That was when Madrine appeared, announcing that all the humiliation she endured while studying under Irantium was finally about to pay off. She took control of the situation and brought Hess home for treatment. After casting her spell, she told him to breathe deeply. The effect broke instantly. Hess snapped back to normal and was immediately disgusted by the memory that he'd been praising food that tasted absolutely awful. Madrine was thrilled, proudly announcing that the technique worked, though Ellison noticed she looked a little too surprised that it had actually succeeded. She explained that the seasoning wasn't pure magic at all, but rather a stimulant designed to force a state of blind devotion by layering multiple mental effects over the target at once. That explanation triggered an old memory for Ellison, a dangerous potion Leon had once shown him, the kind used on slaves to erase ego and force total obedience. That was enough. He decided right then to help Hess get his revenge properly. At a nearby construction site, workers were already planning to head to Merle for lunch. They admitted the place was filthy, the meat smelled off, and none of it made much sense, but for some reason they still felt an uncontrollable urge to go eat the noodles. Before they could leave, another smell caught them first, charcoal smoke, rich and sharp and irresistible. It led them straight to Ellison's new stall where he was grilling fresh-maw bird skewers. The aroma alone was enough to break the fixation. The workers tried them and the effect was immediate. The skewers were juicy, perfectly seasoned, full of actual life, and the experience snapped them right out of the noodle obsession. Ellison understood the trick now. Hess's restaurant still had better food overall. The people just needed a stronger sensory hook to pull them away from Merle's spell. Once the skewers were sold out, he casually told the crowd that if they wanted a full meal featuring both these skewers and noodles, Hess's restaurant had a full-set menu waiting. That single line sent a flood of customers rushing to the outskirts shop. Hess's mother was nearly overwhelmed with happiness seeing the restaurant packed again for the first time in years. Hess openly credited Ellison's plan and the improved menu for turning everything around. Meanwhile, Merle sat completely empty. Horai and the manager were arguing over the lack of customers when the representative from the Liney Trading Company arrived. He was furious that his investment had gone to waste and insulted the manager for her incompetence. Then he handed Horai a new box of seasoning, stronger than the last batch, and ordered him to open all the windows when cooking with it. Something interesting he promised was about to happen. Later, Lurin was walking back, still grumbling because Ellison had kicked her out of the kitchen for stealing skewers. Then she heard someone advertising free noodles from a new stall run by Merle's chef. She had zero interest in going anywhere near that trash, but the scent reached her before logic could. The smell hit, her eyes changed, and temptation took hold immediately. Back in the storage room, Ellison was reviewing the past 3 days of success and planning how to take down the Lena company next when Lurin suddenly rushed in acting way too affectionate. Before he could even react, she kissed him hard. He froze, honestly wondering if this was another one of Serena's terrible lessons at work. But Lurin answered in a tone that made it very clear this wasn't normal, saying she'd eaten incredibly delicious noodles and wanted him to taste the flavor still left on her breath. That was enough for Ellison to understand what had happened. She'd eaten the new seasoning. Her frustration boiled over fast. She slammed her fist into the floor hard enough to crack the wood and demanded to know why he kept retreating every time she came toward him. When he pointed out that her intensity currently felt genuinely dangerous, she insisted she was only trying to share the noodle flavor through a kiss. He told her to stop, but Lurin shot back that the others were already devouring everything she had brought, so this had been her only option. That was the moment Ellison realized the others had already fallen under the same influence too. Her voice became even more emotional after that, pulling out every old wound at once. She brought up his past hesitations, accused him of avoiding her because she was a dragon, and pushed harder and harder until Ellison finally snapped. He slammed his hand against the wall hard enough to shake the room and told her the truth. He had never avoided her out of shame. He avoided her because he was afraid that if he ever fully gave in, he wouldn't be able to stop himself. Then just as he leaned in to kiss her, he sensed it, a layered magical veil clouding her mind. Lurin was powerful enough to overwhelm most problems by brute force, but this was something different. The cumulative effect of the tainted food and the enchantment had finally dragged even her into it. Ellison ran back to the restaurant, and the situation there was somehow even worse. Madrine had completely thrown away her dignity as a mage and was literally crying over the noodles. Hess had sunk so deep into despair he was already ready to close his own shop, convinced he could never compete with that flavor. Even Hess's mother had turned against her own son's cooking. One thing was obvious, the seasoning had become far more potent than it was the day before. Then the manager approached Ellison in a full panic. She recognized him as the man who had helped Hess and begged him to save them, even offering him the position of head chef. As they walked through the now quiet streets, she finally began to open up about her own past. She finally broke, and when she did, the truth came spilling out. She admitted she was clumsy, always felt like dead weight beside her late father, a master chef, and in her desperation to preserve his name and keep the restaurant standing, she accepted that shady offer from the Lena Trading Company. Ellison didn't soften the blow. He told her plainly that trying to protect a building meant nothing if the price was feeding people dangerous substances she didn't even understand. Outside, the situation had already turned ugly. Crowds of people, nobles included, were shouting, shoving, and acting like starving addicts over those cursed noodles. The manager completely fell apart and begged Ellison to save her father's legacy, promising him anything if he could fix what she had allowed to happen. Ellison walked straight into the kitchen and took control. He faced Horai and declared without hesitation that he was the new head chef now, and Horai was fired on the spot. No transition, no handover, no discussion, just get out. Elsewhere, far from the restaurant chaos, Cinti was refining herbs while casually discussing candidates for her larger plan. Reedon suggested Lurin, but Cinti rejected the idea immediately, saying the Black Dragon had become far too attached to her peaceful life beside Ellison. In her eyes, a true vessel needed someone willing to throw everything away for a goal. That conversation shifted when Saint arrived and proudly revealed he had already been testing the seasoning on Lurin. He was thrilled with himself, convinced his research had finally produced results, and openly declared that if the perfect vessel didn't already exist, he would simply create one by force through mental corruption. Back at Merle, the manager found herself scrubbing the kitchen clean under Ellison's direction. She reported that once the tainted broth had been thrown out, the customers eventually dispersed, though some had sunk so low they licked the floor for leftovers. Shaking, she asked when he would finally begin cooking, only for Ellison to dryly claim he had forgotten how. That nearly gave her a heart attack, because for one awful second she thought he'd tricked her into destroying her own business. Before the panic could fully settle in, Saint arrived. Ellison didn't even look surprised. He admitted he had expected Saint to appear the moment enough trouble had been stirred up. Saint mocked him immediately, calling him a troublesome hero who had run off the staff and customers just to seize the kitchen for himself. The manager, hearing all this, froze completely. It hit her all at once that the man standing in her ruined kitchen wasn't just some talented cook, he was one of the war heroes. Ellison gave her no time to process that revelation, pulling on his mage uniform and revealing far more than his face. He openly expressed his surprise that a silver dragon had chosen to involve himself in resurrecting the Dragon Lord, especially since that clan usually preferred hiding in silence. Saint dismissed any connection to his own kin with pure disgust, calling them fools who couldn't adapt and sneering that Ellison should have stayed in his quiet little city and kept pretending to be just a restaurant owner. The pressure in the room became so overwhelming that the manager began losing consciousness. That was when Ellison released a burst of mana so heavy it changed the air itself. He made one thing painfully clear: the heroes hadn't spared the remnants of the enemy because they feared them, they had spared them for entirely different reasons. The next moment, the tension broke like glass. Ellison's power blasted Saint straight out of the building. He followed Saint through the wreckage immediately, demanding answers about the base of operations and the exact plan to restore the Dragon Lord. Saint regained his footing fast and sneered that Ellison had shown his hand too early. He mocked Ellison's understanding of the organization and insisted that real negotiations only happen between equals. Then, to prove he wasn't some insect to be interrogated, he dropped the human disguise completely. His dragon form burst free, and he declared that erasing the entire city wouldn't bother him if that was what it took to prove his point. Ellison didn't flinch. Saint responded by filling the sky with glowing spheres of energy, turning the battlefield into a rain of destruction. Ellison answered with a warping nexus, detonating the ground so violently the city itself seemed to crack. Saint rose higher into the air and taunted him, asking whether he truly believed he could protect civilians and still fight properly at the same time. He then revealed the truth of the seasoning. It had never just been about flavor. It was a prototype for absolute submission, a manufactured version of the same domination that once defined the Demon Lord's power. Ellison, without missing a beat, called him the Lord of Noodles and launched a magical chain to bind him. That should have worked, but before the trap could close, Horai lunged in with monstrous strength and grabbed Ellison from behind. The shock didn't stop there. The townspeople who had eaten the tainted noodles arrived too, acting as a living shield for Saint. He laughed and explained that their loyalty had gone far beyond food, they were now bound to him personally. Then things escalated even harder. The sky shifted, and Madrine descended wrapped in magical orbs, still under the seasoning's influence and identifying Ellison as her enemy. Right after her, Lurin came crashing down hard enough to shatter the earth. Saint looked victorious, practically glowing with smugness as he bragged that even a dragon carrying ancient Mabel power had fallen to his scheme. He understood exactly what Ellison's weakness was too. Ellison refused to unleash full force while innocent humans remained in range, and Saint planned to exploit that hesitation to escape. So he tried to command Lurin, ordering her to leave with him. That was the moment his entire plan collapsed. Lurin's love for Ellison was so strong it shattered the spell from the inside. She snapped awake in pure fury, screaming at Saint for daring to think he could control her. Then she kicked him with enough force to send him flying and declared, without a trace of hesitation, that she belonged only to Ellison. Ellison smiled at that, because deep down he had trusted this outcome all along. He moved immediately, using his magic to restrain the brainwashed townspeople and seal Madrine safely, refusing to repeat the old mistakes of war. Saint hit the ground laughing like a madman. To him, the whole thing was absurd. He could not process the idea that a dragon and a human might be bound by trust and love rather than domination and obedience. Ellison answered by gathering enough power for a finishing blow. Saint transformed again and hurled a deadly dragon breath attack while shouting that such a union was shameful. Ellison met it head-on with his own magic and crushed it completely. Then he said it aloud, clear enough for everyone to hear. He felt no shame at all, because what he and Lurin shared was real, and whether one was dragon or human meant almost nothing next to that. Lurin, standing there stunned and red-faced, barely had time to process the confession before it became reality. Saint's bottle of seasoning rolled across the dirt as he realized his fatal miscalculation. He had accounted for spells, manipulation, even dragon blood, but he had never once accounted for genuine love. Ellison turned to Lurin and told her directly that this time he wasn't going to run away from the answer. He loved her. She answered without hesitation and the feeling was returned. Later, Horai ended up bound behind the bars of his own place, raging and demanding release. Ellison studied him more carefully and realized there was something deeply wrong with the man. He moved like a person, but his strength and presence felt off, almost artificial. When Horai tried to flex himself free, the movement tore at his clothes just enough for Ellison to catch sight of an emblem on the armor beneath, an emblem that reminded him instantly of Reedon. Before he could dig deeper, Saint's voice started taunting him again, but that ended when Lurin smashed through the bars and began beating Saint mercilessly, fueled entirely by the memory of him having laid hands on her waist. Madrine begged her to stop before she killed him, while Ellison, honestly bothered by the same thought, nearly joined in. Elsewhere, the former manager walked alone and replayed Ellison's words to her. She remembered him refusing to teach her any recipes because she still didn't understand the reasoning behind ingredients or process. Following steps blindly, he had told her, was no different from the reckless way she'd been running her life. If she wanted a path forward, she needed to understand her own strengths and weaknesses first. Those words stayed with her. At Hess's restaurant, business was booming again, and Hess was discussing with his mother how badly they needed someone to handle inventory and the storeroom before everything descended into chaos. Right on cue, the former Merly manager arrived with a proposal. She offered to take charge of stock and organization and even suggested the two businesses collaborate, since she already had roots in the city and knew the terrain. Back at Ellison's own restaurant, everyone was buzzing because both he and Lurin had been gone too long. Rumors had already started spreading, especially after the public Archmage declaration, and Serena, being Serena, joked that she should tell people he had run off after an affair with a noblewoman. The gossip was instantly crushed when Ellison and Lurin walked through the door together. After apologizing for being away, they were greeted warmly. And when people started pushing him about the rumors of him being an archmage, Ellison chose a different truth to reveal instead. Holding Lurin's hand in full view, he calmly explained that the trip had allowed them to be more open with one another. Lurin took that even further. Bold as ever, she announced that they weren't hiding their affection anymore and would kiss wherever they pleased. That single declaration erased every rumor about secret identities and war heroes in one shot. As far as everyone was concerned now, the two of them had simply been off on a romantic getaway. In another part of the world, Reedon brought bad news to Sinti, though she had already guessed it. Saint's plan had failed and he was now a prisoner. Sinti remained disturbingly calm, asked for a cigarette, and remarked that their current priority was simply cleaning up the mess in Pendra City. Then the scene shifted to the Dragon's Sanctuary, where Madamada stood before the memorial that now bore Baron's name. He should have felt relief. Instead, grief turned instantly into fury when he saw the monument had been defaced. His dragon form erupted out of him, and the roar that followed drew every nearby subordinate, all of them horrified by what had been done. Inside, Dama tried to calm him down with a drink and a warning, saying that if this incident spread, it would only cause more instability. Metadonna wasn't interested in caution. What sickened him most was the cowardice of it. Someone had scratched the monument in secret rather than dare face the truth openly. Dama then pointed out the uglier reality beneath it all. Nearly half the dragons in the sanctuary still disagreed with the elder's decision. What should have been a quiet investigation turns uglier when the elder finally lays out the truth. Ellison's reckless appearance at the sacred ceremony and the way he left with Lurin didn't just shake tradition. It wounded dragon pride itself. Because he declared his intentions openly instead of slaughtering other dragons to prove his right, many of them began to feel something they had never tolerated before small. For the first time, they didn't feel like the supreme rulers of life. That crack in their pride led half the sanctuary to a dangerous conclusion, that Baron had been right all along, and that Ellison had only carried her will to its natural end. The elder then turns on Dama, accusing him of planting the poison in Ellison's mind by bringing up his human lifespan in the first place. Dama is ready to answer, but cuts himself off the moment he realizes Ellison is standing there listening. Rather than fuel more rumors, he withdraws. Though in his heart he already knows the outcome was decided the moment Ellison tore through every wall in his path to reach Lurin. As Dama leaves, his thoughts are interrupted by Luhard, who arrives carrying a grievance he claims concerns the future of the entire clan. Meanwhile, the elder studies the strange seasoning they recovered and immediately notices something wrong with it. Ellison had expected poison magic, maybe some cursed herb, but the elder sees something stranger, a hard fragment lodged inside the mixture. When he pulls it free, the truth lands like a blow. It isn't stone, it isn't bone, it's a shard of a shattered dragon heart. That discovery chills the room, and even the elder can't hide the thought pressing down on him that this nightmare may be nothing less than the harvest of the dragon's own sins. Elsewhere in the castle, Luhard finally drops the mask and starts pressing his case. He rages about the clan's thousand-year traditions being dragged through the dirt by a human outsider. In his eyes, a sinner was pardoned because of Ellison's authority, sacred dragon law was bent, and everything old and absolute has started to crack. Dama, already tired of the performance, tells him to stop circling the point and spit it out. That is when Luhard changes direction and goes straight for the one weakness he thinks matters, time. He argues that Ellison may be strong now, strong enough to push back ancient threats and hold danger at bay, but he is still just a human, and maybe in 80 years he'll be gone. Betting the future of the Black Dragons on a life that short to Luhard is madness. Dama immediately senses something off. For a man normally driven by pride and muscle, Luhard is suddenly far too polished, far too persuasive. So he pokes at the lie. If time is really the issue, then why not simply wait 50 years and let the problem solve itself? That one line strips the disguise off the whole argument. Luhard snaps and the truth spills out. He isn't speaking for the clan, he's speaking from jealousy. What he can't bear is the thought of Lurin spending a long life with Ellison, sharing everything with him, giving him what Luhard wanted for himself. Dama instantly suspects what else follows from that bitterness, including the vandalizing of the memorial, and though anger rises in him, he forces it down and pretends to entertain the idea. He even hints that perhaps he could overlook the damaged monument, just to see how far Luhard will go. That gamble works. Luhard grows nervous and reveals too much, enough to prove he's not acting alone and that someone smarter has been feeding him lines from the shadows. At the same time, Ellison is explaining to the elder that the enemy leader appears to be a silver dragon named Saint. Since ordinary spells are useless against dragons, the elder accepts responsibility for investigating more deeply himself. From there, the conversation drifts unexpectedly into something more personal. Ellison admits that he and Lurin have stopped hiding so much and have even been kissing openly in public. The elder laughs at that, but only for a second before immediately asking the real question on his mind: where are the great-grandchildren? Ellison goes red so fast it almost looks painful. The elder, thoroughly enjoying himself, pushes further, saying the adulthood ritual is already over, so by now Lurin should practically be pregnant. That sends Ellison into full embarrassment, and beneath that, genuine fear. He doesn't even know if a human and a dragon can have a child at all. The elder teases him to keep trying, but then his tone softens because he realizes what Ellison is actually afraid of. It isn't conception, it isn't biology, it's the thought of leaving Lurin alone, or worse, leaving her with a child, if his life really is as short as a normal human's. To answer that fear, the elder does something simple and unsettling. He cuts his own hand and shows the wound. He explains that dragon transformation into human form is not some shallow illusion. Their blood, their flesh, their internal structure, all of it truly changes. He reminds Ellison that Lurin herself refused to return to dragon form during her ritual because she had already decided this human shape was her real self. That choice matters. He tells Ellison to trust the resolve Lurin has already shown. Because she has not been stumbling blindly, she has been choosing this life with open eyes. Back at the restaurant, Lurin is sprawled around doing absolutely nothing useful except replaying that deep kiss in her head over and over. The more she thinks about it, the more she feels like they have climbed to a new rung on the lover's ladder, and then Serena's old advice starts echoing in her mind. What comes after kissing? That one thought hits her so hard she ends up shouting aloud from excitement and panic mixed together. Later, Mint and Miltine hear something break inside the restaurant and immediately realize neither Ellison nor Lurin is around to deal with it. Expecting trouble, Mint grabs a sword just in case. The source of the chaos turns out to be Luhard, who has smashed the entrance and is now terrorizing customers while demanding that Lurin come out. Lint tries to confront him, but Luhard dismisses every human in the room as beneath even conversation. Mint and Miltine arrive to back Lint up and warn him that if he doesn't leave, they'll report him. Luhard answers by releasing enough mana to freeze them where they stand. He doesn't even try to hide how insulting he finds it to waste words on humans. Serena steps in before things explode further, warning him that the owner of this restaurant is not someone he wants to provoke. To keep her own dragon identity from being exposed in front of everyone, she leads Luhard away into the nearby forest. There, he mocks her for spending her time as a regular customer in a human restaurant, especially one owned by Ellison. Serena fires back immediately, pointing out that Luhard is the last dragon on Earth who should talk about dignity, considering how he has been destroying human villages while pretending to hunt red dragons. That insult gets under his skin instantly, and he transforms into his dragon form. Then Lurin arrives, takes one look at him, and openly states her disgust. At the same time, somewhere else, Madrine is lingering outside a bar, uneasy about leaving the silver dragon alone even though Ellison told her to. Her nerves only get worse when a mysterious figure appears and asks about the sinner. Back in the forest, Luhard makes one final desperate attempt. He tells Lurin it isn't too late, that nothing serious could have happened yet between a dragon and a human, especially since they can't have children anyway. Lurin decides to bury him with his own assumptions. She lies straight to his face and says they have already done everything lovers do. She even claims Ellison personally undressed her sacred dress the night of the ritual, and that they spend their time tangled together in every intimate way Serena once described. Serena, hearing this from the side, is genuinely shocked that Lurin is going all in on the bluff. Lurin keeps going, telling him she only went to the sanctuary at all because she felt guilty toward Ellison, never because she had even the slightest interest in Luhard. Then she finishes him, saying that even if Ellison's life is short, she would still never belong to Luhard in this life or any other. That is the exact moment Ellison arrives, just in time to hear Luhard demand an answer from him. Luhard accuses him of selfishness, saying he is making Lurin suffer for thousands of years after he dies. Serena, cutting straight through the nonsense, reminds everyone that Luhard is the one who broke the restaurant door in the first place. Ellison doesn't argue about theories or the far future. Instead, he steps forward, wraps Lurin in his arms, and says the hard truth plainly: yes, his human life is short. But that is exactly why every single day with her matters so much. Then he lifts her into his arms and turns to leave, ignoring Luhard shouting behind them. Lurin, flustered, says he can put her down if he wants, but Ellison admits he wants to keep holding her longer. He then recalls her teasing him earlier about wanting him to know the taste of something delicious, and quietly suggests they continue where they left off. His real decision is already made. He intends to fill Lurin's life with so many happy memories that even if their time is limited, it will never feel empty. High above, Dama watches this unfold and finally understands something vital. The fact that their time may be short does not weaken the meaning of their choice, it strengthens it. For him, that is enough to trust Ellison with the future of the Black Dragons. And it also hints that Ellison's lifespan may not be nearly as simple as everyone assumes. Later, Ellison and Lurin sit side by side on the bed, in a silence so thick it almost becomes another person in the room. They both know what they were interrupted from before, and this time Ellison chooses not to hesitate first. He starts with a kiss, holding her face gently as they lean back together. For one brief moment, it seems like nothing will stop them. Then disaster strikes in the stupidest possible way. The elder's voice echoes inside Ellison's mind, demanding to know about his great-grandchildren. The sheer absurd pressure of that intrusion snaps something in him. No matter how much he wants this, no matter how much he prepared himself, the nerves and the weight of everything crash down at once, and he realizes he still can't move forward yet. The scene cuts away from that beautiful train wreck and lands back at the restaurant, where Mint is currently undergoing a transformation no one asked for but everyone immediately becomes invested in. Miltine carefully shaves off his beard while a crowd of regulars watches like it's the greatest show in town. When she's done, everyone is stunned. Without the beard, Mint looks almost 10 years younger. That starts a whole conversation about age, which Ellison realizes he has weirdly never heard them discuss before. Mint casually reveals that he is only 34, having served 15 years in the military before the war ended. That number hits Ellison in a very uncomfortable place. He suddenly becomes acutely aware that his own face has barely aged at all, and the most likely reason is the Lord's heart. His aging isn't normal anymore. Creston, being deeply unhelpful, points out that humans start aging fast after 35, which only feeds Ellison's growing anxiety about the gap between him and Lurin. That night he takes the problem to a deeply practical and deeply ridiculous place, lying in bed with a face mask on, trying to preserve his skin. Lurin asks what in the world he's doing, and he explains with full sincerity that he is trying to prevent wrinkles so the visual age gap between them won't get worse. Lurin tells him plainly that she does not care what he looks like, but Ellison is already lost in the spiral. Beneath the skincare nonsense, a darker thought keeps turning in his head. He needs to find Saint and force out the truth of how that man was so certain his lifespan would be short. And as if that weren't enough already, another, even bigger problem is beginning to take shape. Saint slipping free in Pendra hits like a bad joke with real consequences. Lord Hobb, who rules the city, coolly claims there isn't enough proof to keep him locked up. Madry nearly explodes, pointing out that Saint had been manipulating minds, twisting civilians, and moving pieces for something far darker. Hobb shrugs the whole thing off, turning her own reasoning against her, saying that seasoning citizens and making them obsessed with food doesn't technically violate the Archmage's ideals. And if Ellison really is the dragon slayer everyone fears, then a man like Saint could never have posed any true danger anyway. In the end, because no law can be pinned cleanly enough to him, Saint walks out untouched, and Madryn is left staring at the aftermath, already knowing that disaster never stays quiet for long. Saint doesn't waste his freedom. He reunites with a completely wrecked Luhard, who is still emotionally shattered by Lurin's earlier claim that she and Ellison had already crossed every line lovers could cross. Saint sees that humiliation and immediately recognizes its value. He tells Luhard the only thing that matters now is who stands at the end, not who cried first, not who got mocked, only who wins. That is all it takes. Driven by bitterness and pride rot, Luhard throws away his loyalty to his own clan and offers himself fully to Saint's cause. Reedon then arrives with bad news. Their current hideout is finished. They need to move fast. In that tense little gathering, Saint finally lays out the bigger strategy. Their older experiments, jamming shards of dragon hearts into humans to create enhanced soldiers, worked too slowly and cost too much. So he built something new, Lord's Tear, a substance designed to make whoever consumes it fall into absolute obedience. It would be faster, wider, far more useful against dragons and against Ellison, and he is already on his way to collect the research materials needed to mass-produce it. That plan dies the instant the meeting is ripped apart by fire. Luhard's robe suddenly ignites, then the entire space erupts into a violent explosion, turning the hideout into a blazing cavern and shutting down teleportation completely. Out of the smoke comes Dihagma, dragging a struggling Luhard from behind like a child caught sneaking out. He calls him exactly what he is, a useless fool who walked straight into the hands of the people trying to resurrect the Dragon Lord. Saint and Reedon can only watch as Dihagma lays out the truth with brutal ease. Luhard is horrified, because this is the first moment he realizes he wasn't joining some noble effort to restore dragon dignity. He had been running errands for lunatics trying to restart the worst nightmare in history. Dihagma laughs right in his face, openly enjoying how ridiculously easy he had been to manipulate. Even Saint has to admit recruiting someone this stupid was a tactical mistake. Trying to recover control, Saint transforms into dragon form and unleashes a crushing wave of force, assuming Dihagma came alone and can be overwhelmed. That assumption gets buried instantly. Dihagma transforms as well and puts him down with terrifying ease, pinning Saint under his claws and remarking that fatal misjudgment seems to be the silver dragon's favorite hobby. On the side, Luhard panics and begs forgiveness, swearing he never knew anything about reviving the Lord. Dihagma gives him one chance to prove that, turn on the people he had just served. Luhard lunges at Reedon without hesitation, and Reedon is forced to draw his sword to defend himself. Elsewhere, Lurin admits something important to Ellison. She knew Luhard had been manipulated from the start. Dihagma had asked her to provoke him on purpose, to drag the hidden organization into the open. She also confesses something else he once told her, that she shouldn't build her heart on false hope, because if Ellison's life really was short, then loving him only meant walking willingly into despair later. That is the piece Ellison latches onto, frantic now, desperate to know what Dihagma learned about his lifespan. But Lurin stops him before he can run after another answer. She breaks down in tears and finally says the fear out loud she doesn't care if he grows old. She doesn't care if time changes him. What terrifies her is that if he ever learns he really can become fully human again, he might choose to leave her just to spare her the pain of watching him die. She begs him not to chase an answer that could tear them apart and simply asks him to stay. Seeing her cry like that finally makes the damage clear to him. His hesitation has already been hurting her. So he tells her plainly that he is not going anywhere, and in that moment he decides to prove it not with theories, not with distance, but with closeness, pulling her into a moment of real intimacy instead of another promise left hanging in the air. Back in the burning hideout, Reedon and Luhard are still clashing while everything around them falls apart. Reedon realizes the operation is collapsing from every direction. The Lord's tier data is gone, their teleportation barriers are breaking, the whole thing is becoming unrecoverable. Nearby, Dihagma is taking his time with Saint in the most painful way possible, snapping joints and forcing answers out of him while asking the obvious question, why rush now? If Ellison were truly just a normal human, then the simplest plan would be to wait a few decades and let old age solve the problem. The fact that they are moving now means they already know that won't happen. Then Dihagma reveals what he found. After interrogating Hora, he learned that Reedon is actually 92 years old. In other words, Reedon is Adrian Pierce, the former Imperial Knight Commander who should be an old man on the edge of death. Under pressure, Saint finally gives up the truth. They transplanted a dragon heart into the aging commander as an experiment, and instead of killing him, it restored his youth. Since Ellison carries something far greater, the Lord's heart, the implication is unavoidable. Ellison is not living on borrowed human time anymore. He has, in effect, gained a dragon's lifespan. Dihagma then does the worst possible thing at the funniest possible moment. He uses a magical transmission to send that revelation directly to Ellison and Lurin while they are together in bed. He congratulates them with perfect sincerity, announcing that the burden of their different lifespans is gone. Then he immediately realizes what he has interrupted and awkwardly covers his eyes, apologizing for ruining such a romantic scene with life-changing good news. As the anniversary of the war's end approaches, someone in the palace finally reminds the emperor how much time has passed. The number catches him off guard. 2 full years have already gone by, even if the pain still feels close enough to touch. Because the empire has been relatively quiet lately, especially after the concert, he decides this is the right moment to move. He orders a festival to be held in honor of the 3 heroes who carried the war, a public act of gratitude for the people and for history. Meanwhile, life at the restaurant keeps moving. Ellison works through the evening rush, finishing plates and telling Lurin to deliver them. Their fingers brush for half a second and both of them immediately blush like idiots. Lint and Mate notice at once, because of course they do, and Lint nudges Ellison with a grin, pointing out that something about him has clearly changed lately. Ellison instantly retreats into denial and tries to change the subject by talking about how crowded the place is. Lint explains that the city is already filling up because the anniversary festival starts today. In the city square, Leiden stands before the crowd with Berna beside him and gives a speech that lands hard. He reminds everyone that Greek city once lay shattered after the Red Dragon's assault, and that what saved it wasn't miracle alone but loyalty, endurance, and the people refusing to collapse. Soldiers stayed standing, civilians endured, and the city lived. Then he bows deeply and thanks the 3 heroes who made that survival possible. The crowd is already emotional, but then he drops the line that sends everything over the edge. One of those heroes is living in Greek city right now and running a restaurant. The crowd erupts instantly. Berna has to step in and stop him before he drags Ellison all the way into public chaos. Fireworks explode above them, cutting off the moment and ending the speech on light and thunder. At the festival itself, Ellison and Lurin move through the crowd like a couple trying not to look like a couple and failing horribly. Ellison wins her a stuffed toy at one of the stalls, and Lurin immediately tells him to do it again because one is clearly not enough. As they walk, she admits that she likes places like this, not because they are big or grand, but because they feel familiar, warmer than the capital ever did. Ellison tells her they can come back next year, and the year after that, and the year after that too, as many times as they want. Lurin accepts that quietly, but the happiness in her face says more than words ever could. Then they run into a group of children playing war. One is pretending to be Bin, another is Darren, and someone else is flailing around as a dragon. Lurin finds it funny immediately, but Ellison stiffens the moment he sees it. The children spot his clothes and decide he must be the perfect person to play the Archmage Ellison. Before he can refuse, they drag him into the game and assign Lurin the role of a princess. She rejects that title so fast it almost sounds offended. The children argue back that the princess is important and the order of the battle matters. According to them, Bin and Darren have to fall first so the Archmage can face the final fight alone. One child dramatically collapses and announces the heroes are dead, leaving only the Archmage behind. That line hits Ellison harder than anyone around him can understand. To keep the moment from becoming a real problem, Lurin gives in and plays along, which sends the kids into delighted chaos as they rush toward the last scene. But just as everything gets loudest, Ellison's vision blurs and the world drops out from under him. He loses consciousness. In the dream, he wakes beside a campfire, and across from him sit Bin and Darren as if no time has passed at all. Darren assumes he had a bad dream. Bin complains that the cook has no business being the last one awake. A few passersby come near and start thanking them for their heroics, recognizing Bin and Darren immediately. When they ask Ellison's name, he introduces himself as Michael instead. Darren laughs, amused that he is still changing his identity every chance he gets. Ellison explains that once the war finally ends, he wants to open a restaurant, and when that day comes, he wants people to judge him only by the food, not by whatever they think they know about the soldier he used to be. To make that possible, he has even been using magic to change how he looks, choosing different faces for different worlds. Their quiet conversation gets interrupted when Bin and Darren realize they are late for a meal and start dragging him along like old times. The dream turns abruptly. Battle explodes around them as monsters descend in a brutal rush. Ellison throws up a magical shield to protect the people nearby while panic tears through the crowd. They quickly realize this isn't an ordinary fight, it is a war inside a war, a clash between a red dragon and a black dragon. The red dragon sneers at everyone below, calling them worms and telling them to get lost if they don't want to be crushed under the aftermath. Watching the destruction, Ellison suggests the direct answer: go for the Lord itself and cut the whole fight off at the root. Bin and Darren react like he has lost his mind. They tell him they already tried that once and nearly died for it. The Lord isn't just strong, it is a monster that refuses to die. A thing that can take enough punishment to kill 5 adult dragons and still keep moving. The only reason they lived through that last clash was pure timing. The Lord sensed the approach of black dragons and chose to retreat before things tipped too far. Darren catches the weight sitting on Ellison's face and can tell the war is grinding him down from the inside. Ellison doesn't deny it, he's exhausted, sick of endless bloodshed, sick of choosing who gets saved and who gets buried. He remembers Dariant once asking him to come back, clear his name and return properly. But Ellison chose a different road and ran from that path because he wanted to save people in his own way. He admits plainly that he hates the red dragons for starting all of this, and he feels no affection for the black dragons either when they can watch humans suffering and still stay distant. Seeing that fire in him, Darren hands over a special badge and tells him to stop dragging himself through life like a deserter and start moving like what he really is, a grand archmage whose power exists to protect. That moment gets cut short when word comes that a dragon is near, and suddenly Bin is nowhere to be seen. The 3 heroes split up to search, but almost immediately Ellison notices they are being pulled in circles. Darren figures it out first: a barrier is distorting the route, so they separate. Darren says he'll hold off whatever is coming while Ellison pushes forward. Deeper inside, Ellison reaches what looks less like a lair and more like a wound carved into the earth, a place no one should be able to live in. Inside, he finds a young dragon weeping beside her mother's corpse. The red dragon is already gone. The grief in that child is so violent it almost feels like a storm given shape. Then she turns on Ellison. In dragon form, Lurin attacks him instantly, screaming that he is the reason her mother is dead. The force of her magic shocks him. It is far too powerful for a juvenile dragon, closer to the pressure of a grown one. The blast erupts, Bin and Darren finally arrive, and Darren immediately realizes this is no normal child. Bin confirms it a heartbeat later. The aura pouring off her matches the ancient Mabel they know too well. Ellison understands right away that this isn't some simple tragedy, this is tangled in something much darker. Lurin charges again, vowing to kill them all. Darren warns that her power is being amplified by the Mabel, and Bin argues they need to avoid fighting her at all costs. Ellison refuses to back down and says the thing he's been holding inside for too long, that more than anyone he wants this war finished. Because all he ever really wanted was a peaceful life and a restaurant, not this nightmare. When they ask her name, she demands theirs first, and only after hearing them does she say she will allow them to keep those names until the Lord is dead. Then she takes human form and introduces herself as Lurin. Darren doesn't waste time staring, he just orders Ellison to move with her because they need to get out fast. Bin warns that they may already be walking exactly where the Lord wants them. Ellison, though, has locked himself onto one thought: if the Dragon Lord falls, the war ends. Elsewhere, the Red Dragon Lord gazes at his own heart and calls out toward the one who has the power to finish everything, inviting them forward like prey being lured into a trap. Ellison realizes that if they are going to win, they need one thing they have never truly had: a united front. So he begins trying to gather allies, building a plan that depends on their combined force, drawing the Dragon Lord's focus long enough to create one opening, one real chance to bring him down. Bin agrees immediately, knowing brute force alone will never be enough. But gathering support turns into a wall of rejection. Regional lords refuse one after another. One says dragon raids are too unpredictable and he can't abandon his own territory. Another calls the idea a suicide mission. A third fears a direct offensive will only provoke the dragons into even worse retaliation. The refusals pile up until Ellison is burning with frustration. He vents all of it in front of Lurin, insisting this isn't selfishness, he isn't doing this for glory, he's trying to stop the slaughter. Lurin, watching him, points out that for someone people want to call a hero, he doesn't actually listen very well when he's decided on something. In the middle of all that tension, Ellison falls back on the one thing that still centers him: cooking. He makes lang sha with Saravine eggs. And as Lurin eats, he feels it again, that his love for cooking is stronger than any desire for battle, stronger than fame, maybe stronger than the role people keep trying to shove onto him. Maybe he was never meant to look like a legendary hero the way Bin or Darren do. At the same time, Bin is having his own conversation with his people. Lilia warns him that his clan still needs him, that walking away now isn't simple. Bin explains that their leader, Lord Coulard, has grown old, and is barely keeping the region secure by borrowing power from an ancient Mabel. Humans outside the forest simply cannot match that level of threat, and the only reason the area still stands is because the dragon still avoids them for now. Lilia understands what that means, that avoidance won't last forever, and finally lets him go. Darren is already ready. So the group moves toward the castle, but something is wrong from the moment they arrive. No guards, no noise, no life, the place feels too empty. Bin suspects the signal point is wrong. Darren isn't convinced. Lurin senses the Lord's presence and rushes ahead in fury, determined to kill him. The others stop her because the silence is too perfect, the cleanliness too deliberate. Ellison sees it and thinks this is their moment, the best chance they will ever get, and in that exact breath the Lord's heart appears before them, suspended in plain sight. The truth lands instantly: the Lord has separated his own heart from his body. Bin suddenly understands the unease he felt before. Lurin transforms and attacks at once, and all three heroes unload their strongest attacks into the heart. The detonation is so massive that for one brief second it feels like the war is finally over. Then the Lord appears immediately afterward and reveals that this was exactly what he expected. He has the final ancient Mabel, and now he announces that the Age of Dragons is about to begin. Bin can only grit his teeth at how perfectly everything twisted at the moment it seemed to work. The Lord taunts Lurin, blaming her mother for her own greed, and that is enough to send her into a full rage. She realizes at once that this is the monster who killed her mother. He answers by telling her she'll see her soon. The battle explodes again. Bin and Darren leap in with her, and together they manage to sever one of the Lord's arms, but he treats it like an inconvenience, not an injury. He reminds them that this body is only a vessel. Then he covers the battlefield in fire so vast it feels like the air itself is burning. Bin curses the Lord's regeneration. Darren points out that destroying the body means nothing if it just keeps coming back. Ellison suggests attacking the protection around the heart, but Lurin shuts that down immediately, telling him such magic isn't something one or two dragons could create alone. Bin realizes then what the Lord is truly trying to do: absorb the final ancient Mabel and complete the process. He charges to stop him, Darren agrees and throws himself in to buy time, and Lurin refuses outright to become the next lord. She rushes forward as well. Ellison stares at the heart and everything narrows. He understands there is only one path left. So he attacks the heart directly and begins absorbing its power himself. That move shocks everyone, most of all the lord. Darren realizes immediately what this means. Ancient mables can only be absorbed by beings with overwhelming magical capacity. Ellison keeps pulling the power in while the lord finally sees what kind of monster he is actually facing. Not a hero in the storybook sense, but a different breed of mage entirely. Darren and Ben keep the lord occupied, buying second after second while Ellison continues merging with the power, pushing through the pain, through the chaos, through the certainty that if he fails here, the world ends with him. He can feel it, the edge of victory, the possibility that he can end this entire war with his own hands. Even the Lord admits he never imagined a human would attempt something this insane. He explains that the theory of merging is known, but no one truly understands what the Mable will do once it reacts to mana. It is unstable, unpredictable, catastrophic. The warning comes too late. A blinding light explodes out of the Mable and jagged spikes burst in every direction, spearing through the battlefield. The agony nearly breaks Ellison apart, but he refuses to let his journey end in that place. He forces himself through the pain and drags the ancient power into his body completely. The wild mana lashes out, then slowly settles, and as it does, it begins mending him. For one breath, it feels like he won. He turns, desperate to tell the others, to tell them it worked. And then the relief is ripped away. Those spikes didn't only hit him, they pierced both Darren and Ben. Even the Lord is stunned by what that means. As he dies, he finally understands he was never the true ending, only the trigger for something else to awaken. He confesses that after living as long as he did, he still could not understand why different races would choose to die for one another. His final regret is simple and bitter that Nash did not remain with them. Then he fades. Ellison rushes to Ben and Darren, trying desperately to stop the bleeding, calling for Lurin to help, but she already knows the truth, these injuries are fatal. Even so, the two of them barely manage to congratulate Ellison and Lurin. Lurin breaks, admitting she had focused only on surviving, thinking awakening was the only way forward. And now, she cannot understand why they protected her when she was the one most likely to die. Ben gently corrects her, telling her she never would have lived through that attack alone, and reminding her that every life matters, race doesn't change that. Darren gives Ellison a softer apology, saying they really had wanted to be the first customers at his restaurant. Ellison can't stop crying, but underneath the grief he understands the terrible truth: the war is finally over. Later, he kneels alone in the dirt with that victory hanging around him like a curse. He looks at the emptiness left behind and cannot understand why, after all of it, only the three of them had to remain there at the end. Something rotten opens inside him. He thinks of every refugee who demanded more while others bled, every leader who refused help, every dragon who watched humans die with indifference. That abandoned feeling mutates into rage so intense it almost consumes him. And in that moment, with grief and fury becoming the same thing, he screams that he will kill every last one of them. Then it happens, a violent surge of energy detonates through the castle, the whole place shaking like it might tear itself apart. Ellison's first instinct is to strike, to answer force with force, but Lurin grabs his hand before he can move and tells him to stop. She points out that the red dragons aren't attacking anymore, then pulls him forward so he can see the truth with his own eyes. What he finds completely flips the battlefield in his mind. The red dragons aren't coming for him, they're holding the line against something else, buying him the time he needs. Even the creatures he had branded as enemies are now fighting to protect the final opening. Around him, soldiers are shouting the names of the heroes they believe in. And in that moment, Ben and Darren appear beside him like echoes that never really left. They tell him to stop drowning in grief, because their deaths were not meaningless, and the ending they bled for is finally here. Darren reminds him that everyone, even those he thought would never stand together, ultimately did. That was the point, and that is exactly why they should be glad. Ellison steadies himself, lifts his voice, and makes the declaration that ends it all: the Lord is dead, the war is over. Then he lays down a new rule for the world. No race is allowed to attack another again, unless their life is truly in danger and they are forced to defend themselves. No exceptions, no special bloodlines, no excuses, the law applies to everyone. As fireworks burst in celebration of peace, the memory collapses and the story snaps back to the present. At the festival, Lurin and the nearby children are startled because Ellison is unconscious and crying in his sleep. She shakes him awake, and he slowly returns, remembering where he is, not on a battlefield, but at a festival held to honor the war heroes. The children immediately start apologizing, worried that their little game somehow pushed him too far. but Ellison brushes it off and says he only drifted into an old memory for a moment. The kids beg him to finish the game, so he raises a hand and casually shows them a burst of impressive magic. Their eyes go wide. They instantly ask if the hero badge he carries is actually real. Ellison explains that the badge isn't some enchanted relic. It's a gift Bin and Darren made for him themselves through spirit arts. As he and Lurin prepare to leave, he tells them something else, that Lurin also stood in that final battle. Lurin gets nervous and quietly asks if it's really fine to say that, but they simply tell the kids to enjoy the festival and move on. Elsewhere, Leon is recognizing Madrine for the grueling work she put in at Pendra City. The mission ended in success, the brainwashing item facility was destroyed, the silver dragon was freed, and the damage was contained. He thanks her sincerely, but instead of pride, the praise only makes her visibly uncomfortable. To her, that entire mission still feels like a chain around her neck. Leon doesn't let her dismiss it though, he insists her role mattered. Then the conversation drifts toward Duke Dillion searching for her, which only makes her more uneasy. Leon decides enough of the past for now and hands her a scroll meant for Count Lydon. Madrine assumes it's just another formal assignment, but he immediately clarifies that this is actually a forced vacation. Her job is to deliver the scroll, and after that, she is under orders to disappear into the festival and enjoy herself whether she likes it or not. Back at the restaurant, the mood is absolutely wrecked. Serena, Alina, and the butcher couple are all sitting there in utter silence, paying the price for the previous night's overindulgence. When Ellison and Lurin walk in, they ask what happened, and Serena flatly blames excessive partying. Alina explains that she tried treating some dwarves and somehow ended up being handed liquor strong enough to destroy her from the inside, leaving her with a brutal hangover. When Creston starts talking about food, Alina immediately rejects anything heavy, and that sparks an idea in Ellison's head. He decides on the spot to make something specific for recovery, convinced the dish is good enough to become one of the festival's highlights. He tells Lurin to just wait and see. Outside, the festival is loud, crowded, and glowing with life. A performer takes the stage and thanks the audience before announcing a special musical tribute to the three war heroes, drawing immediate excitement from the crowd, especially because the singer is famous in other regions. Through that same crowd, Madrine moves nervously with her face covered, trying very hard not to be noticed. She turns down a flower girl, accepts a quick apology from a drunk man who bumps into her and almost makes it through unnoticed, until the man's friend spots her badge. The moment he recognizes her as a 7th-class mage, the mood changes. Suddenly she's being loudly praised for her service to the Empire, and the men start insisting she drink with them as a show of appreciation. Eventually she ends up inside a bar, drinking under pressure, and the alcohol starts ripping apart every wall she had left. Her guard drops fast. She begins boasting that she is the only active 7th-class mage left, and when someone brings up Headmaster Certain, she sharply corrects them, saying he's retired and no longer relevant to the battlefield. Then the conversation shifts toward heroic stories from the war, and that is where everything starts spilling out. Madrine admits she doesn't have any heroic story worth telling, because what drove her back then wasn't justice or sacrifice, it was selfish hunger for power and status. She confesses that at the academy, she reported Ellison and helped engineer the movement that pushed him out, all because she wanted him removed from her way so she could rise higher. She remembers looking down on him, insulting him, treating him like trash because she had convinced herself she had to be the greatest mage alive. Now that old pride feels pathetic. As the alcohol keeps hitting her, another memory rises, the humiliation of being unable to defeat even a juvenile dragon. Her thoughts circle right back to Ellison, and she can't understand how the man who spent his time grilling meat instead of worshipping magic kept surpassing her again and again. She remembers screaming at him about power, only for him to answer with something she didn't deserve, compassion. He had told her she was free to use her strength for herself, but she had no right to block people who were just trying to move forward, and no right to decide who deserved to live. By the time she finally collapses from drinking, the truth of those words has already sunk into her. Later, she wakes up at a dining table, completely ruined, and finds Ellison waiting there with a steaming bowl of yuba guba placed in front of her. He takes one look at her mess of a state and tells her to eat. The warmth of the food, combined with the unbearable fact that it's him sitting across from her, breaks whatever composure she had managed to keep. Madrine starts crying and tries to confess everything, the betrayal at the academy, the report, the lies, the jealousy, but Ellison stops her before she can force it all out. He tells her he always knew. He knew she was the one behind the report, the one who exposed his secret kitchen and drove the whole truth movement against him. Her guilt had been written all over the way she could never properly meet his eyes. Even so, he says it plainly, he forgives her, because whatever she was in the past, the effort she is making now is real. That fragile, almost healing moment lasts about 2 seconds before Lurin barges in, radiating pure excitement, and casually announces that she broadcast Madrine's entire drunken confession across visual projectors all over the city. Madrine freezes in horror as the realization slams into her. The whole population has now seen her publicly admit her crimes. Her envy, her humiliation, everything. She bolts from the restaurant in complete panic, while Ellison calls after her that running off on a full stomach is a terrible idea, which of course she completely ignores. Lurin suddenly throws her arms around Ellison, pulling him into a tight embrace that completely catches him off guard, his body going stiff as she presses closer. She quietly explains that reliving the memories of losing his friends must have been unbearable, and this was the only way she knew to ease even a fraction of that pain. Ellison exhales, almost amused, almost touched, admitting that lately he finds himself surprised every day by how thoughtful she's become, then adds with a teasing edge that the old Lurin would have just called him a whining, stupid human and walked away. That single comment hits a nerve. Her grip tightens instantly too tight. A sharp crack echoes between them, both of them freeze, then panic explodes. Their eyes snap to the bottle shattered from the outside. The Hibern flower seed is already in Allison's hand, glowing violently, its light bursting outward so intensely it blinds them for a moment. No hesitation, they move. Fast. They rush to a remote location somewhere isolated enough to handle whatever comes next. Thinking back to what happened with Selly, they're convinced the Dragon Lord shouldn't be able to physically destroy anything in this world, but Allison doesn't take chances, not with something this dangerous. The moment the seed touches the ground, it reacts. It sprouts instantly. The Hibern flower blooms, and just like that, he appears. The Dragon Lord stands beneath the moonlight, his gaze drifting upward as if searching for someone. For a brief moment, he assumes the one who summoned him must be Sarin, but then he turns, and his expression shifts. It's just a listen. And Lurin, the confusion is immediate. He questions how he's even back in the world of the living, clearly unable to grasp what just happened, but Ellison doesn't answer. Instead, he fires back a question of his own, asking if the being before them is truly the Red Dragon Lord Sardalin. At that, Sardalin transforms, his presence sharpening as he studies their faces more closely, noting that something about them feels familiar. He assumes they must have countless questions after going to such lengths to bring him back, but before anything else he casually suggests they eat first, and then he laughs. Loudly cut to Allison's restaurant. Sardalin sits eating without restraint, clearly enjoying himself, while Allison calmly prepares dish after dish. Lurin, on the other hand, looks completely irritated, unable to hold back as she points out the obvious. He's already dead, so what's even the point of eating? Sardalin answers without hesitation. Because the food is good, more than good, it's exceptional. He praises Allison openly, saying that with skill like this he could become an incredible chef someday. Allison responds flatly he already is one. This is his restaurant, that's it. Lurin snaps. She demands to know if he has any idea what they're feeling right now. The atmosphere shifts instantly. Sardalin's expression hardens. He asks a single question. Are there any red dragons left in this world? The sudden seriousness catches Lurin completely off guard. Without dodging it, Sardalin admits the truth. They must hate him. They lost friends, family, everything because of him. With both the power and the reason, they could have wiped out his entire kind. So he asks again, directly this time, are any of his kin still alive? Allison answers, yes. The red dragons still exist. That answer genuinely surprises Sardalin. He pauses, then assumes their next question, that they want to know why he became a dragon lord, why he started the war in the first place. Allison and Lurin both nod, and Sardalin begins. He says he never wanted the war, not even once. It sounds absurd even to him, but he points out the strange coincidences. How Lurin's mother managed to steal an ancient marble at the last possible second, or how Allison's allies always arrived at Red Dragon attack sites before the Black Dragons could act. None of that was chance. He was the one who fed them that information. He wanted to be stopped. Lurin explodes again, unable to accept it. She reminds him that he was a dragon lord who had absorbed 2 ancient marbles. Who exactly did he expect to stop someone like that? Sardalin's gaze drifts, pulled back into the past. He remembers walking alone after failing to convince Sarin, bitterly complaining that the difference in their bloodlines was nothing more than coincidence, while his feelings for her were real. Eventually he collapses. All he wanted was to stay by her side. Even if it meant reliving the same farewell over and over again, he would still choose to meet her every single time. Then the sky darkens, and a voice answers him. It asks if he truly wishes to correct his twisted fate. A dark presence offers him power, the power to break old rules, to rewrite the world itself. In that moment, he sees Sarin reaching out to him, and without hesitation, he reaches back, a decision he could never undo. Elsewhere, Cynthia enters a cavern, cages lining the space around her. Voices beg for food for Mercy, but she ignores them, pulling her hood over her head as she joins others dressed the same. They gather before a throne built from massive dragon bones. Their goal is clear: to revive the primordial dragon. Back in the present, Sardalin's revelation shakes both Alyssum and Lurin. He admits he never met the primordial dragon himself, only heard of it in legends. The primordial Lord Valakar. But what took him over was something far worse than command. It was domination. A force that erased his will completely, turning him into nothing more than a puppet, trapping him in an endless trance. Then, before his eyes, the ancient marbles appeared. He begged for it to stop. He never wanted to become a lord, but it didn't matter. It was already too late. Then he felt it, Saren's presence. For a moment he hoped she would be the one to stop him, but the primordial dragon had already warned the others about her. Still, she came. Lurin's mother surged forward with overwhelming speed, aiming straight for the marble, and she succeeded. She stole it. Sardalin later learned the truth. That girl was Saren's granddaughter. He says it plainly. He owes Lurin's mother a debt he could never repay, not even in a lifetime. That's the breaking point. Lurin lunges forward and slams her fist into his face, tears streaming down as she screams that he was the reason her mother was forced into something so dangerous. She demands to know if he even understands what her mother went through afterward. She keeps hitting him, again and again. And Alyssum, watching this unfold, calmly tells her to aim for the body instead, so they can keep him alive long enough to get the answers they still need. A little later, the Dragon Lord casually asks if Lurin feels any better now, even as blood drips from multiple wounds across his face, his tone strangely calm despite the damage. Lurin doesn't answer, she moves to hit him again, but Alyssum steps in and stops her. Frustrated, she snaps that the Dragon Lord is completely useless, and surprisingly, he agrees. He admits it without hesitation, explaining that after Lurin's mother stole the marble, he was sealed once more, this time for nearly 300 years. Buried deep underground, cut off from everything, forced to wait as he slowly regained the ancient marble's power, while also suppressing resistance from other dragon lineages, his patience eroding with every passing moment. Then, eventually, Valakar declared the war. A war meant to place the entire world under the rule of the Red Dragons. The moment his seal broke, Sardalin acted immediately. He sent a signal to Lurin's mother. A quiet attempt to apologize, carefully concealed so Valakar wouldn't detect it. But something strange happened. The signal he tried to send to Saren was completely blocked by the Holy Land's defenses, yet for some reason, the one directed toward Lurin's mother went through. And that's when it clicks. Lurin realizes it was because of the gap created when she met her mother. That small opening allowed the signal to pass through. Sardalin continues, explaining that he warned Lurin's mother the discovery of the marble was only a matter of time, that there was no escaping it. The very fact that his signal could reach her meant her location was no longer safe. So he advised her to gather her entire clan to build an unbreakable defense around her, an iron fortress. But she refused. Because if the Black Dragon clan gathered in one place, the Red Dragons would launch a direct assault and it would turn into a meaningless massacre. Something she couldn't allow. That's when everything changed. That's when Lurin entered the picture. And that's when her mother began teaching her magic, preparing her, protecting her. Alyssum clenches his teeth, the weight of it all settling in, realizing the Dragon Lord had known everything from the beginning. Sardalin quietly adds that Lurin's mother cared about her clan more than anyone else, because it was the place Lurin was meant to live. The words hit harder than anything before. Lurin remembers her mother saying it was her own choice, words that meant nothing back then, but now they crash down on her all at once. The tears don't stop. She grabs Sardalin by the collar, her hands trembling as she demands the names of those who killed her mother. Sardalin closes his eyes. For a moment he hesitates, wondering if he's about to repeat the same mistake, igniting hatred in someone who's already suffered enough. Cut to the Red Dragon Holy Land. An elder questions the progress of the investigation into the remnants of the cult trying to revive the Dragon Lord. Riham lowers his head, apologizing for failing to uncover anything. The elder reminds him that even if they acted under the Lord's orders, they were still responsible for the previous war. Power that can control dragons should never exist, especially not among red dragons. Riham accepts it quietly and prepares to leave, but Baint arrives, greeting both of them. Riham then brings up something else, asking if Baint witnessed what happened in Greek City when Alyssum awakened through the third ancient marble. He calls out the absurdity of it. When a dragon absorbs 3 marbles, they're labeled a threat to the world, yet when a human does it, they're hailed as a hero. Even so, he admits their kind committed unforgivable sins. He just wishes people would acknowledge how hard they're trying now to make things right. Back at the restaurant, the mood is completely different. Sardalin is now bothering Alyssum, asking to help with cooking or at least serve customers. Alyssum shuts it down instantly, telling him that staying quiet is the most helpful thing he can do. Sardalin sighs, saying he feels bad eating for free, and also regrets saying something unnecessary to Lurin earlier. Right then, Serena and Alina walk in, casually ordering 2 bowls of gukbap as soon as they enter. Still irritated, Lurin snaps that gukbap is off the menu since the festival is over. Sardalin's attention shifts instantly. He notices Serena, a red dragon. He points it out confused, but Alyson simply explains that they don't discriminate against customers. Sardalin then asks about the festival they mentioned. Alyson explains, it's the Dragon War Armistice Commemoration Festival. Sardalin wonders aloud if Alyson's Red Dragon acquaintance is truly okay with that, because the more the heroes are praised, the deeper the resentment toward the invaders grows. Elsewhere, Riham and Baint approach a nobleman, asking for cooperation in preventing the resurrection of another dragon lord. But the man cuts them off immediately. He mocks them, reminding them they were the ones who started the war and now they have the audacity to ask for help. He refuses outright, saying he'll never cooperate with them. Baint's patience cracks, his teeth grinding as he asks if the human has forgotten he's speaking to dragons. The noble fires back instantly, asking if they're finally showing their true nature. He dares them to kill him to break the principles set by the heroes, reminding them that the Archmage is still alive. His voice rises with anger as he shouts about the blood and tears of his people, still fresh, still not dried, all because of the red dragons. He orders them to leave his territory, and they do. As they walk away, they overhear civilians speaking bitterly, saying the red dragons should have been wiped out completely, questioning why the Archmage spared them at all. Baint stops, then quietly says they should turn back here and return to the Holy Land. Meanwhile, Lurin walks alone through the city, her mind replaying the answer she received. Two names, one Cynthia, the other Riham. Later, at Alina's clinic, Serena and Alina return from the restaurant. Alina immediately asks for Serena's help again the next day, but Serena complains that she's been worked to exhaustion lately. Then Alina shifts the topic, asking about Lurin's mood earlier. As a black dragon, it shouldn't have affected her that deeply, yet it clearly did. She also checks on Serena, asking if she's alright after the festival, which confuses her. Serena teases her, bringing up how she was shouting things like death to the red dragons along with everyone else. Alina brushes it off, saying she was just worried. Serena sighs, admitting she understands the hatred toward them, even after the Dragon Lord's death. She explains he died 13 years ago, but the war didn't officially end until 2 years after that. Alina frowns, asking if the red dragons continued fighting even without his orders. Serena confirms it. Some of them became obsessed with looting, turning into lunatics who kept attacking human territories. Most of them, however, ran into a very angry restaurant owner, and none of them survived that encounter. That's how Alyson earned the title Dragon Slayer. Even those who weren't killed were punished. Every dragon who committed crimes was imprisoned in the Holy Land prison, no exceptions. Alina then asks about Serena's situation. Serena, clearly annoyed, explains she was ambushed by black dragons and captured, unable to do anything. Alina suddenly brightens, saying that's actually a good thing, she wasn't involved in the crimes. Then with unsettling honesty, she adds that sometimes things work out because Serena was weak. Serena immediately protests, flustered, insisting she's not weak, that the black dragons just fought dirty and ganged up on her. Alina grabs her hand gently, reminding her that she didn't commit any crimes under forced orders. Serena sighs, saying it doesn't matter anyway, no one even knows her true identity. And right then, crash. A stone shatters through the window. Serena picks it up, her expression darkening as she reads the words carved into it, harsh, hateful messages aimed directly at her for being a red dragon. Alina looks around, alarmed, asking who could have done something like this. Back at the Red Dragon Holy Land, Baint returns first, sent back alone by Riham. He hands a scroll to the Elder and reports that Riham seemed furious after hearing the humans speak. The Elder, already displeased, says he had warned them not to take human words to heart, then asks where Riham was last headed. Baint hesitates, then reluctantly admits it was Greek City. Before long, rumors start spreading through Greek City like wildfire. People whisper that a disguised red dragon has been living among them, that staying in human form requires feeding on human blood. Others add their own nonsense, claiming red dragons always have red hair in human form. And before long, every accusation starts pointing towards Serena from the clinic. Meanwhile, at the clinic, Serena and Alina wait in uneasy silence as not a single patient shows up. Alina assumes it's because of the rumors circling through town and tries to lift Serena's spirits, but Serena cuts her off immediately, insisting she's fine. She forces a smile, saying it's actually nice to have some peace and quiet for once. But deep down, she can't stand the thought of Alina's clinic suffering because of her, so she decides to clear up the misunderstanding herself. At the same time, Alyson and Lurin are discussing the red dragon Riham. Alyson reminds her that Riham was one of the dragons present when Nis tried to frame them for Serena's death. Lurin casually adds that it was also the same time Alyson absorbed an ancient marble, and that single detail stuns the Dragon Lord. Then suddenly, hurried footsteps approach. Alina and Baint both arrive at once, both asking for Alyson. Alina immediately protests that she got there first, while Baint argues that his matter is more urgent. Alina blurts out that terrible rumors are spreading all over town about Serena, and Baint cuts in, asking if anyone has seen Riham. Meanwhile, Serena makes her way toward the restaurant alone, muttering that humans really can be simple-minded. because not all red dragons are the same. She walks in wearing her usual bright smile, fully prepared to laugh the rumors off and explain herself like it's nothing. But the moment she steps inside, the atmosphere hits her. Every customer stares at her with fear in their eyes. Then the whispering starts all over again, and with her sharp hearing, Serena catches every single word. Mate greets her warmly and mentions that Alyson is away. Riene quickly rises from her chair to welcome her too. But Serena notices it immediately, the tiny trace of fear in their faces, the hesitation they can't fully hide. She gives a nervous laugh, turns around, and says she only came to see if Alina was there. Riene tries to stop her, but Serena bolts. She had really thought she could brush it off, flick away the rumors with a playful smile, explain that she was different, and people would understand. Alina's concern had given her this small sense of safety, like maybe things would be alright. But to everyone else, she was just another red dragon. Still, she forces herself to breathe, straightens up, and puts on a brave face again. She tells herself she's a dragon, that humans can misunderstand her all they want. First, she decides she'll teach whoever threw those rocks at the clinic window a lesson. Then she catches a strange smell. And the next second she's back at the clinic, only to find it completely swallowed by flames. Serena smashes through the door without hesitation, convinced Alina is still inside, panic driving every movement. Thankfully, Alina isn't there. But as Serena stands there watching the clinic burn, a crushing thought hits her. Had it really gotten this bad? Had her mere existence truly become an unbearable sin in the eyes of humans? By the time the others arrive, the fire has already been put out, but the clinic is ruined, totally destroyed. Alina, however, is more worried about Serena than the clinic itself. Lurin turns to Baint and demands to know if this is what he wanted, if Rihim won't be satisfied until every dragon of his kind is treated the same way he was. Baint pushes back, saying there's still no proof Rihim was the one who spread the rumors. Lurin fires back immediately, asking if it's supposed to be some coincidence that these rumors exploded on the exact same day Rihim entered their territory. Then, furious, she reveals that Rihim was also the dragon who killed her mother, which makes it all too easy to hold him accountable in her eyes. Elsewhere, Noel slams his hand onto a table, demanding to know how rumors like that could spread about Serena. Riene apologizes and explains that by the time they first heard them, the stories had already been exaggerated beyond reason. Noel waves his hand in frustration, saying his wife should have realized Serena wasn't human just from the way she spoke or from that unnatural red hair. Then his face drops. He admits that even if everyone else believed those lies, the two of them at least should have been people Serena could lean on in a moment like this. Then Noel says something heavier. He reveals that he knows Alyson is a great mage who lost all his comrades to the Red Dragons, and asks Riene if she truly believes a man like Alyson would treat Serena with such warmth if she were really a sinner. Riene breaks into tears, saying she wants to apologize to Serena, but Serena is already gone. The next day, the entire city talks about Serena's disappearance like it's some kind of human victory. Some laugh and say she ran away with her tail tucked. Others claim the Archmage should have killed her long ago. Their cruel chatter even turns Alina into some kind of victim in their story, as if Serena's very presence had been nothing but a nuisance. Then a few children step in and tell the old men to stop badmouthing their elder sister Serena. They insist that Serena had always treated people kindly. Not far away, a hooded figure overhears the conversation, until he's noticed. Lurin immediately calls him out, saying Rihim has a lot of nerve showing up in Greek City, then declares before everyone that he is the dragon who killed her mother. Rihim answers that he has no memory of the Dragon War, and that reply only makes Lurin angrier. She snaps that his sins don't disappear just because he can't remember them. Then she accuses him of being the one who spread the rumors about Serena too. Rihim coldly asks what if he did. He asks whether the fact that red dragons have red hair while using polymorph is some secret that should have been hidden from the world. Then he turns it back on her. He accuses Lurin of not caring when other red dragons were persecuted, but now that someone close to her is facing the same hatred, suddenly it matters. He demands to know what changes even if he was the one who revealed the truth. That's when Lurin's fist buries itself into his stomach. The impact is so brutal it blows open even the armor on his back. She tells him to just die already if that's all he has to say. Rihim is left stunned by the force of the blow, and before the city can fully react, Lurin opens a portal behind him and sends him through, dragging the fight away from the civilians. Some bystanders, startled by the noise, can only ask what that sound even was. On the other side of the portal, Rihim crashes across the ground from the force of Lurin's previous punch. She walks toward him and coldly tells him to get up again. Then she demands he tell her about the other dragon who killed her mother, the red dragon Sincha. Rihim gives the same answer again. He says he has no memories from the war. Then, transforming into a dragon, he adds that he had only acted according to the agreement. Far above in the sky, Alyson and the Dragon Lord watch in silence. And the more Alyson sees, the more something about all of this feels wrong. Back below, Lurin keeps fighting in her human form, which Rihame takes as an insult, demanding that she show her true form. Lurin answers that her human form is her true form. Then she uses gravity magic to force Rihame's neck downward and drives a kick straight into his jaw, the impact rippling through the surrounding area. Rihame can't understand it. How could a dragon who had only just reached adulthood be this strong? He starts to doubt whether he could win even if he used every ounce of his power. His mind drifts back to the Elder's words after the war ended. The Elder had said they must take responsibility for starting the war, because too many lives had been lost by their hands. Even if the agreement did not count casualties caused directly under the Lord's orders as crimes, those who committed crimes against humans or dragons were not to resist arrest and were to be imprisoned. Many red dragons called it unfair, insisting they had not acted of their own will. Even back then, Rihame had been accused of following orders from a suspicious female dragon, and from the Dragon Lord himself. And even though he still doesn't remember any of it, Rihame begins to believe that he really may have been the one who killed Lurin's brother with his own hands. Back at the Holy Land, the Red Dragon Elder is approached by a nervous dragon who says he isn't sure whether the person behind him is a guest or an intruder. Then Alyssum steps forward, apologizing for the intrusion. Wanting to explain things as quickly as possible, he takes out the Hibiron flower. And the moment the Elder sees it, the Dragon Lord appears in his sight. His reaction is instant. He punches the Dragon Lord straight in the face. Back in the barren land where the two dragons are fighting, Lurin admits that Rihame is an impressive fighter and wonders if that's because he's one of the Elder Dragons. At last, Rihame says that this is enough. He tells her to inform the others that he was the one who started the fight, and adds that with the wounds already visible on her body, no one would blame her for killing him. Lurin stares at him, asking what kind of nonsense he's talking now. Rihame asks if revenge isn't what she wanted. Then he turns back into a human and says that if earning Lurin's hatred meant carrying out the Dragon Lord's orders, then he assumes he really would have done it. He tells her to finish what she came for. Lurin lunges forward and pins him down by the neck, demanding to know what game he's playing. She tells him to resist until the end, to regret his sins, to curse her. But Rihame says he's tired. He says he can't keep doing this any longer. Lurin prepares another attack. Back at the Holy Land, Alyssum asks whether Rihame really killed Lurin's mother under the Lord's orders, because that is what the Dragon Lord himself remembers. But it still doesn't add up, especially since Cynthia appears to be part of the faction trying to revive the primordial dragon. The Elder says that even if it sounds like he's trying to defend one of his own, he does not believe Rihame is the type of person who would do something like that. In the early post-war period, Rihame worked harder than anyone to repair the damage and offer apologies. The Elder says that because he knows the details of Rihame's actions since the war, if Rihame had really been connected to the cultists, either he or Baint would have noticed. Alyssum then asks about Rihame's missing memories, and the Elder explains that Rihame suffered countless wounds and endured all kinds of insults and punishment. Even so, he was never someone trying to avoid responsibility. At that point, the Dragon Lord starts to realize the worst possibility. He says they need to go back and stop Lurin immediately. He admits this all happened because of his own foolish greed, and says he would accept it even if they chose to erase him, because the Red Dragons truly had no choice but to obey the Lord. He continues, saying Rihame was neither part of the faction trying to resurrect the Dragon Lord nor someone attempting to run from his sins, and at this rate, Lurin might really kill him. Back on the battlefield, Lurin is just about to finish Rihame off. Rihame quietly says he has one request. If it is true that he was the one who killed Lurin's mother, then he is prepared to apologize. Even if it is an unforgivable sin in his own eyes, he says he still has to apologize. Lurin can't understand it. Why isn't he provoking her, mocking her the way Cynthia did? Instead, Rihame asks her to end this whole chain with him and not carry any further hatred toward the Red Dragons. Lurin fires anyway, tears streaming down her face as she shouts that this isn't what she wanted. Her attack shatters even the ground beneath them. Then she fires again and again and again while memories crash through her mind. Her mother being treated like a criminal, Serena being slandered for no reason. She remembers being a child, once telling her mother that red dragons were evil, that they started the war and made her suffer. Her mother had answered calmly, saying no one wanted that war, not the humans, not the black dragons, not even the red dragon who started it. Young Lurin had asked how that could be, when their clan had lost so much to the red dragons, and when those same red dragons even had a lord. She had asked if they shouldn't hate the Dragon Lord, the one who gave everyone the order. Her mother, trying to explain something far too heavy for a child, had only asked for one promise, that even if Lurin gained power one day, she would never judge others with her eyes closed. That before passing judgment, she would first confirm what truly existed in their hearts. Back in the present, the ground beneath Lurin continues to break apart, while she stands there trembling, tears pouring down her face. At the Holy Land, Alyssum refuses to stop her. Because if Riham truly has no memories and yet still tries to accept those sins as his own, then Lurin would never kill him. Riham slowly rises, confused, asking why Lurin stopped. Lurin wipes the tears from her face and tells him to get lost, to return to the Holy Land and pay for his crimes there, because she can't kill him anymore now that she understands this was never something he wanted either. The elder quietly says it would be a relief if Lurin truly feels that way, but her mother's death was still a grave crime. It wasn't damage suffered in battle, it was the deliberate murder of a defenseless dragon. In his view, proper punishment should still be carried out, even if it comes late. But because he himself has no memory of that event, he can't confirm the truth either. Alyson says the whole thing feels strange to him, because even dragons controlled by the Lord normally don't lose their memories. The red dragons immediately ask what he means by that, but before the conversation can go further, Baint arrives and reports that he followed the footprints near the burned clinic, just as he was told, and even found a witness. According to that witness, the person who started the fire looked exactly like Riham. Alyson then asks when Riham last saw Serena. At that same moment, deep inside Serena's lair, she lies on top of a mound of gold, wondering why she came back there in the first place. Trying to cheer herself up, she tells herself that her lair is different now. This time, the treasure is real gold, real silver, more wealth than most people would ever lay eyes on in their entire lives. But there's no one there to see it with her. Her mood sinks again as she remembers the people of Greek City, wondering if she was the only one who believed they had actually grown close. She asks herself why they suddenly look at her differently when nothing about her had really changed, and whether that isn't painfully unfair. Then someone enters the lair, claiming to be just like her, someone despised only because of appearance, despite being innocent. Back at the Holy Land, Baint tells Alyson that the last time Riham saw Serena was when Alyson was falsely accused. Alyson points out that none of the other red dragons should have known Serena had abandoned her lair to live with Alina, which catches Baint off guard. Baint then asks what was written in the scroll Riham handed over earlier. The elder reveals that it was nothing more than a request for vacation. That's when Alyson says it clearly, it was Riham. The real culprit just got greedy. Back at Serena's lair, the fake Riham tells her to come with him, saying he understands her better than anyone, and that deep down she already knows there's nothing left for her in that city. As he speaks, the ugly insults thrown at her earlier replay in her mind. While Serena stands there lost in thought, he quietly sprinkles some kind of powder, and it begins to drag her into a trance. Step by step, she starts walking toward him. Inside her own mind, she convinces herself there's no one waiting for her back in Greek City, no one searching for her, no one who truly wants her there. And as she starts floating away with him, she suddenly hears her name being called from far away. A group of people is shouting for her from the mountains, completely out of breath. It's Riane, and Mate, and Lint. The fake Riham immediately tells her not to pay attention, warning that if she believes the humans again, she'll only end up hurt one more time. Serena, exhausted and broken, quietly agrees, saying she's tired of being abandoned. Back in the mountains, Mate asks if they should split up to search for her, but Lint says that would be too dangerous. Riane, already on the verge of tears, says there were still so many things she wanted to tell Serena. Then suddenly, a mountain lion leaps out of the bushes straight at Riane. But in the next instant, Serena drops into the scene and crushes the beast's jaw the moment she lands. Relief spreads across everyone's faces the second they see she's safe. Serena immediately scolds them for standing around in such a dangerous place. That's when the fake Riham casts another spell on her, coldly saying she had to learn the hard way, and that this little reunion of hers is nothing but an illusion. Serena's polymorph starts to break down, and she reverts back into her dragon form. The moment she looks back at the humans, she assumes it's over. This time there's no saving it. Then again, she tells herself maybe this is for the best because she was planning to leave anyway. But instead of fear, Riane steps forward and thanks her. She thanks Serena for saving them, for treating the children, for helping with the cooking at the restaurant, and for saving them before when the dragon attacked. Riane starts crying as she says that even after everything Serena had done for them, they were still cruel to her. Lint and Mate begin tearing up too, saying they always knew Serena was different from the others, and thanking her for everything she quietly did to help them. Then they tell her something even harder to believe. A bunch of people from the village are still waiting for her back there, and they ask if she won't forgive them. Serena starts crying too. She can't help wondering what it must have felt like for them to learn that the neighbor they trusted was actually a red dragon, from the race that started the war, from the race that destroyed their hometown twice. And yet despite knowing that, they still ran all the way to the lair of the very race that ruined their lives. She wonders what they must be feeling now, standing there asking forgiveness even after seeing her true draconic form. Serena tells them there's no need for them to apologize. If anything, she's the one who should ask forgiveness first. And then, without warning, she fires an attack at the fake Riham, forcing him to retreat immediately. Once the danger passes, Alyson says to the elder that things turned out well in the end. Baint proudly says Serena must have built up that much virtue if humans were willing to come directly to her like that. Alyson thinks to himself that Serena made them realize the place she truly belongs is Greek city itself, and although he only had a hunch before, now it's clear. There really was a mastermind behind all of this. Then Riham says he saw it too, someone moving around in his appearance which shocks the Dragon Lord. The elder reassures Riham, telling him he truly did nothing wrong. A little later, Lurin approaches from behind, visibly nervous. Riham notices she's trying to say something. She admits that she truly believed it was him, but now she knows she was wrong and apologizes. Riham tells her it doesn't really change anything because both of them believed it. He says that even if he really had spread the rumors about Serena, and even if he really had done something unforgivable to Lurin's mother, he still believes Lurin would have stopped at the final moment. For that, he says, he's grateful for her kindness. Then he explains something even more painful. He says he never deliberately looked into the time he lost from his memory because he was afraid that maybe he really had committed those crimes. He didn't want to cling to a shield of injustice until the very end. If he had tried too hard to clear Serena's name, it would have felt like he was turning himself into a complete victim. Even while apologizing, he was terrified of the truth. But in the end, his hesitation only helped the people who actually committed the crimes. And for dragging Serena into all of this, he apologizes to her too. Lurin says none of this was Riham's fault, and that the only one who should be taking responsibility is the Dragon Lord. Riham immediately punches the Lord in the face. He says it was absolutely his fault for feeding everyone the wrong information. Lurin then turns on Alyson, protesting that if he felt something was off, he should have stopped her sooner. Alyson replies that he didn't know she was planning to beat Riham that badly. The elder calls Baint awful for being so certain Riham was the one who burned the house, and Baint awkwardly says he made the same kind of mistake with Alyson too. From a short distance away, the Dragon Lord watches all of this with quiet amazement. Back at the restaurant, while every table is packed, Lurin suddenly announces that she has something to tell everyone. She says she heard the rumors spreading about Serena that her true identity is a red dragon. Then she tells them the rumors are true, every word of it. And on top of that, she says she already knew. The customers are completely stunned. Then Lurin reveals something else. She herself is a dragon too. The room instantly erupts into whispers. People start connecting her hair color and quickly conclude she's a black dragon. Riene blurts out that she knew something felt off, especially with dragons always showing up around them. Lurin continues, saying that she lost her mother to the red dragons during the war, and that she isn't trying to say people who suffered less than her should stay silent, nor is she asking anyone to become some saint who forgives everything. She's only asking them to keep their anger aimed at the people who actually committed crimes. Then she asks the question that matters most. Was the Serena they knew really the kind of person who would do any of those things? Before heading back inside, she gives them one final warning. In this restaurant, there will be no discrimination against customers just because of their hair color. Outside once again, the Dragon Lord listens in silence. The next day, the dragons finish repairing Alina's clinic. Serena is amazed they managed to finish everything in just a few hours. A little later, Riene and the others arrive carrying boxes to celebrate Alyson and Lurin returning. Serena blushes and says a gift doesn't really suit her. Then she sees what's inside. It's a cake. A cake with her crying face drawn on it, along with a few bottles of hair dye. Far away, the Dragon Lord watches them again and quietly wonders if this isn't wonderful. Later, while Alyson is cleaning dishes, the Lord appears and asks if he's still cooking even though the restaurant is closed. He says the territory is finally at peace again, and Alyson answers that it happened because everyone worked hard. The Lord says he knows someone who worked harder than anyone, then he drops to one knee. He apologizes and thanks Alyson for his patience. He says Alyson had been holding back this entire time. Even with enough power to overturn the world, even with fury in his heart, he never used that power to force an ending. He gave everyone a chance. Even this time, Alyson chose to listen instead of taking the easy path, the path that would have ended everything. The Dragon Lord remembers Alyson's eyes back then, when his friends were killed, filled not only with hatred for him, but for all red dragons. Back then, he truly thought his sins would lead to his whole clan being exterminated. He even tried to apologize then, hoping his life alone would be enough to repay something, anything. But before the words could leave his mouth, his body disintegrated. Now, even after all this time, even for someone like him, someone who killed Alyson's friends, the Lord says that if he still had any honor or treasure left, he would give it all to Alyson. But all that remains is a pathetic fragment of a soul. So the only thing left for him to do is take away at least a little of the hatred and resentment in Alyson's heart by disappearing before the time runs out. Alyson tells him there seems to be a misunderstanding. He says he isn't as noble as the Lord is making him out to be. He was only trying to live up to the words of the friends who called him a hero until the very end. But in the end, he couldn't really do that very well. Now he's just a restaurant owner. Then suddenly the door bursts open. The Dragon Lord turns at once, caught by a familiar scent. It's Sarin running in out of breath. The room falls silent. After a few seconds, Sarin says Sardalin looks exactly the same as he did when he was young, while she herself has grown old. Sardalin notices that she's still wearing the crown on her head, and that sight makes him blush. Meanwhile, Alyssum quietly sets the table. Sardalin tells her that to him, she still looks exactly like she did back then. Later, Alyssum stands outside beneath the stars, thinking back on everything. The only reason he never completely lost himself to rage was because there were always people around him to stop him. Then Lurin appears carrying a pillow, asking if he isn't coming to bed yet. Alyssum tells her he'll be there soon since he still has guests right now. As he looks up at the sky, Alyssum realizes the hatred in his heart faded slowly because he was able to see the painful faces of the people he once hated, and because he also got to see the happy faces of the people he loves. Then the Hibiron flower begins to disappear. He says he's grateful to Lurin because she made saying goodbye something he could endure. Back inside, Sarin sits at the table smiling through tears as the Lord slowly disappears, and with that final moment slipping away, Sarin gives him her last goodbye. A moment later, Sarin steps outside and apologizes for making Alyssum work so late. In his arms, Lurin is already fast asleep, completely out cold while he holds her up with one arm. Sarin smiles faintly and says it looks like he's having a hard time, but Alyssum brushes it off, saying it's fine because Lurin is adorable like this. Then he asks if the meal was satisfying. Sarin's face brightens immediately, and she says it was far beyond satisfying. Alyssum tells her she's welcome at his restaurant anytime, but Sarin's expression soon turns more serious. She says there's something important she needs to tell him, and since Lurin has already fallen asleep, she asks him to leave her in the lair and come with her to the Black Dragon Sanctuary. When they arrive, Madamada notices his mother returning with Alyssum and says the investigation into the seasoning Alyssum brought them is complete. The powder, he reveals, is something called the Tears of the Lord, a substance made from shattered dragon hearts. But this was no ordinary heart. The atmosphere in the room darkens instantly. Sarin explains that this is a secret not even widely known within their own clan, something only certain elders were allowed to know. She admits she wasn't even sure whether she should be telling Alyssum this, but does so anyway. Then she asks if he knows the method for destroying an ancient marble. Alyssum answers that he was always told it couldn't be destroyed. Even the primordial dragon killer who protected the marble in the Dwarven Kingdom never found a way to break one. Sarin asks if that doesn't strike him as strange. If ancient marbles were truly indestructible, then why hadn't another lord already been reborn by now? Why weren't those marbles piling up somewhere like a mountain? Then she asks if he remembers the protective spell that had surrounded Lord Sardalin's heart. And in that instant, Alyssum starts to see where this is going. Sarin explains that the only way to destroy an ancient marble was to make a dragon absorb it, then destroy the marble together with that dragon's heart. That was the method used to prevent the birth of a new lord. Until now, the practice had been to seal together the dragon who created the ancient marble and the essence within it, and whenever a dragon who committed an unforgivable sin appeared, they would force that dragon to absorb the marble and dispose of both at once. Alyssum asks if it was the same among the red dragons. Sarin says it was the same for all dragons, and that this principle had continued ever since the First Lord. Alyssum says he can now understand why the red dragons felt such injustice, then asks what standard was used to define those sins. Sarin answers that the laws changed with time, and from the perspective of a human, she can't promise that no one was wronged. She asks if Alyssum thinks what they did was wrong. He understands that it was done to preserve peace, but even knowing that, he can't shake the unfairness of it. Sarin quietly thinks to herself that Alyssum really did see even dragons as equals. The fact that he fought to restore Lurin's mother's honor came from that same heart of his. Then Madamada adds something even worse. This may be why they're now receiving retribution. Since Alyssum reported that even dragons could be bewitched by the tears of the Lord, that means every dragon heart used as material for that powder had already absorbed an ancient marble. In other words, they were all the hearts of dragons labeled sinful. Just then, Dihagma enters and confirms that the burial grounds holding those corpses had been grave robbed, and that saint had already confessed to being involved. The detection magic and multiple barriers around the site had been disabled for a long time, and inside the burial grounds, only bones with hollow chests remained. That, Dihagma says, was also how he was able to tell Alyssum about his extended lifespan. They had been experimenting by transplanting those stolen hearts into humans. And hearing that, Alyssum immediately remembers someone who had gone through exactly that. The swordsman, Redin. Dihagma says that Redin's real name was Adrian Paris, the former commander of the First Order Knights. But the true problem isn't just who he is. The real danger is that all of those dragon hearts are now in enemy hands. Every one of them had once absorbed an ancient marble. Since the hearts had already been destroyed once, they couldn't be used to create a lord, but they still held more than enough power to strengthen an enemy force. Dihagma says they need to find out how far those transplant experiments had gone and how many had already been completed. Meanwhile, in the enemy hideout, Duke Delian arrives and complains that things have been far too quiet lately. He says there should have been some kind of reaction by now, then asks if the whole plan was a failure. Cynthia calmly says that it probably was. She admits Alyssum and Lurin stayed far calmer than she expected when she had assumed they would completely lose control once provoked. Then suddenly, one of the doors blasts open. An angry, familiar voice enters the room. Raheem demands to know if they're the ones who framed him. Cynthia immediately casts her magic and says none of this is funny, calling him Karn. At once, Raheem's head splits open, hands tearing away the disguise, and a red dragon reveals himself, saying he was only trying to lighten the mood in his own way. Then he starts complaining that a plan prepared over 15 years was ruined, and that even the disguise he used while fighting as Raheem during the war was exposed, all because of Saint. He also reports that Serena turned out to be the same as Lurin, because the dragon bewitching powder worked well only until the target had another desire in their heart. Cynthia says they just need to refine it and add another trigger. She also points out that Karn exposed himself by stirring up conflict in Raheem's form while also trying to take Serena. Karn keeps pacing, saying this is the kind of moment where he needs encouragement, not criticism. That's when Duke Delian cuts in and says Karn is far too soft. If it were him, he says, he would have killed the elf Alina, thrown the body into the burning clinic, and wiped out the villagers before they ever reached Serena. Then there would have been no choice but to kill Raheem. For a second, both Karn and Cynthia just stare at him in disbelief, asking if he's some kind of devil. Then Karn somehow thanks Delian for the suggestion and says he'll use it next time, but Cynthia immediately smacks him and warns him not to even dream of doing something that reckless. She says that no matter how deep Delian's hatred runs, there are still lines they cannot cross. Then she asks if he really thinks they've proceeded this carefully for so long because they were fools. She warns them that if Alyssum ever truly lost his reason, there would be no one left who could deal with what came after. Karn says that's exactly why they should change direction and transplant the shattered hearts into a dragon instead. Cynthia argues there's still no guarantee it would work, but Karn believes they already have enough experimental results from the humans and that they also have plenty of volunteers willing to try it. Right then, two hooded dragons step forward and ask Cynthia to give them a chance. They take the shattered hearts and begin chanting, and almost immediately their power surges explosively upward. When the dust clears, they are given a single order: destroy Greek City along with Alyssam's restaurant. Elsewhere, Reedon walks alone through a grassy field, his thoughts drifting back to his conversation with Dihagma. Back when Saint was captured, most of the experimental data on the Tears of the Lord was burned away in the fire. Saint had been screaming at Reedon to hurry up and put it out. Dihagma, on the other hand, had calmly offered to part ways peacefully, while wondering aloud why Reedon had ever joined hands with dragon cultists in the first place, because he was never that kind of man. Then Dihagma asked the one question that made Reedon's eyes widen on the spot. Had he become disappointed in humans? The moment he sees that reaction, Dihagma knows he hit the mark, and so he offers one final prophecy: Reedon, no matter where he goes, will always end up disappointed in the exact same way. Back in Greek City, the dwarves finish building a statue of the primordial dragon Killert and the hero Darren. Alyssum looks up at it and calls it impressive, saying it might even become a sightseeing spot for the city someday. But when he turns to praise the other dwarves, he finds them all collapsed on the ground, looking absolutely miserable. Lurin asks what in the world happened to them, and the elder explains that dwarves simply love making things. Until recently, they had been too busy struggling just to survive, so they never had time to think about anything else. But now that the village construction was finally complete, they were living through the first truly relaxed atmosphere they'd had in a long time: no tension, no urgency, and apparently none of them knew how to handle peace without glitching out a little. Lurin immediately says that explains why the dwarves looked so weirdly bright when they heard Alina's clinic had burned down. The elder panics and swears that they were definitely not happy about the clinic burning, and Alyssum cuts in, saying he might actually be able to find some work for them. Not long after, they meet Diren, and the second he hears extra hands are available, he lights up on the spot. He grabs Elder Jeltsar's hand and enthusiastically seals the deal right there. Diren explains that all of his current workers had already been sent out to repair aging buildings, so the timing for more help couldn't have been better. Alyssum and Lurin both look around in disbelief, asking if this really is the same Dedrun they saw before. Diren proudly answers that the place is now called New Greek City. Then Mohin, the woman in charge of land management, guides them through the central market, the very first place Diren focused on after arriving. Even Alyssum can barely believe it, because the ruins he once knew now look like a real, living city. Mohin explains that they accepted a large number of refugees, which gave them labor, but labor alone wasn't enough. A territory can't survive forever on rations. For the place to sustain itself, money had to start moving, and for that to happen, the market had to come first, a place where anyone could trade safely. She adds that while it looks peaceful now, it was nothing like this in the beginning. Back then, security was so terrible that walking around alone, even during the day, was basically asking for trouble. But Diren never gave up. Every single day, he walked through the market alone, telling people to use it, trying to prove it had become safer. At first, nobody believed him. But after he kept patrolling those streets by himself day after day, people slowly started trusting him. Alyson watches in genuine admiration and says his student really became a cool person. Lurin, being Lurin, asks if they couldn't have just beaten up any robbers who showed up. Diren smiles and says he didn't do it alone, then shows them the gifts he received from the people and asks if they want to see the ones who worked hardest of all. When they arrive at the security forces training grounds, a guard outside announces Diren's arrival. Seeing the soldiers training non-stop, Diren tells them they should really take it easy once in a while. But Kinder and Vana immediately answer that this level of training is nothing, and that everyone there is doing it voluntarily. Then they notice Alyson and ask if he isn't the owner of that street stall from before. Diren explains that Vice Commander Dariant had continued sending personnel from the First Order to train the security forces all the way up to the present. Alyson says that explains why the soldiers' skills are so much better than before. Diren then lays it all out. These people weren't just standing around looking tough. They had been dealing with everything, crushing criminal organizations, organizing patrols and arrest squads to secure public safety, and even scouting nearby monster threats. Thanks to their ridiculous refusal to stop training day and night, when they hold military exchanges with other territories, they're now evaluated at the level of apprentice knights. Alyson, half amused, says maybe Diren can stop calling him master at this point. But right then, one of the soldiers smashes several training mannequins at once and proudly says they're already beyond apprentice knight level, and that they've even beaten official knights. Then he adds with zero humility that the nobles were just brats who got mad after losing and took it out on his unit. Alyson asks who this loud one is, and Diren explains it's Goda, a soldier who stood out during the exchange event. Goda keeps going, saying that catching robbers isn't even fun anymore, and even if monsters piled up like mountains, they still wouldn't scare him. Then he says what he probably should not have said out loud, that he almost wishes a dragon would attack, just so he could finally get a real challenge. Alyson's expression shifts instantly. He tells Goda not to joke about something like that, because people who have actually faced dragons would never speak so lightly. Goda notices Alyson's Imperial Mage uniform and smirks, saying that must mean Alyson met dragons before. Then he mocks him further, saying anybody can claim to be a war veteran these days with nothing but words. Kinder and Vana immediately try to stop him, and Lurin coldly asks if the stupid brat wants to find out for himself. Alyson, however, simply picks up a wooden sword and says that sometimes words aren't enough, and other methods are needed to prove a point. Goda looks completely baffled, asking what Alyson thinks he's doing, and whether a mage is seriously asking for a swordsmanship spar. Diren looks worried, while Lurin quietly wonders if Alyson even knows how to use a sword. But Kinder starts connecting the dots: the thug who attacked Alyson's stall, Alyson's ties to the commander of the First Order, the fact that Diren calls him master, and suddenly realizes Alyson is definitely not some ordinary mage. He warns Goda not to underestimate him. Naturally, that only makes Goda angrier. He snaps, asking if everyone is collectively trying to make him look stupid, then charges forward at full power. And Alyson casually sends Goda's sword flying away, just like that. The impact leaves Goda's hands trembling. Lurin realizes that the ancient marbles didn't just affect Alyson's magic, they boosted his physical ability too. Alyson starts pressing him back, and Vana can barely process what she's seeing because she had assumed Alyson was only a mage. As the clash continues, Goda realizes something terrifying: every move he makes is getting read perfectly. Alyson is seeing through him like an open book, so Goda decides to throw in a feint, twisting his attack to catch him off guard. He goes for it and somehow actually lands a hit straight to Alyson's face. The entire place goes dead silent. Goda immediately drops to the floor in disbelief, while Alyson casually says this Goda guy might actually be able to beat a dragon one day, as Lurin blows on the bruise on his face. Diren apologizes over and over, but Alyson laughs it off, saying there's nothing to apologize for in a swordsmanship spar. Then he openly praises the soldiers' sword skills, saying that if they keep training like this, their unit might not even have to fear dragons in the future. And somehow that only makes Goda even angrier. Later that night, one of Goda's friends asks if he's still sulking over what happened that morning. He points out that there's nothing to be upset about since Goda technically won in the end. But Goda grumbles that Alyson was obviously just messing around with him. Then, while walking around without really paying attention, Goda suddenly bumps into someone. The stranger asks one simple question: is this place really Greek city? Goda snaps at the stranger without a hint of restraint, but his friend quickly cuts him off, reminding him they'd already gotten into trouble before for talking down to civilians. Trying to smooth things over, the friend asks if the man is a traveler, then politely explains that this place is now called New Greek City, and if he's looking for the original Greek city, he would need to head further southeast. The stranger simply nods and mutters that he must have gotten the coordinates wrong again, then starts to walk away. Of course, Goda isn't done. He tries to pick a fight again, but his friend shuts him down immediately, warning him that if Captain Kinder hears about this, he's finished. He tells Goda to just forget about the duel with Alyssum already. That's when the stranger suddenly stops. He heard that name. He turns back and calmly asks them to repeat what they just said. Before anyone can respond, a massive explosion erupts on the other side of the city. The ground shakes, flames rise, and the soldiers instantly switch gears, preparing to move out. Goda impatiently tells the stranger to get lost, but the man doesn't leave. Instead, he casually says it looks like his partner, Herky, has already begun. Then he pulls open his coat, revealing a glowing crystal embedded in his chest. And hearing that Alyssum is here, well, destroying this city too wouldn't be such a bad idea. In the next moment, his body twists and expands. A dragon stands before them. The soldiers freeze. Goda doesn't. He steps forward, draws his sword, and says he's been waiting for something like this. Then he charges, pouring everything he has into a single strike. The blade connects, leaving behind nothing more than a shallow scratch. And that's when reality hits him. Sweat runs down his face as he realizes that his full-powered attack barely even marked it. The dragon glances at him for less than a second, then looks away, as if Goda isn't even worth acknowledging. That tiny scratch might as well have been a blade brushing through grass. Goda can't accept it. He attacks again, and in the next instant he's sent flying by a casual flick of the dragon's tail, smashing into a wall. As the dragon continues its rampage, Goda struggles to get back up. His mind drifts to when he and the others were building this city together. Now everything is burning. The people who trusted them are running in fear, and standing before a dragon, nothing they did seems to matter. From a cliff overlooking the chaos, Reedon watches it all unfold. He repeats the same thought again, that human creations are fragile, insignificant compared to dragons. That's why he abandoned them. Then another voice cuts in. Someone asks if that's truly how he feels, if everything he's done really meant nothing, calling him by his real name, Commander Adrian. Reedon turns, noting that Dariant took her time recognizing him. Then he points toward the soldiers she trained and asks what meaning she could possibly see in them. Back in the city, Goda stumbles into the security office, shouting for Kinder and Vana, demanding to know why the alarm bell hasn't been rung. But instead of answers, he finds another dragon standing over his fallen superiors, mocking them, asking if they really call this an army. Goda collapses to his knees. Another dragon appears behind him. The male dragon remarks that Alyssum didn't show up even after causing this much destruction, so he probably isn't here, and besides, this wasn't even Greek city to begin with. The female dragon questions him, and he casually explains that this is New Greek City. Her eyes then fall on Goda, trembling on the ground. She says they might as well clean up the remaining pests and moves to strike his neck, but before the blow can land, Lurin appears. She intercepts the attack instantly and demands to know who they think they are. Then she launches both dragons into the air with a single strike, her voice cold as she says she has no problem killing troublemakers like them. The two red dragons transform immediately and slam her straight into the ground. The female dragon laughs, saying it's actually a pleasant surprise that Lurin is still in the city. Lurin notices the strange crystals embedded in their chests and asks what kind of twisted trick they're playing now. The dragon answers with a smirk, saying Lurin's days of charging into battle relying on her ancient marble are over. Lurin doesn't respond with words, she responds with power. An 8th class spell erupts and a massive pillar of lava tears through the ground. From the cliff, Reedon tells Darian to look closely to see how the earth itself trembles under the might of dragons. Unless another dragon steps in, no human can interfere in a fight like this. No matter how long those soldiers train, it changes nothing. They'd be crushed in an instant. To him, everything humans built, every empire, every achievement, it's all just sandcastles waiting to collapse. He says he finally understands the gap between humans and dragons. Then he asks if Dariant came here because she realized that same truth. And in the end, he leaves her with one final conclusion. If there is any human capable of controlling this battle, capable of winning it, it would be Alyssum. The red dragon unleashes a devastating attack, but Lurin slips past it midair, weaving forward through the flames. The female dragon laughs, mocking her for being slow, striking her again without hesitation. Lurin quickly realizes something is off. These two aren't normal. Their mana, their physical strength, both are far beyond what she expected. Even for her in her current state, this isn't an easy fight. Then both dragons attack at once. Before she can react, something unnatural wraps around her, a strange shadow binding her in place. The female dragon smirks, saying Lurin was never even a match for her to begin with, and prepares another attack to finish it. On the ground, Goda trembles, frozen in fear. He feels the overwhelming power gathering behind him and knows this is it. The fight ends here. Slowly he turns, hoping that whoever wins will just ignore him, treat him like an insect again, but both dragons are staring past him. Confused, terrified, he thinks it's over, then a voice speaks from behind him. Alyson calmly remarks that the soldier held out well. Goda's eyes snap open as he notices the insignia on Alyson's chest, a 9th class badge. In that instant, it hits him. The dragons weren't looking at him, they were looking at Alyson. The female dragon's expression shifts, saying their real target has finally arrived, while the male warns her not to let her guard down even for a second. Before they can react, Alyson disappears, and reappears right beside Lurin. The sudden movement alone makes both dragons recoil. Alyson lifts Lurin gently, apologizing for being late, already aware she probably held back her magic because there could still be civilians trapped under the rubble. Lurin tries to warn him about the strange crystals embedded in the dragon's chests, but Alyson cuts her off softly, telling her to rest. He understands. After sending her away, Alyson turns back, and his voice changes. He says that every time something like this happens, he questions whether the path he chose was really the right one. That maybe they could have just stayed out of each other's lives, lived separately, avoided all of this. Then he asks a simple question. Was his warning not enough? The dragons glance at each other. Alyson continues, saying that just because he gave them a chance doesn't mean they can run wild and do whatever they want. The dragons explode with anger, calling him a foolish human, telling him to read the situation. The female dragon demands to know if he really thinks he can act arrogantly here, but before she can finish, the male dragon's head drops to the ground. Clean, instant. Alyson says that normally he would have had questions for them, but there are just too many of them now to bother listening. The female dragon panics and turns to flee, realizing too late that she chose the wrong opponent. The difference in power is overwhelming. Even for a dragon, his mana is on another level entirely. Alyson raises his hand, saying he doesn't need her arms or legs intact to ask questions, but suddenly the same shadow binding appears again, wrapping around him. He immediately notices it's coming from the corpse of the male dragon. Alyson quietly wonders if that dragon was trying to buy time for his comrade to escape. Every time he sees behavior like this, it leaves him with a strange, unpleasant feeling. Then he turns his head slightly and asks if everything is all right on the other side. Dariant answers that she's relieved to see him here. Alyson drops his disguise and asks why she's casually saying his name out loud in public. Nearby, chaos continues. A civilian rushes in carrying an injured woman, begging for a bed. The nurse responds that all beds are already full and tells him to take her to the next building. Moments later, Alyson steps into a private room, searching for Lurin. Inside, Alina is treating her. Alina quickly tells him not to look, but Lurin casually says she doesn't mind if it's him. Alyson asks Alina if he can speak with Lurin alone. Alina nods and leaves to check on other patients. The room falls silent, then Alyson breaks it. He tells Lurin she was in danger today. Lurin brushes it off, saying it was nothing, the enemies were weak anyway. But Alyson continues. People died, others were seriously injured. Lurin immediately understands what he's doing. He's blaming himself. She stops him. She tells him none of this has anything to do with the fact that he chose to forgive the Red Dragons after the war. Instead, she says that because of him, her own perspective toward others changed. Then she says something heavier. He can't afford to let his resolve waver, because she can only endure by leaning on him. She pulls him closer and tells him that he can lean on her too. A few minutes later, Alyson walks out of the room, saying he's fully recharged now, ready to go after any dragons that escaped. Dariant stops him, saying there's something else they need to discuss. Alyson says he was also curious about what Commander Adrian Paris had said earlier. Dariant lowers her voice, saying their conversation was short, but something felt off, as if his memories were all mixed together. Far away, the dragon that escaped finally lands, convinced she's far enough to be safe. Only then do her tears fall, mourning her fallen comrade. She swears she won't forgive Alyson, that next time she'll return with an army of dragons strengthened by transplanted hearts and crush everything. But before she can finish, a voice cuts through the air. Reedon stands there. He calmly observes that the dragon's mission seems to have failed. Then he says he has something to ask her. He asks if she was one of the dragons who participated in the attack on the Imperial Palace during the early days of the war. Back at the cultist headquarters, Karn clicks his tongue, saying the two dragons still haven't returned and wondering if they failed. Sincha doesn't even look surprised, calmly reminding him that if brute force alone could solve everything, this war would have ended long ago. Karn shrugs it off, saying their failure isn't the real problem. The bigger issue is that Adrian still hasn't shown up. He makes it clear he never agreed with letting him loose in the first place, then warns that if anything goes wrong, Sincha will be the one held responsible. Elsewhere, the surviving dragon frowns, asking why Adrian suddenly brought up the Imperial Palace attack. She recalls the incident, the early days of the war when the First Order Knights were wiped out. To her, it meant nothing more than a human squad getting crushed. But to Adrian, it was everything. He says those weren't just soldiers. They were talents he personally raised, warriors he selected and trained himself, veterans hardened through countless battles. Yet because of his own misplaced confidence, he had led most of them away from the capital, believing it would remain safe without him. Even when the king hesitated, Adrian trusted his own judgment, and that decision destroyed everything. The knights he left behind were annihilated by just a handful of dragons. To those creatures, it was no different than swatting insects. Adrian lowers his gaze, admitting that back then he couldn't do anything, because he was nothing more than a weak human. In a distant dungeon, Saint screams in agony. Dihagma coldly tells him to be quiet and Saint snaps back, asking how he can say that while torturing someone. Dihagma ignores the complaint and asks a different question. What exactly did Saint do to Adrian Paris? He recalls how, even when Adrian fought Ruhard, he focused entirely on defense. It looked like a desperate battle, like he was risking his life against someone far stronger, yet something about it didn't add up. Even after winning, Adrian didn't seem convinced he had. Dihagma can't understand why someone like him still sees himself as only slightly stronger than an ordinary human. Saint answers simply, because he is human. Dihagma calls that nonsense. They both know Adrian isn't someone who should fear a fight like that. Then he asks directly, did they poison his mind? Saint denies it. They didn't alter him like that, instead they showed him reality. He explains how Cynthia forced Adrian to witness the aftermath of that battle, the corpses of the knights he trained, scattered across the battlefield, crushed and torn apart by dragons. She mocked him as she showed him, asking why humans couldn't understand that their battle lines meant nothing. Then she told him about Alyson, the rising hero who was said to be able to fight dragons alone, only to end up losing his entire unit to the red dragons and eventually deserting. Hearing that over and over, Adrian began to accept it, that humans were weak, that they were worthless. But even then, a voice had challenged him. Dariant reminded him that humans were not weak. She asked if he had forgotten what he himself had done, that the first order he left behind had not simply vanished. Back in the present, the dragon glares at him, demanding to know what he's trying to say. Adrian calmly asks if the dragons truly suffered no losses when they fought his knights. He admits something strange, he doesn't seem to remember what actually happened that day. Then he asks her directly, does she remember any casualties on the dragon's side during the war? The dragon scoffs, calling him nothing more than Cinch's servant, asking if he seriously believes dragons would get hurt while crushing worms. Adrian shakes his head, saying he isn't trying to provoke her. He just wants her to listen, just once, especially after she's already running away from a human she couldn't defeat. That single line snaps something inside her. She attacks instantly, raging that a mere human who received a heart transplant thinks he's above fear now. She vows to tear him apart and prove the gap between them. But as Adrian raises his sword, something shifts. A memory surfaces, his blade covered in blood, and suddenly a question forms. If it wasn't dragon blood, then whose was it? Far away, Cynthia recalls that very battlefield. The moment they captured Adrian, the sight she couldn't allow anyone to see. A sea of red dragon corpses, all of them cut down by him. She had ordered everything erased, every witness, every trace, every piece of evidence buried so deeply it would vanish from history. And now she begins to wonder if letting him walk free was a mistake. Back in the present, Adrian moves. In a single instant, he passes the dragon. She doesn't even realize what happened until pain erupts across her entire body. She curses her luck, wondering why she had to encounter monsters like this one after another. Then her body begins to fall apart, piece by piece. The ground beneath them fractures as she collapses. And in that moment, Adrian finally understands what Dihagma meant. The next morning, Goda sits alone on a hill, staring down at the city with a blank expression. Then Alyson appears beside him, saying he's glad to see him alive. Goda immediately straightens up and addresses him respectfully as one of the 3 great war heroes, but Alyson shuts that down instantly, clearly uncomfortable with the title. He then reassures him that both Kinder and Vana survived and are now safe. Not far away, Serena walks around with a towel on her head, nervously thinking that if anyone finds out she's a red dragon, it's completely over for her. Goda stares into the distance for a long moment before speaking again. He admits he must have looked ridiculous, acting all proud just because he was somewhat skilled with a sword, even wishing for dragons to invade, only to be completely useless when it actually happened. He calls himself pathetic. He also admits he didn't even realize Alyson was holding back during their spar. Alyson watches Diren below, tirelessly directing the dwarves in repairing the damaged areas, saying that Diren hasn't slept for days while overseeing the recovery. Then he turns back to Gota and tells him something important. That Gota was admirable during the attack, that even after being knocked down, humans can stand back up again, over and over. And that is their greatest strength. Hidden nearby, Adrian listens to their conversation for a brief moment, then disappears. And as Alyson turns away, he casually adds one last thing. He wasn't holding back during that spar at all. He just lost control while trying to teach Gota a lesson. Back at the restaurant, once things finally settle down, the atmosphere returns to normal. A man brings his friend in, proudly saying this meal is his treat. Mate walks over with their food, politely hoping they enjoy it, and just like that, the man falls for him instantly. Without hesitation, he grabs Mate's hand, calling him Miss and asking for his name, completely serious. Mate calmly introduces himself and walks away like nothing happened. The friend just stares, completely lost, asking what kind of nonsense that was. But the man grins, saying his friend is smoother than he thought, adding that since he's finally of marriageable age, this must be why he brought him here. The friend looks even more confused, then sighs and starts correcting everything. First, Mate is a guy. Second, Riane is already married. Third, Alina isn't even human. And Berna, she's the Lord's wife. He tells him to stop dreaming and just eat. But the man isn't done yet. His eyes land on Lurin. He says she's exactly his type. Only for his fantasy to shatter instantly as Lurin casually starts sucking on Alyssa's finger right in front of him. He slumps back, defeated, wondering if there's really no hope for him, and what it must be like to live with someone that beautiful. Later that night, the mood shifts completely. Lurin snuggles up to Alyssa in bed, calling his name softly again and again. She says they've barely had any time for themselves lately, with everything that's been happening, and that it's been a long time since they were properly together. Then she leans closer, asking if they should pick up where they left off. Her clothes begin to tear open, and Alyssa immediately retreats. He awkwardly says he forgot to prepare ingredients for tomorrow, telling her to sleep first before escaping the room. The next day she tries again, this time suggesting they take a bath together. Alyssa casually says he already did. Then Lurin suddenly tears her clothes again and blames it on guard cat right in front of him. Alyssa doesn't even react. He just tosses her a new jacket from across the room and walks off. Nothing works. Completely frustrated, Lurin grabs guard cat by the cheeks, demanding answers. Alyssa used to be warm, always close, but now he keeps avoiding her whenever they're alone. She starts wondering if she's being too demanding. At that moment, Serena arrives at Lurin's lair, asking if she can borrow the bathhouse. Inside, Lurin is just lying on the floor, surrounded by fur, looking completely defeated. Serena steps into the bath and lets out a satisfied sigh, saying she finally feels alive again. Then casually mentions she should have had the dwarves build one like this at the clinic too, but then she notices Lurin's expression. She asks why she looks so down despite having such a perfect bath. Lurin admits it. Alyssa has been avoiding her, and Serena bursts out laughing. She calls both of them clueless, asking if they're rushing things too much. Lurin insists they've already accepted their feelings and that this behavior is something recent. For a moment, Serena remembers her own past, being abandoned by Guard, who left her saying he was already tired of her. But she shakes it off immediately. Alyssa isn't that kind of person. Then she gives actual advice. She tells Lurin not to overthink it alone, asks if this is their first time dealing with something like this, and explains that communication always comes first in a relationship. She tells her to just be honest with Alyssa. Lurin listens, but her eyes slowly drift downward, and suddenly she reaches a completely different conclusion. She stares directly at Serena's chest, then declares that she finally figured it out. The reason Alyssa has been avoiding her is because she doesn't have those. She complains that every woman in this town is way too well developed. Serena turns red instantly, asking what she's even talking about, but Lurin doubles down, saying Alyssa is just too nice to say it to her face. And then she runs off, declaring she has no choice but to fix it herself. Serena panics. She rushes to the restaurant looking for Alyssa only to find him with Alina. Immediately, she misunderstands everything. She blurts out if Alyssa is really that into breasts. Alyssa freezes, asking what she's even saying. She demands to know what they were doing then. Alina steps in and calmly explains they were discussing healing magic. Then Alyssa's tone changes. He says there are still scars left on Lurin's body from her injuries, that she was seriously hurt, and he couldn't do anything for her. He says people call him a hero, but when it came to the person most important to him, he was useless. Alina, meanwhile, focuses on something else entirely, asking how he even got the chance to see Lurin's body in the first place. Serena notices the plant they were practicing on and asks what happened to it. Alyssa sighs, saying that every time he tries to heal something, it ends up like that. Serena realizes the problem immediately. He has too much power. Controlling it properly is the issue. Then she suddenly remembers why she came. She tells him they need to stop Lurin before she does something stupid. Cut to another location, the lair of a certain infamous dragon. Lurin bangs on the door, calling out Iramantom, accusing him of always being a pervert obsessed with researching women. She demands he remake her body into something that would drive Alyssa crazy. Iramantom just stands there, completely confused. Lurin insists he knows exactly what she means, pointing directly at the maids nearby. Iramantom sighs and pulls out a scroll, saying there is a method, but it might not be what she's imagining. Then he tells her to gather the required ingredients first, and just like that, she sets off. In a freezing mountain range, Lurin climbs vertically across sheer cliffs, thinking to herself, dragons only grow rapidly during their sacred rite, and after that growth stops. But her mother was clearly much bigger than her. She wonders if she simply took after her father instead. Still climbing, she reaches a rare flower and grabs it, declaring that no matter what she'll make this work. That she'll become someone so stunning it surprises everyone and stand proudly in front of Alyson. Back in the city, after hearing everything, Alyson just stares at Serena and asks one simple question: how did she even come to that conclusion? A while later, Lurin finally returned home looking unbelievably suspicious. Her clothes were a mess, her appearance was completely disheveled, and she kept a small potion bottle hidden behind her back. The sight alone left Lint and Mate stunned. Without explaining anything, she hurriedly told the siblings to prepare dinner for her and Ellison immediately, specifically requesting some kind of soup. Earlier that day, inside Iramantom's laboratory, even the eccentric dragon looked surprised. He admitted he never expected Lurin to gather every ingredient so quickly. Even for a dragon, reaching some of those locations wasn't easy. Still, he worked fast, completing the potion and presenting it to her as the key to obtaining what she truly desired. Lurin instantly reached for it, ready to drink it on the spot, only for Iramantom to stop her. According to him, she had completely misunderstood its purpose. If changing appearances were that simple, he joked that he would have fixed himself long ago. The potion wasn't meant for her at all. It was meant for Ellison. He explained that after drinking it, the first person Ellison saw would appear as the ideal version of that person hidden deep within his heart. Lurin's eyes lit up immediately. To her, that meant Ellison would finally see her in the most magnificent form imaginable. Iramantom clarified that if such a form truly matched Ellison's ideal, then yes, that was exactly what he would see. Satisfied with that answer, Lurin happily prepared to leave, disappointed only that the potion couldn't physically make her grow any larger. Before she could go, however, Iramantom stopped her one last time. He asked if she was truly satisfied with that outcome. If Ellison drank the potion, he warned, he would no longer see the real Lurin. He would only see a version created by his own imagination. If her speech bothered him, he would hear a softer version. If her appearance disappointed him, he would see an altered one instead. Lurin didn't hesitate. As long as Ellison was happy, none of that mattered to her. Iramantom sighed and tried once more to change her mind. Drawing from his own experience, he admitted that he once obsessed over those kinds of artificial relationships too. He had done plenty of foolish things chasing those fantasies, just like the mistakes he made back in the elf village. But now, gesturing toward the maids living in his home, he explained that they were completely free to leave whenever they wanted, yet they chose to stay. His appearance hadn't changed at all, yet that alone made him happy. To him, Ellison and Lurin were no different. Back in the present, those words kept replaying in Lurin's mind as she quietly stared down at her dinner. Ellison quickly noticed her distracted expression and asked what had been occupying her thoughts the entire meal. He even wondered if the stew wasn't to her liking. Lurin immediately denied it, insisting the food was delicious. Then, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere, she brought up Ment and Miltine. Ment had shaved his beard, while Miltine had grown out her hair. According to them, both had changed themselves into appearances they wanted their partner to enjoy. Growing increasingly nervous, Lurin asked if it was really strange to want to change for someone you loved. She desperately tried convincing herself it wasn't wrong. After all, wasn't that exactly what Ment and Miltine had done? The smile disappeared from Ellison's face. He calmly asked if she planned to use the potion hidden in her possession if he answered yes. Lurin froze. Completely caught off guard, she demanded to know how he knew about it. Ellison simply pointed toward the table and told her to put the bottle down. Then he explained that comparing her polymorph to Ment's beard wasn't remotely the same thing. He admitted that before learning his lifespan had changed, he had been terrified. The thought of aging alone while Lurin remained unchanged haunted him. He feared becoming a wrinkled old man while she continued forward without him. Part of him even worried she might leave. Lurin immediately snapped back, insisting she would never do something like that. Ellison smiled softly. He already knew she wouldn't. Every time those fears appeared, he could practically hear Lurin's voice telling him to stay beside her. Then he asked why she believed he was any different. Even if they had been blessed with far longer lives than most people, time would still pass. Their appearances would change. Their thoughts would change. Countless things would be different from how they were now. But one thing he was certain would remain the same. No matter how old they became, they would still be smiling when they looked at each other. Then before Lurin could stop him, Ellison grabbed the potion. He admitted that words alone weren't enough. This entire situation existed because he hadn't given her enough confidence in the first place. And with that, he drank the entire bottle in one gulp. Lurin could only stare in shock. Immediately afterward, Ellison called for someone waiting outside. A terrified Iramantom entered the room, already looking like he expected execution. He hurriedly explained that he was only following Lurin's request and that he had tried stopping her until the very end. Lurin jumped to her feet, finally realizing why Ellison knew everything. Keeping his eyes closed, Ellison reminded everyone that the first person he saw should appear as his ideal version of them. Then he instructed Iramantom to read his thoughts and project his field of vision for Lurin to see. Iramantom activated the spell. At first there was only darkness. Ellison's eyes remained closed. Lurin watched the black void nervously as cold sweat formed on her cheek. Confidently, Ellison announced that he was about to open his eyes. Then he asked if she would truly be happy seeing herself transformed into someone completely different. Lurin tried convincing herself she would be. As long as she became Ellison's ideal woman, that should be enough. Yet the closer the moment came, the more doubt crept into her heart. What if the imaginary version of herself looked nothing like who she was now? As Ellison slowly began opening his eyes, panic took over. She hurriedly told him to wait. She finally understood what he was trying to show her. And suddenly she wasn't sure she wanted to see the answer anymore. She begged Iramantom to stop the vision. But it was already too late. Through Ellison's eyes she saw herself, exactly herself. Nothing had changed. Iramantom immediately let out a breath of relief. Ellison simply stated the obvious. There was never anyone else he wanted from the beginning. Lurin threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Later, after finally calming down, Ellison sat with her in the lair, carefully treating the injuries scattered across her body. Lurin curiously asked when he learned healing magic. Ellison admitted he was still terrible at it. At best, he could handle small wounds and minor scars. Blushing, Lurin asked if this was the real reason he had been avoiding looking at her body lately. Ellison quietly admitted that it was. Then he promised he wouldn't avoid it anymore. A pleased smile spread across Lurin's face. From now on, she declared, he would be responsible for healing her personally. Slowly lifting her skirt, she pointed out another scrape she received while climbing cliffs. Meanwhile, far away at the Duke's mansion, Diren was practically inhaling a sandwich while Verna encouraged him to slow down. Diren apologized for his poor manners, but Verna quickly waved it off. She knew how busy he had been recently and instead asked about his squad members. Diren immediately reassured her. Thanks to the medical support they received, both Kinder and Vana had regained consciousness. The difficult part wasn't saving them, it was stopping them from immediately returning to intense training. With a faint smile, he admitted things were steadily improving, even if there was still a long road ahead. After a brief hesitation, Verna carefully suggested that Diren might need a reliable partner at his side. Then she revealed that marriage proposals had been flooding in recently. His reputation had skyrocketed. His skill in managing the territory had attracted attention from numerous prestigious noble families, all eager to connect with him. Diren instantly shut the idea down. Even if he weren't busy, he had no interest. Verna nervously suggested meeting them just once. The reaction was immediate. Diren shot to his feet so suddenly that he startled her. He declared that he would handle the matter himself and stormed out. Verna could only sit there, fighting back tears while wondering if she had made another terrible mistake. Walking through a dark hallway alone, Diren pulled out the pendant he always carried. Inside was a picture of a girl. Staring at it quietly, he softly called her name, Sienna. The next day, the restaurant felt noticeably different. Lurin was practically glowing with energy as she welcomed customers and rushed between tables. Even Lint and Mate were surprised by the sudden change. Meanwhile, Ellison looked completely drained, as though his soul had been extracted overnight. Suddenly, Mate burst through the door looking for him. Immediately sensing trouble, Ellison asked what happened. Mate leaned close and whispered into his ear. Earlier, Ellison had assured them that the Barinerics at the ranch were gentle creatures and could occasionally be allowed to graze outside. Ellison confirmed that he had indeed said that. Hay alone wasn't enough for them anymore. Mate nodded. Then he revealed the problem. One of the Barinerics had apparently kidnapped a person from somewhere. Meanwhile, back at the Duke's mansion, Verna had cried so much that her swollen eyes almost looked like lips. Even Leiden, who rarely panicked, couldn't hide his concern. Still sobbing, Verna stumbled toward her husband, calling herself a foolish, useless wife. Once she finally calmed enough to speak, she explained everything: the marriage proposals, Diren's furious reaction, and her failed attempt to help him. Through tears, she admitted that Diren had been distancing himself lately while working himself to exhaustion. She only wanted him to have someone he could rely on emotionally, which was why she brought up marriage in the first place. To her surprise, Leiden seemed to understand exactly what had happened. He revealed that years ago he had experienced something very similar when discussing marriage with Diren himself. In his opinion, there was only one explanation. Diren still had someone in his heart. The revelation stunned Verna. Leiden then spoke of a girl, a maid around Diren's age who had grown up beside him. The two were inseparable as children and had even talked about marrying each other one day. Verna couldn't believe she was hearing this for the first time. She immediately declared that she didn't care whether the girl was noble or not and asked where she was now. Leiden covered his face. Meeting that girl again, he said, should have been impossible because she was no longer there. Meanwhile, at the clinic, Serena curiously asked about their newest patient. Alina explained that the girl had arrived clinging to the back of one of Ellison's Barinerics from the ranch. Serena immediately became suspicious. To her, the girl could easily be an escaped slave or even a prisoner. She casually suggested tying her up first just to be safe. Alina shot the idea down immediately. The patient was so severely malnourished that she barely had the strength to move. Serena then wondered why Alina wasn't simply healing her with magic. Alina explained that forcing magical energy into a body already in such a fragile state could be extremely dangerous. Besides, they already had a rough idea of her identity thanks to a letter she carried. That immediately caught Serena's attention. She asked if Alina had read it. Alina refused. Opening someone else's letter without permission wasn't something she would do. To Serena, however, that sounded like the best part. Just as she reached for it, a weak voice stopped her. The patient slowly opened her eyes and demanded that her letter be returned. Elsewhere, Diren sat inside the restaurant, absent-mindedly eating a burger. Ellison took a seat across from him and commented that he seemed busier than ever after the recent dragon attack. Diren simply replied that plenty of people were suffering far more than he was. Then, completely out of nowhere, Ellison asked if Diren was getting married soon. The question nearly killed him. Diren instantly spat out his food and demanded to know why everyone kept asking him that lately. Ellison explained that he had heard about the mountain of marriage proposals piling up around him. Then, with surprising accuracy, he wondered if Diren perhaps had someone else he couldn't let go of. Almost instinctively, Diren's hand moved toward the pendant hanging around his neck. Before he could answer, however, a commotion erupted outside near the ranch. Curious, Diren asked what was happening. Ellison explained that one of the Barinerics had apparently kidnapped someone and was currently being disciplined by Mate and Miltine. He admitted he was worried because the person had injuries and wondered if the creature was responsible. Diren shook his head. From what he had seen, the Barineric was incredibly gentle. If anything, it seemed more likely that the creature had rescued the injured person. Then he casually asked whether the victim happened to be a citizen of New Greek City. Ellison replied that he didn't recognize the name himself. The person was called Sienna. Diren's burger slipped from his hand and landed on the plate. His entire body froze. With a trembling voice, he asked if Ellison had actually seen her. What did she look like? What was she wearing? Ellison answered that she had orange hair and was dressed like a maid. That was all Diren needed to hear. He grabbed his coat and disappeared before Ellison could finish speaking. As he raced through the city at full speed, countless thoughts collided inside his head. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe it was another girl with the same name. Maybe he was setting himself up for disappointment again. The more hope he allowed himself to feel, the harder reality would hit if he was wrong. But despite all of that, he couldn't stop believing. As he ran, old memories surfaced. A younger Diren sat crying his eyes out while Sienna laughed mercilessly at him, calling him a crybaby and a weakling. Moments later, he pointed at a rat darting through the room. Without hesitation, Sienna smashed it with her broom in a single strike. While cleaning up the mess, she mocked him again, claiming her crybaby young master wouldn't survive a single day without her. To her surprise, Diren had quietly agreed. Even when she left, she made him promise he would never forget those words. Finally reaching the clinic, Diren gripped the pendant around his neck. He whispered that he hadn't forgotten anything. Inside, Sienna was actively fighting against treatment, insisting she needed to leave immediately. Alina refused to budge and ordered her to stay in bed and rest. Watching from a distance, Serena suddenly noticed the clinic door open. Diren stepped inside. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared. Diren stared right back. His voice trembled as he said her name. It was really Sienna. Without thinking, he rushed forward and wrapped her in a hug. Meanwhile, Ellison explained everything to Lurin. The girl rescued by the Barineric turned out to be the very person Diren had been searching for all these years. Suddenly, all those rejected marriage proposals made perfect sense. Back at the ranch, the Barineric responsible for the rescue was now being treated like royalty. Mate and Miltine showered the creature with endless praise. Ellison chuckled and suggested that Diren and Sienna had probably reunited by now. Maybe they should take a quick peek at this long-awaited pure love reunion. Lurin immediately agreed. A small portal opened, and the first thing they saw was Sienna slapping Diren across the face. Alina looked horrified. Serena looked bored. Diren slowly turned his head back toward Sienna. Sienna demanded to know who he thought he was, hugging her so boldly. She called him disgusting. Then she added that he hadn't changed at all. He was still the same crybaby who cried over everything. She asked why he would ever assume she was happy to see him. Then she told him to get lost. She never wanted to see him again. Lurin stared blankly. She quietly wondered if the pure love reunion was somewhere else. Ellison immediately regretted opening the portal. Nearby, Mate and Miltine stood frozen with their jaws hanging open. Mate promptly confiscated the premium hay that had been specially prepared for the heroic Barineric. The creature retaliated immediately. As chaos unfolded, Lurin remarked that Diren must be completely heartbroken. Ellison agreed. What confused him was that Diren never seemed like the type of person who would desperately chase someone he was genuinely on bad terms with. Back at the mansion, Verna walked alone through the hallway before suddenly collapsing to her knees. The tears returned immediately. Leiden had already told her the truth. The reason Sienna had vanished was because she had been one of the servants scattered away during the upheaval caused by Verna's actions when she first arrived in the territory. Verna blamed herself completely. Just seeing Sienna again had reopened Diren's old wounds. For a moment she cried in silence, then she clenched her fists. No, she refused to break down again, and she refused to repeat the same mistake. Wiping away her tears, Verna made a firm decision. This time she would fix the situation herself. Sometime before dawn, the clinic suddenly found itself surrounded by soldiers. The sight alone was enough to make Alina nervous, and she immediately wondered if another massive training accident had filled the city with injured people. Selina took one look outside and asked if those men looked anything like patients, then told Alina to stay inside while she handled it. A noblewoman stepped forward, thanking everyone for their cooperation before politely asking whether someone named Sienna was staying at the clinic. She assured them she had only come to speak with the patient and requested a private conversation. Inside, Sienna instantly broke into a cold sweat the moment she realized who had arrived. It was Verna Gray. Removing her hat, Verna greeted Sienna, then immediately dropped a heavy pouch onto the bed and told her to open it. Inside were gold coins and jewels packed to the brim. Verna calmly explained that if the amount wasn't enough, she could provide more. Then she asked if Sienna understood what she was offering. Sienna responded bitterly, saying that a bug Verna had swatted away years ago must have returned to annoy her. Worse yet, that bug had reappeared beside the son Verna was so proud of. She assured Verna there was no need to worry because she intended to leave immediately. Before she could continue, Verna cut her off with tears already forming in her eyes. She begged Sienna to get along with Diren again, just as she had in the past, and offered the money in return. Verna explained that she had never been the one who drove Sienna away. The person responsible had been Dedrin, and neither she nor the rest of the family had known anything about it at the time. Then, in typical Verna fashion, she declared that since Sienna had technically accepted the gold by touching it, the deal was already complete. That meant Sienna now had to get along with her son again. She even excitedly suggested sharing tea together so she could get to know her future daughter-in-law better. The next thing Verna knew, the pouch came flying straight back into her face. Back at the mansion, Verna had returned to her usual position, face planted against the table while crying endlessly. Leiden asked why she had brought so many soldiers with her, and Verna explained that she only wanted Sienna to feel protected and safe. Leiden told her to lift her head. He reminded her that he had rebuilt the city not once but twice. He had deliberately stayed out of the matter because he thought direct intervention from a lord would only burden Sienna further. Still, he was confident in his ability to persuade people. He asked Verna to prepare a meal and leave the rest to him. Soon enough, he promised they would all be eating together with Sienna. Verna's face instantly lit up, then Leiden returned almost immediately after being thrown out before he could even start talking. At that point, Verna concluded that Sienna must truly hate them. Leiden couldn't exactly disagree. From Sienna's perspective, she had effectively been sold off and discarded. Even so, Verna quietly hoped that Sienna would at least be willing to speak with Diren. Meanwhile, Diren headed to the restaurant and asked Ellison for help learning how to cook. Ellison immediately guessed the food was meant for Sienna, and Diren silently nodded. He explained that people tended to become even more miserable when they were hungry. Ellison could tell Diren had spent a long time thinking about how to comfort her. With a smile, he assured him that delicious food was one of the fastest paths to someone's heart and asked what kind of dish he wanted to make. Diren requested something soft and easy for a recovering patient to eat. The result didn't go well. The moment Sienna received the meal, she threw it onto the floor and demanded to know whether her words were a joke to him. She repeated that she never wanted to see him again and insisted she was completely sick of him. Even Selina started getting irritated and wondered if she should personally teach the girl some manners. Alina quickly rushed over with a cloth to clean the mess. Diren stopped her and said he would handle it himself. Before doing anything else, he tasted the food. After a moment, he admitted that Sienna might have had a point. The seasoning was probably too strong for someone in her condition. He promised to prepare something different and bring it back later, while Sienna climbed back into bed and once again told him never to come see her again. The next day he returned with a milder dish, leaving it outside her door and asking her to eat before it got cold. The day after that, he brought a hot pot made with yucca meat. The day after that, he arrived with porridge infused with medicinal herbs meant to aid her recovery. None of it was touched. Eventually, even Ellison asked how things were going and whether Sienna had eaten anything that day. Diren simply shook his head. Ellison considered mentioning what he'd recently heard from Lady Verna, that Count Dedrin was the real reason Sienna had been sent away all those years ago. But Diren immediately dismissed that idea before Ellison could even say it. He already knew the truth. He knew Count Dedrin was responsible. And he knew Sienna wasn't the kind of person who would blame an entire family for one person's mistake. Ellison asked what the real reason was then. Instead of answering, Diren changed the subject and said he had already decided on tomorrow's menu. For some reason, he felt that the next dish would be the last one. At the clinic, Selena was reaching the end of her patience. She demanded that Alina tell Sienna she was free to starve herself if she wanted. Alina refused, saying she couldn't do that until the patient had fully recovered. Sienna snapped back that they could throw her out whenever they wanted because she didn't want to stay there anyway. Meanwhile, Selena solved the problem by eating all the delicious food herself. Later, when Alina tried to approach again, Sienna slapped her hand away and insisted she shouldn't be there. Instead of getting angry, Alina quietly observed her. She remarked that Sienna finally sounded genuine for the first time. Then Alina asked why she had been lying this entire time. Her anger was fake, her annoyance was fake, everything directed at Diren and his family felt forced. Those words visibly shook Sienna. She asked if Alina had secretly read the letter she carried after all. Alina denied it. She said she hadn't read the letter. She had simply looked into Sienna's eyes. Then she asked what Sienna was so afraid of. After a long silence, Sienna finally answered. She was afraid they would regret meeting her again. She called herself a terrible person and claimed that even Alina would eventually regret helping someone like her. To Sienna, she was nothing more than a walking plague. At that same moment, a guard hurried into the Lord's mansion and reported that someone was requesting an audience with Liden. Liden asked whether it was a scheduled meeting and who the visitor was. The answer immediately caught his attention. It was the Lord of Lucian City. Inside the reception hall, the guests thanked Liden for receiving them despite the unexpected visit. Liden replied politely and apologized if the preparations seemed rushed. The visitor, Countess Harv Lucian, said that meeting him personally already showed considerable respect. Then she revealed she had heard recent news regarding his son and assumed he must be worried. Liden asked whether she had traveled all this way simply to discuss that matter. The Countess immediately spoke a single name, Sienna. Liden froze. The Countess apologized for getting straight to the point and asked whether Sienna was currently within his territory. Then she formally requested Sienna's extradition. Liden admitted he was surprised by such a demand. The Countess explained that the trail of Sienna's escape had led directly to this city. She claimed she was only trying to prevent future danger. Then she revealed the reason. According to her, Sienna was a sinner who had committed a grave crime, a woman who had encouraged citizens to commit acts of terrorism, a woman who had orchestrated a rebellion within Lucian City. In short, she described Sienna as an extremely dangerous criminal. Liden calmly asked what would happen if he refused to hand her over. The Countess laughed. She doubted that would happen. With a snap of her fingers, someone began materializing from thin air beside her. The Countess explained that deliberately sheltering a criminal could become a serious cause for conflict. The woman beside her would personally search the territory, and if Liden wished to stop her, he was welcome to try. Looking toward the newcomer, the Countess remarked that the girl had recently reached the 7th class, and she was quite curious to see just how strong she had become. The city's soldiers were already locked in battle, desperately trying to follow impossible orders. Their target was a terrifying mage soaring overhead, yet they had been told to capture her alive. One by one, every escape route was sealed off as the mage narrowed her search for Sienna. After combing through the entire city, only one place remained unchecked, the clinic. Inside, Alina carefully packed medicine into separate bundles, explaining exactly how each one should be used. Sienna couldn't help muttering that none of this would have happened if they had simply let her leave earlier. Selena immediately cut in, urging everyone to move faster since the mage was closing in rapidly. She grumbled that the entire city could have been wiped out if Ellison hadn't stepped in. Alina apologized softly, admitting she at least wanted to finish Sienna's treatment before sending her away. After wishing her safety, Alina revealed that someone was already waiting outside to escort her beyond the city's borders. Sienna nearly jumped out of bed, terrified it might be Diren waiting for her. Instead, she found the friendly restaurant owner Ellison. Without wasting time, he introduced himself and urged her to hurry. As they crossed the fields, Ellison noticed disturbances drawing closer behind them and suggested they pick up the pace. He assured her nobody was nearby for the moment. Sienna quietly wondered whether Diren had finally gone back. She had expected him to stubbornly chase after her, and seeing his territory in chaos should have convinced him to let go. Then Ellison casually agreed. The response stopped Sienna cold. According to Ellison, Diren had been furious. He complained endlessly about how Sienna hadn't touched a single meal he spent hours preparing. Even after greeting her with an affectionate embrace, he had received nothing but a slap across the face. To Diren, the entire reunion had apparently been miserable from the very beginning. Sienna's hands began trembling. Ellison continued, claiming Diren was relieved she would finally leave Grey City forever. The words hit like a knife. Clutching her chest, Sienna asked if Diren had really said all of that. Ellison immediately admitted he had made the entire thing up. Sienna exploded, grabbing him by the collar and demanding to know if he was insane. Ellison simply asked if that wasn't exactly the answer she wanted to hear. He explained that lies told out of concern for someone else only left deeper wounds. He had made that mistake before. Lady Verna had too, Diren had as well. He only hoped Sienna wouldn't follow the same path. Then he revealed something Diren had told him. Diren believed Sienna was one of the most honest and upright people he had ever known. With that, Ellison proposed a wager. Until they reached the city outskirts, neither of them would tell a single lie. If Sienna accepted, he promised to grant one wish she truly desired. Sienna scoffed at the offer, asking who he thought he was. She insisted she wasn't lying for Diren's sake. Everything she said was true. She was a criminal, a rebel, someone who helped incite an uprising against foolish nobles. Someone who threw away every meal prepared for her, nothing more than an arrogant and worthless maid. Her thoughts drifted back to Lucian City. Years earlier, the Countess had personally assigned her to oversee relief supply distribution for the lower classes. Sienna devoted herself to the work, earning the trust and affection of countless citizens. A year had passed since she left Grey City. Not a single letter had arrived from Diren. She often wondered if he had completely forgotten about her. As time passed, however, something felt wrong. The relief supplies were disappearing faster and faster. The citizens noticed the shrinking rations too, yet nobody blamed Sienna. They trusted her completely. They knew she always did everything she could. Many even joked that her future husband would have to learn that her harsh words hid a genuinely kind heart. Then one day, Sienna overheard a conversation. The Count informed the Countess that complaints were increasing due to the reduced relief supplies. To Sienna's horror, the Countess was delighted. Rising poverty meant increased support from the capital. To her, the suffering of the people was profitable. Hidden outside the room, Sienna heard everything. At first, she thought remaining silent would solve everything. If she ignored the truth, perhaps the Countess would eventually send her away. She could return to New Grey City. Return to Diren. Why should she care about strangers? Why throw away her chance at happiness? But a few days later, the Count's estate found itself under siege. Sienna stood among the people leading the rebellion. They fought against the theft of relief supplies and the suffering forced upon innocent citizens. The response was brutal. Knights were deployed with orders to slaughter every rebel without mercy. The citizens begged Sienna to flee while they held the line. She was captured almost immediately. Then came the torture. During those endless moments of pain, only one thought haunted her. She could have gone back. She could have chosen Diren. Instead, she got swept up in a fleeting hope and threw away her chance. She called herself an idiot, a fool who got caught. A woman left with nothing but regret. Even after escaping, she still couldn't abandon those people. That was why she came to Grey City. She wanted Diren's help, but when she arrived, she realized something. Diren had burdens of his own now, responsibilities he could never abandon. Looking at him, she felt he was suffering just as much as she was. And in that moment, she accepted a painful truth. The days when they were each other's most precious person were long gone. Ellison quietly asked if that was why she hated Diren. Another memory surfaced. During her imprisonment, the Count once drunkenly tossed snacks onto the floor and mocked her. While rambling, he revealed a secret he was never supposed to tell. For years, a certain lord had continuously sent petitions requesting Sienna's return. Every petition arrived together with those same snacks. That lord was Diren. The Count laughed and wondered aloud what Diren would think if he learned his precious maid had become a criminal. Instead of breaking her spirit, the revelation brought tears to her eyes. And a smile. Back in the present, tears streamed freely down her face. There was no way she could ever hate Diren. The truth was the exact opposite. She loved him more than anyone. Dropping to her knees, Sienna admitted she intended to leave again because both of them carried responsibilities they couldn't abandon. She believed it would be easier if Diren continued seeing her as a terrible person. Ellison simply reached to his side. He told her not to abandon those honest feelings, and to tell Diren directly. Then he pulled away an invisibility cloak. Sienna froze. Diren stood there, completely flustered. Slowly turning toward Ellison, Sienna demanded to know why he claimed nobody was nearby. Ellison casually pointed out that he had said that before they agreed to be honest. The next thing he knew, Sienna was beating him in pure embarrassment. When Diren tried to stop her, she desperately insisted he shouldn't misunderstand. While practically strangling Ellison, she admitted that every excuse she used had been intentional. She pushed Diren away on purpose, but she had never hated him, not even once. Ellison immediately interrupted and told her to confess properly. Sienna squeezed harder. What difference would it make anyway? Even if Diren wanted to stop her, she still had to return to Lucian. Diren calmly replied that he never intended to stop her. Just like she said, there were things in his life he couldn't abandon either. But that didn't mean he wanted to leave her alone. That was why he searched for someone who could help her in his place. Right on cue, someone appeared over the hill, a person willing to escort Sienna safely from that point onward. Meanwhile, back in the city, captured soldiers demanded to know whether the mage believed she could invade another territory without consequences. The mage simply laughed. Once Sienna was captured, she promised matters would become far more serious. Harboring a rebel, mobilizing soldiers to obstruct her search. According to her, Lucian City would have every excuse needed to send an entire night order into Greek City. The soldiers insisted they knew nobody named Sienna. The mage told them to stay quiet. She was about to scan the entire territory all the way to the outskirts herself. Then suddenly her magic vanished. A familiar voice praised her achievement of reaching 7th class. It was Medrine. Among all her juniors, Zen had followed her path most closely, but Medrine warned that Zen didn't need to repeat all of her mistakes as well. Elsewhere, Diren and Sienna sat beside a river enjoying a quiet picnic. Diren presented the snacks he had prepared for her. Sienna sighed, asking if this was really the grand conclusion he arrived at after so much thinking. Diren smiled. The choice wasn't random. He reminded her of an incident from years ago when she accidentally broke his father's treasured porcelain. Sienna immediately remembered. The punishment had been severe enough to leave her legs raw. Diren had stepped forward and claimed responsibility himself because he thought the punishment was unfair. Instead of being grateful, Sienna got angry. She lectured him about taking responsibility for one's own actions and asked why he was trying to become a dishonest coward. Diren admitted he thought she looked incredibly cool that day. Only then did Sienna realize these were the exact same snacks he brought her back then. Diren confessed something even stranger. Part of him had actually been happy when she slapped him earlier. The look Sienna gave him was priceless, but Diren continued. The girl who hated relying on others had come seeking him out. The girl who despised dishonesty above all else had lied repeatedly for his sake. Being exposed so thoroughly left Sienna completely defenseless. She asked if he knew from the beginning. Diren admitted he realized the truth the moment he hugged her. Sienna buried her face in embarrassment and muttered that maybe he was just a pervert who enjoyed getting hit. While eating the snacks, she asked if this was supposed to be another reconciliation like the one from their childhood. Diren explained that regardless of the outcome, he had forced her into a situation where she had to lie. Then he asked whether she was tired of these snacks yet after receiving them every week in Lucian. Sienna quietly admitted she wasn't tired of them at all. In fact, she missed them terribly. Diren revealed they tasted far better now because his master helped him prepare them. Sienna agreed. She was amazed by how much he had changed, not just his cooking but his leadership as well. The crybaby she used to tease had become a capable lord standing proudly on his own feet. She was even more surprised by his connections to the capital's First Night Order. Nearby, Ellison commented that Diriant always had perfect timing. Diriant replied that he simply judged it would be difficult for Ellison to step in personally this time. Ellison admitted he had considered bringing Medrine himself. Diriant revealed Medrine had come along anyway. That observation immediately made Ellison realize someone else must have accompanied her as well. Diriant confirmed he was correct. Meanwhile, at the Lord's mansion, the Countess looked like she had seen a ghost. The Crown Prince casually greeted her while waving around a bottle of alcohol. He remarked how unusual it was to find her in Greek City during his sightseeing trip. He also mentioned noticing something that looked suspiciously like a battle and politely requested that she put a stop to it. Outside, Zen and Medrine were still fighting. Zen launched a barrage of ice spikes. Medrine casually burned them away and told her to stop. She warned Zen that seeing her here should already explain everything. Zen bit her lip. If Medrine was present, then the Crown Prince had to be nearby as well, and if Sienna was discovered now, everything would become troublesome. Acting immediately, Zen cast a spell designed to locate Sienna and eliminate her. The magic activated before Medrine could interfere. Far away, Ellison sensed it instantly. The spell swept across the area. Diren immediately threw the invisibility cloak over himself and Sienna. The magic passed over them. But for the briefest moment, Zen had already seen enough. Even at this distance, she believed her destruction magic could still reach them. The presence of the First Night Order didn't matter, as long as Sienna never met the Crown Prince. Back at the mansion, the Countess smiled confidently. She claimed they were merely searching for a criminal. The evidence clearly showed Sienna escaped trial and fled here. If they found only a corpse, then that couldn't be helped. The Crown Prince laughed. Then he informed her that she had misunderstood him entirely. He was speaking out of consideration. Because there was someone in this city that absolutely nobody should touch, regardless of rank or status. At that exact moment, Zen sensed something, an overwhelming presence beyond her comprehension. Medrine immediately moved. Capturing the stunned mage, she remarked that Zen had witnessed something she was never meant to see. Some truths were simply better left unknown. Back near the river, Ellison scratched his head and casually mentioned that he could see everything even from that far away. Diren asked whether it was safe to come out. Ellison explained that the spell had been a detection-type magic and advised them to stay as close together as possible just in case. Both of them held their breath beneath the cloak. Naturally, Ellison couldn't resist. He kept nudging them closer and closer together. Even Diriant wondered why he was still teasing them when the detection spell had already faded. Ellison simply suggested they synchronize their breathing too. Inside the cloak, both of them were sweating uncontrollably. Diren grew so nervous that sweat began dripping onto Sienna, forcing him into a stream of frantic apologies. Just as flustered, Sienna grabbed him and pulled him even closer. She ordered him to stop making so much noise and stay still. This was only to avoid getting caught, nothing else. And he absolutely shouldn't get any strange ideas. After all, he was still her hopelessly perverted young master. Meanwhile, Ellison had already stopped paying attention and was busy wondering what he wanted to eat later. Meanwhile, inside the capital's delegation, Medrine escorted the captured Mage Zen before the crown prince. To everyone's relief, the conflict had ended without a single casualty. The prince calmly pointed out where the true responsibility lay. The rebellion was rooted in Lucian City's corruption, not in Siena herself. From the available evidence, there was no proof that Siena had attempted to overthrow the kingdom or lead a revolution. All she had really done was expose a truth that had been buried for nearly a decade: the systematic embezzlement of relief supplies meant for the poor. The countess immediately tried to dismiss everything as baseless accusations, but the prince only laughed. An official investigation team from the capital was already being dispatched to Lucian City. Normally, matters like this would be handled internally, but abusing resources provided by the capital was a completely different matter. With that, he casually advised the countess to prepare a proper welcome for the investigators before instructing Medrine to release Zen. Medrine reached forward to undo the restraints, only for Zen to shatter them herself through pure force. Her glare locked onto Medrine as she declared that those bindings had never been capable of holding her in the first place. In her eyes, this wasn't a defeat. She had already surpassed a traitor like Medrine. The atmosphere instantly froze. The prince tilted his head and asked whether Zen was speaking to him. The proud mage nearly jumped out of her skin. She hurriedly clarified that she would never dare insult the crown prince. She had only been addressing her senior. The prince simply reminded her to show proper respect. Zen immediately lowered her head and agreed. The following day, everyone gathered at the restaurant. The crown prince explained that Siena would remain under the protection of the capital until the investigation concluded. It was the safest possible outcome. Diren respectfully thanked him for the consideration, only for the prince to remind him that favors like this certainly weren't free. Without hesitation, Diren knelt and pledged both himself and New Grey City to the first prince's cause. The prince let out a long sigh before smiling. After all the effort handing over a territory and saving a life, it had taken far too long to hear those words. If he had been a merchant, he joked, he would have gone bankrupt at least 5 times over by now. Then, unexpectedly, he turned toward Ellison. The restaurant owner looked genuinely confused. The prince asked whether Diren wasn't impressive. Ellison stared blankly and questioned why he was being asked something like that in the first place. He was just a restaurant owner. The prince reminded him exactly why he had abandoned his old methods and gone through all this trouble convincing the nobles. It all started with a brutal scolding delivered inside this very restaurant. After everything, surely he deserved at least a passing grade. Realizing there was no escaping, Ellison finally surrendered and offered to cook whatever the prince wanted as thanks. The prince immediately requested the entire roasted palanquin feast he had enjoyed before, enough for the entire restaurant. Siena could barely process what she was seeing. Even the crown prince was acting strangely around Ellison. Quietly, she leaned toward Diren and asked who Ellison actually was. Diren answered without hesitation. To him, Ellison was his teacher, an incredibly capable man who somehow remained completely humble despite it. Before Siena could ask anything else, disaster struck. A completely drunk Selena suddenly announced that it was time for the public reading of Siena's letter. The room exploded into attention. Siena's face turned bright red instantly. The letter had originally been addressed to her foolish young master and was supposed to be delivered only after she had already left. Inside, she had written that none of her recent actions had been sincere. She had deliberately acted cold because she feared she would never be able to leave if she allowed herself to be honest. That was how desperately she missed her hometown. She admitted she hadn't even wanted to write a letter at first. If she returned to Lucian this time, they might never meet again. Still, she couldn't bear the thought of parting while Diren continued misunderstanding her feelings. And if by some miracle fate allowed them to meet again one day, she wanted to return to him as the honest Siena she used to be. That was the final blow. Siena completely lost control from embarrassment, sending tremors through the ground itself. Later that evening, the first night order prepared to depart for the capital. Verna complained that Leiden had once again drunk too much and would miss seeing Siena off. Diren remarked that perhaps everyone had gotten a little too excited back at the restaurant. Then Siena stepped forward. Without hesitation, she apologized to Verna and admitted that she had already known the truth. Her departure years ago had been caused by Dedren, not Verna. None of it had been her fault. Verna immediately seized the opportunity to tease her. The honest Siena mentioned in that letter had certainly returned. Siena nearly died from embarrassment all over again. Laughing softly, Verna took both of Siena's hands and asked her to come share tea together after returning from the capital. Siena silently nodded before boarding the carriage. As the group walked away together, Ellison casually asked Diren whether he would be alright being separated from Siena again. Diren surprised everyone with his answer. More than anything else, he was relieved knowing she would finally be safe. Naturally, Lurin couldn't let the moment pass. She immediately asked whether the two had at least shared a kiss before parting. Ellison joined in without mercy, pointing out that it had become suspiciously hot inside that invisibility cloak despite how short their time together had been. Diren instantly changed the subject. With visible embarrassment, he brought up the snacks instead, explaining that the dish Ellison helped him prepare had ultimately been what repaired their relationship. It had been surprisingly sweet. Meanwhile, Sienna sat in the carriage, quietly eating those very same snacks while remembering what happened beneath the cloak. Diren asked whether Ellison would help him make them again someday. Ellison agreed immediately. Lurin grinned and added that it wouldn't matter whether it was hundreds of years later. She and Ellison would still be running the same restaurant in the exact same spot without changing at all. Far away, inside Duke Delian's estate, the atmosphere couldn't have been more different. The Duke calmly asked whether the investigators had received everything they requested, and whether the Countess of Lucian had finally surrendered the reasons behind the investigation without causing trouble. The Countess remained on her knees. Desperately, she argued that it wasn't too late. If they used the Holy Blood Knights, they could still bypass the First Knight Order's protection and retrieve Sienna. The Duke immediately shut her down. His knights did not exist for purposes like that. More importantly, this situation should never have become his problem to begin with. He demanded to know when he had ever ordered her to falsify poverty statistics or embezzle relief supplies. Running such a tiny territory shouldn't have been difficult, yet she had somehow turned it into a disaster. Perhaps being a ruler simply didn't suit her. The Countess continued begging and apologizing. Later that day, she received lash after lash across her back from her own husband, who apologized with every swing. Even then, she continued insisting that there was still time to recover. The Duke simply walked away. A countess better suited to a prison cell and a husband whose only talent was wielding a whip truly were a perfect pair of fools. Then his attention shifted elsewhere. His gaze landed on Zen. "What a waste," he remarked. A jewel like her had been left hanging from a dog's collar. Zen apologized, believing everything would have been different if she had eliminated Sienna before Medrine interfered. The Duke dismissed the thought. By then, the Crown Prince had already arrived. And if Zen had used excessive force against that city, another existence would have stepped in. Zen asked whether he truly believed Ellison wouldn't have interfered first. Wasn't that supposed to be the hero's principle? The Duke scoffed. "Do not kill other races, for I shall repay in kind." To him, it was nothing more than a convenient mask. A hypocritical rule created by Ellison to protect the things he personally cared about. In reality, Ellison had no interest in conflicts between humans. He wasn't a being who existed for humanity at all. The Duke promised that Zen would see it soon enough. Eventually, the mask would fall away. A few days later, peace returned to the restaurant. Then the front door opened. Immediately, Lurin stiffened. Riene smiled and commented that they had a rather adorable customer today. Alina and Selina both stared in surprise. The newcomer was just a child. The boy walked straight up to Mate, mistaking him for a woman, and politely asked what kind of place this was. Mate kindly explained that it was a restaurant where people paid money in exchange for food. Meanwhile, Lurin hurried into the kitchen. Ellison had already sensed the unfamiliar presence. He calmly asked whether it was an enemy. Lurin hesitated before answering. She wasn't entirely sure. After all, the mysterious visitor was nothing more than a young silver dragon child. The boy admitted that the explanation made sense. The smell alone had drawn him into the restaurant before he even knew what the place was. Mate welcomed him inside and told him to sit down and take his time choosing something to eat. The child immediately panicked, confessing that he had no money and preparing to leave on the spot. Before he could, Lurin casually placed a plate beside him and claimed it was free anyway, saying she had supposedly messed up the order. One plate turned into several as the boy devoured everything in sight. Watching him empty dish after dish, Lurin started wondering if he would ever stop. The kid could hardly believe food this delicious even existed and nervously asked if it was really okay for him to eat so much. Lurin simply waved it off, joking that she could just label all of them as mistaken orders too. While he ate, she casually asked where he came from since she had never seen him around Grey City. The boy revealed he was from Lunator City, a territory so far away it was not even neighboring theirs. Lurin then casually asked if he had flown all the way there. The child blinked in confusion and explained that he had run there, wondering if flying was supposed to be some kind of metaphor because he had recently learned what those were. Lurin immediately clarified that she meant it literally, leaving the boy genuinely puzzled about how a person could possibly fly. Later that day, as he ran home, he could not stop thinking about the food. Every dish had been incredible, and he was already imagining bringing his parents there someday. Strangely enough, everyone at the restaurant had felt familiar, almost comforting, despite it being his first visit. That pleasant mood shattered when a voice mocked him from ahead. 3 village boys blocked his path, treating his return like a joke. They reminded him that they had already warned him to stay out of their sight. The boy desperately tried to calm things down, asking why they were acting this way when they were supposed to be friends. Back at the restaurant, Lurin reported everything she had learned to Ellison. The silver dragon child genuinely believed he was human. She had carefully confirmed it without raising suspicion, and the kid knew absolutely nothing about dragon sanctuaries or dragon society. As far as he was concerned, he was just an ordinary boy. Ellison found that hard to believe. At some point he should have transformed at least once. Lurin explained that polymorph was not a spell that constantly consumed mana. It was closer to a permanent mutation, changing the species itself while preserving certain traits. She theorized that Aaron's parents might have remained in human form when he was born and continued living that way ever since. Ellison recalled that both silver and gold dragons had disappeared into seclusion long ago. Just then the restaurant door opened again. The same boy returned. Only this time he looked completely battered. He awkwardly asked if there happened to be any leftovers again today. Both Ellison and Lurin immediately questioned why he looked like he had gone through a war zone and insisted on treating his injuries first. A short while later, inside Lurin's bathhouse, the poor boy sat completely red-faced while Alina and Selena helped clean him up. Selena joked that this might be a little too much stimulation for him, while the embarrassed child repeatedly insisted he everything. Alina gently explained that she was only helping because water getting into his wounds could cause infections. Trying to prove he was fine, the boy peeled back one of his bandages. The moment it came off, everyone saw that the injuries had already healed. Even severe wounds had recovered within mere hours. Selena immediately teased him, telling him to stop talking and enjoy the rare opportunity while he still could. She nearly blurted out that he was a dragon before Lurin smacked her across the head and hissed at her to keep his identity secret. As the two started bickering, Alina focused on something else entirely. Those injuries did not look like the result of an accident. When asked what happened, the boy quietly admitted that the children in his village hated him. Selena instantly assumed he meant human children. Lurin immediately corrected him, saying those people were not his friends at all. Their relationship was worse than that of complete strangers. She asked whether he simply stood there and accepted the beatings. The child nodded. His parents had always taught him one thing above all else: never use violence, no matter what others did. Lurin could only shake her head. If his parents wanted to hide among humans, they should have either lived in total isolation or taught him the basics of self-defense. Throwing a young dragon into human society while convincing him he was human was practically begging for problems. Conflict was inevitable. Meanwhile, deep within a house hidden in the forest, Ellison arrived. The residents welcomed someone named Aaron home and called him to wash up for dinner, mentioning they had prepared his favorite Gonta soup. Hearing that, Ellison smiled and commented that Aaron was a fine name, one worthy of a silver dragon. The reaction was immediate. The two figures froze. Ellison calmly reassured them that he meant no harm. He introduced himself as nothing more than a restaurant owner from Gray City and explained that he was there to discuss their son. One of the figures lowered his hood. He admitted he had always known a day like this would eventually come. The man introduced himself as Bourbon Silver and his wife as Sylvia, the parents of Aaron. They asked what exactly a human wanted with them. After hearing the story, the dragon couple immediately apologized for their son's behavior, offering to repay everything he had eaten. Ellison dismissed the matter entirely. He was simply glad the boy had enjoyed the food. Then he shifted the conversation. He had not come there to collect money. He wanted to know if they were aware of what their son was enduring in the village. The atmosphere instantly changed. Ellison explained that Aaron had arrived at the restaurant covered in injuries. Since dragon healing was so fast, the wounds were probably gone by the time he returned home, meaning they may never have noticed. The parents' expressions darkened. They demanded to know where he was going with this. Ellison explained that dragons in polymorphed form were vulnerable unless they actively used mana. At the very least, he wanted to teach Aaron basic physical enhancement so he could protect himself from getting hurt. Instead of gratitude, he received hostility. Aaron's father acknowledged that Ellison was clearly no ordinary human if he had recognized the boy's identity immediately. But then he asked a chilling question. Was Ellison trying to turn their son into a murderer? Did he understand what happened when a dragon struck a normal human? Ellison attempted to explain that proper training would actually make controlling his strength easier. The parents refused to listen. They ordered him to leave before their son crossed a line he could never take back. With a sigh, Ellison apologized for the intrusion and departed. After returning, Lurin was stunned to learn he had simply accepted their refusal. Ellison asked what else he could have done. Lurin called the parents strange. If they intended to live this way, then why insist on living among humans at all? Ellison quietly revealed the truth. He understood exactly why they were acting this way. Because they were human, not disguised humans, not dragons hiding their aura, just ordinary humans with no mana whatsoever. Lurin was completely shocked. Ellison explained that he initially suspected they were concealing themselves, but that was not the case. Even their silver hair was merely dyed. The reason Aaron never learned mana manipulation was simple. His parents could not teach him. There was no possible way for ordinary humans to know how to raise a dragon. At this rate, Aaron's situation would only keep getting worse. Meanwhile, the bullies were already waiting for him again. One of the boys groaned, asking Carl why they had to do this every single day. Could they not take a break for once? Carl immediately accused them of feeling sorry for Aaron. Another boy revealed the real reason behind Carl's obsession. The girl Carl liked was always hanging around Aaron. Jealousy had turned into resentment. Carl told them to stay out of it if they wanted. He simply could not stand seeing a beggar like Aaron acting like he belonged. The others piled on as well. They complained about his shiny hair, handsome face, intelligence, and athletic talent. In their eyes, he had everything and they hated him for it. Then they spotted him approaching in the distance. Carl smirked and told everyone to get ready. At that exact moment, Lurin casually revealed something to Ellison. She had already taught Aaron mana-based physical enhancement. Ellison nearly choked. His entire proposal had been rejected by the parents. Lurin could not care less. As far as she was concerned, those fake parents' opinions meant nothing. Aaron could now control his strength properly, so everything would be fine. Well, mostly fine. She guessed he would probably stop at breaking a few arms or legs. Far away, as Aaron continued walking toward the waiting bullies, an icy chill suddenly ran down their spines. Ellison suddenly snaps and smacks Lurin on the head, demanding what exactly gave her the authority to teach Aaron mana control in the first place. Lurin fires back, annoyed, asking if he really expects her to just stand by and watch a kid get beaten up without doing anything. Ellison stays calm but sharp, explaining that while she may have given Aaron control over his strength, she also handed him a dangerous choice in a situation where a bullied child suddenly gains the ability to use overwhelming power. The question isn't what he can do. It's what he will do. Lurin freezes, as the realization sinks in, letting out an awkward laugh. As she understands she may have crossed a line. Meanwhile, out in the field, Aaron is completely overwhelming his bullies, electricity-like mana surging around him, as if he's on another level entirely. The others panic at the sight and ask Carl if they should retreat and come back later. But Carl, fueled by pride and jealousy over his crush, refuses to back down, insisting he'll personally teach Aaron a lesson as he charges in. But none of his attacks land. Aaron effortlessly evades every punch like it's nothing, leaving Carl completely stunned and unable to process what's happening. Then, Aaron finally speaks, revealing that he overheard everything they said earlier. The real reason they bullied him was something absurdly petty. Just because he studied a lot and was slightly better at sports, nothing more, nothing deeper. He questions if that really was enough to justify everything. As he moves forward, Carl completely breaks under pressure, tears forming as he starts calling out for his mother. But Aaron simply grabs his hand mid-panic and stops him, telling him there's no reason for them to keep bullying him anymore. Calmly, Aaron explains something that shifts the entire atmosphere. He had just discovered something incredible, the ability to use mana to refine and enhance his body's movement. And he had been told that the mana pathways in his body were already partially open, meaning he was fundamentally different from the others. And if they learned it too, they could become like him, even offering almost innocently to teach them studying and training, so they could improve as well. High above in a tree, Lurin exhales in relief, admitting she underestimated him. He's far more emotionally steady than she expected. But Ellison is not convinced. Something about this feels off. He explains that instead of anger or resentment, what he's sensing from Aaron is relief. As if the boy has finally found an explanation for why he's different and now wants to bridge the gap between himself and the others. But Ellison warns that for ordinary humans with no mana sensitivity, that gap simply cannot be crossed. Lurin then connects the dots, asking if this is exactly why Aaron's parents refused to teach him mana control out of fear of what he might become. She pushes further, wondering if they drove Ellison away for the same reason, afraid that Aaron gaining power might eventually turn against them. She urges Ellison to think carefully, pointing out that despite dragon growth differences, Aaron must have lived at least 50 years in that body, long enough to realize he was not normal among humans, unless something happened to his memory, especially considering the scar on his head. She suggests that pushing him into human society like this almost feels intentional, like they were setting him up to suffer. Ellison asks if she believes Aaron's parents themselves created the very fear others now have toward him. Lurin coldly replies that humans already have enough reason to fear dragons as it is. Elsewhere, Aaron's father is shown recalling the moment they first found him, a child lying on a stone slab, bleeding heavily from the head, and instantly realizing he was human at all, but a dragon, something dangerous, something monstrous back in the present. The mother notices Aaron is late again, and senses her husband's unease, asking if he's still thinking about Ellison's words. She suggests that their way of raising him may need to change, because in a few years Aaron will begin noticing the truth on his own, especially since he is not growing like other children. The father suddenly snaps, refusing even the wording, insisting Aaron should not be referred to as a child, but as that being. At that moment, Aaron returns home looking tired. The mother quickly offers to reheat his soup, while the father immediately asks why he was late. and whether something happened, Aaron casually reveals something huge: he has learned how to use mana. But when he tried to teach it to the other kids, nothing worked. They couldn't sense or generate mana at all, unlike the older girls at the restaurant, who could clearly feel it, leaving him confused about why he was different. He then pauses tense, saying there's something else he needs to tell them. Back in the tree, Ellison reflects that the reason he scolded Lurin earlier was because teaching Aaron mana without consent has now awakened something dangerous in him: the ability to sense others' energy. And if he realizes the truth in the wrong place, it could shatter everything he believes. Back at the house, Aaron quietly says it: his parents feel just like the others. He cannot sense any mana from them either. And for the first time, he questions whether he is the strange one after all. The father immediately reassures him, insisting he isn't different at all, and explains away his concern as exhaustion, telling him to eat, rest, and that everything will feel normal again tomorrow. The next morning, Aaron wakes up excited, believing today will be the day his parents finally explain everything properly. He walks into their room to wake them, already assuming it was all just a misunderstanding, but the house is empty. His voice shakes as he searches, trying to convince himself they simply went out for wood, refusing to accept what he already overheard the night before, and finally he collapses, asking why they didn't keep their promise to explain everything. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the father confronts Ellison directly, asking if he already knew everything from the beginning, admitting that they lied the entire time. They are not dragons, not even close, just ordinary humans. Broken and desperate, they suddenly beg Ellison to teach them magic too, claiming they need power to protect themselves. Ellison and Lurin both react differently. Lurin senses something heavy and unsettling behind their desperation, while Ellison grows colder, questioning their true intent and demanding an honest explanation for why they suddenly want this kind of power. At the same time, in a nearby alley, Aaron's bullies regroup, discussing last night's incident and the strange display of mana they witnessed. When suddenly a knight in armor approaches them, the presence alone shifts the atmosphere. The knight, identified as a Holy Blood Knight, removes his helmet and calmly asks for cooperation, showing them a picture of Aaron and confirming that the boy they've been dealing with is now considered a threat to the entire territory. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, Ellison reveals what had bothered him from the start. Initially, he assumed the couple had simply taken Aaron in without knowing what he truly was. But the moment they realized he was a dragon, they immediately began thinking and acting like dragons themselves. The parents grow visibly nervous and quickly ask whether Ellison has already told Aaron the truth. Ellison calmly answers that he hasn't. The father immediately begs him never to do so. He insists that Ellison has no idea what it feels like for ordinary humans to raise a dragon. Lurin's expression hardens. She asks if this fear is the real reason behind everything: fear that their secrets would come to light, fear that the abuse they inflicted on the boy would be exposed. In her mind, the pieces fit together perfectly. They were humans from Luverne, people who grew up hating dragons because of the war. She accuses them of trying to kill Aaron, only for his dragon vitality to save him. She points to the scar on his head as evidence and theorizes that when the injury stole his memories, they shamelessly took advantage of it, pretending to be his parents and throwing him into human society where he would be isolated and bullied. And now cornered, they want magic so they can finally harm him themselves. The father immediately panics and denies everything. He asks how they could ever do something like that to Aaron. The mother quickly agrees, pointing out that the red dragons started the war, not the silver dragons. They had no reason to take their hatred out on an innocent silver dragon child. Lurin slowly turns toward Ellison, expecting support. Instead, she finds him staring at her with complete confusion. Ellison tells her, as gently as possible, to stop making wild deductions on her own. The embarrassed silence lasts only a moment before the couple finally explains the truth. Long ago, they were servants of the dragons. Now retired, they lived far away from the sanctuary. Ellison immediately points out a problem. Dragon servants are normally required to remain inside the sanctuary for life in order to preserve secrecy. The father explains that the dragon they once served specialized in memory-related magic. Their retirement was granted under one condition: the location of the sanctuary would be erased from their memories. Years later, while living together, they discovered an abandoned dragon lair. Inside it, they found Aaron. The child was alone, severely wounded and bleeding from a terrible injury on his head. At first, they assumed he was simply a human servant's child. But while searching for help, they witnessed his wounds healing at an impossible speed. That was when they realized the truth. He was a dragon. The real problem came afterward. Aaron remembered nothing. The father admits that even now he doesn't know whether it was desperate longing for a child, blind panic, or simply a foolish moment of weakness. Maybe they thought a dragon could always erase Aaron's memories later if something went wrong. Whatever the reason, they lied. They told him they were his parents. At first, they justified it as a temporary comfort. They only wanted to ease the loneliness of a frightened child until his real family was found. They convinced themselves that it was kinder than telling him he had been discovered abandoned in a ruined lair. After all, wasn't it better for a child to have happy memories in the present? Having spent their entire lives inside a sanctuary with almost no human interaction, Aaron felt like a miracle to them, a blessing. And before they realized it, they wanted to keep raising him as their own, even knowing it could never last forever. Eventually, Aaron began coming home with questions. Why wasn't he growing like the other children? Why did everyone else get older every year while he remained the same? Why was he different? Ellison quietly summarizes what happened next. Unable to continue raising Aaron as an ordinary human child, they made a desperate decision. They decided to become dragons themselves. The father explains that they were already old. Their bodies would continue aging no matter what. So they dyed their hair and lied to Aaron, claiming their silver hair was their natural color and that maintaining brown disguises had become too exhausting. They even invented elaborate dragon names and treated them like secret identities. Everything was built around a single goal. If Aaron ever discovered what he was, they could claim that the two were dragons pretending to be human, anything to remain his parents. Ellison finally understands why they wanted to learn magic. They wanted proof that they belonged beside Aaron. Lurin points out the painful reality. Even if they succeeded, it would only be a trick. Magic wouldn't stop them from aging. At best, they could fool him for another 20 years. The father's voice trembles. Does she know how long they've spent with Aaron? Only 5 years, just 5 years, and in those 5 years they came to love him as their son. To them, 20 more years would be priceless. Ellison reluctantly explains that none of it matters. Without mana sensitivity, learning magic is impossible. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. The father nods sadly. He says he understands. In that case, they will have to speak with the Duke instead. That statement immediately catches Ellison's attention. He asks which Duke they're talking about. The mother explains that shortly after they found Aaron, a noble began secretly supporting them. He protected their secret all these years and recently sent a letter promising to solve all their problems. Then she reveals his name, Duke Melik Delian. The moment Ellison hears it, a chill runs down his spine. His expression instantly changes. He urgently asks where Aaron is right now. As evening settles over the forest, Aaron sits alone in a corner of the empty house. The silence feels unbearable. His thoughts spiral as he wonders if his parents truly abandoned him. If they did, where is he supposed to go now? Suddenly, footsteps echo outside. Aaron immediately jumps to his feet, convinced his mother and father have returned. Then he senses something else. More footsteps, many more. And beneath them, the unmistakable sound of metal armor. His heart drops. He's surrounded. Not understanding why anyone would be after him, Aaron decides to run. He rushes toward a hidden passage beneath the house that leads to an escape route. The moment he opens it, he freezes. A knight is already standing there waiting, the same knight from before. Without hesitation, the knight attacks. The blade pierces Aaron's arm. A scream tears out of him as he collapses onto the floor. The knight calmly climbs into the room and asks whether he should carry out Duke Delian's orders. Staring at the blood pouring from his wound, Aaron struggles to process what happened. This wasn't training. This wasn't a threat. He had been stabbed with a real sword. His voice shakes as he asks what he did wrong. Why is this happening? The knight responds with cruel amusement. He wonders whether dragons stop developing mentally when they remain in child form. Aaron is probably twice his age. Confused, Aaron asks what he means. The knight grins. He tells Aaron to stop pretending. He's not human, he's a dragon. For all he knows, Aaron might even be older than the humans pretending to be his parents. Aaron's entire body trembles. He desperately insists that can't be true. The knight laughs. How could a dragon not notice? He tells Aaron to look at his shoulder. The bleeding is already slowing. Deep down, Aaron has always known he wasn't normal. The realization crashes into him all at once. Why did he instinctively try to run from the soldiers? Why was he always different from the other children? Why did everyone look at him strangely? Why did his parents leave? His voice cracks as he asks the question haunting him. Was it because he was a monster, a creature different from everyone else? The knight doesn't answer. He simply swings his sword. But before the attack can land, someone crashes into Aaron and pulls him away. It is Carl, the very boy who bullied him. Carl shouts at him, asking why he just stood there waiting to get killed. As he drags Aaron away, he demands to know what crime Aaron could possibly have committed to deserve being hunted by knights. Aaron tries to pull free. He tells Carl to let go. He's a monster. He's different from everyone else. Carl immediately fires back, so what? Being different doesn't matter. Bullying someone because they're different was something only idiots like him did. He asks how Aaron can give up before they've even started. After all, wasn't Aaron supposed to teach him studying and exercise? The knight catches up almost instantly. This time, however, he coldly remarks that being different actually matters a great deal. His sword thrusts forward. A brilliant golden barrier suddenly appears and blocks the attack. Aaron's father steps forward. His voice is firm. It doesn't matter if Aaron is different from everyone else. What matters is that he isn't different from his parents. After learning that they could never use magic themselves, Ellison had given them another solution. From a distance, he secretly channels the spell himself, making it appear as though Aaron's father is casting the protective magic. Watching the scene unfold, Lurin clenches her fists. At this point, she doesn't want to talk anymore, she just wants to punch that knight herself. Astonishment filled Aaron's eyes as he stared at his father. To him, it looked like the impossible had happened. His dad was using magic. Meanwhile, the knight could only stare in confusion. He had been told Aaron's guardians were nothing more than ordinary humans. Snapping out of it, he barked orders for his hidden soldiers to reveal themselves. Troops immediately flooded the area from every direction. Furious, the knight even struck one of his own men, demanding to know how a child and an elderly couple had slipped through a supposedly perfect encirclement. Aaron noticed the growing number of soldiers, while his father put on an act and claimed he had sensed them long ago. Then his eyes landed on the blood staining Aaron's arm. He asked why Aaron hadn't fought back after awakening his mana. Aaron quietly explained that his mother and father had always taught him never to use violence under any circumstances. Hearing those words, the old man finally understood the truth. Those teachings hadn't come from wisdom, they had come from fear. Fear born from parents who believed they couldn't properly guide or protect a dragon child. Gently patting Aaron's head, he admitted that they had only said those things because they were terrified Aaron might accidentally hurt children who looked like his peers. Then, turning toward the knights with an icy glare, he declared that adults who harmed children were a completely different matter. The knight warned him not to spread irresponsible ideas, while several soldiers nervously questioned whether they could really kill a dragon. The old man suddenly stepped forward with dramatic flair, announcing that he was about to unleash dragon magic. Of course, the reality was a little different. Before the battle, Ellison had secretly instructed the spirits exactly what to do. Their job was simple: follow the father's gestures, make everything look impressive, and leave the actual execution to him. The old man thrust out his hand, and instantly the spirits surged forward. Explosions erupted among the soldiers as magical blasts slammed into the ground. The knight rushed behind him and swung his blade, only for the attack to be effortlessly blocked. Then the old man pointed dramatically in his direction, and another explosion launched the knight through the air. Kyle could hardly believe what he was seeing. Aaron's dad looked unbelievably powerful. Aaron agreed without hesitation. Behind the fearless performance, however, the old man was terrified. He frantically waved his arms while internally panicking, wondering whether that insane knight was even human. Still, the moment he saw the look of wonder on Aaron's face, all the fear became worth it. Gathering the spirits around him, he announced that the battle would end right there and warned anyone who valued their life to run. The knight finally noticed something strange. The old man was only using spirit magic, specifically attack and defensive spells. To him, it looked no different from the magic humans used. Realizing that, he ordered his men to fire arrows and interrupt the casting. Before a single arrow could land, Aaron's mother arrived. She sliced through the incoming volley while striking the coolest pose she could manage, despite internally screaming because it was her first time flying. Joining forces with her husband, the two declared that humanity would pay the price in blood. Watching from afar, Ellison casually informed Lurin that it was time to wrap things up. The couple dramatically shouted the name of their ultimate silver dragon attack and unleashed it together. A massive explosion consumed the battlefield, blasting soldiers in every direction. The result was so overwhelming that even Aaron's parents were left stunned by what they had supposedly accomplished. During the chaos, Aaron briefly sensed something strange in the distance, but kept the feeling to himself. Later, back at the restaurant, Ellison and Lurin welcomed the family as if they had never met before. Aaron happily introduced his parents, explaining that he had finally brought them along this time. His father nearly exposed everything on the spot, but Ellison smoothly reminded him that this was supposedly their first meeting. The couple explained that this would likely be their final visit. They didn't intend to stay in the area any longer. Ellison invited them to enjoy one last meal so they could leave without regrets. The father admitted that Aaron had praised the restaurant's food countless times and that he had been eager to try it himself. Aaron confidently promised they would understand after a single bite because the food was genuinely incredible. A steaming hot pot soon arrived at the table. Ellison carefully served everyone and warned them about the heat. The moment they tasted it, rich flavors exploded across their tongues. The broth carried the deep warmth of concentrated meat stock, overflowing with savory flavor. It was so delicious that they almost didn't want to swallow. The parents could only admit that it was truly extraordinary. Ellison then offered them several dumplings. The old man immediately noticed something interesting. Although they looked identical on the outside, the fillings were completely different. One used wumba minced meat, while the other contained sarabine wing meat. The same dough wrapped around different ingredients, creating entirely different experiences. At that moment, both parents understood exactly what Ellison was doing. He was giving them one final opportunity to tell Aaron the truth. Ellison continued, explaining that no matter how carefully something was disguised, its true nature would eventually reveal itself. Differences could never be hidden forever, yet what truly mattered wasn't being identical. What mattered was how different things blended together and created harmony. Just like dumplings with different fillings could still become a wonderful meal, people who genuinely cared for one another could create something beautiful as well. The old man nodded quietly. Ellison was right. They had blended together perfectly. After thanking him for the meal, the couple announced it was time to leave before their teleportation gate closed. Aaron's eyes sparkled once again, amazed that his parents could even use teleportation magic. They awkwardly promised they would explain it later. As they walked away, Lurin whispered that they had decided to hide everything in the end, despite Ellison handing them the perfect chance to come clean. Ellison simply replied that he understood their feelings. This choice was acceptable too. Lurin wasn't convinced. She asked whether hiding the truth was really the right answer. Then Aaron suddenly turned around. With a gentle smile, he revealed that he already knew everything. He knew his parents were human. He even thanked Ellison because he had realized that Ellison was the one helping his parents perform magic. Aaron explained that he could sense a faint thread of mana connecting them to the sky. Then he spoke about Kyle. Kyle had told him that being different didn't matter. When Aaron informed him that he was leaving the city, Kyle had cried and apologized for everything, even after learning that Aaron was a dragon. To Aaron, that was the truly amazing part. Friendship didn't require people to become the same. Looking at his parents, he said he hoped they could eventually put down the burdens they were carrying. Since he was a dragon, he could wait as long as necessary. One day, when they were ready to tell him the entire truth themselves, he wanted to thank them properly and tell them that he still loved them. Watching the family together, Ellison smiled and asked if this wasn't the perfect blend he had been talking about all along. Lurin immediately replied that it sounded a lot like the two of them. Without missing a beat, Ellison teased her by bringing up how she occasionally mixed up yucca meat and yuba meat while making dumplings. The moment those words left his mouth, Lurin's face turned bright red as she demanded to know why he felt the need to bring that up now.